dead. Frozen's, that's a loss. And his pairs are in.
Look at it!
He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Wama 3-1.
Welcome everyone to week 5 of Hearthstone Grandmasters. We've come off a very hot couple of weeks here in Asia Pacific in the specialist format, but everything changes now. We have a brand new patch with new nerfs and new buffs here in the metagame, and we are moving on to last hero standing. So everything to play for our competitors as we start to go towards the end of our season here, Gia.
It is very true, Derek. Approaching the home stretch already, and as we enter these last few weeks, we do have a new format. It is last hero standing. So although we did have the same champion for 2 weeks of specialist, there is a lot that can change now.
There is indeed. We could still have a 3-week three-peat from Blitzchung, but he will have to, of course, win first of all today before he gets there. But let's take a look before we get ahead of ourselves at the prize pool, what all of our players are fighting for week on week here in Grandmasters. A first place finish will walk you away with $3,000, which, if you start to do the maths, with a double first place from Blitzchung, starts to look pretty nice for 2 weeks of work here in Hearthstone Grandmasters. But of course, it is not only the prize money that you are getting from each weekly prize pool. You get points to try and qualify through to the playoffs and thereafter through to the World Championship, where you're looking at the real big bucks.
It is true, Derek, and it's not just the prize money, because the more matches you win, you actually get an increasing amount of points as well, which is how you qualify to playoffs in the first place. After we finish our 7 weeks of these individual tournaments, the top 8 players in terms of points will be going to playoffs, whereas the bottom 4 will sadly be relegated out.
They will, and it's looking pretty scary for the players down at the bottom. We'll get a closer look at the bracket, the overall standings of how things are looking. But for a couple of our players, it's definitely time to start getting the wins on the board. Lamby Series, Tom, who are both still in the runnings to go through to tomorrow and the quarterfinals. But then, of course, right up at the top as well, players who have been doing very well, trying to lock in their spot in the top 8 to go to playoffs. But as we were saying a little bit earlier on, it's a brand new format that we are playing this week, at least in terms of this year of Grandmasters. And Last Hero Standing is kind of it's got an almost mythical reputation, I feel like, amongst the player base as a lot of players' favorite format, where contrary to Conquest, which it is a fairly similar format to, it shares a lot of the same DNA, you bring 4 different decks from 4 unique classes, you still get to ban one from your opponent, but when you win with a deck, instead of having to retire it and move on to your other decks, if you win with a deck, you have to queue it again, so you can just sweep your opponent's lineup with one powerful deck, which opens up all kinds of questions about queue order, about ban strategy, about mind games. It's a difficult format to play well in.
It's a very deep one, and it might be a disadvantage for some of our newer players who entered Hearthstone when the premier format was Conquest, because back in the olden days, everybody was playing LHS. We do dust it off every now and then, and like you mentioned, it does have its similarities with Conquest in terms of the number of decks brought and banned, but you're absolutely right that the mind games play a big deal, and also just how you build your lineup, because you can't just have decks that do the same thing and target one deck. It is much better to kind of cover each deck's weakness. But we can check out how the players have been performing thus far leading up to the LHS week. And of course, Blitzchung is the undisputed king at the moment with 2 back-to-back finishes of first place on Token Druid.
Yeah, he is essentially guaranteed to be in playoffs at this point. I don't even think there's any combination where he could not finish in the top 8 after his dominant streak, not losing a single series during our 2 weeks of Specialist. Truly incredible stuff. The kind of interesting point is I think Alan through to Bank Yugi on 8 to 7 points. There you are definitely still looking at a potential run in playoffs in the top 8, but you also kind of have to be scared still about relegation. It's possible for both of those players they could get down there if they don't have good weeks, but I believe that Glory's already gone 2-0 this week. Bank Yugi will be in our first game of the day, so it's still with the chance to turn things around. But down at the bottom, High 3 Tom, Lamby Series, and then Tyler with another 0-2 week. It's looking scary for 3 of them, and for Tyler, it's honestly looking close to a guaranteed relegation.
Yeah, very sad to say it. I do hope Tyler can maybe come back on stream for the next couple weeks, but it's really high 3 that I'm scared for as well here, because it's another 0-2 week for him as well. And right above him, who is Don, has actually gone 2-0, so he's guaranteed to be at least through to the top 8 tomorrow, and that bodes well for his chances of avoiding relegation, because I'm sure Don doesn't want to be in that stressful spot as he was last year. For Lambi series in particular, I really do hope to see him do well, even though he kind of has this points cushion to essentially re-promote even if he does get relegated. Nobody wants to be known as that guy who only stayed in because they had that insurance policy.
Yeah, Lambi is a player who definitely knows how to give us a show, if nothing else. So by losing these games at the start, it's all just to swoop back in at the final moment, the 11th hour, and get those wins that I still believe he can. But let's take a look at the matches that we're going to be playing out today. We have all 4 groups, the initial matches of which have been played out, same as usual. And then we're going to be playing the decider match of each of the 4 groups on stream today. Glory, along with all of the 3 Japanese players actually, has gone 2-0 this week, once again solidifying them as not only the best players, but just the strongest practice group in Asia Pacific. Means that with an 0-2 week for Alan, unfortunately, it's Shaxi and Bank Yugi trying to scrap their way towards the top of the standings.
And they are actually going to be in a rematch because Bank Yugi already lost to Shaxi at the beginning of the week, and that was when Bank Yugi was not actually banning away Priest. It seems that later on, when Bank Yugi faced different lineups, he eventually started banning Priest, and in LHS there is some wiggle room to try and change your ban, because it really depends on what you think your opponent will ban from you. It's not as clear-cut as it would be in Conquest necessarily, and I can't wait to see if Bank Yugi has changed anything up. But of course, that's just the first match of the day. We can take a look at who else will be playing, because in Group B, it was Alutamu who reigned supreme. Worth noting that Alutamu, Possessi, and Glory all share the same 120 card lineup, and it's clearly working well for them.
It is indeed. Alutemu will have broken what would that be? An 11-game win streak from Blitzchung, or 11 series win streak, I should say, which is truly an impressive feat. But we would expect nothing less from Alutemu, who has just been, again, this season, as always, absolutely on fire. Another 2-0 week. He's only once in 5 weeks not gone 2-0 in the starting off-stream matches, so we rarely get to see him on Friday, and instead we'll have to wait till tomorrow before we get to see him. But Blitzchung, again, right up at the top of the standings. He is just trying to solidify that top spot, whereas Tom, right down towards the bottom, really needs this win against Blitzchung to really start to have any chance of looking at playoffs and, more realistically, just trying to avoid relegation.
Yeah, it is looking scary for Tom, especially since he's faced off of Blitzchung, who is just coming off of a very strong streak. But we do know in Group C that it was Don who went 2-0. And I'm honestly so happy for Don, because he had a slow start. It looked really bad for him, especially in continuation to his lackluster last season. But he's been turning it around these past couple of weeks, making it to stream, even though he wasn't necessarily favored in terms of lineups. And now he's gotten a 2-0 for the first time, and he'll be straight through to Saturday. You'll love to see it. But over in the decider match, we already talked about how much this means to Lambi series in particular, because Give Please is relatively safe, tied for second place in current point standings.
Yeah, it's a battle of the newcomers here to Grandmasters, and it's been a much better season so far in his inaugural run for Give Please than it has for Lambi series. I'm glad that we're finally getting to see him on stream again, though, after 2 weeks at 0-2 in Specialist. Really wasn't able to make things work with, his Clown Druid that he brought in week 1, and then switching things up with a slightly more standard deck in the second week of Specialist. But I'm, again, glad that we get to see him in action. But then for Group D, our final match of the day that we're going to be running through here, we can take a look at, I believe, Possessi, who has joined the fold, rejoined Alutemu and Glory, with having an identical lineup to both of his Japanese counterparts here in Asia Pacific, and quite clearly it's working out well for him.
It is a very cool lineup indeed that is just omitting Mage altogether, even though it seems that the majority of the field, or at least nearly half, still believe that Mage is a force to be reckoned with. One of those is Surrender as well, who is faced off against Chonsu in the Decider. I believe they both have Mage, although we already see that Surrender lost to Chonsu in the initial matches, so this is another rematch akin to the Shaxi versus Bank Yugi from Group A that we need to be aware of, where Surrender can potentially turn the tables.
He can, and I hope he can. I still think that Surrender, definitely one of the best players we have, who would be a worthy representative at the World Championships were we to see him there. But enough of the players, let's take a look at the meta game that we're going to be looking at here, the bring rates for our different archetypes. And with Control Priest at 100%, it really is no surprise at all, especially after the nerfs that we got a couple of days ago. The only very lightly brushed Priest with Hysteria going from 3 to 4. Aside from that, it just feels like it's so perfectly suited to bring what is almost unanimously agreed is the best deck in the game.
Yes, and also what got very slightly touched, in my opinion, was just Spell Mage in terms of Refreshing Spring Water going up a mana. We do at least have seen in our practice that the 1 mana difference for both Hysteria and Spring Water have altered a little bit of situations with these two decks, but I think overall their main win condition is still very much online. What I want to note is OTK Demon Hunter making a big resurgence. In week 1 of Specialist, it seemed to be very popular, but in the second week fell off. I think it has a very strong place in LHS though, because traditionally a combo deck is quite good against control decks, and you always want to have a solid counter queue if your deck has lost.
Yeah, and we're going to get more into the nitty-gritty of Last Hero Standing as we go on, because the hot phrases like streaking and counter-picking, counter-queuing are going to be coming up a lot in this format, because there really is a lot going on. Very, very different to the Conquest strategies that you have to bring. But from Bank Yugi, he does appear to me to have the slightly more interesting lineup, as is often the case with Bank Yugi. One of the players to bring Control Warrior alongside the 3 Japanese representatives. And he's also got that Libram Paladin. And honestly, even though it of course does not run Crab Rider, I still didn't expect to see any kind of Paladin representation this week.
Yeah, me too. I find it a very interesting bring, although it's worth noting that Libram Paladin has recently been piloted to top legend, I believe all the way up to rank 2 on the America server by Baby Bear, and it certainly got a decent matchup spread all around. I think she was the one who said just avoiding Priest, you generally have a good time, and I do see that if Bank Yugi feels that Control Warrior is a good bring, then you might say I should have Libram Paladin in my back pocket as the counter to that type of control deck. For Shaxi though, it seems like his philosophy for an anti-control deck is that OTK Demon Hunter.
Indeed, which is, I think, a decent bring. Again, we see a pretty high representation of OTK Demon Hunter. And in Last Hero Standing, where it does have often very polarizing matchups, it does feel like the kind of class that you are looking to go for. Honestly, as well, I would say that Demon Hunter could, if you're banning away Priest, be a sweep deck a lot of the time. It's good against some of the control decks we're seeing, like Warrior. It, of course, has plenty of removal if you're expecting to see Token Druid like this from Shaxi. But I think this is not too surprising to see Shaxi starting with the Token Druid, right, Gia? Because it does have that ability to just be anything.
That's right. In Last Hero Standing, there's a lot of different ways to actually approach the queue order. Some people say you should start with your weakest deck, because if you don't actually need it to counter queue into anything your opponent has, then you're kind of okay with using it to test the waters, and after that takes a loss, then you can queue your strongest matchups from there on out. It all depends on how the bans shake out though, because it's not necessarily that you end up with one deck with no good matchups and 2 decks with good matchups. It's very often that you end up with just rock, paper, scissors in terms of the deck's relationships in favorability to each other. And I think if you do bring a lineup that covers each other's weaknesses, then that's a sign of strong lineup building for LHS.
Yeah, there's so much to consider in Last Hero Standing, because you have to compare your lineup against each individual deck. Like, what if they bring Weapon Rogue or Token Druid or Control Warrior or some of these weird decks that you maybe don't expect to see a whole bunch of? Do you have a single deck that counters that? Because you just need one strong counter queue and you can often get the upper edge against them. But you do have to make sure that there's no one deck that can just sweep your entire lineup, which it does feel like both of these players have a decent enough spread. but we'll have to see. Will it be the repeat for Shaxi where he's able to take down Bank Yugi again, as was the case earlier this week off stream? But Bank Yugi is starting off with the Libram Paladin instead, which, I don't know, this feels kind of like just almost a scouting deck. It doesn't really feel to me like Bank Yugi has that same potential to just have one deck that could sweep his entire opponent. It's just a decent deck, and he of course has the ability to counter queue with Warrior if he loses.
That's right. I think Bank Yugi is fine to start off with this deck because it doesn't have any super strong matchups after the bans. Worth noting that when Shaxi and Bank Yugi first faced off, Bank Yugi banned the OTK Demon Hunter from Shaxi and left up Priest, and Bank Yugi has switched it around. I think largely noting that because, as you said, there are some decks in the meta that have potential to sweep entire lineups. Priest is definitely one of those, having pretty favorable matchups all around, even though it's not quite so polarized in terms of favorability compared to something like Weapon Rogue or Token Druid. And Bank Yugi knows that Shaxi is, after the ban, not running any deck that really functions as a hard control deck, which is what you would want to counter with Libram Paladin in theory. So he's kind of just throwing this deck out there. If it takes a win, decent. If it doesn't, then he's still fine to counter queue the rest of Shaxi's lineup. I will say, though, that Secret Libram Paladin versus Token Druid, at least the last time we cast this matchup, which was several weeks ago, seemed pretty favorable for the Paladin because they can get early board presence with their one-drops. A bit harder now that First Day School has been nerfed, though, but Oh My Yogg definitely still going to be big disruption.
Yeah, I do still think that it's a very, very winnable matchup for Bank Yugi. I don't know what's happened here with Token Druid in the last couple of weeks, like if we've seen a development in ability to play the deck. Obviously, piloted mainly by Blitzchung, who knows the deck inside and out and seems to play it nigh on perfectly every time we see him on it. But I do feel like something has changed with the Token Druid, even if it is just a small sample size. And so I do still think that Bank Yugi has a bit of an uphill struggle here because his list is undeniably a bit slower. You've got Scorpid in there, don't have the same first day at school into Hand of Adal, as you said. It's going to be a bit of a tougher one.
It is true. It's worth noting that he does have Blademaster Samuro in the list, though. That is going to be very clutch in the matchup should he run into it. Already, the opening hand is interesting for Bank Yugi because I've talked about how important Oh My Yogg can be in this matchup to try and deny Fungal Fortune / Glowfly Swarm. But because Bank Yugi already has the Sword of the Fallen, it seems a bit redundant to keep it. He is running 2 copies of Oh My Yogg, whereas every other secret is just 1 copy.
Interesting spot now for Bank Yugi because you probably just end up on playing out your Knight of Anointment here, but because they've just gone for the play of the nature studies on 1, some part of me wants to just swing with Sword of the Fallen for the small chance to hit Yogg and try and snipe what is likely a Fungal Fortunes on the next turn, given that they kept a card.
It's certainly worth thinking about, especially since Bank Yugi still has ways to spend his mana next turn. For anyone who missed it, First Day of School has been changed now to cost 1 mana instead of 0, but it adds 3 1-cost minions to your hand. So it's worse in a lot of regards, but better in terms of overall value gained. In this matchup, I do think cheap is probably better, but it doesn't change the fact that Bank Yugi is still able to play at least 1 1-drop that isn't just a 1/1 next turn, unless he is super unlucky with the First Day of School. Knight of Anointment this turn, I think, is too slow because even if he manages to get like a buff spell, he still wants to play the sword the very next turn. And you can see that Shaxi is going to respect the secret by starting with a spell here.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one. Right, yeah, because if it is Oh My Yogg, then he can't, of course, get down the Fungal Fortunes. But the ability to just go for Guess the Weight instead is perfectly good as well. Gets the correct choice there, and he's able to just keep on drawing. Finding Gibbling after the Fungal Fortunes turns means that he is gearing up for a very, very powerful swing in the future.
Yeah, looking very scary. Actually, Bank Yugi did end up with a bunch of 1-health minions. These are just about as bad as the Knight of Anointment, except for the Possessed Villager, which will just spawn another 1/1 upon its death. So I expect that to be the play for Bank Yugi. The Web Spinner is a little bit interesting in terms of it being able to spawn something that Shaxi isn't necessarily expecting, but I don't know what kind of beast is necessarily that well placed against a billion Gibberlings.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it if there is a good one. Ooh. All right, gearing up for something very strong now for Shaxi is, of course, looking for basically any ability to play repeated spells on the turn, because honestly, with the way his hand is looking, it probably isn't even Glowfly Swarm. It's just a big gibbling Pride's Fury on the same turn.
Yeah, that could be very true. And Shaxi will know that this secret, the second one, is either Galloping Savior or Reckoning. The Galloping is obviously a little bit worse for Shaxi, but it's not that bad overall if he is just going to play a ton of minions that can challenge the immediate 3-4. So Bank Yugi gonna go digging with his Scorpid here. He can pick up more Librams, which is, you know, good for his deck in theory, but he hasn't had any Libram discounters, so I completely agree with the hand of Adal.
Yeah, all just that little bit too slow, isn't it?
Well, Shaxi can start with the Lightning Bloom. He can fit in Lunar Eclipse as well in order to clear off the Scorpid, but he says, not worth it, I'm just going to go Glowfly.
Okay.
I'm iffy on that, though, because the Scorpion can now take a value trade, and if Shaxi wants to kill off the rest of its health, he would have to invest a hero power, if not trade a minion.
No, I'm glad that we're bringing this up, because I was also kind of dubious on this turn, because next turn he could have gone Gibbling, Bloom, Lunar Eclipse, Solar Eclipse, Pride's Fury, which would have been absolutely insane. Finding the Blade Master as well is a very, very big deal, even if it can't come down right now. And all this just means that Shaxi's board can be kind of wiped up, and his next turn, given that he's overloaded for 2, is just going to be really weak.
Yeah, it's true. I was thinking this turn would be some measure of Gibberling instead. Even if he could only play, what was it, like Gibberling with a Lightning Bloom Pride's Fury, and he still ends up floating some mana in that situation, I think it's worth it to be able to get down the immediate buff and get rid of the Scorpid, because the Glowfly isn't the full board anyway.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, honestly, I was kind of just looking at Thorngrowth hero power just to, like, put something in the way, delay them for a turn, maybe one of the 1-2 sticks, and then next turn when you have more mana, you can go with either the Glowfly or an even bigger Gibbling turn, because I think it's just about building up that one big board.
Right. I think Shaxi was very concerned about the Galloping Savior and didn't want to play 3 cards, but in the end, I think the net result was a greater negative to him than a 3-4 spawning on the board, because Bank Yugi here has managed to take 2 value trades, set up some more disruption, and the Voodoo Doctor is pretty clutch here to put more health on the Scorpion again and make it such that it could potentially take down 2 minions.
That's just some old school arena value right there.
Well, Shaxi now concerned about second Omayog because he clearly wants to start with Lunar Eclipse on the Scorpid, but if that gets Omayog, not only is he probably not clearing the Scorpid, he doesn't get the mana discount that he wants to spend on either Thorngrowth Sentries or Guess the Wait for the rest of the turn. And if he tests with any other secret, he can no longer afford the Lunar Eclipse. So we're seeing just how strong the disruption can be in this matchup.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. It means he just effectively passed the turn here, gets no buff on his Glowflies whatsoever. And then Bank Yugi can just keep clearing up again on this turn.
Potentially just Aldor Truthseeker as well, so he can start the Libram trains rolling. He can put some more health on his Scorpid. It already takes a value trade as is, so he might want to put the Libram on his Taunt instead, for example, which puts it out of range of like 3 Glowflies potentially trading in, although he's already killed 2 of them, so I'm not actually sure where the Libram should go. Maybe just on the Scorpid to prevent hero power on it?
Well, I think the one thing he's thinking, like the thought process is, I want to make sure that no matter what, I can play this Libram on my Samuro next turn. To which you don't want to put it on the Truthseeker then, because I think there's a very good chance that you can't kill off the Truthseeker, but you will always be able to kill off the Scorpion. If there's a board worth killing, you will be able to sacrifice it in and then use it on the Samuro. So I think this is fine.
Good thinking indeed. The Samuro, even at 2 health, can be backbreaking in this matchup if Shaxi's not immediately able to buff his board. And the thing is, he still hasn't hit any cheap 0-cost spells to test for the second Omayog with. So this turn is once again going to be very painful for him. I think he does have to bite the bullet now, though, because if he waits any longer, that means Bank Yugi will be able to take as many value trades as he likes. So it could be testing with... potentially even Guess the Wait?
Yeah, I don't even know what you're supposed to do. Do you just say that your card draw here is enough?
Guess so. My thinking is that if you go guess the weight, he can still do something like Lunar Eclipse into Thorn Growth plus Power of the Wild for the rest of the turn. However, that would spawn the Galloping Savior, and then his Glowflies are not of a good shape to take down the 3-4. So you might just be going for proc the second Oh My Yogg here. Just make sure that he has Glowfly and Power of the Wild for the next turn, and just go for the big board setup next turn, which I think is absolutely fine.
Whoa, tough turn here for Shaxi. He's thinking, how do I go about sequencing this one? Do I play the final third card at the end to draw more cards? He does go for it here. I believe it could still potentially be not Galloping Savior in the weird fringe scenarios, but it does feel like it's much more likely to be that.
Right, he hadn't had a way to test for Reckoning, so from his perspective that was possible. In the end, he says it's worth the risk of giving Bankyugi another 3-4 to give Shaxi more spells in hand, because he is gearing up for finally a Glowfly board next turn. You do see Bankyugi has that Samuro in hand, so whether this Knight of Anointment can pull another buff is huge, because even now, if it's Glowfly Swarm and Power of the Wild next turn, Bankyugi can put 3 attack on his Samuro and be able to sweep up very cleanly.
Yeah, it's so clutch, because even if they do end up getting bigger through the use of Pride's Fury, or if a Soul of the Forest comes down, he's got so many minions on board anyway, he can just keep putting all the Librams on them one after the other, and then finish with the Samuro. It's very clever placement as well from Bankyugi, again, to make sure that he's always able to get the Librams back in hand. Just very clean gameplay.
I'm not actually sure if I 100% like using the Librams here, because now if he wants them back in hand, he has to actually lose 2 minions to do that. Whereas if he kept them in hand and he was expecting Shaxi's best play to be Glowfly Swarm, then he could keep his 1-1, send them face, and then just immediately trade, use the Samuro for AoE.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Well, the upside of what Bankyugi does is, of course, you just use more Librams over time, which means that by the time Liadrin, which has just come into hand, gets played on the field, then he immediately regenerates more of them. But against Token Druid, I'm generally more interested in keeping board presence, even if it is just some additional 1-1s.
No, I think you raise a very good point. I was maybe a little bit too hasty to praise Bankyugi on that line when it wasn't massively necessary to do so. But it does absolutely have to come down here, and it's a brutally powerful turn still. Liadrin next turn looking to follow up. It means that, I mean, he's just going for lethal here. He can just start ignoring the board pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely feels like it, because Liadrin will regenerate so many of these Librams of Wisdom. Bankyugi now has pulled all these secrets from his deck. He did naturally draw 1 Oh My Yogg, but it doesn't matter. He's had well enough card draw with the Knights of Anointment and the Hand of Adal, and Shaxi is back to the drawing board. He should now know 100% that this last secret is Reckoning, so nothing in terms of immediate disruption for this turn, so he's got to go all in on the Gibberlings.
He does, but it's a pretty strong turn. He can just go for adorable Lunar Solar Pride's Fury. It's the only play on this turn as far as I see it, but it is a very strong play. It's going to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that's very true. He could just set up for, if not an immediate counter-lethal, a way to make sure that if Bankyugi doesn't have Libram of Justice, that Shaxi will rest back board control, no problem. Lunar Eclipse target is probably going to be on the Horsey. Although, I mean, the thing is, after he goes for Pride's Fury, most of his guys will have 2 attack though, which means they can trade over the horse. But if he goes for Solar into Pride's Fury, then they will have 3 attack, majority of them, which means that they can VT over the 1-3 anyway. So I like removing the most immediate attack from the board.
And very importantly, given that the highest attack minion in the leftmost Gibberling will only have 4 attack, the Samuro can't even sacrifice itself here to get the Librams back in hand, which makes things a little bit more awkward in terms of actually clearing this off. Obviously, Liadrin can help with that, but this is still a scary board, or it was a scary board, I should say, for the perfect Libram of Justice off the top. Oh my goodness.
Man, I'm just calling cards left and right here, Derek. This was absolutely what Bankyugi needed to seal out the game. He was in a tough spot if it wasn't for this, because he was looking in a situation where an Arbor Up could close things out, but now his little 1-1s can take nice value trades. He gets a rush as well. I was talking about I wasn't sure what kind of beast could be relevant in this matchup. That is very relevant.
Oh, that's so disgusting. Yeah, I mean, again, it just keeps applying more pressure as well. The Libram of Judgment alone can close out the game in the next few turns, even ignoring the Lady Liadrin plus all the buffs that will allow. Looking now extremely difficult for Shaxi, and this is a big loss. Losing the Token Druid at the start here means that even if he was going to get counter-queued by the Warrior, one of his potential sweep decks is just gone.
Yeah, that is huge indeed. He does have still this Rogue in the lineup, which I think has a decent matchup against... Oh, sorry, this is a Weapon Rogue. So that feels a bit more difficult to head into versus Libram Paladin because they can generate taunts and healing relatively consistently. So, just Truthseeker and Libram of Judgment seems pretty strong here for Bank Yugi.
Shatrath will not fall in vain.
This is also just a bunch of books he can get back, which allows him to clear even more minions.
Oh yeah, book, all the way.
Very, like, close to lethal, honestly, but I guess Bank Yugi's just more interested in clearing off several minions. Truth be told, I think both were avenues to victory because the Libram of Judgment is corrupted now, so if he just swings face over a couple turns, he's fine. There's no taunt generation in Shaxi's deck, no running of guidance, so both of them look very, very strong.
Yeah, it's just the threat of second Thorn Growth, but you've seen both Solars already at this point, right? So you're not even afraid of Solar plus Thorn Growth.
Very nicely done from Bank Yugi. For Shaxi, we're already in the territory of looking for what Cenarian Ward from Nature Studies.
Right,
some type of miracle. And this Marcel can't even go face without dying because of the Reckoning.
Okay, there's the second Solar, so never mind. And it does mean, actually, that he can go Solar plus Arbor, so that was a big pickup on that turn. Even potentially with Power of the Wild as well. He is just dead, but...
I think from his perspective...
From his point, yeah.
Probably the way to go about it, where he just clears off the Liadrin. Although he should know about the Hand of Adal in Bank Yugi's deck. That would still be one off, right?
So he has to hero power. Yeah. He can't play the Power of the Wild, but that's fine.
Wait, he can play it, right? As long as he clears...
Oh, no, right. Yeah.
Yeah. Then Bank Yugi is showing 10 on board. Plus the Hand of Adal that Shaxi knows is in hand. And then he just prays that there's no additional damage. And you know what? That is probably his best out indeed. Sad thing is the Marsul, after it BTs into Liadrin, is still going to die because of Reckoning. So maybe that's why Shaxi ends up holding the power anyway.
Yeah, not going to end up mattering here because the Libram of Judgment will be able to close out the game. And it's a huge win, again, for Bank Yugi, because it's not only the fact that the Druid is down on the other side, but while I was saying this Paladin isn't a sweeper kind of deck, now that there's only OTK Demon Hunter and Weapon Rogue on the other side, I mean, if he can take down the Demon Hunter, as I expect Shaxi to queue first, which is not a terrible matchup by any stretch for the Paladin, this is looking great for Bank Yugi.
It honestly is, and with a deck that is unexpected, Libram, Secret Paladin, no less, that would be very impressive to take a sweep with. That is just the nature of LHS in a nutshell, where if you do win one matchup that is considered slightly unfavorable, then the rest of the series looks pretty free to you because a lot of the time your opponent only has one strong counter to each of your specific decks. I guess the favorability of Token Druid versus Libram Paladin is still debatable. I do think Libram Paladin has some teeth there, but we saw Bank Yugi struggling towards the end. If he had not top decked that timely Libram of Justice, I think that matchup was Shaxi's for the taking.
And this does definitely start to open up the I mean, some of the criticisms that people had of last year's standings, that it can be very much, if the good deck wins at the start, it just goes all the way. But honestly, I think it just makes for very exciting watching, because if BankYugi can bring this Libram Paladin and then sweep Shaxi with it, it would be the reward for bringing a slightly different deck from what the rest of the field is bringing, which is what we always expect from BankYugi in particular, I think. Again, one of the players, even as back as his run in the World Championships last year, where he just always brings his own decks that he thinks are best, rather than necessarily relying too much on what the established metagame is. But even then, this is definitely, I think, a different BankYugi this year than we had last year. It feels like he's got a more established practice group and practice community this year, which hopefully will help him start to get a bit more consistency in his play.
Right, he's also got me to ask for what to bring to Specialist. I told him to bring Priest. It was top 4 though, not a complete win, so it's up to him whether that was good advice or not. I did, however, have 0 advice going into last Hero Standing, because not only were there a bunch of nerfs, it's also a completely new format for a lot of the players. We are going to see Shaxi queue up the OTK Demon Hunter, as you said, and the last time we saw this matchup on stream, I think it was a very different meta, where I think Libram Paladin was still considered slightly favored in the matchup, but many things have changed now, namely Penflinger not being able to go face, Demon Hunter having more tools in the talented Arcanist to give them more flexibility with how they use their combo tools. So I kind of feel like Shaxi might have the advantage here.
It's going to be a really close one, because my initial instinct when I had to think about this matchup was to say, oh, the Demon Hunter should just absolutely demolish this matchup, right? You just have healing in the Libram Paladin, which never, ever, ever is enough to outlast the, like, 70 damage combos that they can deal once you give them enough time. But the one thing I think we're realizing is that Demon Hunter's removal is far from omnipotent. It deals with certain types of boards with a 6 damage AoE thanks to Talented Arcanist plus the Immolation Aura. But against the likes of buffed up Aldor Truthseekers, Librams of Hope, Lady Liadrin, BankYugi and his Libram Paladin make the exact type of minions in the mid-game that Demon Hunter really, really struggles with. And when you couple that with an aggressive early game, I think this could be a very winnable matchup for BankYugi. But he needs a hand that's a little bit better than this to get there.
Absolutely. The only thing that is potentially worth keeping here is the Scorpid, and even then, I don't think it's quite good enough. This is not the half of his deck that he wants. The Disruption, good against Paladin, good against aggro, but what he really wants is being able to curve out and put the pressure on Shaxi from the very beginning, because he knows he's on a short clock against Demon Hunter. We talked about how size of minions in the mid-game matters a lot, but if you don't hit them in these very small windows of turns, Demon Hunter can easily put together their combo pieces and kill you out of nowhere. We've seen it as early as turn 7, Derek.
We have indeed. Many, many times against me in practice. But I do like that Shaxi is saving his Illidari studies here. I kind of expect it to actually come down this turn, because then it still has the possibility to hit Skull, and you just dump the left side of your hand and play it. But there's also Spectral Sight now, which is a big, big hit if you're able to get it off the studies here. But he disagrees, just wants to go for the philosophy and keep on hero powering.
I think this is fine. The hero power here is relevant to actually deny a target for a potential Hand of Adal, which he didn't have a clean way of removing the very next turn. It would have to be Eldraki plus hero power. So even if he goes studies next turn, he's able to hit Spectral Sight if he gets it, and potentially some other outcast cards on the 3-cost breakpoint.
Good point. Good point. And I guess here he can still go Illidari studies plus hero power. Plus the Spectral Sight if he hits that as well. But obviously the plan changes now that we see a Hand of Adal being coined out here by BankYugi. But thankfully for Shaxi, hey, that'll deal with it.
Very clean. The I-Beam, and also allows him to go for Illidari the turn after. Ooh, or just more tempoed onto the board. This is a matchup where Paladin just does not have any targeted damage spells, so I can definitely see the reasoning for this. I like it.
Yeah, I think it's very, very smart. He wants to start dumping the left hand of his side anyway. Again, in case he finds a Skull that he can't play on turn 6. But that complicates things now. The game plan I was suggesting of dumping cards from the left all of a sudden isn't really a possibility anymore, because you cannot tempo out Il'gynoth in this matchup and expect to win. So all of a sudden we're looking at studies on turn 6 exactly to try and hit the Skull on that turn, outcast from the right.
Right, but the problem is Shaxi now knows Bang Yugi has secrets developed, which means that Oh My Yog is a big concern in his mind. Again, it's the most likely secret for Bang Yugi to pull from the deck because it's the only one he runs 2 copies of. And now Shaxi, his only card draw here is just the potential from Illidari Studies. Now he has the Chaos Strike, so that helps. So he's going to go ahead and dump the Immolation into the Oh My Yog and then keep drawing.
Okay, Feast of Souls does absolutely nothing, so we don't even get the animation from Oh My Yog. It isn't worth its time. I was kind of surprised to see how quickly the Immolation Aura was played out, because with a Moag in hand, while I said that Immolation Aura isn't perfectly situated to deal with Paladin's minions, it is still your premier piece of removal in any matchup, and it means that Shaxi is left quite defenseless for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely painful to give up, but overall I agree that Shaxi should prioritize card draw over removal at this point, because otherwise he's just not spending his mana on anything. Is this a glide matchup, Derek?
It's not terrible, right? It deletes a lot of cards from your opponent. His hand is absolute garbage.
Right. The other thinking is, of course, Kurtrus is pretty well aligned against this board just to get rid of the 5/6, and then it stays alive on board. And you can even make the argument for Spectral Sight because he wants to keep drawing. All of the cards had some potential here. The Glide didn't actually draw him more cards, but the thing is, it's a net negative for Bang Yugi, so it was worth thinking about. But we do see the Skull now here in a very awkward position.
Wow, I was kind of surprised to see the double jump being played there. For one, because it obviously activates the Galloping Savior, but also because it could have hit second Skull to be played out next turn instead.
Yeah, a lot of concerns there for Shaxi. I think his mindset is in a state where he's prepared for Bang Yugi to just develop more board, whether it's the triggered Galloping Savior, if it is not Reckoning, or just minions on top of the 5/6. So I think he's really just looking for second Immolation or Fell Scream Blast, which he did hit, to go with the Ethereal Arcanist and go for a clear turn the next turn.
Oh, those are decent enough 1-drops. It feels like you're so much more likely to hit at least one good one now. The first day at school nerf is kind of like the Twin Slice nerf we saw, where it's like, it is a nerf, but it's kind of not a nerf at the same time. It's like a slight down/side grade, as it can be very useful.
Situational nerf. I will say it's probably really bad in Aggro Paladin now, where you're really dependent on having a 1-drop on 1. But for Libram Paladin, I think they're relatively okay with missing a 1-drop on 1, and they can make better use of the flexibility with just more 1-drops generated. So that might be yet another reason why Bang Yugi is bringing this archetype. Also, like his placement of the Libram of Wisdom on the 6 health minion, because we talked about that big 6 HP breakpoint from Arcanist and Immolation Aura.
Very true, and he's just making use of the fact that he's seen an Immolation Aura, like you said, and it's going to be difficult to clear things off here. Difficult to draw as well. Difficult to do anything, really. For Shaxi, is the best immediate play you can make is like Arcanist Moag Fell Scream to deal quite a bit of damage to the board, but even then that doesn't actually take out the Northwatch, does it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking it might be as bad as going for those cards but with I-Beam instead.
Oof.
However, he can't afford to do that because... wait, he can. He would have to use the Fury first. It's really, really tough to parse, especially since he wants to be dumping cards from the right more so than the left to give himself that small possibility of outcasting Skull, but it feels like a pipe dream at this point. Shaxi's going to go ahead and start with the draw, look for exactly Immolation Aura, doesn't hit it. If he goes Studies, he can hit more card draw and try to hit the Immolation Aura. I don't know.
It's so specific. I mean, honestly, on that turn, I was looking at just going Fury plus unoutcasted Skull, just because then you can survive the turn quite likely. You know, you're not likely to be dying, and then next turn you can try and get the big clear turn with the Arcanist plus the Immolation Aura. But now that the Arcanist is gone, even that isn't really a possibility.
Yeah, this was not great for Shaxi. He did get the healing, but it does not... It barely touches Bang Yugi's board, and he's very happily just chunking another 8/8 onto the board. Shaxi has very little in terms of removal options now. And it feels like Shaxi needs a Miracle Skull off the top to stay in this.
Yeah, I like the trades that Bank Yugi's making here. It's more important to keep the Divine Shield in check because that is so tough for Demon Hunter to deal with. Even in the case of Immolation Aura, which, you know, does 1 damage, then another damage. If they're buffing it with Arcanists and Moargs, it can tank like 4, 5, 6 damage even on the first hit from the Divine Shield. So it's a nice play to sacrifice a bit of damage for survivability on the board.
And Bank Yugi's currently threatening 20 damage on the board, which means he would only need 1 more damage to just deal lethal to Shaxi. So he absolutely has to do something about this board, whether it's a single I-beam or not. He can take Spectral Sight if he wants to be optimistic and look for not just a way to clear potentially part of this board, but give him chances to actually set up a counter lethal, because to be fair, he does have Il'gynoth, Moarg, and Fellscream in hand. So if he picks up second Talented Arcanist, he can deal, I guess that's just 18.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at getting second Philosophy, I guess, after you play your Raging Fell Screamer on this turn, but then you'd have to dump either the either the Fell Scream or the I-Beam on this turn just to survive. It's just looking disastrous for Shaxi.
Yeah. And best he can do is I-Beam the 2/2, I suppose. And does he ever even just dump the Fury in order to try and outcast the Skull? He's doing nothing at all, just praying Bank Yugi has 0 additional damage. And while this is very optimistic from Shaxi, he sees it as his best out to actually winning the game instead of just not losing on the spot. Bank Yugi double, triple checking that he does indeed have lethal, because it's very rare OTK Demon Hunter do something as passive as this, but this is just the way it shook out.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I just won. He was probably thinking, okay, do I have to clear the board? How can I get maximum health? Oh, wait a second. It's just over as he is given the win there. And like you said, for Shaxi, it was losing no matter what he did. So I think taking the chance that they don't have 1 damage, honestly, is about as good of a chance as you're going to have to clear the board or deliver lethal next turn. So just going for the very small fringe outs that he survives and then top decks the perfect card. Probably good mitigation of the situation he was in. But it does mean now that while I was saying at the start, Bank Yugi's Paladin doesn't feel like the sweep deck, he's now 2-0 and has been left with a great matchup to finish things off.
Just one of these weird situations you can end up in with LHS, where the deck you use for scouting ends up taking a win, and from there on, your opponent doesn't actually have a good counter queue into it. I was thinking the OTK Demon Hunter was potentially a good counter queue, but you can see how OTK Demon Hunter can sometimes lose to itself if you get the Il'gynoth drawn at an untimely point, the Skull at an uncomfortable position in the hand. It just makes all of the engine so awkward to deal with, and I think Bank Yugi set up the perfect shape of board to make it such that if Shaxi didn't have exactly Immolation Aura with Talented Arcanist, he was in a bad spot, and Bank Yugi had already seen 1 Immolation dumped to test for Oh My Yogg. We do have Shaxi on the Weapon Rogue now, and we talk about how this can be very difficult because, again, Libram Paladin is running taunts and healing, and taunts and healing in 1 card at the Libram of Hope over at the top end. Although Shaxi's build of Weapon Rogue is not the most conventional, he's actually got a Kazakus in there.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? I'm trying to figure out what he's cut from the list, because he's still got the 1 sword, 2 shank. Oh wait, it's the coerce, right? He doesn't have any hard removal in the deck in exchange for Kazakus and Shadow Step, which is, I've got to be honest, not a change that I really see the benefit of. I think that Coerce is very important a lot of the time, because even if there aren't many taunt minions in the game, with Mage and Priest being on top and lacking a lot of taunt minions, it's still important just to win the race. It's an efficient removal tool, and if they can generate that 1 taunt, you never ever want to swing your weapon into it. But we'll have to see. Kazakus, even though it's a relatively slow minion for a deck like Weapon Rogue, it can of course be brutally powerful.
It's true. I think that in terms of LHS in particular, if you're bringing Weapon Rogue, you were saying that this is my counter queue into, like you said, Mage and Priest, which are not likely to generate taunt minions in the first place. So it might be that Shaxi is just doubling down on that matchup, trying to get even more ways to deal additional damage by getting, like, say, a Stealth Golem from Kazakus. Although he is, in my opinion, sacrificing quite a few percentage points against these other matchups, which is, you know, fine in terms of philosophy of LHS lineup building, but it just turns out that it's going to hurt him a lot here because if Bank Yugi manages to land a Libram of Hope at any point, Shaxi is going to have a nightmare of a time dealing with it.
And so it's interesting the way that a lot of decks interact with Weapon Rogue because, well, I should say, or don't interact rather with Weapon Rogue as a deck, because in a lot of testing we realized that many matchups are looking for just like 1 or 2 powerful cards. Like Warrior wants the Bulwark just to be able to survive. And for this Paladin deck, do you think that Bank Yugi is going to be mulliganing for the Libram of Hope? Because quite obviously that is the card that just locks Rogue out of the game. Or do you like this slightly more early game focused start from Bank Yugi?
I definitely like the early game focus. I would say there's definitely an argument for keeping Libram of Hope if you already have something like Aldar Attendant to start with. But if you keep that and you're on the play with nothing to support in the beginning, it starts to feel like you're aiming a little bit too high, might not even have the time to play the card without some discounters. So definitely just starting with the best statted 1-drop he has, Hand of Adal, to follow this up is already good for him in the sense that he's pressuring Shaxi and making it such that if Shaxi doesn't remove this, then Shaxi might be in a spot where he actually doesn't win the race.
And at the moment, Shaxi is not winning this race. I'll tell you that for free. He's probably looking at Sinister Swindle. You generally, with this deck, want to go Secret Passage on turn 4 so that you can just then play whatever weapon you get off the top. But of course, Swindle, although usually drawing a weapon and a spell and a minion is a good distribution of cards to be drawn, the fact that it specifically can't draw you the other card type in Hearthstone of weapons is pretty brutal.
Bank Yugi here had the option to go for First Day of School, but he goes for Night of Anointment, I think specifically trying to hit Hand of Adal because he knows this list from Shaxi is not running Coerce, so it's very difficult to actually clear a minion that's just got buff stacked on top of it. Prize Plunderer this early on in the game is not likely to deal 6 damage, so this Aldor Attendant is just making Shaxi's life really, really difficult.
And I don't even know how you would clear this as Shaxi. You can go prep Wicked Stab for 2 measly damage and then go for the Prize Plunder and hope to hit something off of the passage as well. But then at that point, you can't play a weapon if you go off of passage. You, I guess, just have to ignore it again for a turn.
Certainly feels like it, and it looks like Bank Yugi is thinking about coining Oh My Yogg here as well to potentially deny a Secret Passage into weapon. If you see the Rogue not go for weapon on turn 3, they're very likely to just fish for it the next turn. So I was interested in that, although using the coin here means that he's not able to go for something like Talon next turn, which is also very powerful, so I don't mind him holding onto it. The Talon will just pull Lady Liajin, which is not super significant in the matchup, but just the shape of it, 5 mana taunt with Divine Shield is very awkward once again for Shaxi.
And I mean, what are you even looking at here from Shaxi? You can go for a clear, technically, I guess, with some crazy combination of prep, Wicked Stab, Poisons, and Prize Plunderer. But I think the more realistic one is just to go for the Secret Passage and hope to find your own win condition.
Right. So he starts off with the prep as well, so if he hits weapon plus one of the cheaper poisons, he can immediately play it together. Oh, come on. Is it a complete whiff for Shaxi?
I think that's the sword, which is not the best one at all, but it's something at least.
The purple card has been found. One of 2 of them. Yeah, it looks like he's even committing 1 Wicked Stab onto the minion because he is planning to clear it next turn with some measure of Prize Plunder or the Wicked Stab. It's already a lot of burst to have to be used on a minion, but that's just how it happens sometimes with the Weapon Rogue draws. For Bank Yugi here, there's so many options. It's at this weird point where the weapon is so small that you don't necessarily even want to play the taunt yet. He's just that far ahead.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking at First Day of School here, I think, because, you know, the Carriel is okay, is just to play it onto the board. You know, it's a 4/3 Divine Shield, even if you ignore the rush and the text on the card. But going nice and wide, I think, on average, put a fair bit more attack in play.
Yeah, I do agree. As well as Shaxi, I think, is fine to see the taunt here because his weapon is on 1 attack anyway, and that can clear a Divine Shield relatively conveniently. So Shaxi, it looks like, will finally be able to get board presence this turn.
and all he had to sacrifice was half his health, a bunch of his burn damage, both wicked stabs gone. But finally, yes, you are correct. He is ahead on the board.
And he gets to at least draw with the cutting class for free. Looks like he's holding on to it. I'm not sure if it's better to play it first or later because of Oh My Yog. I think you're supposed to play it there in case Bank Yugi goes Oh My Yog because you don't want to test Oh My Yog with Cloak of Shadows, right?
Maybe you do want to test it with Cloak of Shadows. Like, you really, really need to play the cutting class. I mean, I agree. I think I probably would have just played it there in the end because then you don't even have to worry about the Oh My Yog. Yeah.
Yeah. For Bank Yugi, though, Penflinger very easily getting rid of the prize plunder. And again, there's an option for first day of school, like you were saying here. And he can play all three of the one drops. I kind of like the look of that, as opposed to just Cariel. Cover even more secrets?
Sure.
Hey, Elven Archer has some benefit compared to Penflinger now.
Just good Penflinger.
And Noble Sack is huge as well.
That is huge
in this matchup.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane because there's not even any way to proc it outside of a weapon swing, right? Because it's very, very rare now that Spy Mistresses have been cut from the list that you ever attack with a minion from this point onwards.
Jaxi knows that this is a natural secret from the deck, though, so he's free to attack face. The problem is he has to test for Oh My Yog, and he is going to use Cloak of Shadows to do that, which is... It's pretty good here. Okay, never mind. I guess you do want to test Oh My Yog with Cloak of Shadows.
Bank Yugi spitting out his beverage in disgust at that outcome, as that is the absolute perfect outcome. And Kazakus being found, okay, it's, you know, probably better than a Coerce here if we want to look at the distribution of cards that was cut to make room for it.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay, Bank Yugi has to be super interested in the Noble Sack now, of course, plays it down, plus the one natural secret in his deck. So now Shaxi has to be very upset about this. Can the Kazakus give him a 1-1 rush to test for the Noble Sack, and is that even worth it?
Summon a copy, probably take and draw a card plus the stealth. Just to find something to spend the rest of this mana on. Wow, even lifesteal instead.
Doesn't hit the rush, which is what he really wanted to test Noble Sack, but now he gets the bad news that it is just plus 8 HP for Bank Yugi and -2 for Shaxi.
Oh man, but it's still close. You know, Bank Yugi is dealing a lot of damage, but he hasn't found the healing or even a taunt with the Aldor Truthseeker yet. So it's still a little ways off from him being able to stabilize. Although that is an insane card to draw.
Yeah, and I think he's just never dead next turn because he's seeing both Wicked Stabs.
You can just play it now with the Cariel Roam effect. Even better. Absolutely.
Right.
Nuts.
Imagine running Kazakus.
And I think Shaxi just throws it down there. The one Libram of Hope is enough for him. He doesn't think he's getting through that. And honestly, he wasn't. He was just dead before he even could consider going for the kill on the other side. And for Bank Yugi, the rest of his lineup, which I thought was pretty cool, pretty interesting with the Control Warrior in there as well, we don't even get to see it because he just swept with the Libram Paladin of all decks.
It just happens that way in LHS sometimes. Again, the unexpected deck, your scout deck, a lot of the times even your worst deck in the lineup is what you queue up first. And if it manages to take an unexpected win, from there on, if your opponent doesn't have a solid counter queue into it, then it's just smooth sailing. That is the way LHS works in such a sense that it just keeps cascading, it snowballs out of control very easily, and it's hard to get reverse sweeps done. Not unheard of, but that's why we see in this format the most common match results are either 3-0 or 3-2.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird lineup from Shaxi overall. Like, if I try and think what it's doing, I honestly start to have more success analyzing it under a conquest mindset, where I'm like, okay, you've got the weapon rogue and the token drill. Like, maybe it's anti-mage he's going for and just trying to hard target that. Maybe it's anti-rogue so that he has a decent chance of just burning it down or going too wide. But within Last Hero Standing, I think it does start to have a few weaknesses, which, again, obviously you're not expecting a lot of Libra and Paladin, but just turned out that once you take down the Druid, it was very susceptible to that game plan from Bank Yugi, and deservedly so. He's going through to the quarterfinals tomorrow alongside Glory from Group A.
That is big news, especially since Shaxi has been one of our best performing players recently. Of course, we keep talking about how Blitzchung was back-to-back champion. Shaxi was back-to-back second place in Specialist, losing to Blitzchung both times, and that's still very impressive, very consistent, being able to make it to the top 2 and rack himself up another 8 points, at least in the Specialist week. So that streak has been ended for now by Bank Yugi, who himself gives a chance to move up into those top ranks and maybe trying to overtake one of these second placers.
Maybe. If he can continue his success, then it's very possible. Obviously, Bank Yugi should have his sights set very high after, in his first ever season in Grandmasters last year, qualifying through to the World Championships. And it would be great to see a back-to-back performance. A little bit more consistency here from our representatives from Asia Pacific would be very cool to see. But that does mean that we are done with our first series of the day. We have next up Blitzchung against Tom 60229, which is really the top against the bottom. Blitzchung right up at the top, and Tom obviously not in last place, but definitely in that relegation fear zone, where to get a win here would be a massive, massive deal for him, especially against the 2 week in a row reigning champion in Blitzchung. So we're going to let them get ready for our second series of the day. We'll be right back after a short break with more APAC Grandmasters. So the second game of the day here already here in APAC Grandmasters. There I was thinking that LHS might be a little bit slower than we had in Specialist, but come on, this is APAC G. We get things done very, very quickly here. And it's going to be no change of pace, I think, here with Blitzchung, Blitz in the name, against Tom 60229. A very important match, both in terms of, obviously, their standings, with Tom trying to claw his way up where he absolutely does not deserve to be, at the bottom of the bottom of the standings, but then for Blitzchung as well, trying to just get a 3-week in a row victory and cement himself as one of the top players in Asia Pacific. Because interestingly enough, despite how much I've liked Blitzchung's play for the most part over the course of Grandmasters, I will say that I think his overall win rate in GM is not actually especially high compared to the other top players.
That is true, and although Blitzchung has pretty much cemented himself the king of Token Druid and Specialist, you're right in that he hasn't had those consistent top 4, top 8 performances in the Conquest week. We could see things change around in Last Hero Standing because Blitzchung is a player just like Tom who has been here since pretty much the start of Hearthstone. For as long as I remember, those two names were always at the top of ladder, making it to playoffs back when we had the old system. And Blitzchung, it's not as if he's only good at Token Druid. We've seen him perform well on aggro decks in general, and even last season, even playing Priest when it was very strong, and it remains quite strong here. So I'm confident in Blitzchung's chances, and I'm confident in us having, you know, a bit of a more drawn out series, because even though Blitzchung played the most amount of series these past 2 weeks, his total time on air added to about 2 seconds.
It did. He dispatched his opponents very, very quickly indeed. But he's going to be testing a very different facet of his play here with the Miracle Rogue there. I think that's pretty much the exact build that I've been playing on ladder, card for card. The one that I think Casey perfected, this exact list that we saw from Blitzchung, to give credit where it's due. But then for Tom, he's taken the same core build and switched out one card right now. Instead of Vanessa, he's got Animated Broomstick, which is, I think, a change that I don't necessarily agree with, because I think that Vanessa is a very powerful inclusion in a deck with double Foxy Fraud, just to gain a bit of extra tempo. But at the same time, I am not going to deny the power of Animated Broomstick, because when you see it work in this deck, you make it, you wonder why it's not an auto include most of the time.
For sure. It's also worth noting, I think Surrender this week has brought double Broomstick in his rogue as well. For ladder, I absolutely agree that I like Vanessa for overall utility, but this is LHS, where you are bringing specific decks to target specific other decks as a counter queue, and Tom's build of Miracle Rogue with the Broomstick, I think, makes it great in the mirror. The broom is really, really powerful to stick at the end of your big field contact miracle turn, and makes it such that even if you don't hit prize plunderers and brain freezes necessarily, you can end with the board in your advantage by virtue of being able to take all the great trades from that rush effect. So just that one card, I feel, puts Tom in a great position for this first matchup.
It does, but I will say that Vanessa, weirdly enough, often works out very well in the Rogue Mirror, even when you factor in Broom. Broom, very often, the last card you play in a turn, because you play all your minions, then you give them Rush. Prize Plunder, very often the last card you play in a turn, to get maximum damage off of it as well. And so, obviously, I think if Tom is keeping an eye out for when Vanessa could be good and playing around it, you know, it could just be the case that Vanessa just gets the Broomstick straight back to swing the board in Blitzchung's favor. So while I agree that it's a very, very reasonable tech for Tom, it's still anybody's game here at the start for Blitzchung and Tom in the Rogue Mirror.
Oh. Yeah, that is totally true. I think Vanessa is one of those sleeper cards that everybody forgets to play around, even Viper to a certain extent in the finals versus Gabby. And Gabby himself called him out on that, but I think Tom will be aware of it going into this matchup. He does have the worst of these two opening hands, though. Nothing in the realm of Octobot or even card draw or Mancrick or mid-game plays, which is tough. But Blitzchung does have Swindle, at least, to get his own card draw rolling.
Yeah, neither player really got the goods quite yet. I do definitely respect just the hero power on both sides. I don't think that Tempo Foxy or Coin Swindle is worth anything quite yet. But for Tom, that's an interesting card, right? Because obviously it's good. You always want Octobot in the early game. But is it timed well enough here? If you just go Octobot Orc Merchant, it doesn't necessarily do all that much to increase your game plan or to make it more powerful, I will say.
Right. I do like still playing Octobot here because we're in that window where Wicked Stab is not upgraded to be able to one-shot it yet.
Okay.
Which means that Tom still has some luxury of being able to play it out on board. And he's saving the Og Merchant because with this play of Octobot, he's just saying, even though I'm not discounting the most powerful cards, it makes it such that if I top deck Field Contact at any point, I get to absolutely pop off and the Og Merchant can fit on top of it. This is still a difficult Octobot for Blitzchung to be able to prize plunder all in one fell swoop. But I think it's available if he wants to like start with Prize Plunder and Shadow Step it. There's maybe a better way of doing this.
Yeah, I'm looking at like Prize Plunderer, Step, Vanessa, Prize Plunderer. You've only played 3 cards though then.
You'd have to coin as well. It
yeah.
might be Swindle instead of Vanessa then, so you can potentially play something off of the Swindle.
Yeah, the alternative, of course, is to go Vanessa Octobot on this turn, but I do think that something a little bit more powerful can be achieved where you do both deal with the Octobot on the other side and get an Octobot in your hand, and that's what he does here. He floats a mana, but I think more than worth it here to get double Octobot available next turn, make sure the discount doesn't go down for Tom, and just win board control. A very worthy sacrifice of mana for a lot of tempo.
Right. I think Blitzchung was not caught up on trying to optimize the mana as we additionally were, because it's so much better to get the Shadow Step on a minion with actual value, namely Vanessa, instead of the Prize Plunderer there. And Blitzchung now, he has this Swindle and he has Octobots to potentially discount whatever he gets off of that. So Tom is really looking for Field Contact.
24 arms of pure efficiency coming straight at you here for Tom. Terrifying stuff. And even though it does walk into the turn where, as you said, Wicked Stab is now 4 damage, I do like that Blitzchung is going for this rather than the double Octobot, because it's worth it for the chance to hit Jandis to bring it down to 5, to hit the Field Contact to make your hand start to combo a little bit more and draw a bunch of cards. So it's obviously comes with a potential weakness of the Wicked Stab, but the upside is so high here for Blitzchung with this line.
Yep. And it's not like he's lacking any Octobots anyway. You saw Tom with a slight sigh there to see the Shadow Step drawn. And you know what? Tom deserves to be salty here. This is just a complete dead draw from him. Even if he had gotten his Octobot discount off, there's just no card draw, no Swindle, no Field Contact, not even Secret Passage. So he's just going to bite the bullet and clear the Octobot here. But he's in such a bad position. Blitzchung is very likely to hit even more ways to capitalize off of these in the near future.
I mean, the way this hand is looking for Blitzchung, he's just going to deal 24 damage on, like, turn 6 here with these Alexstrasza and Tenwus. This is ridiculous.
24 arms, 24 damage. It all works out, Derek. You're right. If he plays all 3 Octobots, how can Tom deal with all of them without proccing? Like the first one, he had to proc already. I think it's the play. Just play 24 arms.
I have never seen Rogue pan out like this. Never. I've played a lot of Rogue this expansion. This is the first time I have ever seen this nonsense, and I love it.
Me too. What is going on? What is this? Tom draws that again. This is an anomaly, a complete anomaly.
Is the best play here to just do nothing, because then they can't activate the Octobots?
I think so. I have no idea what kind of read on a hand you're supposed to get when your opponent plays triple Octobot. If they had Field Contact, I think they're very likely to have popped off instead of doing this. But, I mean, he could go like Og Merchant and then step the Og Merchant so it doesn't stay on the board.
Yeah.
Load a bunch of mana. He's just losing either way is the problem. I guess he's leaving it. Only one of them can talk at the moment.
Ooh, that's big. I mean, obviously we're kind of joking with the Alexstrasza Tenwu thing, but it's actually pretty impactful if you can get it down to 6 mana and 0 mana respectively, because then on turn 8 you just have lethal. So attacking here first is a consideration before you go for the Secret Passage. It's probably still better this way.
Yeah, but if you were to do that, I think it might even be better to just play out the Alexstrasza that turn because a lot of the mana he discounts is just going to be forgotten if he's going to use the rest of the turn on Secret Passage anyway. So I agree with this order from Blitzchung. It gives him ways to attack on both fronts, and he still ends up with 2 Octobots that can potentially proc the next turn. Oh, it's just too powerful. Og Merchant, Cult Neophyte.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous here.
Oh, he doesn't even want to proc it because he's saving the procs for the Alexstrasza. That's fine. He also just has enough cards anyway. Sure. What is going on, Derek? This is the most one-sided I've ever seen the Rogue Mirror.
Yeah, you're not going to see a game like this for a long while, as Tom still gets to do absolutely nothing. He can go Foxy plus 1 mana Swindle, which is something, I guess, at least.
This is depressing. I feel for Tom. This is... Yeah. Great.
Is it just lethal?
How you want to die, basically.
Okay. I'm kind of sad we didn't get to see it because that would have been absolutely awesome and a nice, easy top 5 moment just to round things out. But Tom, I think he's been around the block a few times. He knows that that was just 100% over, throws down the game. And now, Gia, as its last hero standing, we have to ask, in the first game going in the the first game being a mirror, I should say, obviously a very, very important factor is whoever gets the victory there. Does Tom have any strong counterplay against this rogue now?
I think there is quite some decent counterplay to be had. We do see that the priests are banned away, and that would be my first instinct to beat on Rogue with, but both the Demon Hunter and the Hunter, I would say, have decent matchups against Rogue. Demon Hunter these days has gotten a bit harder to pilot now that the Rogues are a bit more cognizant of how to time their Cult Neophytes, which is their main anti-Demon Hunter card in the deck, I should say. Face Hunter is a deck that can pressure Rogue and just take advantage of the fact that they don't run any healing, don't run any taunts, but it also is a deck where if they fall prey to those types of openings that have Octobot and Prize Plunderer, they're not able to get the damage over the line. It's worth noting though that Tom has double Cult Neophyte in his Face Hunter as well, probably teched for the Mage matchup, and he says that he's more comfortable queuing OTK Demon Hunter instead of just Face Hunter.
I think that's reasonable. This is one matchup where one of the nerfs we're talking about a little bit less, obviously, in the nerf to Mankrik Consumed by Hatred. It does actually become pretty relevant because in a lot of decks, a 3-7 versus 3-10, if you get it early, you win anyway. It doesn't really matter whether it's got 3 extra health. But for Demon Hunter, 10 health is a lot harder to clear off than 7 health. You can get there with, obviously, the Talented Arcanist plus the Immolation, or a plus a little bit extra, like a hero power or a bit of extra spell damage. But it becomes actually clearable if the rogue does go for an early Mankrik plan.
I do think that's a very reasonable thing to note. Strangely enough, it also affects other decks that are running Mankrik. These days, Priests have been including it, and even Weapon Rogue to a certain extent, but none are more so reliant on Mankrik than regular Miracle Rogue, I should say. That's kind of their main benefit for drawing so many cards in the first place. Overall, though, I think the matchup is still really centered on the timing of Cult Neophyte. That's the card that can be such a backbreaker for Demon Hunter because it can essentially delete 1 turn of removal from them, and if the rogue has built a board and topped it off with the Cult Neophyte, then that's kind of all the window that they need to then close out the next turn with Wicked Stabs, etc.
Well, a decent pressure start here for Blitzchung. You probably don't just go Tempo Prize Plunderer here, but what do I know? It's not going to be clearing many minions, even if it does just get hero powered down. I guess it dealt 2.
Yeah, I don't mind it because Blitzchung does just have Foxy into One Thief to follow up. And if you are going to use Foxy One Thief, then that's 2 cards that combo with Prize Plunder already out of your hand. And it's kind of hard to get value off of Prize Plunder with this type of start. If he had something like Field Contact, I'd be a bit more iffy on it. Oh, a blue card and a yellow card.
The 2 dream cards as Mage. But yeah, I do think Oasis Ally just makes it so much more awkward for Tom, because not only is it a good secret to have here, it could be any secret, which of course makes Tom play a lot more awkwardly for a few turns.
Indeed. Speaking of awkwardly, if he wants to get the Spectral Sight in Outcast position, he has to dump a Philosophy. Doesn't feel great, but he really needs card draw with this hand. I guess it's not a complete disaster because he kind of does just have a curve of if he starts with Eldraki this turn, Scorpid into Raging Fell Screamer, and by then you're pretty likely to have hit some other form of card draw, so I don't mind going for the weapon here.
Yep, I quite like the look of that too.
Interesting. So going for the I-Beam instead kind of indicates that Tom, 1, values the coin, and 2, doesn't value the I-Beam so much for later on. And that is, I guess, reasonable because Rogue isn't likely to put any tall minions on the board anytime soon that you want to save I-Beam in combination with Moarg for. But gotta say, I'm not sure what the coin save is for because prior to the Skull draw, he had like a pretty decent curve already.
Yeah, I was going to say it allows you to go Coin Skull if you top deck it on turn 5 as opposed to turn 6, which is a concern because it's not only the skull, it's also the Illidari studies you can get to find you a skull off of that. And also, I think just saying my curve is good enough already, so let's just save the coin for some contingency, if nothing else.
And while I said Cult Neophyte is very important to protect big boards in this matchup, Blitzchung needed a combo activator there. This is one of the situations where you just throw it down, and it happens to be pretty good still, because if Tom wants to clear it off by using a weapon / the Scorpid attack, then he has to proc the Oasis ally, which is overall such a net positive for Blitzchung that he's fine using the mana disruption effect on a not so great turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think here for Tom, he's definitely making the right call of not going for this Fell Screamer. It's very tempting, and it's a very good play normally. But because of the fear of specifically Oasis Ally, a card that they're going to pick with fairly high priority, I think it was worth it because you do get the potential for this line.
Yeah, he can immediately get rid of it with the Scorpid, and then he can sort of stick his Fell Screamer in a decent position. Second Neophyte for Blitzchung. Again, this is not the greatest situation to use it because it's not protecting a board, but the problem is he just has nothing better to do. It's one of those awkward rogue draws where we just have not seen field contact until like towards the end of Blitzchung's last game, and not at all for Tom.
Yeah, it's having kind of a shadow effect. He may not be able to see the immediate benefit of the Cult Neophyte, but it does make it much more difficult for Tom to dump his hand, which means we're not looking at a turn 6 skull, but rather a turn 7 skull, which is a big difference, to be fair.
What makes
I think we were going to see it on turn 7 anyway. Because even if he had mana to go coin Spectral Sight, he would still have one more turn to go Philosophy, right?
Maybe, yeah, fair.
Oh, those are some 5 drops.
Yeah, that's pretty big. The armor, it's not huge, but, you know, being able to stay above 28, 24, you know, there are some breakpoints that you do need to be aware of.
Okay. Well, Tom does have this Fell Scream Blast to be able to immediately test for which one is the illusion. And because of Philosophy, he can use Arcanist, although he doesn't quite want to use the discount from Raging Fell Screamer, so we might see Arcanist instead of Moarg, I mean. Not necessarily even worth using Arcanist, because if the illusion is on the 4/6 by some chance, then you can just trade the Raging Fell Screamer to get rid of the 4/5 anyway. And if it's not, then he can I-Beam? I mean Hero Power?
Yeah, I-Beam or Hero Power, yeah, it's pretty good. Or Fell Scream Hero Power. Still perfectly good. But just dumping cards out of your hand at this point, especially when you found second skull, I'm on board with that too. But now the Jandice number 2, the Shadow Step was saved specifically for this, feels pretty good. And again, good minions here being found. Always surprises me for how bad of a card Alar is, how good it is to get off of Jandice.
Yeah, just because it's a good minion to put the illusion on, and it's hiding behind a taunt in this case. The skull, I mean, the mask is certainly interesting for Blitzchung because he kind of just has mana to spend for next turn, but it doesn't feel like he's in a position where he can just burn Demon Hunter down from 30 just yet. I'm interested in Cram Session even to just play out right now.
Yeah, the difference between, if Field Contact is his 16th card versus 15th, the difference between hitting it and not is so huge. So you just want to be able to give yourself every point of card draw.
Yep.
Choose soon.
Okay. Can cycle a bit further. However, this is finally a skull turn for Tom. There's quite a lot of pressure on the board, and he just used a Fell Scream Blast, so I'm hoping for his sake that he hits Immolation Aura off of this leftmost skull.
Warlock.
Okay, no combo pieces hit off of the skull, which is a little awkward. The combo still, I'd be surprised if it comes down before turn 9, you know, maybe even turn 10 we're looking at here with still no Il'gynoth represented.
And the bigger problem is that he's just leaving so much pressure on board. He doesn't have even ID to take down the Alar, and even if he were to use the second Fell Scream, which feels very painful to deal with the very likely illusioned Alar, the 0-3 is going to respawn into a 7-3 next turn. So it feels like this turn might just be continue to draw for Tom, and then hope that you've hit Immolation Aura by next turn in order to go for a huge swing. He's not going to draw at all because he would then overdraw the very next turn. I was thinking it might be like Spectral Sight and then dump a Moarg / Buddies into cheap card by that point, but he says it's not worth the risk of overdrawing.
Yeah, just going for a potential top deck of Il'gynoth. I think if he gets Il'gynoth next turn, he would still be a little off because he wouldn't be able to go triple Moarg plus the Fell Scream. But it means that on turn 9, he could go for triple Moarg, Fell Scream, which is a lot of damage.
As for Blitzchung, gets the Swindle off. Doesn't matter that he's not actually clearing the 1-3. Secret Passage, if he plays it this turn, I'm pretty sure the only good thing he could get is Kazakus. So it looks like he is going to just save it for next turn and potentially invest the Wicked Stab already.
Yeah, all the damage coming through, setting up lethal obviously with the Alexstrasza. And even if he doesn't, the Secret Passage is huge to just try and go for a refill plan. Tom at death's door, but still not out of it yet. He can heal for a huge amount on this turn, but it's just about how much of his combo can he sacrifice and still sneak a win.
I think he's still fine to potentially give up the second Fell Scream Blast because he can still go for an I-Beam win condition. And against Rogue, you don't have to deal all the damage at once as well because they're not likely to heal outside of Alexstrasza. Okay, another I-Beam found. That's huge.
Yeah, that's big.
Going for another Studies.
Oh, Dreadlords is huge here to get rid of the Divine Shield, kill off the Alar. That's insane.
That is so powerful. And Tom was saying he needs to hit a Outcast card that he can immediately play so that the I-Beam still goes to like the end of the hand after that turn. And now you can go Talented Arcanist with the I-Beam and then just hero power down the 0-3 if he wants to save the Fell Scream for Il'gynoth.
I feel like you should go for Thalnos at that point. Oh, okay, both, yeah, sure. Or just healing for 1 million here, okay.
Wow, okay.
Fair enough.
He's gonna go for the full healing here and also get full board presence. And he's kind of saying, you used a lot of resources, Blitzchung. This is just a tough board to deal with on top of him still having partial Il'gynoth OTK available later on.
Yeah, I think this is still okay. He has another I-Beam in the deck, right? So even if he goes Moarg plus Skull next turn, he still has some ways to deal that extra damage. It's going to be a bit scrappy, but I still think he has the ability for an OTK.
And this is rough for Blitzchung. He obviously wants to Brain Freeze the Moarg, but none of these cards are things he wants to use to proc the combo. In fact, only Wicked Stab can be used to proc the guaranteed Brain Freeze, and he doesn't want to use it like that. So it looks like it's just Alex onto Moarg. That really hurts, but the benefit is he gets a giant minion on board that is relatively tough for Tom to clear.
And while the Alexstrasza is annoying, it does not have to be cleared on this turn. It could just be, again, as I was saying, Moarg's Skull.
So he would start Philosophy potentially, unless he wants to have that mana flexibility at the end.
I think so,
yeah. There's no reason to start Philosophy because he still has the other Moarg anyway, so... Is he going Moarg I-Beam instead? Okay, looks like Tom is just very interested in being able to stick these 3-5 Moargs, which, you know, fair play. It took quite a lot for Blitzchung to deal with it last turn.
Yeah, I like this actually. I think this is smart. The benefit of playing Skull on this turn is not massive because he's unlikely to be able to hit the lethal next turn anyway. So just being able to stick a 3-5 is, again, a pretty big deal.
Blitzchung is running out of resources, again with no field contact. He needed this exactly, Kazakus, to get back into the game. Ooh, those are good cards as well, though.
Yeah, it's still
go Kazakus, Tenwu Kazakus. You could potentially even take 10 drops here. Well, one of them 10 drop.
That's true. If you get Lifesteal plus 3 damage to everything, Poison plus 3 damage to everything, Stealth plus Copy, like there's ways that you can just represent lethal next turn. Or in 2 turns time, sorry.
Yeah, it's really tough because he can go for like 1 10 drop, 1 5 drop if he goes for the Tenwu line, or just 5 drop right now and play it. But I feel like he needs more value than he currently has. He saw Tom use a ton of combo pieces, so I don't think he's likely to die next turn. Let's go for 10 drop. All right, you'll love to see it.
And I don't know if he would have picked it on the first option, but that does mean that there was the availability for Stealth plus Copy, I believe, on that 10 drop, which sounds pretty premium.
Absolutely does. And it looks like he's taking 1 drop for this one, so he can immediately play it. Looking for, I guess, Poisonous to try and snipe the Moarg, or just a perfect prize plunder as well. Nicely done.
Very nicely done. Misses
Still in this.
a swing, but I guess, I mean, you're not even necessarily looking to swing because the heal is still there, so manages to fit everything in. But Skull time now. We're, of course, looking for Il'gynoth down to 1 mana is a huge deal. I-Beam double Moarg. The combo is not necessarily there quite yet, but with another Fellscream Blast in the deck, we are still looking at a potential OTK available.
Yeah, Tom has very few cards remaining at this point. Fellscream Blast top deck is just immediate OTK. And honestly, even if he doesn't hit it, all he has to do is just survive and swing face a couple times because Il'gynoth, double Morg, and I-Beam is 12. And then he also has this Eldraki, which one swing with hero power with the Il'gynoth on board is another 6 damage. So that's like 18. I guess it's still quite far away, but these 2 1/1s can also go face if he wants to try and set it up that way.
Yeah, I think the consideration is here is that if they have picked a golem with lifesteal and deal damage, you want to potentially be able to try and deal 30, which is possible with a top deck of the other Fellscream Blast, sorry, that's still in the deck.
He's going for clears with the Throw Glaives. There was a world where he could try and finagle the Immolation Aura to make it such that nothing survives on board, so even if there's lifesteal on the Greater Golem, then it doesn't work. But then he would have to invest in Moarg, and that's just not worth it. So he also just kind of needs one of these 1/1s to stick around to get the full combo next turn. So Blitzchung's actually just dead if he doesn't clear both these 1/1s, right?
12 plus 6 is 18. Yeah, he is.
And so, if this golem is just stealth copy, he can't afford to just play it. I mean, from our perspective, right, we can see that Tom has all the tools he needs, plus 1 more damage on board to be able to deal the full lethal. From Blitzchung's perspective, he might be thinking, I have no chance to give Tom time. The longer I wait for these 10/10s to get on board, then the more likely that Tom will have drawn Il'gynoth by some point. So he takes the risk, but Tom will be able to close this one out.
He will. The Divine Shields don't matter because he can just target his own minion, or it's an I-Beam anyway, not a Fellscream Blast, so there's just nothing in the way. And Tom's going to be able to get there. It was one of those games that really demonstrates how much of the combo you could just get rid of as Demon Hunter. Like, so many pieces, both of Talented Arcanist, 2 Moargs thrown down, Fellscream Blast, I-Beams, and still he's able to get up to the damage to kill off Blitzchung. Just a very well executed game plan.
Yeah, from Tom, I also like to see him finding these windows where the Moargs as bodies on the field as 3/5s is very threatening for Blitzchung, and he even had to invest Alexstrasza to get rid of one of them so that the Alex itself was not immediately cleared by an I-Beam or something. And that's really great recognition from Tom. I think specifically against Miracle Rogue, this matchup is good for the Demon Hunter because they can use the combo pieces so willy-nilly like that. The Rogue just does not have the healing to be able to punish and get out of range of even partial combos like what Tom did for the 18 at the end.
And so with both priests banned out of the way, of course, it does mean that now Blitzchung, his rogue has been defeated. He cannot queue it again, given that this is last hero standing. So his only two options remaining are the Mirror or Druid to try and take down the Demon Hunter. And although for most people, I would say that you're probably better off with taking the Mirror because Demon Hunter does have a lot of removal. I will say that they don't have necessarily often enough to deal with the Druid because they only have two Immolation Auras, two Fell Screen Blasts. It's also Blitzchung, and he relies so heavily on this Druid, and he can just do anything with this deck. So he is going to be going with the Token Druid to try and take down the Demon Hunter here, which is going to be a very interesting matchup, not one that we often get to see.
It's true. I do think that the last time we saw this, whoever was the Token Druid player just kind of played two Glowfly boards back to back, and the Demon Hunter crumpled and died because they only had one Immolation Aura. That's just kind of the story of the matchup. Immolation is the premier card here because similar to how Shooting Star / Combustion in Mage is only dealing with half a Glowfly board, same story with Fell Screen Blast. And if you're not clearing the entire board, even if just 4 minions stick, a single Arbor Up / Pride's Fury can make that next board nigh on unremovable, and Blitzchung knows exactly how to capitalize on that. He knows how to time when it's Pride's Fury versus Soul of the Forest. He knows when to go for Gibberling versus Glowfly, and he knows when to go all in for the big Arbor Up turns.
Yeah, this is, again, the deck that won 10 series in a row, undefeated for Blitzchung through Specialist Week. Like, it... You know, obviously with Token Druid, the kind of the meme is, or the reputation that it has, is that it's just, do you draw the good cards or not? To win 10 series in a row, you have to be doing something that little bit extra. You can only rely on drawing the good cards in so many games. And obviously Blitzchung, I think, was helped out in the games we saw on stream. He was being given the good draws as you would have to. But he was also spotting lines that I think a lot of players would not have taken. Although having said that, he has just drawn Gibberling, Fungal, Glowfly with like the best possible hand. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe he's just the tree whisperer.
You call them the Lorax, and it is happening once again. Tom's hand is not terrible. It's kind of awkward to pick up the Spectral Sight right this turn when he would rather outcast it next turn, but he has Scorpid, I-Beam on the left, an easy way to get Skull down to the left for the big outcast draws, but no Immolation, which is really what he needs in this matchup because Blitzchung can go for the Glowfly on turn 4 with that coin. I don't think it's worth going Lightning Bloom because he doesn't have the full suite of spells.
But this is not a bad hand for Tom. He has the ability to go for a turn 5 Skull, right, with I-Beam plus Studies next turn. Another Fell Screen Blast you are not going to turn your nose up at whatsoever.
Yeah. Close between that and Spectral Sight, but because I think you did mention that Tom kind of has his mana spoken for next turn with I-Beam and Illidari. Even if he has to I-Beam his own Scorpid, it is completely fine to be able to get the Skull down because Immolation Aura is of a mana cost where if you get it off Skull, it is immediately playable, which is huge in the matchup.
I like to think they teach
that's
wow.
Tom is like... deliberately not starting with I-Beam there means that he's not trying to turbo out a Skull here. He was just going for, I guess, exactly this. This is the best board presence you can get for outcast position from the Illidari Studies.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Throwglaive. That's a top deck. That's a huge top deck.
That's pretty insane. Like, he's just winning on board as well. Again, by picking this Vile Fiend Trainer, it also means that he is just ahead on board. He can take value trades here with both the Scorpid and the 5/4, which makes it kind of difficult for Blitzchung to be able to get back in here. I gotta say, this would be the first time that Demon Hunter would be winning against Token Druid without ever even having drawn the Immolation Aura, like the one card that usually matters in the matchup.
Well, I guess I've just underestimated Throwglaive. We've seen a lot of the players in APAC and also from China teching this in as early as that last Masters tour we had. It seems really, really good in this matchup, even if you spend your entire turn dealing with minions. Are of the Wild?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was already looking at Cenarian Ward as a potential to go Bloom, Solar plus Cenarian. Like, it's a lot of armor and a lot of pressure as well. Probably not correct, given that you are playing Token Druid, but something to consider.
Not gonna lie, I'm a bit surprised to see Blitzchung not start with Gibberling there. I think he still has enough spells to completely fill out the turn, so maybe he wanted to see with his options were from the nature studies. I was thinking perhaps he was also just waiting for something like Pride's Fury to finish off the Gibberling turn with, because even if he gets Power of the Wild here, it's only one Gibberling that'll be out of range of the Immolation Aura.
Well, he's going pretty all in here. Still has the Fungal Fortunes to follow up, but +2/+2 on each minion is, of course, a big, big breakpoint. Even with all these 1/1s able to trade in, the Immolation Aura would not be cleaning up everything quite yet.
Right, the Solar Eclipse is what really makes the difference here. Blitzchung hits that breakpoint where he can protect at least 4 of his minions from a potential Immolation Aura. And now Tom is feeling a bit of the downside of not trying to turbo out the skull. Of course, I think his line was still very cool. It's worth noting, though, that if he didn't top deck the Throw Glaive that last turn, he was in a pretty awkward spot.
Yeah, the question here is just how much you want to clear up. And I do think you just go all in here. Again, you just want to make it so that Arbor Up being played on the following turn is not just instantly game losing for you, which, you know, he has absolutely accomplished here, clearing all but one.
Yeah, that is a huge deal. And for Blitzchung, he is very thankful to have Fungal to finish this turn with and reload, and the immediate Glowfly for the very next turn. But the thing is, ooh Gibberling toss, Tom vibin', Tom jam in the chat. And he has so many chances to hit Immolation Aura for the next board now.
Alas, poor warlock.
Okay.
Ooh,
Weirdly enough,
clutch here.
yeah, Tom is already kind of getting towards a fair bit of damage. If he can get himself an I-Beam here, like, it's not lethal yet, of course, but with a couple of Aldraki Warblade swings face, it's something to consider in the next few turns at least, especially with a second Fell Scream Blast. That's getting up there in terms of the damage.
It is, but I think I was honestly looking at acrobatics here, because all Tom kind of needs with this hand is card draw, whether it be to give him that last little bit of damage or an Immolation Aura to survive the next turn. But maybe he's done some math where if you have the double Fell Scream, it's enough to get there anyway. I don't know if the mana exactly works out, because he's still a ways away from being able to play both Moargs and both Fell Scream with the Il'gynoth in one turn.
You can just go Il'gynoth, Moarg, Thalnos, double Fell Scream. That's 24 next turn, right? Plus the weapon swing. That's just lethal. Granted, there's targets for it, of course, but...
Right, yeah. And that is a reasonable assumption. Yeah, if it were Tom's board only, then it doesn't get there, but Blitzchung, the whole win condition of his deck is playing minions, so he's just dead!
I think that's just game. 3 goes to 6, goes to 12, 24. I count lethal damage. Immolation Aura, just if Tom needed it. Imagine needing the best card in the matchup.
I'm just gonna double check the count. I think you absolutely hit the nail on the head there. Silly me for thinking he needed any more card draw when he can just go for the throat as long as Blitzchung plays minions, and Blitzchung has to play minions to win the game.
Am I miscounting? I don't think I am, right? It does 3 damage. With spell damage, it does 6. Double that to 24. To 12, sorry. You play 2 of them, that's 24.
Oh, sorry. It deals 2 damage. The Thalnos is only +1. And so it doubles to 4 and 12, 24.
What? It deals 3 damage, right? And 3 damage...
Minion, you mean?
Well, plus spell damage, that makes it 6, right, off of the Fell Scream Blast. And then you double that to 12.
I think we will double check this a little bit later. What Tom has done here is set up for, I guess, an easier way to do it if he doesn't want to, or if we did the math wrong. This has certainly got to be lethal for the very next turn.
Right. Well, either way, because that was not a top deck of Arbor Up, Blitzchung doesn't have necessarily that much offensive capabilities.
I am counting again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tom had it. We just had some miscommunication on whether we were talking about per minion or total damage. Because I was saying, like, Thalnos without the Moarg per minion is 2, and then you triple it, all of that. But it did add up to lethal. I've counted again. It doesn't matter, though. Tom still has it.
He gets it the next turn anyway. Okay, a missed lethal there for Tom, but nonetheless, I was just kind of doubting because, again, usually when I mess up these Demon Hunter lethals, I will side with a former world champ to be a little bit more on the money than me. But in this instance, either way, it does mean he's able to take the win, and a huge win against the Token Druid. Again, he's able to take 2 in a row now with the Demon Hunter, and it means that Mirror is all that Blitzchung has to try and fight back. And again, aside from missing a lethal there, I do think that Tom's overall game plan with the Demon Hunter has been very much on point.
Yeah, I just did not even think about the possibility of not turboing out the skull as soon as possible and trying to go for board presence instead. And he snap-picked that Vile Fiend Trainer. It worked super well with that top deck of the Throwglaive to give him an additional AoE without having to use Immolation Aura that entire game. Well, like, he didn't need to, you know, to win last turn.
Right, exactly. And there were, you know, in this instance, I'm not saying at all that Blitzchung made the wrong choices at all, because I do always defer to him on this Token Druid, but there were different lines he could have explored for sure. Like with how he used the Gibberling. Like you were saying, could have gone for the Gibberling and then into the Nature Studies, but of course then that eliminates the possibility of going just Nature Studies into Glowfly Swarm, Nature Studies into some kind of Arbor Up plus these Solar Eclipse all on the same turn play. So many different avenues that you have to consider when you factor in the Discover possibilities as well. But it just was not enough here, and Blitzchung finally loses a game with the Druid. It's possible.
It is possible. Although, Dark, I think it was still optimal for Blitzchung in the end there to start with Nature Studies because he still had enough spells to completely fill the board at the end of that turn. And so we are going to see Blitzchung go for the Mirror match now, where he is running, I believe, the exact same list as Tom with the 1 Throwglaive there as well. And this is a mirror that can get pretty clowny, not gonna lie. You're gonna see a lot of cards dumped for no reason, namely the Immolation Auras. You're gonna see people just keep Skull even on the far right if they get 3 dumpable cards on the far left, because the end-all be-all of the matchup is being able to outcast the Skull.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just how you want to go for the most turbo combo game plan possible. One of those weird combo matchups where you're very often seeing Throwglaives being dumped on nothing, the Immolation Aura being dumped on nothing. It's just about making sure that you get the maximum priority on getting the Skull down, which I think is one of the things that we've disagreed with the most from our players, about the timing of their like outcast synergy cards, like when they play Double Jump, when they play the Illidari Studies. Very often with the players here in APAC, I think we've had some questions at the very least as to how they are timing those out in order to maximize their potential for Skull.
And that can come into play once again here. I think more and more we've been seeing players just willing to dump the Double Jump on 1 because there are so many redundant outcast cards that are not Skull, Philosophy, and I-Beam that you're kind of okay being in the middle of your hand, but both Skull and Spectral Sight are cards that you would much rather play on the same turn you go for Double Jump. So I think we're going to see differences in philosophy here. But the main thing I also want to note is that the coolest Demon Hunter play I've seen in quite some time actually came from one of our Chinese players at last Masters Tour, Orgrimmar, where we've seen things just like dumping Ethereal Aug Merchant on 1 if it makes your hand easier to deal with. We see Blitzchung has that possibility, but it's not as though he needs to get anything rushed to the left as soon as possible. It's not as if he's on the coin, so I guess it's fine to just hold it here.
Yeah, I think that is the one real difference in the list, is that Tom is not running the Ethereal Aug Merchants, which can be a big difference in the matchup. Because while you say absolutely correctly that you can just tempo out the Aug Merchants, it's another way to just get cheap spell damage at the start, which very often makes your combo come down just 1 turn sooner, which of course can be all the difference.
Oh, you're right. I did take a look once again at Tom's list, and he is running the 2 Scorpids instead of those Aug Merchants. He's also found room for an Ooze in there because he's only running 1 Talented Arcanist and 1 Spectral Sight. This is a list that looks like it would trigger Sotler pretty hard. The Spectral Sight here can get him some draw, but I think he kind of earmarked that discount from this Illidari Studies for the Skull itself, trying to work out what the turn he actually gets to play the Skull looks like if he dumps all of the cards from his left hand. And it looks like it's still going to be turn 5, right?
Yeah, it does. It could have been Spectral Sight and then second Illidari Studies to just cheapen the skull once again. But I think at that point you're running into too many cards as a possibility, especially as Thalnos takes yet more cards to play it out. And so this seems perfectly fine.
Not playing out the Arcanist means that it's not going to be the earliest possible skull, and here we are running into that problem of too many cards where Tom doesn't take another skull, which is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, you'd rather just have more guaranteed combo pieces. I think you're very happy to be taking that. Blitzchung now, I think, quite obviously has to be thinking about just dumping combo pieces on this turn, but given that turn 5 is currently looking like a bit of a dead turn, he does have to consider exactly, is there any benefit he can get out of like saving the Orc Merchant, saving the Fell Scream Blast, to which I kind of say probably not. I think you just dump everything from the left-hand side here, just in case you draw something that you want to spend your mana on next turn.
Indeed. Worst case, he can Fell Scream his own minions to be able to get the skull in outcast position, but it does look very much as though Tom is going to play Arcanist this turn.
Yep.
Oh, and he's just going to kill it immediately. Okay.
Yeah, totally fine with this. It just makes it so that maybe if Blitzchung has like I-Beam in the awkward position or Fell Scream Blast or his own Throwglaive, it can make it a little bit more difficult for Blitzchung to effectively dump his cards to make room for the skull.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It is a small optimization from Tom there. There is room to go for disruption in this matchup in that kind of way.
Why is he really not going for the Orc Merchant plus Fell Scream Blast here? Like, surely you have to be looking at just getting the skull down. You could go for the Artificer first, I suppose. Okay.
I guess he's just trying to dump another Moarg here, which if all of them are full cost, I think that's super reasonable as well.
Okay. Yeah, this again does the same thing. It makes it so that Tom can't get rid of his awkward cards to make room for the skull. So I definitely don't hate this line at all.
And we could have seen Tom potentially start with the Philosophy in the outcast position here, but it really doesn't matter to start with it when you would rather have the possibility of Philosophy into a discounted Moarg, which is exactly what Tom gets. So now his Philosophies are copying Moargs for free, which is infinitely better than Moargs for cost because he can turbo out the combo ASAP.
Yeah, problem is though, there's just not quite enough hand space to set up for Skull next turn. Like, you really don't want to just dump your 0-mana Moarg, obviously, because as you said, that is the king of early combo activations. But for Blitzchung, getting Skull off the top, maybe he will be able to keep up with the card draw. I was going to say that a single Skull from him may not be enough, but now we are off to the races, Gia. This is incredibly close.
And Blitzchung has more hand space to work with as well.
Yeah.
He has Studies to discount his skull. Again, it's still going to be gonna have to dump some cards before that, but really it's all just about who can find Il'gynoth first now. Pretty
much. And so at that point, maybe Blitzchung goes for 0-mana Arcanist plus Illidari, plus the Throwglaive, sorry, like we saw from Tom. Obviously at that point you are then giving away a combo piece, because 0-mana Arcanist kind of functions similarly to 0-mana Moarg, often better in just getting the combo online as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's really tough to optimize here because Blitzchung, I think he knows that because all of his Moargs are full cost, that zero-cost Arcanist is extremely valuable here. We can see he currently has 9 cards in hand, so he does need to dump something for the Skull. All of these are either too expensive to play with Skull, or they just regenerate another card when they're played. Might just be the Sigil Runner.
They will never catch
Then you just go Sigil Runner and Throwglaive that instead. The problem is that it still
that's a possibility.
Adds a card to your hand, right? Even if it's just a spectral one for the rest of the turn, you really want to target at something that it doesn't kill.
Yeah, because of the echo effect. And so Blitzchung is just going to dump the Ethereal Aug Merchant instead.
Yeah, still gets the Skull, still can go for the Throwglaive or anything else to make sure he doesn't overdraw. Still no Il'gynoth for either player. Obviously, Blitzchung has plenty of combo pieces now.
Yeah. He has discounted the Fell Scream and the Aug Merchant as well, which kind of recoups the discount that he lost on the Ethereal Talented Arcanist, though. Big deal. Ugh, awkward draws for Tom. It's all too expensive. I think he's in a position where he can dump his expensive Moarg because he can go for like the philosophy to copy the cheaper one anyway.
Is that better than just I-Beam? Maybe.
Yeah, well, he can fit in the double jump as well, but in terms of total cards dumped, you're right, it is just the same as I-Beam. And there is always the risk of just leaving a naked Moarg in this matchup because your opponent can use that for their combo as well. So maybe Tom doesn't want to run the risk. It is very reasonable. Oh man, Il'gynoth being coy for both these players. But Fell Screamer is huge for Blitzchung because he can set up that discount as well and play Spectral Sight. Flash Chaos Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking you just go for the full Chaos Strike. Because there's always a consideration to save Chaos Strike for the actual combo turn, so they can't heal up, and it's easier to deal the full 30 at once. But honestly, I think Blitzchung is going to be dealing well over 30 as soon as he finds Il'gynoth now.
If he goes for the Fell Screamer, 1 Moarg down to 0, he has spell damage for free, and he can play another Moarg for 2. And the Fell Scream is for free as well, so Il'gynoth fits in with all of that, so you're right, he can absolutely get the full OTK as soon as he draws Il'gynoth, as long as he fits in the Fell Screamer discount.
Ooh, getting super, super tight here again. Immolation Aura, it's dumpable, I guess. And maybe we're actually at the point where, for Tom, you just go 0 mana Philosophy, play one of your 0 mana Moargs, because you won't need the other, and then go 0 mana Moarg, Immolation Aura, Skull. I think that just dumps enough cards.
Only if you can play something that you want to dump immediately off.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think this play from Tom is fine. He doesn't actually need to discount anything else, given that his Moargs are for free at this point. So he still gets the 3 draws here. Il'gynoth in bottom 6 for both players. This is getting real down to the wire now, Derek.
Bottom 5, he can draw only 1 off of the Spectral Sight on this turn. I don't think there's a way to, reasonably make it outcast here.
The difference for Tom is that he's also lacking Fell Scream Blast, although I guess the I-Beams will be enough. They're in awkward positions, so he might not have the mana to do everything.
Yeah, you want to get the Raging Fell Screamer played. It is awkward, isn't it, man?
Yeah, he doesn't even need to play the Fell Screamer for the discount. It's just to get the items in a position where they can be played. And the Scorpids are kind of coming back to bite Tom here in this list. They're much harder to dump from the hand compared to Ethereal Aug Merchants.
So, Fell Screamer weapon hero power?
Oh, I hate it. I hate it. But I think he kind of has to, right?
So I'm obviously thinking here that maybe you can get it to the point where you only need to play 1 I-Beam, so you don't have to play the Fell Screamer here at all. But maybe that's just nonsense.
Yeah, because he can only go for
6, 12,
3
24.
Moargs in a turn. Yeah, so that's 24. Although, with hero power from the Eldraki, that's actually still just enough, right?
Yeah. But even then, he would still... Oh, no, he wouldn't have to get... He could play that with a 3-mana I-Beam, even if he just gets Il'gynoth off the top. So Il'gynoth off the top is just lethal here from now on for Tom. Blitzchung finds himself Skull, which guarantees the Moarg... the Il'gynoth, but is that enough hand space or mana to do it on this turn?
He can play I-Beams. He doesn't need them, so... Yes? Or is this just guaranteed lethal this turn? Yeah, I think it is, because the Il'gynoth will get the discount.
Amount of cards.
0 mana Thalnos as well. That definitely helps.
This is gotta be it. Blitzchung's just... I mean, he has 0 mana Fell Screamer.
Yeah.
Aug Merchant, 0 mana Fell Scream Blast, and the
Mega lethal. Discovering of the Skull was exactly what was needed at the end there. Damn.
And you can see with the swiftness that Blitzchung identified that the skull was guaranteed lethal for him, that he is very familiar with this matchup as well. He's going to tie up the series, and he'll be the one that gets to play again with OTK Demon Hunter for all the marbles.
He will indeed. Very nicely done there by Blitzchung. I think that the question marks for Tom definitely have to come around. Was there any way that he could have made that second skull on the left-hand side of his hand playable? Because had he done that, maybe he would have been able to get enough card draw to get there. Obviously, he was very unlucky to have Moog right down, Il'gynoth again, right down at the bottom of his deck. But so was Blitzchung. He had to get down to literally the bottom card before he was able to get there. And I think really, like you said, it's just a case of being suffering from his own deck building. He wasn't able to dump cards effectively enough because his hand was just difficult to get rid of the cards in hand for the mirror.
Yeah. You can make the argument that for LHS, you're not necessarily building Demon Hunter for the mirror. You're building it to snipe Rogue potentially, maybe Control Warrior, where you would potentially want to have more Scorpids to discover additional combo pieces. But it so happened that in this matchup, obviously, the Ethereal Aug Merchants being cheaper, easier to dump, and to fit into combo potential makes it such that Blitzchung had the advantage. And I think he also just immediately spotted lethal, where we have confirmed Tom missed one in the very last game.
Yeah, exactly. 1 point to Blitzchung there in a lethal that we couldn't see, whereas missing a lethal that casters can see, that is depressing stuff to be in as a pro player. Yeah, I think overall for the build with the Scorpids, I think it's just like the one deck where you really don't want Scorpids in my opinion, because the whole power of Demon Hunter is that there's nothing for your opponent to remove. They can't use any removal spells, and almost all decks in the game have some form of removal that just gets stuck in their hand for the whole game, whereas giving them something to use it on in Scorpid, I think, does just open up more possibilities for your opponent than you would like. But now it is going to be the Face Hunter from Tom, a very, very different deck to what we've seen for the most part here. And, you know, honestly, while it can do some powerful things, it's not a tier 1 deck in the current metagame. I think most people will agree.
Yeah, it's certainly not. I am a Face Hunter fanatic, and I just cannot get it to win against anything but Mage. And even Mage has become a pretty difficult matchup now that people are, I think, mulliganing and playing the deck even more optimally, going for the high rolls in those unfavorable matchups. However, Tom is running the double cult Neophytes, which I think is in there primarily to make the Mage matchup even better, but I expect it to be quite relevant in the Demon Hunter matchup as well, because generally this matchup goes in such a way where the Hunter deals a lot of damage in the early to mid game. Demon Hunter negates all of that with one big Moarg / Arcanist / Fellscream Blast turn, and then Hunter has to start from scratch. But if the Hunter can prevent that turn with a timely Cult Neophyte, then it can be a completely different story.
It can indeed. So for Tom 60229, like you were saying, generally the Hunter deals a lot of damage at the start. What should that come in the form of, do you think? Should you go for as aggressive, cheap of a hand as possible with just 1-drops plus the Imprisoned Felmore? Or should he be mulliganing for a stronger mid-game with like Mancrick, Barak Codomain, Trampling Rhino, things like that instead?
If you can get them Barak plus Mancrick combo, that's absolutely premium. I think you would end up on still keeping one drop if it's available, only if you don't have coin 2 into 2 though, which is absolutely premium in the matchup. Even several metas ago against different Demon Hunters, the Imprisoned Felmo has always been a problem card for Demon Hunter because it's just out of range for Eye Beam, just out of range for Eldrazi Hero Power, and it can immediately deal damage the turn it wakes up, which is very scary indeed for Blitzchung. And Tom is saying the Cult Neophyte is so important here that he'd rather weave in the ping and place the Neophyte on a turn when Blitzchung either wants to go for Skull or big removal.
That's crazy, because it even means that the quick shot is going to take longer to activate. Like, this hand actively wants you to just dump things onto the board as quick as possible, but still just going for the hero power. Gets the good hit, of course. You definitely want to go face here, as the Thalnos was merely a distraction that Blitzchung threw down.
Yeah, it does mean, like you said, the quick shot will take some time to get the additional draw, but I think it was going to, whether or not Tom had gone for hero power that turn, because the Rhino still needs to be played at some point. And I think Tom is fine just going for mid-game minion curve here. This is the shape of board that just Immolation Aura cannot deal with, but for Blitzchung's sake, thankfully he does have Arcanist to go alongside the Aura.
Yeah, clearing off the board very, very cleanly here. As, I mean, I guess you're just looking at Knife Vendor here, throw it onto the board. I wonder if Knife and Armor Vendor have some kind of a scam going where you need knives to fight back against the armor and armor to protect against the knives. You just have to buy infinite stuff from them as they're just giving you the thing to counter the other.
Vendor pyramid scheme.
Exactly.
You do see from Blitzchung, no minions played this turn, which means the Rhino feels awkward, but Tom here is going to go for wide board presence instead. Neophyte into the turn where Blitzchung wants to play Skull, and if he gets to play Immolation Aura, it's going to be expensive. This is exactly what Tom was saving the Cult Neophyte for.
Yep, it's very, very smart. This is the payoff turn that he has been waiting for. I guess you're probably looking at Spectral Sight here. Like Vengeful Spirit, you could just play as a 3-mana 4/4 here, which is far from terrible. But I just don't see it doing quite enough when you're more prioritizing removal rather than developing.
Really close. I think it might even be, yes, this philosophy not to play this turn, because I think he ends up on like Hero Power and then re-equip out jockey for this turn. And so you're thinking about what card would you rather have after this turn, which the Spectral Sight is no longer in outcast position. So I do like the pick from Blitzchung.
Fair enough.
And importantly, he's just not putting any minions on board. By this point, the Rhino is a bigger threat to him. And so it's just not worth trying to get any tempo from that. It's similar in the Mage matchup as well. By the time turn 5 hits, you just don't want to have anything on board. So Tom can't get any more immediate damage.
Yeah, very much so. You still absolutely throw it down. I think you need to get some value out of the quick shot, even if it means missing a hero power here, which doesn't feel great, but still pretty important, as Fell Scream Blast being found is a big deal, even with very nice positioning from Tom. Blitzchung can start to set up for some disgustingly powerful plays.
Yeah, even if he just goes like... I guess it has to be triple Moarg to really make this a pop and Fell Scream. But
sure. I mean, double steal heals for 12, right?
Yeah, he couldn't fit in the second philosophy in that case, so he is just gonna go for the double, and then I guess leave up the Rhino, which is fine.
Yeah, it doesn't
heals for a lot anyway.
Exactly, yeah, and it doesn't actually deal that much damage, right, with these Moargs, as you're only going to be able to deal one extra on top of that. So I think it's fine to leave it in play for the moment, go for the Skull next turn, and just looking in a great spot.
Yeah. It was still a pop and Fell Scream. It just left up the biggest minion, but Blitzchung was right to identify that it's not actually that huge of a threat. And now Tom is running out of value, even though he did get that quick shot additional draw. He really needs Barracuda Bane at this point.
Yeah, that would be an absolutely huge draw. Or Warsong Wrangler, I guess, just to be able to maybe buff up this Rhino immediately and get himself another one. But it's going to have to come quickly. That draw does somewhat complicate things for Blitzchung. This is obviously a decent now Moarg plus I-Beam turn if he wants to delay the Skull again.
I think the decision point was whether it's just Skull or I-Beam into Skull, because the I-Beam will cost a bit more now. I think he absolutely needed to go for Skull this turn because he was not under threat of dying in the immediate next turn, and now with the Skull, he has the chance to go for counter-lethal or just get even more healing with the I-Beam.
Yeah, he could even go Arcanist plus the Throwglaive to kill off the Rhino if he wanted to, but it looks like he's actually just leaving it up just to heal with the I-Beam. Well, I mean, actually, having said that, he just has lethal in the next couple turns, right? Or even next turn.
Yeah, he has +3 spell damage, and then ×2 is 24 on the I-Beam. So yeah, Tom is just dead. He can guaranteed get the I-Beam to 1 mana because he's playing all of the spells on the cards on the left side of his hand.
Pretty sick indeed. And I think, given that Blitzchung saved it on the previous turn, he is not going to be missing the damage here. He knows exactly what he was setting up for with the lethal. Perfect mana utilization, exactly 24, 28 even, if you want to go for the weapon swings as well. And That is just a very clean series. Very nicely done by Blitzchung with basically all of his decks. I liked, again, a lot of what I saw. The Demon Hunter gameplay felt very, very solid. He knew the breakpoints. He knew the lethal patterns that you're going to be looking for time and again.
And even though this does bode very badly for Tom because he absolutely needed the win to get out of the relegation zone and feel safe going into these last 2 weeks of playoffs, I have to say I'm really happy for Blitzchung because I think a lot of the people who tuned into only the specialist weeks might have still had their doubts about Blitzchung because they're saying, oh, Token Druid, it's a brainless deck. If you get the good draws, you win anyway. But Blitzchung has proven here that he not only has what it takes with Token Druid, which he is playing to pure optimal capacity even with his good draws. He also has really good understanding of every other deck in his lineup, and I think he straight up outplayed Tom in the mirror and in the deck building.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were going to say there that, you know, it's just a deck where if you draw the good cards, you win. But Blitzchung has proven that you can draw the good cards and still lose, as he did against Tom here, which is very, very impressive stuff, as the Demon Hunter was able to take the win against the Token Druid. But overall, absolutely agree. Very, very well played from Blitzchung. And while Tom does really have to turn things around now, in turn next week, going into this last hero standing week, and then week 7, when we go back to Conquest, he has 2 weeks now to turn things around and try and scrape his way back up the leaderboard. But Alutemu and Blitzchung, 2 of the absolute kings of this season so far in Grandmasters. I am happy to see yet more consistency from the creme de la creme here in APAC.
Very impressive stuff, and although we haven't gotten to see what Alutamu, Glory, and Possessi's lineup has looked like just yet, I'm curious how it will match up against these more vanilla decks that we're seeing from the likes of Blitzchung, who are just playing it to pure optimal capacity, because Alutamu is playing things like Control Warrior that Bank Yugi also has knocking about, but we haven't had the chance to see it played because Bank Yugi did just sweep with the Libram Paladin.
He did. It was a very cool series to see, but that means that we are all done with our second series of the day, wrapped up and come to the halfway point now here. And so in terms of the remaining matches that we have today, it's going to be Lambie series against Give Please. Another series kind of similar to this in terms of Lambie, similarly to Tom being down at the bottom and finally given a chance to start pulling his way up. But Give Please, similarly to Blitzchung, although not quite so high up, very near the top of the standings. And then Chonsu Surrender to round out the day with 2 of the best from Korea. So it's going to be a lot of great action. We're going to go to a slightly longer break here. I imagine about like 6 to 8 minutes to get yourself a cup of tea, a drink, whatever you may need to prepare for the rest of the day. Because so far, Last Hero Standing proving to be a very, very interesting format with a lot of intricacies that I think will only be expounded upon as we go into the second week next week. So we'll be back with the rest of the action here at APAC Grandmasters right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome to The Curve, where we bring you all the latest Grandmasters news on Curve. As we closed in on the final week of Specialist and the halfway point of the season, all eyes were drawn to what classes were going to end up ruling the format. As usual, each of our regions had a different approach, with Asia Pacific running with the general consensus of Priest and Mage being the main plan, but there were a few Druids and Hunters sprinkled in too. Europe continued to run with Mage, as 9 out of the 16 players brought it, with the whole of the top 4 consisting of only Mage. And Americas decided to go in the other direction, favouring Priest, with some Warlock inclusions as well. As one of the players in Asia Pacific staying true to his roots, Blitzchung made his way to top 8 and beyond with his Token Druid, repeating his performance from last week, making it all the way to the finals, taking down Give Please and Possessi to get there. On the other side of the bracket, we had another repeat performer with Shaxi also making it to the finals once again by taking down Tiz and Bank Yugi with his Mage. This led to yet another finals, mimicking week 3 not only in players but in results as well. Blitzchung taking Shaxi down 2-1, taking back-to-back victories. In Europe, it truly was Mage Week yet again, with the top 8 consisting of 7 Mages and just 1 Priest, which was dispatched quickly as Boston not only took down Warmer, but also Psycho to make it to the finals. On the other side of the bracket, RDU started out by taking a victory over teammate Tice and then knocking out Yala in the semi-final to face Boston. In the end though, it was RDU who was feeling the flow and became the Mage King, taking a very close series 2-1. In the Americas, we welcomed El Show de la Legion La Dame as Fled, Nalgodan and Rami all made it to top 4. Rami made it all the way to the finals by utilizing his talent for dodging mage and making short work of his priest opponents Muzzy and Luna with his warlock. On the other side of the bracket, Nalgodan brought out the big guns, taking out Dreadeye and Fled both 2-0. After avoiding Mage, it appeared Rami's luck had ran out as Nalgodan repeated his performance versus Fled's Warlock in the previous round by taking the victory over Rami 2-0, as well as making it 2 out of the 3 regions having Mage victors. Although there is still plenty of time for our Grandmasters to gain points, we are now starting to see who has work to do as we move on to Last Hero Standing next week. In Asia Pacific, Blitzchunk is sitting alone as King of the Hill, with Give Please, Alutimu and Shaxi hot on his heels. Towards the bottom of the standings, High 3, Tom 60229, Lambi Series and Tyler currently sit in that danger zone. Europe has a similar looking field as well, with Yala being chased closely by G2 duo Tice and RDU, and Frenetic, Bunnyhopper, Zim and A-Rock needing to pull off some big wins in the coming weeks to have any chance at staving off that relegation. No Hands Gamer continues to sit at first place with 12 points in the Americas, but now, after their performance this week, the LATAM players Rami and Nalgodan are looking to dethrone the long-time first place holder. Even though there are only 3 relegations in Americas this season, the bottom 3, Killin, Briarthorn and Impact, need to put in a ton of work to even catch up to 12th place. And that is going to be it for us here at The Curve this week. So make sure to go to playhearthstone.com/esports to check out any of the matches you may have missed or any of the deck lists you're interested in. But for now, thanks a lot for watching and we'll see you next time in the tavern.
You're watching Hearthstone Grandmasters here in the Asia Pacific region. We've just come off a couple of weeks in Specialist, and we are now firmly into Last Hero Standing in this week and the following week as well. Should be a lot of fun testing different assets of our Hearthstone players' ability. Again, especially we have to remember that a lot of the players here have not played under Last Hero Standing as a competitive format, because it's really been a long time now since it's been the premier format in Hearthstone. Like, there are a few dream hacks, I think, that implemented it, but for the most part, it's just been Conquest for a long while now. And I think already we're starting to see players who are taking better advantage of the format than others.
Indeed. I think you were specifically maybe talking about Lambi series when you talked about players that don't necessarily have that much experience in LHS, but I think he has brought a very solid lineup for the format. Just thinking about the philosophy of just having decks that cover each other's weaknesses. We do see that he has a Rush Warrior in there that's got a good matchup against the Rogue. Rogue's got a decent matchup across the board, and as does Priest, but the Token Druid is yet another deck that is quite polarizing, beats Rogue pretty consistently, but loses to Priest. So he's got good counter cues for his own lineup, and that's to say that he probably expects the decks from his own lineup to be represented well in the field, and he has hit 3 out of 4 of the same in Give Please's lineup.
He has, very, very similar, yeah. Lambi series not going with the Demon Hunter, which is a little bit different from what we're seeing from most of the field. A lot of players are going with the OTK Demon Hunter, but I do think that the Rush Warrior for him is in a perfectly good spot. It's decent against the likes of the Token Druid. I think it has a reasonable matchup. Against the Rogue, it's obviously a very, very nice matchup. And that is actually what he's got himself right out of the gate. It's Warrior versus Rogue to kick things off.
That's a great one for Lambi series, because we do talk about how in LHS, the very first matchup you queue, if you have ended up with 2 lineups that have kind of a rock, paper, scissors relationship with each other, it works out that whoever gets the favorable in the very first game of the series is in a very good position to win the entire thing, even if it goes all the way to 3-2. And we do know that Rush Warrior has a great matchup against Rogue. That was largely the story of Masters Tour Orgrimmar, and I think there's nothing too unusual in Lambi's list that would change that. We are seeing the one cutting class in there, which I've been a fan of, to give the Rush Warrior the card draw that I think is the main weakness of the deck.
Yeah, I know you've been a big fan of that inclusion, and I can definitely see that being a thing. It's interesting to see the different ways that card draw is factored into the Warrior, because obviously cutting class is a big one, but a while ago it was the Outriders Axe that was very popular, just to be able to clear off a lot of the early boards, but players have since started including Imprisoned Gunarg as a guaranteed 2 of in the list, feeling pretty core. But overall, it does still, I think, no matter what the list, favor very, very well against the likes of Miracle Rogue, which often just isn't quite efficient enough in the early game at dealing with those big minions from Warrior, because even though they have the likes of Prize Plunderer and Brain Freeze, the fact that nothing ever sticks on the board for Rogue because there's so many efficient rush minions for the Warrior just means that you're never getting ahead on board, and then your late game plan of going for burn becomes very, very difficult to execute.
That's right, and the type of big board push they can get from the field contact turn is checked pretty easily if the Warrior just has Blade Master Samuro, because oftentimes the minions that Rogue puts on board are like 2 health, 1 health, or 1 health Divine Shield, and Samuro with 1 buff can sweep that all up very easily. I will say though that it's not impossible for the Rogue to win the matchup. I think, as always, an early efficient Octobot being able to tempo out Jandis or Kazakas a turn sooner makes all the world of a difference, because it's not as though this is Control Warrior that has tons of armor that they can gain over the course of the matchup. If Rogue gets ahead in the early to mid game and then closes out with Alexstrasza and some Wicked Stabs, that is definitely a winnable position. Looks like Lambi series has decided on Oops as the side of his cushion that he's displaying here.
And much to Raven's chagrin, doesn't appear to have neatly made his bed, but does appear to have cleaned himself up very nicely, as it's been a little while since we've even seen Lambi series on stream. He went 0-2 in both of the Specialist weeks, and then of course we had Masters Tour Orgrimmar in the middle, but glad to finally see him back on display here in APAC Grandmasters, because he's definitely a favourite of you and I think, at least in terms of players to talk to and to see in action.
Oh, for sure. He's just so savvy with social media and just how to be a cool guy. I can testify for that, having gone to several after parties where Lambie was also there. And he just seems to liven up every room he is in, even though he doesn't necessarily make the beds of every room he is in. He has kept the stage dive in the matchup, which, again, I talk about how important card draw is for Rush Warrior in general, and he had the opportunity to potentially corrupt both of them by coining out Bumper Car, for example, but that the coin can be very, very useful in this matchup to get down an earlier run thack or Troublemaker, which oftentimes just closes out any chance for Rogue coming back.
Right, and the problem here is, of course, that by going for the bumper car here, he wouldn't actually even corrupt the stage dives because they count as 2 mana in terms of corrupt effect when the Cult Neophyte is in place. So instead going for the ETC just because it has 1 extra health, I think is actually very smart on this turn. He can then just follow up with the bumper car, play a stage dive as well in addition to that, and he's setting up for some powerful plays, especially with the pickup of conditioning. This hand is coming together very nicely.
Yep, even though that Cult Neophyte served way above average disruption in this matchup because Warrior doesn't play that many spells to begin with, the fact that Lambie has conditioning and the immediate generation of those tokens from the bumper car means that he's in no bad spot whatsoever, just waiting for turn 5 to roll around so he can get the +2/+2 all across these minions. Give Please, however, has now picked up Efficient Octobot. You always like to see that, and he's not seen any conditioning just yet, or even run thack to potentially buff something from hand. So I was looking at the potential for just playing it this turn. It's a weak to 10th Thrasher, but other than that, it's likely to get proc.
I agree. I was honestly even thinking of just going for the play of the Orc Merchant immediately because essentially you're working with either 3 mana on a Secret Passage or 5 mana on a Secret Passage next turn because then you would get the guaranteed reduction in cost there. And I actually thought that was a big enough difference to delay on the Secret Passage because the difference between hitting Kazakus or not hitting Kazakus is huge. Being able to play Swindle plus a 2-drop is a big deal as well. And it does mean here that Give Please doesn't get much value off the passage and is left completely high and dry in terms of the card draw.
I will say that my play of just Octobot was probably bad because there was just a stage dive played, so there were additional breakpoints to beat that. Right. But I agree that he could have just gone immediately Aug Merchant and maybe made things a bit more palatable when he eventually runs into field contact. As it happens, the Cult Neophyte does a whole load of nothing with her last turn because Lambie gets to just play this Sword Eater on curve, and then the conditioning will come down undisrupted next turn. For Give Please, it's just a matter of whether he wants to, I guess, potentially step the man crick if he thinks he's in a bad enough spot where he really wants to get the now nerfed 3/7 man crick Consumed by Hatred out as soon as possible.
Yeah, just taking the low tempo play, doesn't even want to play the Octobot because I think, as you said, he knows pretty much guaranteed that some way is going to be able to be there to clear it off, given that there's been a stage dive, likely a conditioning or a run thack on this turn as well.
Crab Rider, yet another card that has been met by the Nerf Hammer. As we know, it only has Wind Fury for the turn it is played instead of just permanently, but I think to Rush Warrior that is not a huge deal because they're not reliant on buffing that one singular card the way that Aggro Paladin is, but it still is relevant in terms of just putting a clock on the Rogue.
And I don't even know how you're supposed to go about this. There's 100% board clears available here with stepping the Prize Plunderer to be able to get double activation off of that. But is that any kind of a win condition? I'm thinking at this point, do you just have to say my next card is Field Contact and act like that's the only chance you have to get back in the game?
Yeah, I do think it is somewhere along those lines, and so I'm okay with him going for a partial clear, maybe just on the Rokara and then leaving up the 3/6 so that he still has Battle Cries in hand to potentially combo off of Field Contact. That exactly is what Give Please is going for, even though he has to float mana at the end of this. His really only out is that Field Contact, and we're already seeing, like, even though this was a below average Rogue draw and an above average Rush Warrior draw, even if it had gone into Field Contact, I think Lambie still has plenty of resources to beat that. Yeah,
Lambie Series has the option here to get in the Tent Trasher alongside the Bumper Car, obviously, because it has another minion tag that goes alongside the Tent Trasher. But honestly, I was wondering if that was even better than just getting down a Dark Moon Rider as a 3-3, because that's already been buffed. But either way, it's absurd amounts of damage on the board. Even with Crab Rider losing Wind Fury at the end of this turn, it still needs to be a miracle for Give Please. But he does get the field contact. This is what he's set up for as the one draw to keep him in the game.
He's doing the thing. However, he's playing a list with no brooms, so it is much harder to come back on board. He has this one prize Plunderer, which he can Shadow Step, but at the moment, only 3 cards played, so it's Crab Rider, 4 cards played, and then 5 with the Shadow Step, so he can try and beat this Sword Eater. But the fact that the 10th Thrasher can stick around is absolutely enormous.
He could go for stepping the Orc Merchant to play Brain Freeze after activating his own Octobot here, which, yeah, does feel worth it, because just denying damage here so you're not straight up dead to Alexstrasza is a big deal.
Yeah, it also gives him one more draw in the grand scheme of things. Not that Alex was immediately available this turn, but Troublemaker is still on the mind for sure. And he has built a board where it's not the greatest shape for Troublemaker to come into, but I think it's still fine for Lambie if he just, takes down the field contact, and even if the Troublemaker heads into the 1-3 Divine Shield or the 2-1-2 ones, it's fine, they're still value trades.
Yep, going for the Troublemaker I think is definitely the way to go, because you still get the guaranteed clear on the field contact, which is really what you're looking for on this turn.
Is just far too many stats for Give Please to overcome. We're looking for Miracle Wand Thieves at the moment, and with 7 mana to play with, I'm not quite sure. Even Flame Strike doesn't deal with the 8th 10, although Flame Strike's probably the best he's got.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm looking for ways that you can try and cheese a win with Alexstrasza if you can get Shadow Step off the top to go with your Tenwu, or if you can then go like Alexstrasza, step it, and then double activation next turn, but he's just going to be dead before that's even a possibility. So going for the Tenwu here, a necessity, but not one that you're happy with.
Yeah, I think just trying to get a chance at maybe Cone of Cold, a way to freeze the board and survive another turn. It is just not coming together though. Prize Plunderer not able to deal with the Troublemaker, not even close.
Yeah, it's just not enough.
If he goes Foxy Prize, then he can kill the Thrasher at least, right?
Yes. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not offering anything better, but neither is Give Please. He just throws it down there. He realized just nothing doing there. Just going to be dead over the next couple turns because the Troublemaker is too much. And we haven't seen all too much Rush Warrior recently, with the Specialist format being the premier one. But it's just doing its job there. That is the best matchup for it in the metagame, it feels like, at the moment. And we saw a very common pan out of the game there.
Yes, indeed. The large stats from the Rush Warrior just could not be stopped from turn 5 onward. The conditioning was far too much for Rogue to overcome, and from Give Please, he did have the Octobot, but none of the big payoff cards to go along with it. The field contact came a bit late. There was no early Jandis, no early Kazakus, and those cards are pretty necessary to give the Rogue any teeth in the matchup, because after the conditioning comes down, they just cannot beat the sheer amount of power that the Rush Warrior is putting on board every single turn, and that is going to be true in the next game as well.
Yeah, that's right. I think that for Give Please, the kind of game plan he went for of just going wide with the field contact can work if the Warrior has a slightly weaker early game and does not have Samuro. It's a lot of checks that you have to get there, but it's a possible win condition. But very different matchup now for Give Please on Latoken Druid. And I think of all like the tempo matchups versus Token Druid, be it Miracle Rogue, Rush Warrior, or Paladin, Rush Warrior is kind of in a bit of a weird spot, because obviously it can have the ability to play all these rush minions to fight back against the board, but I think it struggles to actually get enough of a board presence before turn 5 a lot of the time, especially now that Crab Rider has been nerfed, to the point where one big Glowfly Swarm on turn 5 can actually just blow out the game, even against a deck with so much rush capability.
Right, even though it seems counterintuitive to say the deck that runs minions that can blow up boards the turn they're played is not actually all that favored against a deck that relies on having minions stick, like Token Druid. It's very true, because the Rush Warrior can only play generally 2 minions max per turn, at least relevant minions, by the time the Gibberlings come online. And so it's also a very big deal that Glowfly Swarm kind of conflicts with the turn that the Rush Warrior wants to play the conditioning. And if they take the 2 mana to play conditioning, they're not necessarily dealing with the entire board. So I feel that this is a matchup where the mulligan for Rush Warrior changes quite a bit. You'd probably end up keeping things like Parade Leader and more often the Warmaul Challenger. Just get those on board, Rakara absolutely premium, and try to maybe pressure the Druid, if not build a board that can trade well by the time the Glowfly Swarms come down.
That's exactly it. You don't want to be faffing about wasting your mana in the early turns, as is often correct to do as Warrior to set up for a more powerful play later on. You want to get these tempo plays down, which is exactly what Lambi Series is gearing up for here. Athletic Studies almost always a keep, and as you said, the Warmaul Challenger, just a nice way to fight back against these boards at the same time.
Another bumper card he probably doesn't mind as well. The thing is, the mana becomes quite awkward because he wants to go for discounted card and not float one next turn, so it might even be the Sky Talon.
I was honestly looking at that just to go for perfect mana efficiency. At the same time, though, it could potentially be that he just floats a mana here, or just hero powers here, sorry, because he wants to go for Run Thack on 3, at which point bumper cards have 2 attack, and then they can actually effectively answer the treants that will come down on the other side. So I like this line from Lambi.
Yeah, I definitely see that. If you are going to take the bumper card, then saving the discount for the Run Thack makes a whole lot of sense. He just has a curve now. Warmaul into Run Thack, into Ringmaster Watley. Probably don't get the freedom to go Watley if the Druid has drawn any kind of board generation, but forgive please, it is only Thorngrowth Sentries at the moment, which is far from ideal. He's also just not got card draw.
Yeah, he's got nothing. As soon as he picks up a Gibberling, obviously he has a monstrous board, a Glowfly monstrous board once again. But he's got to get it, and he is going to be running out of time because Lambi Series is putting on the pressure really, really fast.
And give please, thankfully for him, he at least has this Lunar Eclipse to be able to clear the Run Thack, because if not, Lambi was going to get so far out of control in terms of the board pressure that he could develop. However, what is Give Please doing with the rest of this turn? Is it going to be just the Marsul and buff that board and say, this has got to get there?
You could go Marsul, Coin Bloom, and then Lunar Solar Pride's Fury. You're only buffing 3 minions. But it does give them +2, +6. At the same time, though, it might be a more valid game plan to say, I have to draw a board generator in the next couple turns and save your buffs for that instead. It's a really big breakpoint here.
It's really tough, especially since the Lunar still would require a trade from one minion or the hero power in order to actually kill the Run Thack. But Give Please is saying, I have to make do with the best I've got. He already knows that Lambi has buffed a bunch of minions in hand, so he is not going to wait any longer, and he is going to go all in on this right now.
Yeah, going for the line I was the line I was talking about. It sets up for Soul of the Forest next turn with the Innovate as well, and of course it means that with plenty of card draw still in the deck, Give Please is not necessarily all in on this play, but it definitely feels that way, and a good answer from Lambi Series could turn this around very quickly.
Granted, it's hard to answer these 3/7s, but okay, Samuro, honestly not that great against this current board state. There is, oh, it did get stage dive, but still a little bit short of being to trade off against the 4 health minions. It's all right though. Lambi just needs to stay at parity at this point because Give Please has used so many resources on only 3 minions, and we could see him go for Soul of the Forest here. I don't think the Power of the Wild really changes breakpoints in terms of trading because he still has to send 2 minions into the Sword Eater, so I kind of prefer the Soul.
Agreed. Would you go Innovate Nature Studies first just to see what you get? I'm wondering if there are any things that would change your turn here. Lunar Eclipse, maybe, but that's about it.
Or Pride's Fury, you might think about over Soul of the Forest. Yeah, it's probably worth it. As long as he starts Innervate.
Yes, of course.
Give Please is going to hold all together. Sometimes having that mana flexibility from Nature Studies matters if he gets like fungal off the top. So he says it's not worth, or there's probably nothing he'd rather do than Soul of the Forest with that mana anyway.
Right, so there are many, many possibilities now. The main question here is it time to pull the trigger on the trump card of Samuro, or do you want to save it for another turn?
The Samuro can be played with a bumper card, and that would leave only a 2/2 on the board by that point, right?
Yep, correct.
So I thought it was, worth thinking about, but actually Lambi can also go about it in such a way where he leaves just a 3/4 on the board, which is effectively the same. Quantity matters more than quality for Token Druid in this matchup. And yeah, he can still save that Samuro, so I definitely like the line.
And so here for Give Please, I think, again, it's a case of, as we saw in the previous game, where he had to assume that the Field Contact was the next card in his deck, you have to assume that the next card is either Card Draw or Arbor Up, or you are just out of the game. And so picking the Solar Eclipse here, I think, is very, very smart. It plays to the best possible draw in the deck. And it's not likely to work out, obviously, as Lambi Series, I think, can just mop this up fairly easily. But it's the best play for sure.
If he wants, he can even ignore it for a while with the Sword Eater and just play other minions. If he still values the Samuro that highly. Claw Machine? A bit expensive.
Yeah, Rusty here is pretty sick, right? Just does 5 immediate damage. That's pretty cheap as well.
And he can just play the Riders on the board. Even if they're not threatening that much pressure, they make it such that he spent the mana already on trading tools next turn, and Give Please doesn't play any type of board sweeps.
There's none to play in Druid. That's all you're going to get. But guess the way, again, he plays for the best possible top deck, and he's rewarded with it 2 games in a row. Maybe not the best possible, but way up there, just because it's some form of card draw. And he now does get to activate it twice. Correct on the first choice here.
Likely to be correct on the second as well, but misses it. That's pretty unlucky, but at least he can play the Fungal Fortunes.
Yeah, looking to dodge the Gibberlings, of course, because he needs every single card drawn possible. And Glowfly Innovate Soul of the Forest is available next turn. And even then, it's starting to look too slow.
Well, the one consolation for Give Please is that he's not actually under all that much pressure. Lambi played a run back, but not conditioning just yet. And this is looking to be a relatively slower turn from Lambi. He's taking the time to draw off of the Watley. And because this is already the second Sword Eater in hand, he's only getting the 1 draw. He also had the 2 bumper cards. It's a slow Watley, but it's still just like the most attack that isn't Samuro he could have played that turn, so it's fine.
Yeah, Give Please can now deduce this to be exactly a dragon. He doesn't know if it's the Tentrasher or the Alexstrasza, but I don't think there's all too much that you could do with that information, honestly. You just have to go all in as possible on the board here. And to be fair, it does mean that he is alive, even if that's Alexstrasza, right? Because it's only 9 + 8, which doesn't equal lethal here.
Right.
So it's just the correct play to go for this here.
Oh, this conditioning is huge. Even if he hadn't drawn it, Lambi can still mop the majority of this up with the Samuro, which is all that really matters. He just wants to be safe against the worst case scenario of Solar into Arbor Up and threaten the counter lethal while he's at it. But this is just the cherry on top. This is just a gazillion tokens now up to 3/3 and the Samuro to boot. There is just no way Give Please can come back from this, and you can see it from his expression.
Yep, with a cherry on top as the Samuro as well, just to completely clear this up. It's tough. It's rough game for Give Please. I do think that the Lambi series played this excellently. I think like the hero power on 2, setting up for an early Lord Runthak, and then also getting saving the Samuro for the perfect opportunity in case of the refill from Give Please. Lambi series just clearly knows this matchup inside and out.
Sorry, the alignment gets me every time.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Even if he got Cenarion Ward into like some miracle 8-drop like Troublemaker, there's just not the shape of board that he is equipped to deal with. The Arbor Ups are far too late from being effective here. Although he can go for this last-ditch taunt into Arbor Up effort, I guess.
I mean,
adorable infestation.
He's literally just dead, isn't he, with the axe coming into play next turn? I think even if he trades here into one of the 1-3s, there has to be a way to gain lethal for Lambie.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's the 10th Thrasher or Alex Straza in hand, he knows he is just dead. And so that's Lambie going up 2-0 with the Rush Warrior. We talked about how if you can win an unfavorable in LHS, you are very favored to win 3-0 from that point. This is absolutely true now, although it is still debatable as to whether Demon Hunter is truly unfavored against Rush Warrior.
Much more like it from Mr. Chad Pitt himself, Lambie series, just dominating here with the Rush Warrior. A deck that I think will be very interesting to talk about in comparison to Control Warrior as we go forward to tomorrow, because with Bank Yugi having gone through to, having won his match earlier today against Shaxi, it means that all 4 players that have brought Control Warrior have gone through to the quarterfinals. And Lambie series repping here the Rush Warrior makes it look like a very viable alternative if you want to include Warrior in your overall strategy. So maybe just bringing Warrior full stop was the smart inclusion to play this week.
Maybe if you did expect a fair bit of Miracle Rogue, that is a very strong counter cue into that deck. And I think there is quite a bit of Miracle Rogue in the field, only a few people choosing the Weapon Rogue, even though I thought that LHS might give Weapon Rogue even more reason to be played, as it does have very polarized matchups and is a solid counter cue, given that people don't necessarily want to be running Weapon Destruction in their decks. Give Please, last try, last remaining deck is the OTK Demon Hunter, which I think the consensus is that Rush Warrior is favored in the matchup, but I have seen plenty an OTK Demon Hunter draw that doesn't even make it look close. If you are able to get the Skull and discount the perfect cards, Rush Warrior isn't necessarily fast enough to deal lethal before they get OTK'd in the head.
Yeah, we tested this matchup quite extensively a few weeks ago at this point, and I, playing mostly the Warrior in that matchup, came across like a few interesting conclusions, because my initial instinct, I think, was still correct, that you just want to go for maximum pressure, curve out with as much damage as possible at the start, looking for things like Parade Leader, Run Thack to buff up, obviously all the usual tempo things. There were a couple of tricks that I think worked pretty well, like rank 1 conditioning was something I did fairly often and actually felt pretty good about it, just because a lot of the time, you know, giving +1/+1 to all your minions on turns 3, 4, and 5 is more important than going for even bigger minions on turn 5 or 6, because a lot of the time you're dead on turn 7, 8, 9 anyway. So the extra buffage, the extra stats you get from rank 2 conditioning sometimes just didn't feel worth it to me.
That's true. And it's also a matchup where I completely agree with keeping Ringmaster Watley to make sure that you have that additional fuel going. What's surprising to me is Lambie tossing Rokara, which I think is a very strong card in the matchup, because you're able to make threats out of these small minions like the Bumper Car and the Warmaul Challenger sticking. And Demon Hunter definitely doesn't want to spend their premium removal on one attack minion. So I thought Rokara is potentially a way to punish that.
I agree. I think Rokara is very, very good against the uninteractive decks. And, you know, while I was saying that conditioning rank 1 is powerful, when you have a curve as strong as this, I absolutely do not begrudge Lambie series for going for it at all. Just going Warmaul Challenger, Coin Watley, and then conditioning, in this instance, I do agree, is the more powerful sequence.
I find that the conditioning rank 1 is powerful for the kinds of hands where you have Playmaker Parade Leader, where getting them up to 4 HP out of range of I-Beam / the hero power with Chaos Strike or Eldrazi Warblades is not enough to deal with it. But you're right, this situation for Lambie, he can absolutely afford to wait. He can get many buffs on a bunch of cards and force it in such a way that even if Give Please has that first Talented Arcanist with Immolation Aura, he immediately has big minions to follow up and force Give Please to have the second piece of removal.
Yep, I quite like as well going for not going for the Warmaul Challenger on this turn, just because that is a card that benefits a lot from rank 2 conditioning upgrade to get up to 3 attack, a 3/12. Very, very difficult for Demon Hunter to deal with, kind of similar to old school Mancrick Enraged at that point in terms of its survivability.
And this is starting to get scary. Forgive, please. Lambi Series has completely loaded up. His axe is going to recharge soon. And then so many minions going to get the benefit from this conditioning. So Forgive, please. It's all about assembling the pieces for a big removal, namely that next immolation aura. Problem is, if he wants to outcast the spectral side, he has to toss the 0-cost Moarg, which he already got the discount from the Fell Screamer, so it's not going to like roll over into the next Moarg he gets. It's very expensive.
And so instead, would you ever consider like just a bridge turn here where you go for like, well, I was going to say Arcanist plus I-Beam, something like that on this turn, just to pass the time basically, heal up a little bit and clear some of the board to set up for trying to hit Skull next turn off of the, off of the Illidari studies. But instead, Give Please rips it here and also draws Skull right off of the top. So while there are a couple of draws that allow him to just play Skull next turn, it's kind of looking like these may be trapped for a while, which is heartbreaking.
That's a disaster. I definitely agreed with like Chaos Strike just to be able to clear off that 3-5. I think the Arcanist is a bit too valuable to dump in this situation because he knows a huge board is coming in the near future and he needs that to pair with Immolation Aura. I was just surprised to see the Illidari studies because that's kind of a way to rip Skull next turn. And have it played in the outcast position. We can see now though that Give Please needs a miracle or else he's gonna play full cost Skull.
Yeah, I think instead here you're just looking at very possibly I-Beam to clear off the Parade Leader, which is very nice to stop a lot of the attack coming in. And then of course setting up for Skull in, I guess, 1 turn's time if you want to go for Arcanist as well, even though it's massive overkill here, obviously, just because it allows you to go for the Skull next turn, which is so crucial.
Yeah, this is all so awkward. I think Give Please ends up on it because dumping Moarg and the Arcanist in the, Augmercian in the first place kind of indicates that he's already kind of all in and trying to get the Skull because it was already overheal. So I'm of the opinion that he should just double down and get the Skull in outcast position next turn. And if his deck is kind enough to him that he can and Lambi is going to feel pretty comfortable restocking the board, just as long as he doesn't use all of his resources, which he can't with the amount of mana he has.
I did just have to double check on the card there when he didn't go for the order of Arcanist and then I-Beam. I was like, wait, can you save the spell damage for next turn? But no, it's not the way it works, or that would be absolutely insane. But yeah, I think just, as you said, setting up for the Skull, way too important. And to be fair, these minions on board do something, at least. They might absorb some attack and keep Give Please alive for a little bit longer. But the name of the game now for Lambi Series is quite clearly absolute pedal to the metal. Go as fast as you can, as much damage on the board as you can. And the Playmaker here absolutely affords him that possibility.
Yeah, no shortage of resources. I will say that the additional 1/1s he gets are probably irrelevant at this point because they're not buffed by conditioning, but it's nice to have that little bit of flexibility just in case. His hand space is still very workable, and all he is doing is making it such that Give Please needs to hit the perfect Immolation Aura off of the Skull to survive. Okay, that's some spell damage. Not good. Not good. No chance to play Immolation. Excellent maneuvering.
That's just it. It's over. Lambi Series. In the most perfect snapshot of him as a person, wearing a suit, looking incredibly dapper, with an unmade bed in the background and dabbing on camera. That is, I think, the perfect encapsulation of who Lambi Series is as a person. And also just dominating his opponent at Hearthstone. That feels like a return to form.
I have to eat my words about saying how cool Lambi is because he's still dabbing in 2021. But you know what, Dark? I think he kind of pulls it off. He absolutely deserved it after having these bad runs in the Specialist weeks, bringing a solid lineup, playing it very solid. Granted, he did get, very good Rush Warrior draws, but he did optimize in those situations, like we were saying, saving the discount for the run pack on the previous game and just not going for the rank 1 conditioning because his hand kind of suited him better to a rank 2 in this situation.
Yeah.
And I have to say, tough going for Give Please because the Demon Hunter draws just did not look on point. Even the Rogue draws were very awkward to work with.
Yeah, I mean, Give Please had little to do. Like, I'm not saying that Lambi Series had an especially difficult series, but I do think the decisions that he had were almost impeccable throughout the entire series. Like, you were saying that Rakara being kept is something that I would agree I would maybe pick him up on, but even then, it's not like a mistake necessarily. It's just a different kind of thought process as to how you should approach the Warrior versus Demon Hunter matchup. Maybe he's looking for more buffs, the Playmaker, Parade Leader, that kind of things to get more immediate attack on the board. And it does mean that he's going through to the quarterfinals. Give Please, while he will be sad to not get through to the quarterfinals tomorrow, he at least gets 1 point and will be able to stay up towards the top of the points leaderboard. Still very, very far away from relegation. For Give Please over the next 2 weeks, it's just about making sure he finishes in the top 8 rather than in the 9th through 12th in order to avoid just finishing without going through to playoffs. But for Lambi series, obviously he's looking through to finishing outside of relegation, but if he continues to do this well, he could still set his sights towards playoffs. It's not out of the possibility.
Right, if he makes it all the way to the finals and wins the whole thing this week, and there's still 2 more weeks of these individual tournaments to be had, it is definitely not out of the question. And it goes to show how much can change in a single week's time. It does mean, however, that we are on to our very last series of the day. And in true LHS fashion, so far we've only had 3 2s or 3 0s, and I expect the same to remain true for Chonsu versus Surrender, although this is another rematch where Chonsu has taken down Surrender in the initial matches.
And we'll have to see whether Surrender can turn things around against Chonsu in our final match of the day, which we will get to right after this break. final match of the day here for APAC Grandmasters. Still moving at a fairly swift pace here in Asia Pacific with 2 3-0s today, and not necessarily with decks that we would expect to sweep their opponents. We had the Libram Paladin, the Libram Secret Paladin from Bank Yugi to start off the day against Shaxi. And then for Lambie series, the first time we've seen him in a few weeks now, actually, on stream. Finally getting a very nice sweep with the Warrior, given that this is, of course, last hero standing this week and next week. So there will be plenty of potential for individual decks and archetypes to sweep their opponents. But do you expect any such possibilities here for Surrender versus Chonsu? Or are you anticipating things to maybe go a little bit more back and forth?
My instinct is always to say back and forth, but we are in a meta where there are several decks that just have like decent matchup spreads, nowhere in the 60% realm, but in the high 50s, for example.
Yeah.
And Rush Warrior is one of those decks in that category that Surrender also has. I'm not necessarily sure what the Libram Secret Paladin matchup spread is, but if Baby Bear is to be believed, and I would believe her because she reached rank 2 legend with the deck, it's got pretty good matchups except for Priest as well. And the same is very true for Rush Warrior. So if you're banning that away, I can kind of see why Lambie series was able to take that sweep, and I can see the possibility for Surrender to do so, although it's worth noting that he did already lose to Chonsu earlier this week.
He did, yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see a repeat, of course, because in Last Hero Standing, you know, a single win going the other way, even if it is, like you said, 55% versus 45%, something like that, that can completely change the face of the matchup, because then, of course, that one deck could just sweep your opponent. Maybe it has no other bad matchups, and it's just one bad matchup that you're hoping to win, and then that deck can sweep. You're very rarely going to see the same thing over and over again in Last Hero Standing. But for Chonsu, a deck that we haven't seen so far today, I believe, in the Spell Mage, a deck that you were obviously very, very familiar with. Have you had all too much experience with the deck since the nerf a couple days ago, bringing Refreshing Spring Water up to 5 mana? And if so, do you expect to see much different in the game plan and pan out for the Mage?
Yeah, I have been able to play a handful of games, not nearly as much pre-nerf, of course, but I do think the overall game plan for Mage is the same. If there's any change, it's perhaps on how often you actually keep the Spring Water in the mulligan. I think it's probably very weak as a solo keep. With Flow in hand, I think it's still very reasonable to have the Spring Water as a guaranteed, nearly free card draw later on. It's not so cut and dry, though, especially for Chonsu's version of Spell Mage, which is running the deck of Lunacy, where in that particular version, I think the Spring Water nerf hits pretty hard as well, because traditionally on Lunacy, you want to coin it out and then immediately follow with the Spring Water to get the full benefits. Now, if even if you're on the coin, you can't quite do that in the great way, and if you're on the play, like, it's Lunacy is slow either way if you're on the play.
Yeah, that's right. I think that even though I, like most people, would have liked to have seen a nerf to Incanter's Flow, I do like that Spring Water is a card that's not just like, you may as well just play it at any point in the game. Like, there's almost no downside ever to just throwing it down. Whereas now there's a little bit of thought process. You know, are you going to need that one mana that could make all the difference? But on the other side, for Surrender, he also has got himself the Spell Mage here, looking very similar to the list that we've seen prior. But he has got himself double Shooting Star in the list instead of... I'm trying to figure out what he's taken out in its stead. Oh, yeah, just one Combustion. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that is an interesting inclusion. I do like the double Shooting Star if you're planning or you're thinking you're going to run into more Libram Paladin slash, Aggro Paladin slash Token Druid, which... If that's the case, it doesn't necessarily make so much sense in an LHS context to me, because those are not necessarily good matchups to begin with, and you'd rather be queuing a deck that is a solid counter queue. So from Surrender's perspective, perhaps he just thinks Shooting Star is a better card overall because it's cheaper, and a lot of the time if you hit spell damage, it can do just as much as Combustion would. We'll see though, because it's the first time I'm seeing this kind of different iteration on what has already been a very streamlined list.
And here we have it, Surrender in his customary T1 jersey. Chonsu looking pretty smart himself though. I like that shirt a lot. But in terms of the hands that the players are looking for rather than their appearance, which maybe I should be commenting on, Surrender has got himself the Incanter's Flow right out the gate, which is a very, very nice start, obviously, to any matchup. But I know that you have said a few times that you've found yourself in a situation where you lose as the mage who plays Incanter's Flow. And it feels to me that while it's obviously important, it feels like it's a matchup where it's not the absolute nail in the coffin already that Chonsu hasn't hit it and Surrender has.
Well, it's not, definitely. And that situation doesn't happen often. Of course, it's very, very rare where you play encounters and still lose. But when it does happen, it's usually off the back of lacking the card draw to follow it up. Because the flow is only as good as how many cards you actually get to play that were discounted. That's an exact line from Mull It Over. And so if you're not able to draw that much, then it feels like you just spent 2 mana, where your opponent spent their 2 mana dealing 2 to your face, like with the Rune Orb, which is very, very crucial in the matchup. Damage is end all be all, but we do know that Surrender is able to go for a Pexus Blast early, so it's already the flow paying dividends. And we're also already seeing the Springwater nerf come in pretty clutch here. I mean, it's just 3 extra mana that Chonsu will have to spend across the course of all of these Springwaters, but we're seeing the somewhat upside of the refreshing Springwater going to 5 mana, which is that it immediately corrupts Ring Toss now.
A strict buff, similarly to first day at school as well. It's they've just made all these cards better. There are actually only 3 nerfs and 12 buffs instead.
This is a tough situation for Surrender too, because he does want the font to go off. So if it's Counterspell, there's nothing that he really wants to test with, because he gets punished if it's not Counterspell, right? Because if you test with Brain Freeze, you end up with a frozen minion. He definitely wants the font to go off, because otherwise the rest of his turn is looking like a lot of mana wasted or a very inefficient Ring Toss. So if he tests, it's potentially even with Shooting Star here, or you just say, my opponent's not likely to take Counterspell in this position anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's probably correct. It's just so horrible because there's so many good 5-drops as Mage. You have Ethereal Arcanist, Raz. Okay, interesting. That's pretty good.
Keyword and Ivory as well. But there are, like, the vast majority, like 3 cost or less, and you can hit the absolute nuts 4-drop. Wormweaver is one of the few cards from Font of Power that can create a relevant board presence that isn't just immediately answered by a single devolving or a single combustion. And we're seeing for Chonsu here, he has picked up the flow, but it is on the most awkward possible turn where he also just wants to remove stuff. He could go flow, Ruined Orb, and Brain Freeze, but he's leaving 7 damage on board. That's not nice.
Yeah, I mean, well, no matter what you do, you are losing this game at the moment, right? So do you just take the risk of going for the, like you said, the flow, Ruined Orb, and Brain Freeze, and then just accept that a lot of attack is going to be left on the board? I don't know.
I don't think he could get away with that. If he takes 7 there, he's just dead to like Mask and a few pings or like fireballs. It's really tough to parse. Chonsu is going for a 2-turn board clear plan and misses on 1 Mana Worm, but still removes a decent amount of damage from the board. Just potential damage by 1 Mana Worm being cleared.
Yeah, the problem is he still takes 7, if not more, on this turn now, that because the Mana Worm was left alive. And, you know, it was far from guaranteed that you would be able to clear off both the Mana Worms there. Not to say that it was wrong at all from Chonsu, but you need some kind of a miracle, no matter what, to pull yourself back in this one.
For Surrender, there's an option to go 4-drop plus 2-drop here just for maximum mana utilization, but if he wants to corrupt his Ring Toss, he can go Keyword and Ivory, and potentially even Brain Freeze has 1/1 after it attacks in order to get the Mana Worm more attack, but we'll see what comes off the Keyword and Ivory first. I don't begrudge just cards on the right-hand side, though.
Yeah, kind of a tough one. Ooh, can't be played now, right? Because nothing's damaged.
True, but he can at any point ping a minion and get the shield activation, which is just burst in the matchup. That's pretty good.
Yeah, very, very true. I think this makes a snap decision at the end for Soulshare that is, like, you know, not a bad card at all. It's only going to serve him so poorly. Double Incanter's Flow. I mean, honestly, now I think we're at the point where if you go for that plus Brain Freeze, obviously, you could just throw it down if you want because you are going to lose this game. But it was the one maybe fringe potential nonsense out. I'm going to throw down a lot of words. But in the end, it matters not because Surrender got himself the flow, the 4 mana Apexis Blast. There's nothing that beats that.
And I think it's fair to say that this is an extreme example of how the refreshing spring water nerf has affected this matchup in particular. Like Chonsu had 3 of them in his hand, and that's 3 total mana that he would have had more to work with prior to the patch. It's worth noting though that if Chonsu had encountered slow earlier, I'm pretty sure he still would have been in a decent spot, but we also just cannot understate the power of Font of Power. So I hate the redundancy of what in the matchup. Board presence is still very, very relevant. Flame Strike does not come online for a very long time, and specifically Wormweaver creates several threats that a single removal spell is not enough to deal with.
Indeed. Chauncey going to be switching over to, again, what looks like the most standard list of Miracle Rogue that we're seeing from the vast majority of players now. I think Vanessa Van Cleef is like the norm that you deviate from at this point, rather than a cool tech inclusion that it was a couple weeks ago. Especially as Double Foxy Fraud, again, just becoming pretty much core in the list. And against the likes of the Spell Mage that Surrender is, of course, going to be able to pilot again. I will say that I think the nerf to Springwater is, again, very relevant in this matchup, just because it's not just the mana that you're deleting, it's the fact that if you can't play it on turn 4, maybe that's just a removal spell you don't have to be able to clear off these early boards. And so going wide at the start, getting these Cult Neophytes, and then finishing off with burn damage, it becomes slightly more playable as a win condition in what is considered, I think, often a very close matchup between these two decks.
Yeah, that's right. I would say that the nerf to Springwater is also kind of like an indirect nerf to Apexis Blast as well, because Springwater was traditionally so powerful in Spell Mage because it gives you chances to draw Apexis Blast and then immediately play it after if you had played Flow or you had saved the coin. That's not necessarily true anymore because you are only able to gain back 4 of the 5 mana you spend on the Springwater turn, and Apexis is very key in the matchup, but I will say that a hand like this still probably gets the job done.
So are we going Coin and Kansas Flow with this hand? You've just picked up Card Draw as well.
Yep. I think this is absolutely fine that he can then just coin Cram Session and then go for Font of Power on turn 3. Getting the flow down as soon as possible also plays around Cult Neophyte, just played on 2 for Rogue, which is a very valid play if you expect them to go for Encanter's Flow.
This is a bit of a tough spot, right? Because there are a fair few decent 3-drops with Rhyme Tongue, Flame Ward, Imprisoned Observer as well, which definitely make you want to go for Font of Power here. But Cram Session, you know, if you hit Brain Freeze, it's nice just to clear things off. It's just more efficient use of your mana as well, because there's very, very few 1-cost spells that you would want to play off the Font.
Honestly, I think there's even potential for Shooting Star Ping here.
Okay.
Font of Power is very likely to give 2 drops, so I think even if he plays it next turn, he'll likely have something to do with the rest of his mana. Surrender is just going to go for the card draw and says that if I get Primordial Studies / Spell Power minion from the Font of Power, the Shooting Star gets even better anyway, so I think that's fine as well.
Field Contact and then step it? I think if you don't go for that, you're kind of a little too tight on mana for the next couple turns.
Yeah, that's possible. There's also like the Foxy, although that's just kind of worse, right? Because you don't end up with a minion on board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a play that you want to be forced to make, but a play that if you're presented with it, you need to be lunging at it when it's powerful.
0-cost Font allows Surrender to play 3 drops, which he did get quite a few of here. So Observer, obviously, against the majority of Rogue minions, deals with it pretty nicely and makes them discouraged from going wide onto the board, but it does have this one downside of you can give them an Octobot proc that they're free to time whenever they get it.
I will take that downside if it means that it just deletes their board. Like, obviously you're expecting them to go in with the Field Contact this turn, but again, the fact that you're not putting anything that they can actually interact with on your side of the board means Brain Freeze, Prize Plunderer, Orc Merchant a lot of the time just becomes so much less reliable.
And the save of the Shooting Star is definitely going to be clutch for Surrender here.
Yeah, very much so.
No spell damage to go alongside it makes things a little bit awkward, so he could think about devolving missiles, but there's a chance it goes super wrong, right? If you don't hit the field contact, then it's not necessarily even dying this turn.
What to do? What to do?
However, if he does just go shooting Star Ping, he's taking minimum 8 more damage next turn. Nice positioning from Chonsu as well.
Yeah. And that's very scary. This is how you lose the matchup, because if they just start throwing, throwing down the wicked stabs to your face, then finish you off with Alexstrasza, it's not likely that they have all of those cards, but that is how you lose. Otherwise, you're just almost guaranteed a win here for Surrender.
Right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this just leaves 6 damage on board instead of 8. Pretty obvious. I don't know why I didn't see that. Apologies. Chonsu now has very little in terms of refill potential, but he can at least build 1 minion that survives the Observer leading up into the Janda's turn. You can see how all in he is on just trying to stick any amount of damage onto the board because he's gotten this aggressive start and has the Alex in hand. You're absolutely right about the wicked stabs. I've been in many positions as mage where they just send 2 stabs to your face and you already know you're dead next turn. There's just no way to play around Alexstrasza coming down for 8 damage.
Yeah, and now I definitely like the look of Apexis Blast. Well, I mean, I was going to say, I guess you could go Ping plus Arcane Observer because you do need to be... Oh, sorry, Arcane Luminary. Because you do need to be cognizant of the fact that sending burn into minions is still not ideal. You do want to set up a quicker lethal with Apexis Face. But the average stats just kind of feel worth it to get more survivability.
Yeah, I agree. This doesn't feel like a game where Surrender is able to race Chonsu in terms of just sending burn to the face because he doesn't have like Fireball or Mask in hand to kind of aid that game plan. So I'm all in favor of being able to get maximum board presence and try and win off of that leading into his Springwater turn.
Time runs out on me.
It also just corrupts his ring tosses right away, which is pretty relevant as well.
Yeah, that is a big deal. It does chew up a pretty premium piece of removal, but I think on average you're probably just getting enough of a board presence to where it doesn't matter all too much. Jan is going to need to be pretty huge here to have any kind of a chance of pulling things back. And Greybow, okay, it's good. It's a good outcome.
Absolutely. Surrender does have the devolving missiles to mitigate any disasters if he guesses wrong on the illusion, for example. But Greybow is quite annoying indeed.
Obviously, Mage has many ways to deal with this very, very quickly, with devolving missiles looking pretty key here.
Yeah, you can start with the Springwater and he'll still have 5 mana to work with, which means either devolving plus Apexis. You can also start with the Primordial Studies. I guess it doesn't really change anything in terms of breakpoints. Oh, wait, it does if he goes Apexis on the Greybow.
Yeah, the question is really just which minion have you made the illusion one? Because generally Greybow is the one that you pick, right? Because you want it to die as soon as possible to get the Death Rattle replayed.
Yeah, it's really tough because there could have been a mind game here.
Yeah.
And it looks like Surrender is just going to go for devolving instead. And because he couldn't really check the mind game without pinging. Whoa!
Whoa!
That's insane! The stats on those and the fact that the 5/6 can attack, right? Because Chonsu's rogue.
That's the best 3-drop and the best 4-drop. That is absolutely absurd. And it's also a lot of damage. The Alexstrasza win condition is actually just online if he can deal with this taunt.
Yeah. Honestly, for Surrender there, I was looking at him potentially like trying to hit a cheap spell damage, Apexis on the 4/6, and even if that was the illusion, you kind of just bite the bullet and then you go 4/5 into a minion and then hope that the Death Rattle goes on Janda's, something like that. And if it didn't, then you go devolving the next turn. This is obviously the disaster scenario. Surrender was trying to make it such that he didn't have to worry about Greybow at all. And now Chonsu has Brain Freeze, Prize Plunder, and can send another 9 damage to face and Wicked Stab in hand.
Oh yeah, Wicked Stab face, Brain Freeze the Cyclone. perfect. You can get a kill off the taunt as well and send all of this face. Obviously, Alexstrasza is still 2 turns away, so he's far from guaranteed to being able to get there. But this is like the best possible turn that Chonsu could have hoped for.
Yeah, extremely powerful. Best mana utilization, he's ahead on board, and Surrender's just kind of dying. He needs miracles off of, what, Flood Mage? I don't... Card draw? It's just not there.
Okay, good draw.
Obviously, he can set up ice barriers with these ring tosses, but there's more than 8 damage on board. If Chonsu gets the second Wicked Stab at any point with a spell to test for counterspell, that is just game. And Surrender needs to kill Chonsu before turn 9. It all just seems like too much to ask for.
Yeah, I don't really see it coming together.
It's like barrier, and then he freezes something, and then apexes something else. I guess the apexes has to go face to give Surrender any chance of trying to race Chonsu.
Oh, but at the same time, if you're not killing the Foxy with the Brain Freeze and then fireballing one of the others, like I think for Surrender the best game plan might just be to hope that Alexstrasza isn't there. I know there's only so many cards left in the deck that it can only be so many cards that aren't Alexstrasza, but I don't know. He's dying way too quickly.
Yeah, I think he has to go face with the Apexis. It's
okay.
It actually doesn't give him that many good break points because the 5/6 is just out of range of the Apexis being able to kill it. So Surrender is going all in here and just saying, I'm not actually going to remove any minions this turn. I'm just taking away the maximum amount of damage while giving himself top decks for counter lethal. But Chonsu gets the Wicked Stab. Surrender did take counterspell though.
He just played it right off the top without trying to test with Field Contact and Prize Plunderer first. That did seem a little quick.
Yeah, that did seem hasty, right? Because if he got something like Swindle, he just wins on the spot off the top here.
Or Shadow Step, exactly. I mean, that was the card, right? And then he would have still had mana to play it as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna call this straight away a blunder from Chonsu because there is no reason to start with Wicked Stab there. He doesn't get punished by starting with Field Contact ever.
And now Surrender has an outright. Fireball is game.
Texas Blast also with ping.
True.
Or he has to play both. I think he's played both. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Rune Orb can discover things. There's just outs.
There are
Surrender
outs.
gave himself this ability to kill Chonsu before the Alexstrasza turn.
That still works because Fireball will cost 3 mana.
Yes. Surrender's thinking about can he get away with another ring toss here, but without the board clear to go alongside it and also not being in Alexstrasza range, it just doesn't work. Rune Orb cannot give Rune Orb.
Thalnos, 7/10 ping doesn't get there. There's no mana either.
It's so close, but it's just not there.
Is there anything that Rune Orb can give? If he gets freeze, it doesn't matter because he's just dead.
Well, his perspective now is to hope that Alexstrasza isn't there, which is probably meaning take Cone of Cold, freeze away the rest of the minions, and then try to top deck the other Fireball for next turn.
Agreed. Yeah, he sees it as well as the only out. Whew. A closer game, arguably, than it should have been here for Chonsu, as he is able to get the win from the Alexstrasza. But the question does really need to be asked for Surrender here. Again, we know that it was the worst possible outcome from devolving. He made his opponent's board better, if anything, with the options that he gave him. But was it still the correct play to go for that? Because even if these weren't the biggest minions, you know, 3 attack on a 3-drop is not absurd. Even if it didn't have 9 health to go alongside it, 5 and 8 attack overall on a 4-drop and a 3-drop is not unheard of. And he very possibly led himself to taking that extra damage and die to all the burst damage.
It was a very difficult turn to criticize because obviously Surrender went for the devolving in order to not have to care about where the Greybow Death Rattle goes. The play I was suggesting of the Apexis Blast with very likely a playable spell damage minion that turn, if the Death Rattle had gone onto the 4/4, then he would end up leaving it up that turn, right? Ideally, that was the outcome he wanted, so then he could just VT over the Jandis and then go for devolving the next turn. But then there are ways that Chonsu can possibly punish that if he gets even more minions on board, right? And then the devolving doesn't necessarily go onto the Grey Bow and surrenders in the same position. It's really tough to say whether or not it was ideal, but the mistake we can criticize as an objective mistake from Chonsu was not testing with field contact first for the chance of proccing counterspell without Wicked Stab.
Yeah, 100%. There was very little else that could have gone wrong, because even if it is the Netherwind portal instead of counterspell, even if that gets a taunt, he still had the ability to push through that, right, and then still get lethal with the rest of the minions if something can go wrong like that. But either way, it does mean that Surrender is going to be switching over to his Miracle Rogue now. We've gone from a Rogue Mirror, Rogue Mage to a Rogue Mirror once again, and it looks like pretty much the standard list with the tech... Oh, sorry, I take that back. I was going to say with the tech inclusion of Broomstick. He's taken a few cards out here, going with the deleting the Foxy Fraud package, instead going for Yoink plus Broomsticks as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I just haven't seen Yoink run in a natural rogue list since, I think, what was it, week 1 or week 2 from Lambi series? Back in the old Watchpost rogue, which already feels like an artifact from the past. Yeah. What Surrender has cut to make room for that, I believe, is the Foxy Frauds. I'm going to go check this list again. He's also just not running Vanessa Van Cleef, which we've seen if you are running Broomstick, there is simply no room. Yeah, only one Og Merchant as well. And so, I am not necessarily sure if he wanted these techs for the mirror in particular, because I think animated Broomstick is very good in the mirror. I don't know about the average quality of Yoink though, but I'd say the Mage Hero power is really great, because not only can you clear your opponent's minions, you can proc your own Octobot.
Absolutely blistering start here, though, for Chonsu. Even though Jandis is not often a card you keep, with Octobot, I mean, it's just a curve, right? 3-4, coin 5 if your efficient Octobots gets activated. The only card I'm considering throwing is the Vanessa.
Yeah, well, you can take over from Mullet over for here, Dark. Completely agrees, and I do as well. Looks like a very, very strong opener. Efficient Octobot, so hard to deal with in the mirror when coined out this early.
Wow. I mean, I wasn't saying that it would be a coin Octobot with this play, just because it does interrupt coin Jandis, right? I mean, that was definitely my game plan here.
Thinking about it again, this does represent a situation where Surrender's not free to go for his own Octobot, which is his ideal play on this turn, because Chonsu would then immediately be able to proc his and get the first benefit, because he could play Mankrik immediately. This does potentially disrupt the coin Jandis, but I think it might be worth it overall to give him like the chance to disrupt Surrender's own ideal plays. And if Surrender does nothing on turn 2, then he's able to just dagger into Mankrik anyway.
That's fair. That is fair. I think for Surrender here, I'm honestly leaning towards still going for the Octobot, because the turn after, you can just deal with essentially anything that Chonsu throws down. Obviously, you're very low on value at that point, without the field contact in hand. But again, he's just going for slowing down Chonsu's game plan.
This play from Surrender, I think, gives him a small chance to be able to one-shot the Octobot. If he had gotten a one-cost card to go along with this turn, he could go Octobot, Og Merchant into Brain Freeze his own guy, and then Prize Plunderer to deny the discount. I'm not sure if it's worth it by this point, but if he's going to ignore it 2 turns in a row, then he can definitely do the thing next turn with the Cult Neophyte.
Yeah, and it's shaping together nicely here for Chonsu. If he does get an activation on the Octobot, then he can, of course, go for a field contact turn. But if not, he can still just spend his mana on Neophyte and draw. But now for Surrender, again, you have to be looking at some kind of a proc here on the Octobot.
Right, his own. He can definitely get rid of the other one with the Prize Plunderer now. And the Brain Freeze has a good target, so obviously much better for Surrender to wait in that last situation. And while it is risky to leave up opposing Octobots for this long, there's often situations in Rogue where they play it that early and bluff that they have the activator on their own side. Surrender's patience has paid off in this iteration, and Chonsu is met with a very awkward board.
I mean, this is just great play from Surrender. Like the line I was thinking of, while it did obviously have some upsides, I think that Surrender played to this. I mean, it wasn't even an out. He had all the cards in hand that he used on this turn already. He'd planned this out long in advance, and it means that he is now ahead on board, and Chonsu has to struggle to pull things back.
The one downside for Surrender is that he's used a lot of his field contact juice. If he gets that off the top, it is going to be far less powerful, but he says tempo is way more important. And now the broomstick probably just going to be used as a swindle activator. I think it's worth it so that he can consolidate the board lead that he paid so dearly for in the beginning.
100%. There's a lot of good minions that he can get here. Kazakus being one of them for next turn. Value sorted for the next few turns.
In terms of how this set of trades go, I guess the 2-1 into the 3-2, and I was honestly interested in Neophyte value trading over the 1-1, but I guess the Divine Shield on his Octobot isn't all that important anyway.
I mean, I'm wondering if you actually trade Broom in, because then there's no good targets for Dagger, whereas otherwise you're always leaving something good.
Good catch. Oy, so awkward for Chonsu. If he goes for Secret Passage, there's, like, of course, Kazakus a good outcome. Second Octobot wouldn't be awful in this position either. 3-7 and Crick's Wife?
Yeah, you're absolutely taking it now. If there was, like, Foxy Forward plus Swindle, you'd think about taking that instead, but absolutely here, you just go for the getting the 3-7 in play. It's a pretty big difference here at this point, though. It's much more achievable to actually kill it off for Surrender.
After your Encounters Flow montage, can we get a Surrender reaction montage, Darren? I very much look forward to it because I did really enjoy his slight eyebrow raise and look 40 degrees to the left at the Mad Crick's Wife.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what option he went for here, actually, because there was some consideration to go for 1 to try and hit poison plus deal 3 damage to immediately kill the Mancrig. But if you did go for 5, honestly, I can see the argument for all of these on 5 mana. They all do something pretty good.
I'd have to imagine he went for 5 just because his hand is doing nothing the next couple turns until Alexstrasza. And so I kind of like the look of Rush to deal partially with the Mancrik. The rest of this turn looks like it's going to be Yoink. And sometimes you get a hero power that combined with the Rush over 2 turns can deal with the 3-7.
Fair enough. Draw
Deal 3?
You're looking at that over draw 2?
It's really close, right? Because Surrender does have like Alexstrasza to just follow up the curve even if he doesn't necessarily draw. I'm just scared for his position losing board because this turn he is giving up the Mancrik and Chonsu has full initiative.
Looks like it went
Hunter hero power as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're going for stealth as well. Means that Hunter hero power starts to represent lethal very quickly. If he can go... Wow, okay. If he can go Golem plus Wicked Stab next turn and then into Alexstrasza, he's looking at lethal very possibly in the next 2 turns. However, that Rustied Raider has something to say about it.
And the Moonfang is threatening counter lethal as well. Chonsu has his own Alexstrasza and a Runed Orb in hand. Yikes. Okay, that's a very welcome draw for Surrender though.
There's still no reason to, like, I guess you can start with the Golem, right, and see what you draw, but I'm wondering if there's any reason to go for Wicked Stab still, just to use the mana now to try and hit lethal. Broom's interesting.
Oh man, if he had... I mean, he can stab the Moonfang because, okay, he can test first for the illusion with the Octobot into the 1-8. I think it's relatively likely that it's the Moonfang that's illusioned here because the taunt is just so powerful for Chonsu's position. And if it's by some miracle the 1-8 that was illusioned, then Surrender can go for something more aggressive like the Neophyte. Now I think he has to respect the Moonfang.
Oh, I hate that so much. But I think...
I hate it too, but he's kind of dying.
Yeah.
I mean, the bullet.
Yeah, I was still considering Broom, but I guess you can... the fact that the Rustied Raider sticks around for a turn is really not that big of a deal, because you can just deal with it with the stealth next turn. Shadow Step is a premium top deck, though, for Chonsu, if he wants to try and set up 2-turn lethal.
What makes something real?
And this has been the bane of Surrender's existence these past couple games. Probably just on the Zai, yeah.
Yeah, don't get too fancy with this one.
If we're talking outs for Surrender, if he gets... I was going to say perfect Broom trades, but I'm not even sure what he can do with the mana he has at the moment.
Yeah, it's likely that he's just going to be dead. Like, if he gets the, like you said, perfect outcomes off of the Swindle to get, I don't even know, Mancrick again, a decent draw. If he can go Mancrick into Mancrick Enraged, then maybe we're talking, right? That he can clear off enough whilst also setting up lethal with Alexstrasza.
Maybe. We can take a look at what's... Oh, sorry, we can't take a look at what's left for Surrender because he hasn't drawn all that much. But it does definitely feel like Mancrick is above average.
Okay.
Yeah? All right.
Okay. Whoa, plus prize plunger? This is salvageable. This is definitely salvageable now for Surrender.
Absolutely. So you can prize on the Zai. You're pretty sure that's the illusion. And then you can... room and then step the prize and play it again?
So many options.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm wondering if you end up getting the Broom on the Zai instead. But I guess that can go on the Jandis or the 1/7 or whatever anyway.
Alright, looks like Surrender is just going to go for the full clear on the 6/4. This is really smart, right? Because now the Broom can deal with the Zai without having to waste any damage from the prize plunger. Super nicely done.
Very, very nicely done. And a huge swing for Surrender now. He's representing lethal on the next turn. Chonsu has...
A fireball out.
Well, it's rogue spells, right? It's not even mage spells.
Oh, right, you're right.
So, Wicked Stab, obviously, it's not quite there.
Sinister Strike into passage for another stab? I don't know.
Yeah, we're getting there.
He's just not dealing with this board, is he?
Prep? That's a mana.
Passage, okay. I mean, he can survive on board. From his perspective, maybe he just plays as though Alex is not there for Surrender. Oh, Surrender's so stressed, but he's in a good position.
It kind of feel like going for Wicked Stab was a... I guess it wouldn't have got there. It would have to be double Wicked Stab. Yeah, fair enough.
One off? One off.
Oh my goodness.
Clear minions. But clearing minions is pretty good.
It's pretty good, yeah. He's looking at going for the Orc Merchant because he gets to keep the stab next turn, so he wants to do that for lethal setups. Okay,
right.
Sure.
I like that.
Yeah.
Strong. And now Surrender is 3 off. Yeah, even with the hero power.
11, 15, yeah. Yeah, I'm only making 13 with this. One Thief, I guess you probably have to go for instead then. I mean, obviously you could just go Alexstrasza on yourself to get an 8/8 in play if you're afraid of dying on the other side as well.
So
You're right. That's... Oh, it's super close. And then, if Surrender's afraid of exactly Alexstrasza, if he goes Alex's own face, then just Alex on his Alex puts him in a bad situation. Right?
True.
And so, I think this might be look for One Thief delay options. The Cult Neophyte also sort of helps in that regard. And then try to get the Alex lethal next turn. Cone of Cold!
Cone of Cold
That's
is
the
the
perfect
nuts! That's the
delay
absolute
option.
nuts.
Oh, and he gets to fit in the Redagger. He is setting up for the counter lethal. Derek, this is so back and forth.
Oh my god. And so, Wicked Stab you could set up for this turn. Honestly, you may just have to go Alexstrasza on himself, right? Just to, just to survive.
And then if Surrender Alex is his Alex, then pretty bad spot again, I suppose. So Chonsu's going for a bit more greed, I suppose, something like Taunt and Copy. Does that ever help him?
Oh, he went for 1 mana. Wow.
Okay. So he's looking to freeze and then step this, perhaps?
Yeah, so if he goes... Yeah, he can't go Wicked Stab plus Dagger to be able to guarantee the freeze on the Kazakus. On the Mankrik, sorry.
Cult Neophyte's actually so clutch here.
Yeah, it really is.
But it's actually the One Thief that is making this still lethal for Surrender, even if
Oh my God.
gets frozen.
So he can still step it though, right? And then play it again, which he has to do.
Yes, he can. And he has to... I mean, this is not guaranteed to hit the non-frozen minion, right? It could still miss.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I don't actually know if it guarantees to hit a non-frozen minion.
I don't know either. And now Surrender is still 1 off. This is the closest Rogue Mirror ever.
It gets mage spells, so there's no immediate outs for lethal on 1 mana.
There's not. And so...
Flurry is what you're looking for as the out, and you point at your opponent's face and then set up lethal next turn.
If he Alex's his own face, he's still kind of okay on board because the Mankrik is like a lot of health. I think both players have been very aware of their own Alexstrasza's up until this point. That's why we've seen these type of desperation plays from Chonsu to go for the freeze.
Studies is fairly likely to hit Steward of Scrolls, to be fair, which maybe is a better chance, but Combustion is just a decent card.
This depends on whether he thinks Combustion is actually going to achieve that much next turn, because we could see Chonsu trading into the Alexstrasza. In terms of overall value, Chonsu is winning, but in terms of current board, Surrender is winning.
And so if Chonsu has to go Alex on Alex, as it's looking like here, to kill off the opposing Alexstrasza because there is not lethal yet, then I guess he's still kind of afraid of burst damage, like a mage card was just discovered there. If that's Fireball into Wicked Stab, there's potential here, but there's nothing he can do to play around that. So I guess the question is just, after you've gone for the kill of the Alex, do you trade or do you go face?
Really close. You kind of expect the Alex to stick by that point.
Yeah.
So if we're talking breakpoints here, Wicked Stab is denied if he trades both of the 1/2s. Just Stab, right? Oh wait, then there's
no,
Dagger
right?
as well.
Because it's 6. Yeah.
Oh. But you can deny Shadow Step / Tenwu outs if you remove the 1/Thieves. There's so many things to consider, and Chonsu says it is not worth it. I'm gonna play like the burst isn't there. There's the Shadows. Surrender has a chance at Fireball, at Rune Orb into something, at Apexis Blast, at Mask of Cthulhu.
They're out.
Here we go.
And it all comes down to this. Even card draw could be enough. There's a lot of good cards here. Even Flame Strike maybe is enough just to clear the board and try and win that way. Like, there's so many things you can look for.
Surrender still has stabs in the... No, 1 stab in the... Oh, no! Not like this!
Absolute garbage. Only one of these is a real card.
The one on the right. And he can isolate the Alex? And into a 6-drop, which is still pretty powerful, but it's the best he's got, right?
Yeah.
So
things.
Yeah, it's like whether you trade into Kazakus, then Combustion, or Combustion and then trade into the 3/1 Mankrik. He definitely needs to send the 3/7 face, I guess, to give himself Wicked Stab outs off the top. Oh, this 6-drop, what's it gonna be?
He can... Oh, yeah, okay.
Claw Machine, that's so much attack!
That's so much.
Okay, Surrender trades it. That's why he didn't go face with the Mankrik first.
Yeah, the fact that it dies is so big there for Surrender.
Yeah.
But he's just so far behind on value. This has to be over now, right? Like...
I mean,
this is
he has
always
Secret Passage
lethal.
outs. Because
Okay.
there's still a Yoink in the deck and I think one stab.
Give me that. Look what I...
I mean, Surrender is completely dead based on value. That's obvious to see. But he
Okay.
has Secret Passage, so it's not completely over. Texas Blast for Chonsu means that even if somehow this board gets cleared, or most of it, like he still has burst damage for next turn.
Yeah, you just got to end on Neophyte here, and I think you are happy.
Almost out of cards.
Wait,
He
unless
actually
there's
fatigues if he plays one
fatigue
more.
that you're afraid of? Okay, fair enough. So you just end with
Yeah.
the dagger.
Because 8 damage, if you go Wicked Stab and just Dagger, then he loses to Fatigue. But the field contact is not it for Surrender. Oh, that was the closest Rogue Mirror I've ever seen. Right up there with Gabby versus Viper.
Yeah, right down to the wire, all the way through. You have to consider the tiniest of breakpoints. Like in the Alex Straza tennis, I agree that it was probably correct for Surrender to put it on himself rather than to go for the line of going the offensive Alex Straza. Again, using the Wicked Stab on the Moonfang, probably correct as well, because he's just losing the race at that point. But in your head as Surrender, you have to be running back over every possible different iteration you could have gone for. Maybe there was a slim chance to get it, but it wasn't there in the end, and Chonsu was too well.
And this turn in particular from Surrender, this was so well done when he hit that clutch Prize Plunder to be able to clear the second Jandis. Was it even the third Jandis? I don't know. There was just so much more stats that Chonsu got to play throughout the majority of that game. The Apexis Blast going face, we had a back and forth conversation about that. It kind of gave Surrender the window to be able to threaten Alex Straza lethal, but it also kind of signaled to Chonsu that Surrender was holding that Alex Straza, and it made it such that Chonsu was going for things as niche as the 1 mana golem off of Kazakus to be able to hit a way to stay alive for that one exact turn. That was so well played on both sides, and I hope they can keep it up because we're only midway through this series, Tara.
Yeah, exactly. There's still plenty more to come, I would imagine, because now the Rush Warrior for Surrender, which is a little bit interesting that we're seeing it now. I would honestly expect Rush Warrior to come down with higher priority as a counter to Rogue than the Rogue Mirror. But Surrender now, after having lost the Rogue Mirror, is going to be going with the Rush Warrior, which, again, as we've seen already today from Lambie series, does feel like a very good matchup against the Rogue.
Yeah, that's right. Rush Warrior, especially this version from Surrender with the double Ogre Mancers. This is a deck where, I mean, I always say Ogre Mancer is only good if you're already ahead on board, but Rush Warrior tends to be ahead on board by that point in the matchup. And then if they can follow with Ogre Mancer, it removes the outs of Rogue of being able to go for a big field contact swing because they just get immediately punished by all the 2/2s that spawn.
Looking like a pretty good hand for Surrender. I mean, honestly, I would consider holding on to a lot of these cards. I'm not sure how good Crab Rider is in the early game anymore. The main reason I'd be looking to hold on to that is just to corrupt the stage dive in a timely manner.
That is true. Crab Rider also, because of the nerf, is like far less of a priority removal. There are certain matchups where you just jam this immediately, and if you can follow with Rakara, then the Rogue can just roll over and die. But it's really difficult. Even just the 2/5 drops back to back feel like they have some good curve potential.
A tough mulligan. A very, very tough mulligan, because you're always thinking here, am I like overcomplicating things? Am I only keeping these cards because I see them in my hand? And in the end, Surrender just keeping the stage dive. This is also a line that I can very much respect, because the cards he had, they weren't the nuts, right? They weren't the game-winning cards. Whereas here, corrupting the stage dive, drawing another rush, comboing it with Rakara, there are some very strong plays that start to become possible now.
Indeed. And the curve looks relatively simple for Surrender. Just Crab Rider into even just ETC on tempo is fine in the matchup. The only consideration is what does Octobot do to his board state, right? Because you saw Chonsu play out the Guardian Og Merchant, almost baiting Surrender into playing a minion in order to be able to proc a potential Octobot, but maybe we're getting a little bit too deep down the rabbit hole. If there is Octobot, then Chonsu probably holds the Guardian Og Merchant altogether. Surrender is going to start with ETC instead of Crab Rider because he can potentially get immediate damage off of the Crab Rider next turn. Interesting.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I think that the threat of leaving up a 2-1 Orc Merchant here is really not something that you're afraid of at all. It's not like a high priority Shadow Step target or anything like that, so you can just curve out with the Crab Rider next turn instead.
Chonsu notes that though and decides to pre-damage the ETC. And so the Crab Rider isn't actually able to get immediate ETC value. I still think it's the play though, just to have it on board if anything, and it can be comboed at least with one attack with Rakara, not quite so punishing back to its Wind Fury days, but I think it's still worth it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just getting more stats on the board. It sucks that you're playing a vanilla 2-mana 1/4 effectively here, but you are definitely still going to take it. Man.
Not the greatest hand from Chonsu, but it's probably fine to just wait and then play Kazakus next turn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this hand gets a lot better. This has a lot of mid-game punch. So you're just biding your time for the moment. It, of course, means that Surrender does get priority on this Rakara. And you have to imagine, you know, if your opponent is just passing here, passing again, not really doing anything, the likelihood of them playing Kazakus is fairly high, in all honesty. So just slamming down Rakara next turn feels pretty good.
And Chonsu is actually going to commit 2 pieces of removal here as well to get rid of the Crab Rider, which doesn't have Wind Fury. It feels like a lot, but you know, I think it's very smart. Chonsu's mana is spoken for until turn 6, so he just wants to make sure that there is as little possibility for Surrender to punish him with minions stuck on board as Chonsu goes for his slow turn of Kazakus.
Kind of a lot going on here. Yeah. I mean, it's big, of course, but for Surrender here, there's a lot going on beneath the surface. Because if you go for just Playmaker here, then you obviously set up for a potential Rakara next turn, but that doesn't trade especially well against the likes of Kazakus, because then you're just playing a 4-3 into a 3-3. But Stage Dive on the next turn, like, you're far from guaranteed to be able to play whatever you get off of that if you go for Playmaker this turn instead. So there's a lot going on, I think.
Yeah, I think it's very smart for Surrender to go for Playmaker as well. You saw Chonsu commit so much removal that he's not likely to have more to deal with it, and very likely instead hoping to set up Kazakus. So Surrender is making it such that it's as painful as possible for Chonsu to take this slow turn. And even though it's not necessarily Rakara this turn, Stage Dive into just like bumper car is a lot of value with the Playmaker. Alternatively though, Sword Eater lets him deal with the Kazakus and partially protect the 4-3. I say partially because there's a lot of golem outcomes that still kill it.
Yeah, there's a lot going on because there's 5 rush minions left in the deck, I believe. 2 bumper cars, 1 Crab Rider, Samuro, and Runthag. And 3 of them, and obviously the Crab Riders and the bumper cars are pretty insane. But if you miss on that and just have to go Rakara, it feels pretty rough.
What now?
But it's also not the end of the world because then the Playmaker can just go face and become a 6-5.
Sure, yeah, and then double trade, fair, yeah.
Potentially even leave up the Kazakus because Chonsu will have to trade the Rakaras for him. Not sure. It's a lot. Like, if the Stage Dive gets Samuro, then that's a lot of incentive for not trading, right? Because Chonsu will go wide and then your Samuro can sweep up. It's so many different options, and Surrender is going to end up on the Sword Eater instead. Very likely the safest play among all of them, and still reasonable because he can follow up with Ogremancer and still be in a decent position.
Pretty
Not against
insane.
that, though.
Yeah, that's clearing off absolutely everything that you can play. And it's disgusting here. Surrender has to go for Rakara trade, obviously depending on what you get, if you can throw in a bumper car instead. But Samuro, you don't want to throw that in either.
Oh, this is so interesting though because Surrender can set up conditioning, and if Chonsu plays any other minion, the Samuro can go into that and sweep up the 5-5 with its Frenzy. That's really powerful. However, if Chonsu plays nothing, then Surrender's kind of taken an additional 5 damage, which is, you know, not really the end of the world. I think he's relatively fine.
Yeah, I think if they play nothing and you get a turn closer to Troublemaker without dying, that sounds okay for Surrender. You could just hero power, right? So it's only like 3 damage a turn anyway.
Chonsu's got to smell something fishy if he sees just here, but
Yeah.
I think it's fine. There's not much Chonsu can do to play around a giant Samuro. The series already has had so many nuanced decisions. I'm loving it, Derek.
Indeed. Way more complicated than this matchup initially appeared to be, but Surrender is saying he's just going to go with the Rakara right now. This does mean that, obviously, no matter what Chonsu does, Surrender has more control over the game. He can just slam Ogremancer if there isn't a big play. And even if there is a Jandis play here, he can still go for conditioning plus Samuro if he has to clear.
Right. In the grand scheme of things, being less greedy has cost him a Rakara in hand and a weapon for the benefit of not taking an additional 5 damage that one turn. Taunt, though, is super annoying for Surrender because his Samuro takes more damage than it normally would have to. Still fine, though. I think he absolutely needs to clear this and give himself the best window for Ogremancer, which then leads up into his Troublemaker turn.
Yeah, it just sets up for very, very strong plays, one after the other. Like, using Samuro this early is on effectively one card sucks against Rogue because you really want to save it for that big turn with field contact where they go super wide onto the board, play a whole bunch of minions. But hopefully the Troublemaker can take care of most of that anyway.
What now?
In a lot of worlds, you actually don't even need the buff on the Samuro to deal with the entire board because the illusion is very likely on the 4/4.
Okay.
I don't think it's worth just not conditioning though, because all you get to do with the rest of your mana is play the Gunarg, and then like the buff on the Samuro at least gives it more health so it can stay on board, and you've just spent the mana, so I think it's fine.
Wow.
Wow!
Damn.
I did not expect this. The Ogremancer's dead on board.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, what this does say to Chonsu is this card is not Samuro. If it was Samuro, I would have played it here. And Chonsu, I mean, if you want to call it bait or not, whatever it is, Chonsu's falling for it and going super wide on the board now.
This is so next level from Surrender. He is very likely taking a lot of damage in the process, but he's deleting a lot of Chonsu's best resources, which, if he had gone Samuro first, would have left Chonsu in favorable board position.
I mean, I'm sure Surrender was... oh, wow. Did put it that way. So if we had gone for the line of Samuro plus Gunarg, it would have left a lot of damage on board still as well.
Yeah. I think the two options there were just conditioning Samuro or what Surrender went for, which I honestly did not even consider an option until I saw Surrender do it. The classic, the usual.
Oh wow, Combustion being picked there. A little surprising. I was kind of expecting a Pexis, to be honest.
Me too! Ruined Orb and Alexstrasza, and like Surrender's down to 16. Auto step on Jandis is so clutch though. That's the one kind of way to play around this magnificent bait and switch from Surrender, is just having the additional board presence.
Yeah, I think Chonsu will be a little bit surprised to see the Samuro. However, it's far from the end of the world for him. He, of course, gets an immediate Jandis play. He can freeze it so it can't attack for the turn as well. Just wants to set up for that Alexstrasza to close out the game.
Oh, he got Steward as well, so this Ruined Orb and this Brain Freeze have spell damage on them. That's really powerful.
Yeah, that's big. You could even Divine Shield it on this turn. Like, I know that gives up the game as to which one is the illusion minion, but it does protect it pretty well.
Shadow Step again! Are you kidding? Does it even ambush ever? Nah, he has to play the Brain Freeze this turn, right? The Samuro is like too threatening.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's like Shadow Step on the Alexstrasza you're probably going for if you haven't won the game next turn.
True. Render's just losing the race.
Yeah, I like this.
And this makes the troublemaker barely tickle for Chonsu here.
It's the only play because it's by far the biggest, as it's the only buffed minion in hand. Everything else, mana efficiency, way too awkward. And then what are you even hoping that it hits? Like,
everything loses to Alexstrasza, even if it gets rid of the illusion Barak and value trades over a 2-1. Chonsu is sticking 6 damage on board and has Alex in hand.
Yeah, if it double trades the Steward, you're still dead. Does Sword Eater beat Alex ever? Nah.
And so he just has to hope that the Alex isn't there, that the troublemaker takes the best possible trades, and that it can somehow set up a counter lethal. However, we can see that Chonsu has set up the check and mate, hitting that next shadow step for the Jandice. Despite Surrender's very unconventional but very cool setup into a bigger Samuro sweep, all crushed by Jandice once again. It feels like this entire series has been about the Jandice.
Yeah, it's just been so sick in the Rogue time and again, as Chonsu does get 3 wins in a row on the Rogue. Things were looking rough for him after he lost the Mage Mirror, of course, but from there on in, things just went from bad to worse for a Surrender, and better to better for Chonsu, because he is now going to be going through to the quarter-finals, taking down, again, the who is generally considered the strongest player in Korea. But Chonsu definitely giving Surrender a run for his money these days. A very strong season last year, of course, and following it up with a decent comeback at the very least in this season after what has been a reasonable kind of mediocre start. Definitely starting to get those wins on the board now, and I'm glad to see it.
Yeah, I mean, of course we keep singing Surrender's praises, but particularly in the Rogue Mirror, Chonsu played out of his mind there, I have to say. Even though what looked like the weird coin Octobot with a hand that kept Jandice felt counterintuitive, and the Octobot didn't immediately get value, what it kind of did was force Surrender off of playing his own Octobot for many turns, which kind of just says to Chonsu, okay, I have more time to play my Jandice on a natural amount of mana, and if I'm ahead on board by that point, that's well enough to win the game. And it absolutely did off the back of Jandice, back and forth, keeping it even though it's been nerfed, and very good understanding in the late game about how to play around Alexstrasza, taking these small percentage outs to be able to freeze enough minions with the 1-cost golem. Just very unusual lines, but so well played. You love to see it.
Yeah, you know me. I'm a big Chonsu fan, and I'm very glad that he is playing out of his gourd in these games and going to be going through to the quarterfinals, which leaves us, Gia, with a pretty interesting quarterfinal. A lot of stories going about here. Of course, Blitzchung looking for the 3-week back-to-back-to-back victory here as we transition over from Specialist to Last Hero Standing. All 3 Japanese players with 120 for 120 cards, same lineups, dominating again, just showing that even if you can talk about who's the best player in APAC, when it comes to the best practice group and deck builders, it just has to go to Glory Alutemu, and now Possessi also joining them with the same decks.
And on top of that, we have Dawn going for the miracle run and dispelling any naysayers that don't believe that he is in there with the top of them. We have Lambi Series also doing his best to avoid the relegation zone, and then Bank Yugi looking for maybe a back-to-back playoffs appearance, going straight to Worlds. There's just great stories all around to be had, and on top of that, new decks. We haven't gotten to see Control Warrior whatsoever today, although it's been brought by 4 players in our top 8.
That's right, Bank Yuki just sweeping with the Libram Paladin without ever needing to play his Warrior. And we'll talk about the different builds of Warrior, the different strategies that have gone in, Cthulhu versus non-Cthulhu, tomorrow, because that was our 4th game. And we're all done. We have our quarterfinal set. And then, as usual, we're going to be playing tomorrow all the quarterfinal matches, on Sunday, the semi-finals and the finals. And I think, Gia, you set the stage perfectly there as for all the matches tomorrow. But are there any other closing thoughts after our first day of LHS?
Very cool lines, but never quite making it to the top 8. I do think his consistency will reward him overall, though, because he's still in the top 8. And, you know, it's fine to let other people shine every now and then. I'm looking forward to seeing who gets to take it all tomorrow and on Sunday.
as am I, Gia. That does mean that we're all wrapped up. Europe and America's still yet to come. Not entirely sure on what the timings will be in terms of when Europe will be, but I expect a little bit of a longer break before that starts, so make sure you're getting yourself, okay, a 1 hour break. I've just been notified before the game starts, so perfect to go get yourself spot of food, a spot of fresh air, whatever spot you may need before the next action starts with Europe. So thank you so much for watching today. We'll be back tomorrow with the rest of the action, and we will see you then. Goodbye.
Dead. Rosen's, that's a loss. You have been. And his parents are in. Look at it! He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1. That's a loss. And his pairs are in. Look at it! He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1.
Hello everyone and welcome to another week of Hearthstone Grandmasters over here in the European region. I'm Raven and joining me is Sottle, and we're going to kick off Last Hero Standing this week. But before we do, Sottle, how's it going?
I'm honestly just blown away. Again, like Raven and I don't actually get to see each other until we go live on camera, and I was just shocked by how full Johnny Bravo is.
I know. The thing is, though, it doesn't look like this in person. I think it's one of those things like the camera adds just more height to hair or something as opposed to 10 pounds.
That famous expression, the camera adds 6 inches to your hair.
Yeah, there we go. Let's take a look at some of the reminders we need to give you guys at the start of every week, just in case you're either tuning in or you just forgot. We can take a look at the prize pool and everything these players are playing for, as Sottle just chose to answer my question and focus on my hair. Yeah, of course, the players are competing for these amounts of money. Again, all this money is starting to stack up. Now we're in week, 5 now, Sottle?
Yeah, and of course that means all kinds of rotations in terms of format and so on, and the fresh new metagame that we have with the nerfs as well, and that means that these points and that money is even harder to come by, right? You can't rest on your laurels in Grandmasters in the way that the format is set up at the moment, because things are constantly changing, and we have a series of significant changes coming into play this week, which means players kind of have to readjust if they're going to be scrapping for those points. And I think this week in particular, with the way that one of the qualifying groups was laid out, with multiple relegation threatened players being in the same qualifying group playing out on Thursday, I think this is going to, when we look back on the season, I think we're going to pinpoint this week as a very pivotal one for the race against relegation.
Yeah, and even though it's possible for the players who are low in the standings to make it to a safe area where they won't get relegated, it's also getting progressively harder for them to make it to playoffs, which is very, very important for them, of course. But let's take a look at the format we keep mentioning, because honestly, you guys might not have heard of it before. It's called Last Hero Standing, and it's as old as me and Sottle at this point, as this was the main format really at the beginning of Hearthstone's competitive life. So take us through it, Sottle. What are the big differences we need to keep an eye on here?
I mean, there's so much. I love Last Hero Standing. This is the format that I have a competitive history in. I actually haven't cast that much Last Hero, because you were kind of transitioned to casting probably a year before me, where it's generally your main focus, and I was still competing. And then basically as I became a full-time caster, it's when the HCT system and Conquest came in as the dominant format. So Last Hero Standing is very, very different. It's essentially, winner stays on and decks get eliminated as they lose, as opposed to decks getting eliminated as they win. But it opens up so many different things. It rewards risk-taking a lot more, which I think is a very big deal. Because in Conquest, for example, if you bring a risky deck and it can't get a win, you can't win the series because you have to win with every deck. Whereas in Last Hero Standing, you can have a risky off-the-wall deck that you've built just to snipe Mage, for example, just to snipe Priest, and then all you do is you wait for your opponent to queue their power deck and you counteract it. And, I could go on for the entire length of this show of reasons why I prefer Last Hero Standing over Conquest, but we do have some games to get on with, so I will let the points come up more organically throughout the show.
Yeah, biggest summary, it's the complete opposite of Conquest in almost every single way. Let's take a look, though, Sottle, at these standings. And I've already spoke about this on the curve as well, just give it a bit of a rundown here, but Yarlet, Tyson, RDU, and Wam, I guess, to this extent, looking very solid in that top 4 placements here, whereas all eyes, at least for now, do have to be drawn into that bottom 4/5 players, if we're including Felkane too, which we definitely should, as big weeks for all of these players.
Yeah, and that group that I was talking about, qualifying Group B, I believe, had Zim, A-Rock, Bunny Hopper, and Boston in it as the 4th player. So that is the bottom 3 players plus Boston all playing out in one qualifying group, which is a very, very big deal, because it means the 2 players who made it to broadcast out of that group, who for today, who happen to be Zim and Bunny Hopper, have the opportunity to put big points on the board over A-Rock, who was the player that wasn't able to get out in the end. So I think that could be very, very crucial, as stated earlier. earlier in the race against relegation.
It really is, and what I'm excited to see as we go on, and this always feels like the case towards the, moving on towards the end of a season, is who is just here every single week. We speak a lot about Yala, but we can touch on some of these other players too. Group A, yesterday, Bly's took the win, taking down Swids and RDU, so he's going to be taking the day off today, just getting ready for tomorrow. He went 2-0, whereas our first match of the day is going to be that one, RDU versus Viper Decider. And again, if RDU can take it, even just this win, he's going to bank just a few more points, already sitting near the top of those standings, to make him even more likely to continue to sit up there.
And I think it'll be a hugely impressive win for RDU if he does get it, because not only was every player in this tournament hit hard by the nerfs with limited prep time, RDU was playing in a Battlegrounds exhibition when the nerfs hit. So he literally only had a couple of hours probably to test, submit some decks, and then try and grab some sleep before he had to play yesterday to even qualify through to this point. So it'd be a massively impressive week for RDU to continue to be successful in.
And let's take a look at the next group we had yesterday as well, because some of these results were super important. As you mentioned, A-Rock, there you go, Sottle, going out of Group B. This is the one you were talking about, winning, not even just having to fight for Decider, but winning the group must feel like, even though he's not done the whole job yet, must be a huge weight off his shoulders.
Yeah, it's my mistake. I had that backwards. So to rephrase what I said earlier, the loser of this match from Bunny and Zim will be the one staring upwards as the other two players potentially walk away from them, right? Because, for example, let's say Zim wins, Bunny Hopper has only picked up the small number of points for making it to the decider match. That means A-Rock and Zim will then have the opportunity to go through Saturday and Sunday and then potentially put more and more points on the board and stretch that gap open between them and the other players in the relegation zone.
Yeah, so keep an eye for those players, and that match a little bit later on will be our match 2 of the day. But let's take a look at Group C as well and how that one shook out. Casey, your boy doing it again, Sottle, as he makes it out of the group 2-0. He's again going to be on stream tomorrow in the top 8. Whereas the decider match, again, Frenetic versus Psycho, going to be that big decider one. And honestly, Sol, 2 plays that I've not been overly impressed with this season, mainly because we've just not seen them that much, right? They've not had some of the impact that the likes of Tice, Yala, RDU, who I feel like we cast every day, every weekend.
He's such a nice guy, Raven, that even when you say something as innocuous as, I haven't been that impressed, it just feels like such a slap. Like, I could say that and it'd just be waters off a duck's back. But when you say it, it's like, wow, that's harsh, Raven.
I'm not even angry. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Let's take a look at Group D. Tice, Wonder Kid, just does it again, right? It is absolutely insane that he's just 2-0'd another group. Yes, he's through to Saturday at minimum again. I think this is some of the best Hearthstone Tice has been playing for a long time, because that's not to say he's not been doing well previously, but he seems to be dominating.
He is. I mean, and what a phenomenon he is over a number of years. You know, we talk about different legacies and changing formats and things evolving year after year. Tice has been there throughout it all, and he's been successful throughout it all. And it doesn't matter whether it's been an invitational-based system where he then had to grind up through opens to kind of even sit at the call table to begin with, to have perhaps now being the king of the call table in terms of being the first name on the list when people want to invite people to stuff, but still just having an incredible competitive legacy behind him as well. Like, Tice has just been the king throughout multiple format changes and multiple years and multiple iterations of competitive systems.
And here we had a spicy week. Not only did we have a flurry of nerfs coming in not too long ago at all, but we moved to Last Hero Standing, which, as Sottle mentioned, and no doubt we'll talk a lot about, changes everything. The best decks don't necessarily translate to being the best decks in Last Hero Standing, or at least not as laterally anyway. We can see what the bring rates look like here. 100% Control Priest, and a few players electing to actually not bring Spell Mage was a big surprise to me, Sottle. Not only because, yes, it got nerfed, but maybe not enough, but also because we're in Europe.
And it's not very often I get to shout at Neil at Lorinda for doing his job badly when it comes to stats. I get to do it all the time when it comes to casting. But there was actually one Miracle Priest there as well, which is something I wanted to talk about, which was Letta. So it wasn't straight up 100% Control Priest. And Letta, I think the Miracle Priest experiment might have to come to an end very, very soon, because it does feel like it is letting him down little piece by piece. But you see there a lot of variation in deck lists. We did see, of course, 100% Control Priest on the graphic, even though that isn't entirely accurate, but it did see a spread across a lot of different matchups. And that goes back to the thing I was talking about earlier, where you can have these decks where even if they're only winning like 1 game or 1.2 games on average, they're still useful in your lineup, because you can't just let Mage 3-0 you. You can't just let Priest 3-0 you. You can't just let Weapon Rogue 3-0 you, right? These decks with potentially polarizing matchups where if you don't have a hard counter, they have the ability to sweep your whole lineup. So you have to have this matchup range so that you can pick and choose your queue order from your lineup at any given point to be able to counter your opponent's decks.
And even if we just take a glance at our first matchup of the day, which is going to be RDU versus Viper, it really is for me like, yes, okay, everyone's agreeing it's going to be Priest. We saw on stream in the Asia Pacific region this morning, Priest was just banned by every single player in every single match. And then it's, okay, well, the only mage you're really going to bring is Spell Mage, let's be honest. So, okay, the Spell Mage. And then there could be anything, as far as I see it. And we've seen that across all the regions in their submissions, right? I think we've seen most archetypes that you would even say remotely playable, with some pretty crazy tech choices as well. So we are going to see, once again, Sottle, a nice selection of decks here. Oh, look, that's a new one. Spell Mage from Viper, going to be queued first. But again, the double Priest ban. And do you think, very briefly, that this is going to be just the go-to for this weekend at least?
I do, yeah. I think it's fairly difficult, I would say, to leave Priest up unless you want to go into a world where your Q snipe deck for Priest is like Greedy Control Warlock, right? But then you've brought Greedy Control Warlock to the tournament, and I don't think that's a position that you want to be in, because it's not a very good deck. You know, you'll hear me say this a lot, of like a 1.2, 1.5 game win rate deck, with the idea being that after you Q snipe something with your deck, you want a decent chance of being able to beat the deck that they queue into you afterwards. And I don't think Warlock really fulfills that role very well. You'll beat Priest all of the time, but then you'll lose straight afterwards with almost the same level of consistency. So I think outside of that, if you don't want to bring that as your Q-Snipe deck for Priest, you kind of just have to fall on a ban Priest lineup instead, and then think more about what your Q-Snipe deck is for Mage, for example.
Well, let's take a look at this, because this is, again, an interesting first matchup with Warrior versus Mage. And I think at a glance, so if you've not played this too much, you might feel like, oh, well, Mage will just like devolve stuff and kill the Warrior and it just won't be a problem. But actually, you know, the Warrior, I found at least, can put enough big like bulky minions on board that the Mage just can't ignore them and can't consistently bring them down. So I actually think this matchup is very, very close, at least just from what I've seen of it.
I agree it's very winnable from the Warrior side, yeah. I do think it's Mage favoured by a chunk. Obviously, the nerfs have hit one of these decks a little bit harder than the other. I don't think the Crab Rider nerf is particularly relevant for the Warrior. You know, it is still a rush minion, all things considered, which is what it really needs to be. If it was like Battlecry gain rush this turn or something and it ended up not being a rush minion, that might actually change something more relevant for Warrior. But in this case, I don't think so. And while I don't think Refreshing Springwater is the most relevant card that could have been nerfed from Mage, I do think it's more relevant in this case than the Crab Rider is on the other side. So that probably compressed the matchup a little bit as well. But even like a nerf to devolving missiles, for example, would have been more impactful to this matchup, I think, than Refreshing
That's fair.
overall. So.
Well, we are diving straight in, and in true tradition, Viper has Incanter's Flow in his opening hand, so he's going to be able to pop that down on turn 2. But RDU on the other side does not have a bad opening hand either. I'd say, discarding the singular power of Incanter's Flow, RDU generally has the better opening here, if you just look at the full hand.
Hey, what's the draw here? Wow, okay, interesting. So he's going to bank the discount here and then probably just curve out with the natural bumper card that he already has in this spot. It's interesting whether he might want to save that discount for curving out with Rakara or Runthak later, but it's very, very similar. And I think any play that involves him playing an additional 3/3 this turn is ideal. I love the way the RDU's played this out so far, by the way. Nothing world-shattering, but using the coin, just going 2-drop into 2-drop and just representing max pressure on the board here, I think is absolutely the way to go about it to race down the Mage.
And you can see already, this is very powerful. Rakara, because he could guarantee a minion on board, or at least almost guarantee a minion on board, Rakara then gives it at worst just one single buff. Now Vibe has to consider, okay, how do I clear this board? And honestly, outside of exactly devolving missiles playing nice, there aren't good ways for Viper here. So, you know, it looks like he's going to take another hit next turn. RDU has even more follow-up. So this is what you want to do as Warrior. You want to never let the mage have any wiggle room, right, to do any of the silly mage things.
Yeah. How much damage you get to do in the early game is so crucial. Like, it's misleading that this is a rush deck, right? Where it feels like it's all about board control and you want to, just outlast your opponent, clear their board over and over again. It's not the case because the modern iterations of this deck don't have the gas to keep going past like turn 12, turn 13, turn 14, right? They can't just keep on going and going because they don't play that intense level of card draw that you'd need to keep up with a deck like, Rogue or Mage or whatever, who can have their whole deck in their hand by turn 10 with certain pan outs. So the idea with Rush Warrior is to get an early advantage by just how efficient your minions are and then push damage face. So even if you lose control of the game, as you probably will again with Mage at some point, once Devolving Missiles and so on start to come down, boom, Troublemaker goes face, Alexstrasza goes face, weapons go face, and that can end the game. And I think that's very much where RDU is heading right now because he's got off to a great start.
I do like the hold there of the attack from Viper though, because if he put the attack in, then there's a 2-1 on the board that just happily trades over to it. So he did actually make RDU have to swing the weapon, but still RDU not letting up with the pressure, and now with Rakara and a lot more mana to spend on some lower cost minions, the pressure's going to keep on coming. Good pickup for Viper though with that Apexis Blast. So we could actually look at Apexis Blast and then Devolve, depending on what he wants to do here.
Yeah. Devolving obviously being picked up for 0 is huge in the matchup. On basically any turn he's going to want to play it. But even that Studies pick was really quite interesting, right? Like whether or not he was going to have the time, in his opinion, to ever get value out of an Imprisoned Phoenix in that spot, which Viper decided not to. Yeah, this is a good catch as well. I was about to say, like, weirdly, if you are going to do Apexis into Devolving Missiles, it's correct to Apexis Blast the technically smaller minion, just because it costs more if you're going to Devolving Missiles at the end.
Might hold now, though, with that pull. I wouldn't be too upset with the hold here. Now Viper has Ring Toss that's corrupted, and again, unless you're 8 or below, it's not often you need to worry about like burn damage here out of nowhere. Just checking that RDU, of course, does run Alexstrasza, but he is running the ETC, so there is a chance he has to worry. But for now, looking pretty good.
How's your Rakara Warmaul Challenger calculations, Raven?
Pretty good. Pretty good. When you play them both, the Warmaul kills something and has a lot of stats.
Ah, I see. Yeah, nicely calculated. It doesn't quite get there in this spot. I think just going with the Samurai here.
I was going to mention this. It's just 2 cards. It's clean. It presets up the parade leader.
Yodat. Double Devolving now. It's a 4, a 4, and a 2 currently on the board. Hard to get like a rough feel of exactly how much mask damage is going to go to face, because I think Viper does have to think about setting up a counter-offensive at some point with the hand that he has. Spell damage, mask, and fireball, with all the card draw from Crown Session still available as well.
I was even looking at what realistically does double Devolve Blood Mage Mask look like. I think that looks pretty good.
Yikes. Well, he's going to have to hope the second one is a lot kinder to him.
3 more on the right. Oh! Well, that's annoying.
That's very unfortunate, yeah. In terms of, like, dangerous minion to leave up, that is the least dangerous, but it also has the most health of the targets that are available, which is a big problem in terms of forcing through mass damage to the face. So I think Viper will have to divert here.
Yeah, I think the pivot worthwhile. You can get the secrets up, you can even fireball down the 2-5. Yeah, I like this, and then just say, you know what, there's still plenty of stuff left in the deck. We're just going to continue this game.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll go as far as to say I like it, but it might have been necessary in the spot Viper was in. I think almost more than anything, it was necessary in the spot Viper was in because he took a long time to make the decision on the devolving missiles to begin with, and then having whiffed on what he wanted to do, he didn't really have time to go like Blood Mage, Cram Session, end the turn with Ring Toss if he didn't find anything else to play, right? He just didn't really have enough time with the animations going on.
And now, with double devolving played, RDU can start to just slightly alter his approach. Like he could go conditioning into just Warmaul Challenger. I guess he could play a Dark Moon first to test for Entity, but I do like going for it, even if you're expecting Counterspell, which I actually don't think you are. I don't think it's often you expect to see Counterspell from a Mage choice here.
Agreed, yeah.
And now
Very few spells in the deck that it can hit. Sometimes that is a reason to take Counterspell, right? That they have no real way to play around it. It just hits their good spells all the time. But yeah, generally, I think more important options for Viper to have chosen there.
Yeah, and this pretty much just deletes Mask from the game now. That Warmaul Challenger can soak it and then some.
Yeah, with both devolving missiles gone as well. And that means the fireball that's been thrown at the face here is a very, very big deal as well. I think Viper's going to need like Runed Orb to find him another copy of devolving missiles. Okay, it's a lot of potential spell damage with a Flame Strike here though. So if he goes Flame Strike Shooting Star, he now has 8 damage AoE with the lab partner on the following turn.
I'm wondering if he's scared of just being dead, though.
Well, he can go Lab Partner Shooting Star, ping a 4/4 here. He'll deal some damage to the Warmaul Challenger. He's going to have to take health off the board incrementally, right? It's just like his hand is double mask. What else is he supposed to do? But yeah, I like the full hold here. I think this is probably his best chance of winning the game. This Water Elemental not going to be a big deal for RDU with the hand he has, Playmaker Bumper Car.
You aren't even ready.
Yeah, and the fact that he can still play Rukara after this is insane, right? All these minions that can go face will just gain progressively more buffs. And then more health on the board to make these masks and these clears even harder.
This is it, right? RDU's gassed out, so if he doesn't find the Alexstrasza from this point, it's going to be very tough for him to keep up the amount of fuel that he will need to get this game won, because even with these minions getting buffed up twice to 6 health, this spell damage Flame Strike is still going to get the full clear here, apart from the Warmaul Challenger. Oh, that's the card! That's the card, Raven.
Does he see it?
Oh,
Do you remember that?
Gara throwback, yeah.
He's going to start with it.
Last Hero Standing tournament as well. I think it was RDU as well, wasn't it? It might have been, you know.
It might have been.
Wasn't it the double Flame Strike Mage Dream Hack that he won, where I was complaining about double Flame Strike in his Mage the whole tournament, and then he just won it?
Oh, it might have been, yeah, it might have been.
Yeah.
Here, though, weird choices. I think because of how everything looks, I would have actually looked at Deep Freeze there. So if you can do the Flame Strike this turn, then you can Deep Freeze the 6/12.
Well, he has the clear, right? He has Brain Freeze as well, so he just has...
Oh, true.
Is it one-off? He could ping as well, but yeah, he technically has the clear, essentially, right? Especially now with the second lab partner. Yeah, no, RDU throws his hands up. Gets Flame Striked with the Brain Freeze as well.
Well, it's all down to these Dark Moon Riders.
Not my work.
And this is it. I talked about this right at the start, but look at the dynamic. Whatever Viper has done this game to save himself 4 health could be game-winning in this spot. Because, as I said, if the game goes on long enough, you will get board control against Rush Warrior. They don't have the tools to just infinitely pressure you over and over again unless they hit all of the card draw cards. So you just need to protect that health total to make sure you're not dying to Alexstrasza, and Viper has done it to an absolute T here.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you just play a 10-10 here? But I actually think Water Elemental called Dara is just better, isn't it? Who's going to mask? Okay.
Damage is just not bad either, right?
It's definitely not bad. It's definitely not bad.
Because now you have 5 set up. So, you know, Warrior goes down to 9. It's tough to do it exactly with the mask, but you know your opponent's hand is just a bunch of 1/1s, right? So if they play a bunch of 1/1s, you have Shooting Star plus mask to ship all that damage phase. So I think just, you know, not even messing around with minions, taking something like second conditioning out of the equation, right? Where you're playing big minions and those 1/1s can come into play and just beat you out. Just saying, hey, I'm just going to do the damage instead. That seems like a cleaner game plan. Dealing the damage heads up is worse against defensive Alexstrasza, I guess you could say, but I feel at this point, if your opponent defensive Alexstrazzas, you feel like they've given up their last win condition at that
There's
point.
also the Firework Elemental in hand, right, to just snipe it straight off, so you've kind of solved that problem anyway, so yeah, Viper looks to be in an absolutely incredible position, and all he has to do is not mess it up. Does have to really set something up here though, because there's like, I guess on exactly 12 it's good because through weapon it's still safe through Alexstrasza.
Viper here deserves an Alexstrasza top deck, which is a very weird way of phrasing this, but it will be 1 damage off lethal.
Exactly.
And I think Viper should be rewarded for how he's played this game and stayed 1 damage out of range. Whoa! Next best thing, but still some distance off, but still makes the point. Viper protecting his health total very, very nicely. Looked miles behind for the majority of this game, but now looks like he is going to be able to creep over the line.
Yeah, and again, you know, I do understand RDU's frustration, right? Because if there just wasn't an incredible like spell damage plus the, you know, with the flame strike plus the brain freeze to completely obliterate his board, then there's nothing Viper could have done, but he did have the answer. And now that's going to be mask number 2, Caldara to the noggin, and that's just going to be the game.
And Viper looking good. He sent out a tweet earlier saying that he actually was not feeling too good this morning, hoping that he could just get 3 flow draws, just so he could get over the line nice and simple with the mage sweep, and that is 1 check mark in the relevant box for drawing Incanter's Flow and winning with Mage. RDU on the other side, very frustrated. I don't know how much of that frustration was, oh, he had it and that sucks, and how much was like maybe he forgot that there was the 1 guaranteed spell damage minion in hand, so he thought having such a huge board with 6 health was safe against Flame Strike. But there was the guaranteed lab partner that was already there. How much of it was like, okay, that second lab partner has just absolutely brutalized me, which I think it was probably more of the latter. But either way, I would just like to focus on the idea that, you know, Viper played the matchup about as well as he could, I think, in the end. Apart from perhaps that 1 turn there, where I do think the rope might have cost him a little bit. But even then, fireballing the minions saved him 2 health, right? Which you could argue removed outs from RDU at the end of the game.
Well, that's the thing, right? I was going to say, excuse me, the fireball saved him minimum 2 health, right? Because who knows if the 2/5 was dead the turn after to maybe get another attack, and then suddenly, you know, game on at that point. But he did manage to take the victory, and honestly, this is what gets so frustrating now for players in Last Hero Standing, but I guess in a good way. If RDU just ran away with that game, he could be like, right, Mage is gone, bring on the rest of your lineup, right? But as this is Last Hero Standing, it does mean that Viper has to play Mage next game. You cannot change even if you win. You've got to stick to the class you won with, and RDU is the one who has to change. It looks like he's going to be locking in his Miracle Rogue.
Yes, and I think Cult Neophyte has pretty much become standard at this point, along with Vanessa Van Cleef. But I know there was a point earlier in the expansion where there was kind of like 23 to 24-ish cards that everyone was happy and agreed upon would go in the deck, and Cult Neophyte was not necessarily part of that. But certainly for Last Hero Standing, I think this makes sense, and certainly for the way that RDU's lineup is constructed, I think this makes sense, because if you are ever going to have to queue this into Mage, I think you absolutely want those Cult Neophytes in there. So it's the matchup we're going to see. Again, Last Hero Standing, so Viper will stand strong with Mage, and RDU has to pick the deck to queue into it. And this again is going to come down a lot to the mana cheat cards, right? Octobot in the opening hand for Rogue is massive. Incanter's Flow in the opening hand for Mage is massive. I think Kazakus is also an underrated card in this matchup for the Rogue. I think that is a huge, huge factor. But also, once again, the card that for me would have been second on the list after Incanter's Flow to nerf in Mage, Devolving Missiles, is massive in the matchup because if Octobot comes down early, Devolving Missiles is really the one way that Mage has to deny all of that mana cheat from the Rogue and, get to be the only deck that's getting to cheat mana this game, which puts it in a very, very comfortable spot. But overall, I think this is a very, very even matchup going on.
And I do want to briefly just shout out, if you like Rogue and like Octobots, make sure later on, not now because you're watching us, but later on, check out the VOD of Blitzchung's match because he had, I think, 4 or 5 Octobots in his hand at one point in his Rogue game because he duped them with Van Cleef, I think. So that was the weirdest game of Hearthstone I've seen for a very long time, but it was very funny. But here we are. In this one is, of course, Mage versus Rogue, and there is an Octobot nice and early on for RDU.
Yeah, as an Octobot on one side, there is no Flow on the other, and there's no Devolving Missiles to answer this. So right now, significant advantage, in my opinion, going over to RDU here.
And while we can see it in the hand for RDU, what do you make of Broom in this list? Because this is not something that's in every Rogue list at all.
It's not, but again, I think tech cards, as much as Crane might disown me for saying this, but tech cards are valuable in Last Hero Standing, in my opinion, because you have so much more control over which matchup you play with each deck, right? And I think that's the idea of tech cards, is that generally people overvalue how much impact Ooze has against a weapon deck, and then they are very much from the school of Raven, where they say, well, in my other matchups, it's just one card in my deck, it can't make that much of a difference, right? And it's absolutely not the case. Like, a 2-mana 3/2 where it doesn't hit is a terrible card to have in your deck.
I feel like I've not said that for 4 years, and I'll never escape it. I'll never escape it.
You won't. It's so dumb. I'm just going to keep repeating it.
I said it once.
You did not say it once. You said it a lot.
I only remember saying it once.
But I lost my train of thought now. Thanks, Raven. But yeah, obviously in Last Hero Standing, because you can say, well, this is my counter cue for a weapon deck, right? It's making
of course.
Control Warrior with Bulwark of Azeroth or whatever else you can put Ooze in your deck. Much like I was talking about how Cult Neophytes are effective in Mage, I think Broom is very effective, for example, against the Rogue Mirror or even against Rush Warrior sometimes, just to have one of those equally powerful turns coming back the other way. So because you have that extra layer of control over what matchups you play, I think Broom is a good choice. Multiple options now for Viper to actually deal with this Octobot. You can just go Kobold Brain Freeze to clean it up effectively, but has now drawn that all-important Devolving Missiles I was talking about earlier. But I think having the clean answer here... Actually, no, I guess it's very efficient, right? Going Ruined Orb, Devolving Missiles. Sure, I can get down with this.
Yeah, there were options normally. If there's a minion you can just one-shot with Combustion, I'm a fan. But against Rogue specifically, because their minions are very strange in health, they're normally very low health, and they normally play a lot of them, Combustion generally gets a very good job done later on. So I do like him holding on to that and getting something else done here. But he's going to commit this Devolve.
Yeah, I didn't even mention the Combustion option. Rare, you have so many opportunities to deal with Octobot efficiently.
If there was no other way to kill it, you use Combustion, right? But if you can hold Combustion against Rogue, then you're going to do pretty well. Mm-hmm. Oh, and a whole lot of nothing going on in RDU's hand.
Yeah, huge dead turn, but I think RDU appreciating again Bloodfen Raptor in play. Pretty similar, honestly, in organic feel to the Warrior matchup, where I think RDU will lose control of the game at some point, regardless of how good his start is. But he wants to have dealt as much damage as possible before that point comes, so that he can finish off with Alex Straza. Seems to be a pattern that's developing.
I just need to check something.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. RDU did have field contact in his opening hand and threw it, right? Oh, very interesting. I was just going to say, like, why is his hand so empty? It's turn 4 Rogue. Shouldn't he have at least 800 cards? And I realized he actually had it in his opening hand, but did throw it away, which is something. Maybe I've got too much of it in the habit of I just keep field contact, no matter what, because it always gets the job done for me. Oh.
Yeah, tough, right? Like, I think with Octobot as well, that, you know, is pretty powerful. I'm not sure. Did you go back and look at the mulligan? Did he keep Octobot or did he mulligan into Octobot? Meanwhile, yeah, RDU just looking at his hand right now, nothing really going on. But he does have Jandice Shadow Step lining up over the next couple of turns, so he will be able to get some pressure going. And thankfully, Viper has not only whiffed on the Incanter's Flow start, but he's also whiffed on a Pexis Blast as well. So he really doesn't have anything significantly powerful to do this turn.
Yep, just to throw it out there quickly, it was Field Contact, Brain Freeze, and Plunderer was his opening hand. So, you know, understandable.
In which case, I think that's a very fair mulligan because there's still a lot more efficient cards that you can pick up at that point. You know, you're looking for Mankrik, you're looking for Octobot, you're looking for the Cult Neophytes even. I think even like cards like Swindle, for example, have higher win rate in the opening hand in a lot of matchups than Field Contact does. So I'm on board with it.
I wonder if Viper keeps this turn simple or simple-ish and just tries to go for some minion development here.
No, just firing off a Runed Orb first and foremost. Oasis Ally is a weird bluff with the situation that's going to come into play here of like Jandice Shadow Step potentially, but I don't think it will ever work, right? I think you will always just fire off this Shadow Step this turn and see what happens. Oh!
Especially in RDU's situation, right? Like, what else is he planning on doing? If Shadow Step doesn't work, then unlucky. If it does work, he is really back in the game.
Yep.
So I think you take the risk, and he will be, I guess, rewarded for this, but I think there was no real world, because especially if Shadow Step works, then he has Tenwu with Jandice next turn.
And Radu, since I know you're a sensitive little boy that gets upset when I point out your objective mistakes, well done. Good sequencing that turn. Pushing the one face before the Shadow Step in case a taunt minion appeared off the potential Netherwind portal, for example.
I will just throw it out there. I think, although you tried to compliment him, calling him a sensitive little boy probably annoyed him more than talking about his play.
Oh no, you discovered my actual intention, Raven. How did you do it?
Call me Raven Holmes.
Yeah.
Heather, like I said, there is a follow-up now of Jandice with the Tenwu to go again, but there is a slight caveat that Vipe has a ton of one-attack minions, which is not really what you want to play a Jandice into.
Yeah, even with the big minions that come down, right? Like, not only will these be able to snipe some of the smaller minions, but they also freeze, so he can even just ship one more into one of the bigger minions and lock it out.
What if he uses Tenwu this turn and just Broom instead? Is that ever worthwhile?
You lose the discount on your Jandice at that point, though. Is that ever worth doing? I'm not entirely sure it is. You lose so much potential power by paying 6 again for Jandice instead of 1, right?
You do. I guess now that he has the Field Contact with a Prize Plunderer, that sorts out his next turn. I was more thinking, what is his follow-up turn looking like? And you know, when I mentioned it, it was before he drew the Field Contact. That does change it around.
Choose soon.
Oh, he's gonna... Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think he wants to Prize Plunderer this turn, right?
Yep, and attack Ghostface. I think RDU almost fell into the trap there, but managed to avoid it because he's ruled out face secrets, right? He's ruled out Ice Barrier, he's ruled out all the spell secrets. So he's kind of just down to Oasis Ally at this point. It's Oasis Ally or Rigged Fair Game, I believe, from RDU's perspective. So attacking into one of the 1/1s a lot of the time would just turn that 1/1 that freezes into a 3/6 that freezes, which is obviously a strict improvement.
Okay. Viper flowed and has got second flow now. But still needs to deal with this board somehow, and I bet he really wishes that mask was a bit more reduced. Like a mask on a board like this would be so sick.
Or, it needs to be said, Raven, that if each of those Spring Waters that he cast gained him 1 more mana this turn, he would have had 6 mana after playing them, and then his mask would have been playable.
Mage, worst deck in the game now.
Hey, this is just guesses at this point, honestly.
Yep, chuck them in. I think you just do like the guaranteed ones first, right?
It's fine, right? You just have 3 attacks and 3 targets, so I think you just end up taking them all regardless of what happens. Just make sure you get the sequencing right because of the potential taunt totem. Yep, exactly. Job done.
Would it have been madness to actually just kill the Jandis instead of the Goliath there?
For what reason?
Shadow Step, you know, just something to like it be played again would be a small fear. Obviously, it's not it's not made a difference in this game, but I don't know if he's that scared of 1-5-5 or the Jandis being bounced.
I think it's because he's fighting for board so aggressively now, right? That he has a 5-5 and kind of a hidden 3-6, right, inside the Water Elemental. So leaving a 2-1 on board instead of a 5-5, especially when that 5-5 was actually a 5-1, right? Like if you leave up the Totem Goliath, you would be allowing their 5-1 to go into your 5-5, which would be a miserable trade at the end of it. So I think fair enough.
Here though, finally for RDU, Field Contact's got live and managed to draw him a good chunk of cards. Even the Swindle Secret Passage in there is going to help him out. He has Alex Straza locked and loaded for when he wants that snap lethal, because one of the biggest flaws Mage has in this matchup, and honestly any matchup when you're against Alex Straza, is who cares what secrets you can put up, who cares what defenses you can put up. If you're on 8 health, you are just dead.
Yep, absolutely.
Which again is why we saw Viper so diligently like hold on to his health, right, in the previous game.
So is this 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 14 health in play total? He can do 11 with Kobold Mask, and I don't really see a better way of going about this turn. Wants to make sure he hits the field contact, and he whoa, that's about as badly as it could go. Not only did he not get the field contact, he also didn't get the Moonfang on the other side, and I think that might just spell disaster.
I mean, that's just, when I mentioned about guarding your health, well, he's about to take a lot of damage, and then there's still just Alex Straza.
How much was it? 12, 20? Just 20 that turn? RDU almost just had immediate lethal.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Because RDU is not even close to being killed by Viper here, that actually him putting his opponent to 8 is lethal in this extent, right? So as long as nothing goes disastrously wrong somehow and RDU forgets to attack, he's probably going to do pretty okay here.
Just passaging for Shadow Step. Does he have steps remaining? He's used 1 on the Jandis, right? I believe he still has 1 more.
Yeah, because he used Step and Tenwu to bounce it twice, right?
That's right. Still, over the course of 2 turns, not allowing for Ice Barrier, like even if there were a Flame Strike to come down here, actually RDU's going into turn 10 next turn, so just the combination of Wicked Stab on 1 turn and Alex Straza on another turn would end up being lethal here, and I don't think Viper has any imaginable way to race that clock from the other side. I was going to say, if the Wicked Stab only dealt 4, then Ice Barrier plus a full clear could potentially keep Viper in the game for a couple of extra turns, but no such luck with the Wicked Stab about to be upgraded.
Baby, I'm a firework.
Looks like that's going to square up our series.
Yeah, Viper going to do his best to defend, but it's not going to be enough. The ever-present threat of Alex Straza gets the job done in the end, and RDU recovers from the, the blowout in the first game, evening up the series 1-1, and that does mean that RDU is going to be on his rogue once again, whereas Viper is going to have his choice between, let me triple check, it's a Paladin and his own rogue.
It's a huge matchup for RDU 2 of 1, because he doesn't really have a big Q-snipe deck for Mage in his lineup, I would say. He has fine matchups against Mage in general, but no massive Q-sniper, in my opinion. It's not like he has a weapon rogue, for example, or a face hunter like we're seeing some other players bring to Q into Mage if they lose that opening game against Mage. So if this was his choice, his go-to to Q into Mage, if he was to end up losing this, he might have been in a little bit of trouble overall. So big win for him to pick up, and now Viper back on the other side. kind of has a very unconventional deck from my perspective. But you were saying you've seen a lot of players having success with it recently on ladder, and that's the straight-up Libram Paladin.
Yeah, it's there's of course always a mixture between just pure Libram, which is what Viper has, and Libram with a few secrets. But even those secrets, it's never like an insanely large secret package like the more aggressive versions of Paladin run. It's normally is just a condensed down, oh my yogs, maybe an Avenge and a horse in there or something but small. So I do like the idea of the Libram one though, because it does away with a lot of, you can argue, the bad cards, which is the secrets and then even the weapon to an extent, because it's just a card that, okay, it gets the secrets live, but it's nerfed now, so it's rubbish. But the Libram's it's just all good, strong curve cards, as we know from older Libram Paladins. But it does look like Viper is actually choosing to play the Rogue Mirror. And one thing to just keep an eye out for Last Hero Standing is if the player who just lost a game loses the next game, there's big trouble on the horizon, because normally the players are picking what they believe to be their best matchup into their opponent's deck. There are some niche circumstances that make that not true, but in general it's the case.
So first off, I don't know whether this was a mistake or a dumb joke from you, Raven, on the keycards graphic, because you're equally capable of doing both of those things. But secondly, to add to your point, I think also in Last Hero Standing, when someone is queuing a mirror as their deck of choice, that probably means their lineup is slightly ill-prepared to deal with what they're seeing on the other side. And I think RDU clearly has a way through this series against Viper that works out fairly well, because he's holding back his token druid, which he has. And I know RDU is like average token druid enjoyer. He is a believer in the deck overall. But for my mind, just looking at the matchup on a surface level, if you lose to Mage in the opener, I would have thought token druid would be the go-to deck to try and beat Mage in terms of just straight up highest win rate in that one match. But RDU clearly has this panned out in a little bit more in advance and understands that druid is important later on. And that was echoed in the previous series, where in his first match he actually won both of the last two games with druid. He won game 4 and game 5 with druid to be able to take down the series.
And yes, it was a joke intended. The double up.
Okay.
I don't make mistakes. Let's get into it right now, though. I see an efficient Octobot and a field contact, and even some stuff to go with it, at least to even maybe preemptively set it up with the Shadow Step here on Viper's side. But RDU's hand is not looking too shabby either.
It just got a whole lot better with that draw.
Yeah.
Kazakus as well, as mentioned. I think, again, it feels like for a long time we've had vaguely similar decks with Mage and Rogue in the metagame, right? Even though the decks that Mage and Rogue played in the previous meta were very different from the decks that Mage and Rogue played in this meta, those two decks back then were similar to each other, and these two decks now are also quite similar to each other, right? They both want to cheat mana early. They both want to be just annoying throughout the mid-game and gain control of the board and push a little bit of damage, and then they both want to burst to finish. They both do very, very similar things. So that ability to have Kazakus in this matchup, as I was saying earlier, it's very effective in the Mage matchup. I also think it's very, very effective in the Rogue Mirror as well, because they're matchups that play out in quite similar ways.
Here, though, RDU chose not to drop the Octobot down and actually get some more cards in the hand, because it's always the level 1 tricky part of Octobot is if you play it on curve, what are you actually reducing? Because sometimes the level of impact varies a lot, right, based on your hand. So I actually don't mind this, just going for a slightly slower, get more resources style play here from RDU.
Yeah, it's quite complex, right? Because if RDU had played his Octobot on curve there, and Viper had responded in kind, for example, and just played Octobot on curve, RDU could just bump Octobots, play Kazakus for 3, right, which would have been insane. However, if he did not get the discount immediately, if Viper didn't play a minion into the Octobot for him to be able to discount it, like you say, his hand didn't really do a lot on the following turns. So by going Foxy Swindle first, he's just kind of increasing the range of options that he ends up discounting with the Octobot, which does make some sense.
I was actually just a tiny bit surprised that he didn't spend longer thinking about that deep freeze, but I do understand that the one thing that RDU is missing is card draw in his hand. It just feels weird to take card draw in a deck that I feel draws its whole all of its resources in the first 6 turns.
Yeah. That's the problem, right? Like, even if you have so much card draw in your deck, until you draw that first card draw card, you can still starve, right? And I think just having that first card draw card just does make a lot of sense. That's twice now you've wanted Deep Freeze in like less than an hour of...
Weird, isn't it? I don't know what's wrong with me today.
Why are you now a Deep Freeze gamer?
But look, now he's got card draw. What a waste of an Arcane Intellect choice.
Yeah, I sure do wish I had an 8-mana card in my hand instead right now.
It would be 7 soon. A whole 1 turn earlier, Sol, come on.
I wish someone would open a market that I can bet on like what Raven will respond to things I say. I would be a millionaire by now. It's incredible.
So then I'd just respond in the most boring way possible and make you lose everything.
That would be different how?
Hey. Boring to me, not to you. Viper did go for this field contact shadow step, which I really, really like, just because he didn't have anything too much to do on board. You don't want to leave just a random minion on board for the Octo to trade on RDU's terms. So just preload the field contact to make it much stronger in the future. But we are getting to a point now where Viper's going to have to do something pretty spectacular.
Yeah, this is already just a buttload of damage to be taken early. There's just 8 in play that can all be sent face this turn if RDU really wants to.
I would have already had a 1-cost golem that did +1/+1 in my hand by now. I was RDU. I wouldn't have even thought.
I mean, +1/+1 or poison deal damage are both incredible here, right?
Yep, kill off that Octobot and have a good time.
Misses on the poison. Yeah, it's the correct face in response to those options. Can see that it is a 1-mana golem from those choices.
Well,
but
spell damage
any of the choices
would be fine, right? Brain freeze?
It's okay. Yep, good.
It's a recovery option.
Wasn't the juice, though.
Still, this looks pretty juicy to me, though. Second Neophyte come down. Viper is pretty stuck with what he can even do. Look at this hand. It's a mess.
Nothing. It's just absolutely nothing. Viper, I think, just staring head in hands, eyes glancing to the side at his deck list right now, just thinking about what outs he has. And they're limited so heavily by the Cult Neophytes this turn, right? Like, what potential outs he might have are just so slim. Like, that Vanessa would get him a Brain Freeze, right? I think that's the last card that was played, but it's just not going to be playable.
No, it's Cult, yeah. I think the best outcome there was double Prize Plunderer, I think was the best thing Viper could have hoped for. That's 14, 15 with Dagger, of course. There's an Arcane Intellect and a Secret Passage for RDU. And now a Mage Spell.
One Thief has some outs for immediate lethal, but yeah, I think Secret Passage is probably the most reasonable starting point here.
Yeah, even if he doesn't win this turn, this allows him to just do a lot of things, right? 6 mana to play 4 cards.
Step for One Thief, step for Neophyte, step for Kazakus.
I mean, the +1, if he attacks with the Kazakus and then gets +1/+1 after the replay, it is lethal, right?
Yep. Yes, it is. That is exact, not including the dagger.
If I was RDU, I'd already have a +1/+1 golem in my hand.
Or poison deal damage, right? That would also... No, not in this one.
Can't get away with that much. RDU just wants to lock, instead of going for an immediate lethal, wants to just lock Viper's turn out, which is effectively setting up lethal, right?
Yeah, I like this. Like, ridiculously, with how much he's already done this turn, he could still, like, trade some minions and jam a Jandis this turn if he picked it up Jandis from the top, right? So he's giving himself so much potential to just do powerful stuff this turn by continuing to dig with the secret passages. He had so many choices. It's one of those spots where, like, 99.999% favored, and you're just trying to add another 9 at this point.
And here for RDU, there is still Arcane Insight, there is still the additional Mage spell you can discover. But for Viper, Rogue can do pretty impressive things, but considering he has a +1 cost to all of his spells this turn, like, yeah, draw some cards, but already he's just out of mana. We're only on turn 6.
I give up.
It's just not going to be good enough. RDU just never let up, and Viper just never got anything going, right? His hand was pretty poor with, like, just, I think, what, 2 Shadow Steps and a field contact early on.
Yeah, he drew dead for so very long, and I think remained stoic for some time, and then I think it was like the secret passage draw on turn 3 or turn 4 that was just finally, like, he let it go. It's like, oh, come on, like, just one playable card, please, at this point, because he'd even kept himself off Octobot for multiple turns, because there's, like, look at this hand, there's just nothing worth discounting in that hand at that point, and I think Viper's facial expressions will largely tell you the story throughout this game. And if he is feeling a little bit under the weather, as he tweeted out earlier, then my sympathies, because certainly these non-games are not what you want to be feeling when you're having a rough day.
And it does mean now that RDU is going to be playing the Rogue once again, and it's something we've seen already from the Asia Pacific region, that it's not every match had like a 3-0, but we had a few 3-0s or sweeps for some matches, and then we had like OTK Demon Hunter win 2 games and then lose 2 games because of another OTK Demon Hunter. So we do see already just day 1 on stream that classes are just going back to back to back wins to take these series, and that's what Viper is almost going to have to do with just this Libram Paladin. He's basically have to 2-0 with Libram Paladin against RDU's Rogue and his Druid if he wants to take this series, and I think that is a pretty big ask at this point.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have a tough starting point just with the Rogue straight up, because his build is very Feast of Famine, I would say. Like, this is the kind of build of the deck where if you do get the Librams rolling, like if you just land Outdoor Attendant in the early game, and actually get that rolling and drop Truth Seeker on 5, then your deck goes nuts, because you have so many payoff cards for that, right? You have Libram of Hope, you have Liadrin, you have all of your Libram of Justice, and then you also have Devout Pupils, which are cards that you don't generally play in the deck if you're playing a secret version, but they're just another kind of payoff card that rewards you for having had that fast Libram start. If you haven't hit the fast Libram start, having to pay 2 mana for each of your +1/+1s you're not going to get it discounted quickly enough for it to be efficient, right? So it's another card that relies very heavily on a good start, and I think when it comes to relying heavily on a good start, Rogue can punish you extremely well for having a mediocre one. And I think Paladin quite often gets off to some fairly mediocre starts.
This start looks pretty okay to me, though. Outdoor Attendant straight away for Viper, and we also have our first look in Europe for the first day of school nerf, more or less. It's now 1 mana, but it does give you 3 1-drops, which in some circles apparently makes that strictly better.
Yeah, it's a change. It's not strictly worse, it's not strictly better. I think it is much worse overall. The problem with first day of school is that it was a 1-drop that you could mulligan for, right? And so if you didn't hit Outdoor Attendant, you could still just play first day of school on for 0 mana and play a 1-drop. And then you had Hand of Adal, Libram of Wisdom, whatever it ends up being, to come down and buff that up. So the fact that you actually need a real-life 1-drop that you put in your deck in your opening hand, if you want to play that on turn 1, is a very, very big deal now.
Due to the reduction there, Viper did get the Libram. This attendant is going to get cleaned up, but having RDU just dagger and pass with 3 mana, that's a small victory against Rogue, and I'll take those as Paladin, like 100%.
It is, absolutely, yeah. See what Viper gets here, but okay. I was going to say I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to just see Viper coin here and go all in with 3 1-drops, but one of those, the Arcane Anomaly, does very much reward that idea. The other 2 do not. Prize Plunderer almost exactly tells you to do the opposite. So I think in the end he's just going to go, yeah, exactly. Arcane Anomaly and the Libram of Wisdom to come down here and make a 3/3. Pretty strong.
Looking for a few good mercenaries.
Weirdly enough, I wouldn't have hated the Coin Knight either, just for some extra buff on the Anomaly.
Turbo Nuts Golem from RDU, by the way. I was curious whether he would take Rush or Divine Shield off the first pick, but he did pick Divine Shield and then ended up hitting the Summoner copy as well off the second choice. So he has the best possible board presence Golem.
Viper, to an extent, has a very strong response to that, obviously in the near future, because Penflingers for the Divine Shields, the Libram of Justice, or just Prize Plunderer as well. He can actually fight back, because normally you're terrified if you just see a clean double 5/5.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to this Prize Plunderer doing like 7 damage with this hand currently, because if, for example, if there's another Libram discount before he ends up Prize Plundering, he has the ability to... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, because he still has that 1 Libram banked on the Arcane Anomaly, if he can get that down to 0, he could potentially like trade it in multiple times and get different minions and buff up the Prize Plunderer to be monstrous, but not going to end up being relevant.
This is still a little bit scary for RDU. He probably still just goes for the Golem, but because he can't use the Broom as well, it just feels a little bit worse. Viper just having some initiative here, but he's facing down a ton of stats.
Yeah, and I honestly think having the Broom here is better off paired with that Octobot that he just drew, because he's at the point of the game now where you can't just play Octobot and be assured that it's going to go off, right? Like you can on turn 2. So just being able to like Octobot rush into a small minion might actually end up being more impactful than rushing these 5/5s against a lot of hands. Against this hand in particular from Viper, obviously we can see RDU would have loved to get some value out of those Divine Shields before they just get sniped away.
It wasn't me.
They're going to be cleaned off, and this Anomaly's getting some work done now. Just a 3/5 sat on the board, punching away.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
Efficient is sufficient.
Yes, this is the play I was talking about, just guaranteeing the discount with the rush here, being able to hit into the 2-1. Oh, the discount hitting the Brain Freeze as well off the draw. That is absolutely perfect here for RDU.
Yeah, that is pretty huge. Another Brain Freeze as well that you'll probably go for.
Yep. Brain Freeze comes down, and I don't imagine RDU is going to be trading any of this stuff in. Maybe the Broom, but certainly not the field contact here.
They're going to hold it all. Truthseeker looking good here for Viper, but after that turn, you're just terrified, aren't you? I think... Does Viper actually just throw away the Penflinger at this point?
Might be Broom instead, like rush the Eldor Truthseeker into the field contact. Yeah, this is a little bit stronger. You still get to clean up most of the board this way, right? Okay, it's going to take a little bit of extra instead, which does make sense with the Libram floating in hand already.
Yeah, I think just the losing so much health on the Truthseeker instantly feels a little bit bad too, so I do like this.
That's fair.
It's pretty tense playing against Rogue at the moment, because every single turn that you've not seen Vanessa, you have to go, wait, which card do I need to end on? Which card do I need to end on?
I'm going to Wicked Stab the minion to combo the 1 Thief here. I was wondering whether this is ever a re-discount the hand kind of turn, with this like Tenwu or Shadow Step to bring back the Octobot. Use Brain Freeze to discount all that down again and just have all that monstrous burn damage built up for the following turn, but I think that's probably ambitious against Paladin, so RDU choosing to pay respect to the board instead.
I like this though, this is where you just choose to believe. Oh, he's not going to play it this turn, okay.
This is a Broom, I believe, off the Vanessa Van Cleef.
Yep.
This is what I was trying to make work in my head, where like you shadow... Okay, he's doing it now. Interesting. Yeah, this is the kind of play I was spending the first half of that turn trying to make work, where you shadow stepped it down, you played the Vanessa to get the Broom for your opponent, and then you rushed the Octobot into the 3-attack minion on the other side of the board to get the discount. Very nicely done from RDU. I'm not sure whether that was 100% efficient in terms of which cards he ends up discounting and which ones he doesn't, but I certainly cannot tell you the better way to do it off the top of my head. So I'll give the benefit of the doubt.
Tenwu and Alex are 7 and 1 mana now, right? Like that is a very, very, very big deal, especially with Viper only on 20 health, and he single-handedly de-nerfed Refreshing Spring Water.
I wonder.
I think now Viper just starts playing these Librams of Hope.
Yep, agreed. The Hope's down, get the Wisdom's down. Very soon you will be able to do all of that in the same turn with the Devout Pupil as well. As I said, I called this Feast or Famine, and Viper's pretty much hit the Feast side of the deck, right? Because he hit those 2 discounts I was talking about, so now all of his cards are good. You imagine having to pay 9 for these Librams, and what that would mean for how expensive the Devout Pupil would be in hand. He'd basically have 0 playables in hand at this point outside of the Talon Fordring, which would draw Liadrin, which would then be another unplayable card at that point.
It would mean he would be dead.
Yeah. Two mana, draw 2 in the end, still not terrible. Discounted Arcane Intellect at that point. RDU could have chosen to live the dream here. He has that 1 Shadow Step remaining, so he could have gone for like leaving the Prize Plunderer on board and then playing the Secret Passage to look exactly that Shadow Step for the most efficient clear, but he does find a way of doing it anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was initially looking at. It just feels very bad if you miss, right? Got Neophyte follow-up, not terrible, but again, this is where Viper can just keep on going, right? He can just play another Libram of Hope and continue from there. Actually played the Devout Pupil as well.
Yeah, Libram of Wisdom, still 0 here. It's been discounted by 3, once from the Attendant and once from the Truth Seeker, so it currently costs -1, and the game does keep track of that, which is why it's only been raised by 1 mana to 0. And boom, big turn. Payoff for the way the Viper has his deck built. It's when it hits, it hits.
Now, what's even the plan here for RDU? Because he's used a good chunk of his damage. Yes, he has Alex Tenwu, but
so like Alex Straza, Prize Plunderer, rush it all in, like.
Or does he just have to wait for Shadow Step?
I mean,
he can't.
Is waiting a thing you can really afford to do in this spot? You're at 19. There's 14 showing.
I wonder.
Yeah, even
the 9/9. If you bump the 9/9, you Alex Straza the 9/9. You then Prize Plunderer the Divine Shield off the 4/5, and then play Broom. That's a full clear, right?
And then can he actually Tenwu that?
No,
he can't. No, he's not got the mana. He's 1 off, yeah.
But he does have an 8/8 on the board that's hard to kill, right? From an empty board, so he does still have the possibility of getting it back the next turn. Yeah, I think well spotted from RDU. I think it's the only real line this turn that I saw as well.
Yeah, he just can't make up the damage. I was going to say, even if he drew Shadow Step next turn, played Man Quick this turn, and Enraged hit face, he still couldn't win the game.
Viper going to pick this apart. He has 3 Pen Flingers here if he doesn't get any additional damage from the first day of school. Oh, there it is. Oh, don't tease me, Raven. He promised me a big clutch Prize Plunderer earlier. In the end, it's going to deliver off the second first day of school, and I think that might just be the big game ender now for Viper. RDU has fought valiantly to stay in this game, but that second Prize Plunderer is disgusting.
Yeah, and I promised you this deck was good, and so far, it's looking good.
You nailed it, Raven. Spot on as always.
I know. Swindle now from RDU, going to help go for something, or is he going to Tenwu first? Is that where he is? Where his head's at?
I think I would Tenwu first here, yeah. I don't think RDU has the capability of dealing 29 damage left in his deck if it's not from having 3 7s on the board. So yeah, I think you absolutely need to go for it here.
And the problem as well is with Talon. Like, well, that's going to create some more Librams of Hope in the near future.
Yep. Obviously, you double your chances here of just hitting the actual Mankrik spell off the Swindle precisely, and then you give yourself the opportunity of like that then redrawing into the second one, for example. And I think 2 3/7s immediately this turn were probably RDU's best chance of winning.
I wonder if Viper ever feels comfortable enough to go wide on the board and actually push 6 to the face here.
Possible.
Oh, he's going to trade and replay now? He's going to Penflinger the Divine Shield off the tail end so he can actually kill it. So he'll want to be playing Lady Liadrin this turn. Okay. It's understandable, right? Because one thing that's tough about Lady Liadrin is you often can't do anything else impactful that turn, right? So playing it now where Viper's at 26, he's seen Alexstrasza, he's seen some damage from hand, then he can say, okay, well this is as safe it's ever going to get. He can still play some Librams, but he actually just gets these Librams of Hope in hand locked for next turn.
I mean, never before has the phrase "no time chat" been more appropriate than this, because jeez, hopefully he's able to get all of this in the end.
Oh, he's not done that right.
Usually the players are a little bit ahead in animations than we are, but yeah, okay, fine.
Care to make a wager, friend?
I think ideally he would have liked to have spread more Librams across more minions just to avoid burn. It doesn't really matter here, right? But the more Librams you put on different minions, the more difficult it is for RDU to fill his hand back up by killing those minions. But it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. But yeah.
Oh.
Viper has been known to have some issues with the rope here and there, and I think he ran into it again there.
Is this like Prize Plunderer? Well, Shadow Step Mankrik, play Olgra, and then Prize Plunderer? I just go nuts?
Why are we... Oh, there is actually just a regular Mankrik. Yeah, sorry, I was getting confused.
Not the 3/7. I'm crazy, Sol. I'm not that crazy, okay?
I was getting my cricks confused. There's too many cricks on the dance floor, Raven. I'm just getting confused with what's going on right now.
Yeah, I like this a lot, though. Again, this is RDU just saying, I've got to do something a little bit out there to get this done.
My hand is too full.
I still like it. It's a big turn. It's a much bigger turn than I really expected was possible from RDU's deck. But as I said, just the Olgra sequence was pretty much the one way that RDU had to get out of this game, right? Just getting 3/7s in play and just having a little bit too much tempo for what Viper wants to do with Deliverance of Hope.
Is that what the mathematical description of how quickly you draw Olgra is called the Olgra sequence?
Yes, it is.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Look at these last 4 remaining cards from RDU, ignoring the Wicked Stabs, and there's just the problem, he needs just one more way to efficiently kill an 8/8, right? Like one more giant Prize Plunderer turn, but no real way of actually generating that with the cards that you can see remaining there. So even though I think RDU fought very valiantly at the end of this series, at the end of this game, I do think that these Libram of Hopes are still going to lock out the game.
Or just an absolute god Jandis.
What? Okay, let's think about it. Does Jandis ever get there in this spot?
Double Earth Elemental, what does that do? That's the instant one.
Okay, Raven, again, you need to adjust. Double Earth Elemental is nowhere near as good as Earth Elemental and 1/1 Death Rattle thing. You need to adjust your Jandis generic.
No, I want symmetry. But yeah, Viper, no real surprise there towards the end, but I will echo you. I do think that RDU took every possible tiny additional percentage chance to win that game, but I just think Viper was just too comfortable throughout it all, right? There wasn't enough pressure early on. The answer to this, next turn here after the Kazakas, the Golems, was too strong, really, and too quick for RDU to really recover fast enough.
And like I said at the time, I think if RDU could see Viper's hand, I mean, firstly, Hearthstone would be a lot easier, but secondly, he would have reserved the Broom to get value out of the Divine Shields and the Giant Golems, right? Just knowing that the answer was so perfect. As you said, with Penflingers to deal with the shields, and then Justice to deal with the health total, and then just take them down so efficiently. But I think against an unknown random hand that your opponent would have at that point, I think holding back on the Broom and Octobot turn was the better way of doing it. And I think RDU spotted some very difficult lines throughout that game to keep himself in it. The turn with the Vanessa Van Cleef for the Broom and then rushing the second Octobot I think was a really good turn. The Alex Straza clear I think was a very good turn. And then I think understanding, even though it was entirely futile at that point to be perfectly honest, understanding that his outs at that point was going as many wives in the deck as possible at that point I think was spot on as well at the end. So I think RDU did about as much as could be expected in his spot there, but anyway, he's going to go down to a Game 5 here, and it's the Token Druid that was the closer in the series that they played yesterday, ending in RDU's favour, that RDU is going to have to go back to here.
Yeah, we'll see if it gets the job done. Token Druid, always for me, even though it's performed very well in other regions, it's looked incredibly strong, it always feels just a little bit risky because those bad draws feel very bad, right? And again, that is just an emotional response to the deck, but the bad draws feel terrible. It feels like you can't even do anything. The good draws feel unbeatable. So it is just a pretty interesting deck to see these players submit here, but they are strong in certain matchups, so let's see how it goes. RDU versus Viper, Token Druid versus Libram Paladin.
You know what, Raven? For once, I'm with you. We can be irrational together. We can hold hands and skip off into the sunset, agreeing in our absolute nonsense, because, yeah, this is horrible advice, and disregard this, dear viewers, as this is just not how you should think about it at all. But, like, I would fear bringing Token Druid to a Last Hero Standing lineup, right? Because the idea being someone's deck wins and I queue Token Druid into it, and it's supposed to be a good matchup for Token Druid. But I think the draws are just so polarizing for Token Druid that I would just hate to just get that bad draw in that supposed good matchup and just the series is ruined. However, that is nonsense. Disregard that way of thinking. That's just not how statistics works. But it's just a feel thing, right?
And,
so some people can tolerate this deck and some people can't.
Well, also as well, even if you don't want to disregard it and enjoy nonsense, you could still flip it, right? And say, well, actually, what if I just get the best opening every single game and nothing can beat me, and then I just win? So you can just flip it if you enjoy the nonsense. But diving in this one, RDU already off to a quick gibbling start.
Yes, and that point is kind of why it's nonsense, right? Is that the idea of a deck being consistent or inconsistent doesn't actually mean anything. A deck has a win rate and it wins that often. It doesn't matter by how much or how little you win on each of those occasions.
How do you go in pretty early with this? And this is only really because he can buff the health, right? Because I think versus Paladin, well, one, he leaves a 1-1 on the board anyway, and knowing there's Penflingers, you would pretty much have to do this, right? If you're going to go wide with Gibbling, you wouldn't leave them like on their own as 1-1s.
Okay, 2 questions. First question, there was a way, if we wanted, where we could double innovate, hero power the 1-1, get the power of the wild on everything, right? Even with the sequencing of the Luna, right? I think that's possible. Second question, is that good? Answer, probably not, because you'd much rather just land Pride's Fury after the fact, right? Which I think Viper is going to play right into here, and I respect this play from Viper, but he is going to get punished very, very hard by this Pride's Fury, and RDU now even has the 1-2 punch to follow this up.
Which one do you do first?
I think you go Pride's Fury first, because having big minions with high health, which then have Soul of the Forest on them, is the best way to resist the other clears later, right? Like Libram of Justice, as opposed to doing it the other way around. Like if you went Soul of the Forest now, and then trade it, and then trade into the Barrel or whatever, just got your 2/2 minions, and then you buffed up those 2/2 minions to be massive, they would still die to Libram of Justice and Penflinger later on.
I definitely understand. I was trying to work out, because these take 1, would it be better to like lose your 1/1s and play that next turn on 2 health minions that then go 1 health higher? But you are right, the Death Rattle makes them a little bit more sticky. On board. Viper looked up to the heavens then, as that turn came down from RDU, and these are the games you don't feel good about.
Like, Reckoning is 1-mana kill a minion here, which seems to be very much the business that Viper's in. The problem is if you play it this turn, you're not playing Aldor Attendant next turn, which means that you then don't fit in Penflinger with your Libram of Justice if you need to go for that.
Wait, why wouldn't you play Aldor next turn?
I'm saying if you take Reckoning here and play it this turn, you're not playing Aldor this turn.
Oh, right.
And then you still have to spend all of your mana on Aldor and the Libram of Justice on the following turn. You can't fit in Penflingers anymore.
I do like this, though, because, well, one, it's strictly better than Noble Sacrifice. So, cross that one off straight away.
Well, you know I like to play the strictly better game, Raven. You still take 3 damage, so it's not strictly better.
It might take 6 with Noble Sacrifice.
Wait, what?
Because what if the minion never dies and hits you twice?
Ah, I see. Okay, sure.
But this is going from bad to worse here for Viper. The only glimmer of hope is that RDU actually has 1 card in hand, and it is not Fungal Fortunes.
Right. From Viper's perspective, though, with the way a lot of this series has been going for him, and probably the fact he's been feeling a little bit under the weather as well, RDU has 1 card in hand, and it is Fungal.
Hurry up and decide, RDU. I want to see what Viper's next draw is, because he actually does have options this turn. Oh! Did you just full commit the board here?
Pen, Aldor, Brew. How much do you clear then? You just leave up 1, 1, 3? Sorry, 1, 3, 3? And you get to value trade your Aldor and finish off the other 2/2 with your Broom. So you would have 2 live Penflingers and a 1/1 versus your opponent's 3/3 on the board if you went for that play. It's pretty good, honestly.
And even if you say, okay, my opponent's card or 2 cards are the worst cards you could possibly draw, so he hero powers. Well, 1 Penflinger dies to the hero power, fine. Is he really going to trade the 3/3 into the other one? And if not, then Libram into Penflinger next turn is also fine, right?
How good are these Penflingers anyway, right? He's going to go halfway. Does this end up... Okay, yeah, this is just straight better. You float 1 mana the way we're talking about anyway, so this is just, like, strictly better, right? Yep.
Well, you have 1 less minion, right?
You do, that's true, yeah. But I think, so yes, again, you are... I see you've played the strictly better game before.
Oh yeah.
It's not strictly better, but I think the upside of preserving a second Penflinger in your hand outpaces just having an extra 1/1 on board.
Right.
Generally.
And to my point earlier, RDU kind of did draw the worst card in his deck at this point, right? Like Glowfly just does a whole lot of nothing. So Viper is slowly crawling his way to a Libram of Hope. Not that that will save him alone, but it'll maybe get him back in the game.
Yeah, and Viper there chose not to essentially Wind Fury 2 minions into 1 minion on the other side, which is, you know, classic Zoo dynamics in terms of how to trade into their minions. Just chose to let RDU make more trades, and it resulted with him having an extra 1/1 on the board here, which now clears up with the Libram of Justice. So it ends up being a huge choice for Viper not to even make the trade on his side.
And here, again, I think Viper holds, right? Oh, he's actually going to kill it. Oh, okay. I was surprised. I thought he was going to just leave it there. Or use the Penflinger to kill the 1 health and leave 2 1/1s on the board.
I mean, it's inch by inch right now for Radu, but he is creeping towards the finish line. This is an uncorrupted Libram of Justice still in hand right now, so there's currently nothing for Viper to do this
Again!
Doesn't really help. It helps in the tiniest possible factor.
I mean, it means he is... In the world where we know this is Glowfly, it means he's, like, pretty much not dead this turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he can Libram of Hope into Libram of Judgment.
Yikes. That is
I told you, it feels bad losing with this deck.
It really does. I can't do it. I don't have the constitution to be a token druid player, Raven. Just rage and break everything in the near vicinity.
Yeah, I think what we'd have to do is get like a Neuralizer from Men in Black and like just neuralize away any losses and then just think how good the wins feel.
I'm not sure how effective that is when, like, my primary function for, like, jamming games of Hearthstone is to learn things for casting Hearthstone, and then you just immediately delete all the information that goes into my brain.
Let's be honest, Sol. You're not playing Token Druid to learn things.
That's true. No, good point.
And now there's an 8/8 Divine Shield. Vipers on a reasonable health total of 15 and has Libram of Judgment to start swinging this the other way. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, this is the right play, right? Like, Radu just has to wait for Guess the Way or Fungal Fortunes, hopefully one of them into the other off the top, and then actually get a relevant Glowfly Swarm down on the board. So I respect the way he's playing it. He's going to fall massively behind on board in the meantime, but just playing 5 mana for 2/2/2s or whatever was not going to get him out of this.
I mean, that's just a concede at that point, isn't it? So here, I do like just the 2 1-drops and Libram and start swinging phase.
Is there any random punish for Soulbound Ashtongue? I don't think so, right? Might as well just play it as a stat stick.
I mean, you just played the other 2 initially, right?
Yes, I think so. I'm just considering whether over the course of the game... Wow, he's actually just stretching it out as best as possible. I think with that Broom in hand, this does make a decent amount of sense, right? Preserving power in hand so it can't get dealt with preemptively by any discovered spells or the second Lunar Eclipse. And then he can just rush it out. It's not like he doesn't have mana to spare right now with the hand he has, right?
Right. And I think at a quick glance, it wouldn't have actually set up 2 turn. So, yeah, fair enough.
Presuming RDU armored up for 1 that turn. I think actually with the play that's happened here, he would have had lethal if he put 3 extra in play, right? 13, 14, 16, 17? Yeah, he would. Oh, no, because he wouldn't have the 1/1,
It would have been 2 extra, yeah, it would 2 extra.
Yep. You're right.
Well, either way, I think it's fair to assume, especially now, you could just see the mindset straight away. Viper's like, I don't need to try and kill him, I'll just kill all this stuff and he's back to 1 card.
Yep.
The Tailing again will get that Liadrin, even if this game continues, which then means there's Libram of Hope again and so on, so looking like it could be it for RDU.
Yeah, and that's both Thorngrowth sentries down the drain as well, which means that RDU is not even going to be able to wall out this giant weapon on the other side. In the end, Viper in a much tougher series than he would have wanted. As I mentioned, just before we went live, Viper tweeted out that he wasn't feeling 100%, so he'd appreciate a nice quick series with like 3 Incanters flows into 3 Mage victories. Had to play a much more arduous series than the one he described, but still, I think generally played pretty well. I mean, my one criticism is pretty much the same one I have in every series that Viper plays, it seems, is sometimes he just gets too deep in his own head, wastes too much time, and then just kind of runs out of time to actually execute the good play at the end of the turn. I think we saw that happen once, maybe twice over the course of the series. But in terms of like overall understanding and just playing the matchups very, very well overall, I think he was spot on.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, maybe a surprise to a lot of people, but just Libram Paladin looked pretty good in this one series, I guess, but it looked pretty solid. You can see why it's still at least relatively strong, even after the secret sort of half dip in, half dip out of the deck, depending on who wants to put them in there. But good run there for Viper. It does mean he's going to make it through to tomorrow. RDU is out, but again, just a reminder, although he might not have banked all the points in the world this week, he is still sitting right near the top of the table, at least going into this weekend. So still not a worst case scenario for him. And that's going to be the total results for Group A, with Blythe not having to play today. He's going to be in there tomorrow, and Viper winning the decider match, going through and chucking some more points on his standings as well.
Yeah, and as we saw earlier, just come up as a reminder, this is the first time that Viper has picked up any points for 3 weeks. So a big deal for him. He kind of, crawled his way through Specialist. I think a lot of players really don't get along particularly well through Specialist, particularly in the European region where it seems like people just don't want to engage with it at all. So Viper had a tough couple of Specialist weeks and tough week before that as well. So very important for him to get back to putting some big points on the board, as he is going to do now by making his way through to Saturday.
Yeah, and that was just our first match. Of course, we are back on best of 5, last hero standing for this week. So matches are going to go a little bit longer, but I'm all for it because last hero standing is pretty sick. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the European Grandmasters. We've already had our first match finished with Viper taking a victory over RDU, and now we've got match number 2 coming up, which is going to be a very important one, and maybe a deciding factor when we start to look at the relegations towards the end of the season, as Zim and, most surprisingly to me, Sottle, Bunny Hopper are in that danger zone, with neither player really having a successful season so far.
Yeah, it's difficult to describe. Just imagine the most grandiose turn of voice that you can possibly imagine. This is one of the biggest one of the biggest matches that we will cast all season. Just the way that this group was laid out, with 3 of the relegation threatened players being in that same group, and with A-Rock sitting pretty as getting out of the group and already being through to Saturday with several points to his name, that means the loser of this match just picks up 1 point for the week and really struggles overall and has to sit and watch several of the players walk away with that.
Yeah, it's going to be a big deal, and as seems to be the way here today so far in Grandmasters, double priest bans, and it means our first matchup at least is going to be frenetic. Not frenetic, what am I talking about? Let's look at the next matchup. Zim on the mage and Bunny Hopper on rogue here. So again, one of those matchups where I feel like mage is still just super strong, but rogue does have that ability, especially when you factor in some of the tech choices people have made to at least consider mage.
Yeah, Bunny Hopper, one of the few players here choosing not to go with mage at all. I think no great surprise that we are seeing that from Bunny Hopper and RDU, because I think RDU, Bunny, Casey, etc. tend to practice together quite a lot. And I think, as I said earlier, RDU perhaps had the least time out of any of the players in GM across the entire world to prepare for this tournament. So I think he would have relied quite heavily on some of his practice partners in order to give him a lineup overall here.
Yeah, and just to point out as well, because we are likely to see it at some point, that Bunny Hopper is bringing, I'll just triple check so I'm not lying to you, the Miracle Rogue, whereas on Zim's side, Zim has that Weapon Rogue as well. So that's a factor we've not really dove too much into yet, but we will have a little look potentially later on. But for now, it is just going to be the Miracle Rogue, so I guess the expected usual matchup we've seen a lot of in this meta since the expansion.
Yeah, I think it's one of the emblematic matchups of the meta, really, is this rogue versus this mage. Honestly, this rogue as a class in general is probably the class that I was most surprised did not get touched at all by the nerfs that have just come out, because both Miracle Rogue has an extremely strong deck with some very swingy cards in it in the form of like Efficient Octobot and Field Contact and so on, and then obviously the Weapon Rogue, the Poison Rogue, perhaps not as strong a deck overall, but is polarizing in that way that can be frustrating for some people, that I might have expected it to be touched a little bit. But I think it's a great point that you bring up about the Weapon Rogue being on Zim's side, because I think that's a deck that you bring to try and Q-snipe mages in particular, first and foremost. Bunny Hopper has dodged that by not having a mage in his lineup whatsoever for the Rogue to run into. But I do think the Weapon Rogue is something that we're going to be talking about more and more as time goes on. I think in a series that we're going to be seeing later on today, I think the Weapon Rogue is a big factor. And I think perhaps as we go into Saturday and Sunday, the Weapon Rogues could be a big factor as well. But we are going to get into the series now. Bunny Hopper kicking things off with that rogue, as we mentioned, Zim on the mage.
It was Zim already with a very quick mulligan, which tells me, even if you weren't looking, there weren't any Incanter's Flow.
Genius level deduction yet again, Raven. You love to see it.
And what is Bunny Hopper looking for against mage specifically? Because although Neophyte is good against mage, is it something you need early on?
I think it's strong. I think, generally you are looking for just the power cards like Mancrick, Efficient Octobot, Foxy Swindle, if you can get those in combination as well, and Kazakus, ideally. I think Kazakus is a little bit underkept looking at stats in a lot of positions. Colt Neophyte is there or thereabouts if you look at the Mulligan stats, but it's not like top 5. I believe it hangs around in like 6th or 7th, even against Mage specifically. So it's a decent card to look for, but I think there are other cards that you will look for that are pretty premium, right? Because I think unless you are blocking exactly Incanter's Flow on 2, which is great, it then becomes more effective to build a board first and then like block key Flame Strike or Mask turns later on in the game, right? Just to consolidate damage.
Yeah, I like it. I like it as a plan. Looking here though, Zim Might be just on the brute force plan here with the double Apexis Blast and Phoenix. And again, just glancing over the deck list, Zim is playing Deck of Lunacy as well, so that may be a factor. I think that's something that will just never end until this deck stops being played or cards rotate out.
Well, those are some big old Apexis Blasts multiple turns from now. It's a big old Raz multiple turns from now, actually.
Bunny Hopper, oh. Not the best. It's probably going to have to be a dagger here. Unless he wants to go fishing with something with Secret Passage. But although I would say, adventurous uses of this card, I think it's a little bit too much to play it right now.
Agreed. Yeah, there's some gambits that you can run here. Like if you wanted to go coin Secret Passage, 4 draws for Octobot, just to be able to play an Octobot, hope it survives, discount your Jandis. But there's so many ifs involved in that sentence, right? Like that means you hit it, that means your opponent doesn't have Devolving Missiles or Combustion on the other side. Like there's so many things that have to go right with that to make it happen, so I don't really like it.
Well, second Phoenix looks good to me. Not
By the
too,
way,
oh, go on.
I do want to recap, but I was curious. I almost felt like Zim was supposed to pass and float 1 mana on the previous turn, and then just play Phoenix for 1, Phoenix for 2 on this turn here that he's just played. Because right now he has a Phoenix waking up next turn where his best play is Water Elemental, right? And he kind of knew that based on his hand at the time because he'd already opened the box and seen that the Water Elemental was there. So it felt like just going Water Elemental next turn and then having both Phoenixes wake up the turn after together would allow him to just have monstrous turn on turn 5.
Oh, yeah, it's tricky because what if there was an Octo and you needed like a Brain Freeze to kill it with the spell damage? What if he just drew a Cram Set? What if he draws a Cram Session next turn? Right? Does he still play the Water Elemental? Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to want to delay it because of all the upside, but you are right in that because there is a turn 4 play, then he could have gone a little bit slower and had even just a strong Raz, honestly.
Vanessa for an imprisoned Phoenix? Okay. Sure. I guess that's where we are. Yep.
It at least contests the Phoenix on board, even if you just remove what Vanessa creates, but just as a minion.
Looks like we may have run into some spectator issues here on Zim's hand. Okay, no, he just appears to be miles behind. Fair enough, yeah.
I think it's Secret Passage, right? Just delays turns.
True.
Or at least visually delays turns.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a weird turn in itself, isn't it? Because if Zim just plays Water Elemental, he guaranteed loses the Phoenix, but is that worth anyway because he gets a 3/6? Almost certainly.
Yeah. I mean, I made my case last turn, but this is kind of exactly what I was envisioning, right? Of why that first Phoenix just seemed a little bit sketchy. It's just a lot of spell damage that Zim isn't going to have next turn now. He does have a River Crocolisk right now, which is not nothing.
Right.
Like, he does just have an extra 2/3 on the board, so that is upside. Value trade the Phoenix, poke it down with the dagger, shadow step the Vanessa, play your own Water Elemental.
I was looking at that.
It's the cutest play you can do this turn.
If he just kills his opponent's Water Elemental.
Probably better, isn't it? Yeah. It's less cute, though.
Choose soon.
You shouldn't do the Water Ellie, right? Because going into turn 5 when the other Phoenix is going to proc an Apexis Blast just absolutely wrecks him.
True. Yeah, no, that's a very good point.
Onyapa are going to commit a reasonable amount of resources to kill this off, which is fine. So that's 2 Wicked Stab, but more importantly, has that coin Jandis for next turn. Also, Sol, because I know you'll love it, good positioning.
Beautiful. RDU, take notes from your practice partner.
True mastery takes dedication.
The Raz just bats those minions aside. It's like, position around this.
Just absolutely deletes them.
And
it's doubly frustrating. Exactly, yeah, it's doubly frustrating for Bunny as you currently see him wringing his hands so hard he's liable to break his own wrists at this point. He wanted to occupy a little bit of board presence there and then hopefully just be able to coin Jandis on the following turn if Zim just had like a card draw turn or something, but obviously cannot do that into a persistent Raz on the board, so just really has no play again this turn unless he wants to go fishing with field contact or just give up really his primary win condition by using one or more of his Wicked Stabs as removal here.
What if he does just double Wicked Stab?
I mean, on what?
The Raz, that's the scariest at this exact moment in time.
It's so miserable though, right? Like,
well,
I don't know.
If he kills the Raz, it's more likely that his... Okay, he could do this.
Yeah.
That's really good, actually. Most importantly, like, if he doesn't kill the Raz, then does he just not play Jandis again next turn? Because even a 1 damage Raz is good versus Jandis, right?
Yeah. No, I agree. If one were to die, the Jandis was the one, but I think the only viable play was to kill both that turn, which is what Bunny ended up doing, so absolutely agree with that. Problem now is that he has this Phoenix waking up. I think both players having a little bit of an issue with their Phoenix awakening timings. I think Zim had a little bit more agency over his.
Oh, you can 10-woo it and try again.
But that seems bad, Raven. Let's not do that.
I didn't say he should. I said he could.
Yeah, technically true.
I wonder.
Is there anything, like, very interesting here? Bunny Hopper could go for just Jandis into this 5-5, which is fine, but going into the mask turn is scary. And he could also go, like, field contact, push 2, and then 10-woo the 2-1, and then Divine Shield the field contact, or the Phoenix, whatever he's fancying. And just try and use this turn to draw a ton of cards.
Right.
This is when good rogue players win and bad rogue players lose. These kind of turns, right? Because it's so hard.
There was one remaining Brain Freeze in the deck at that point, which would have been the Filth draw, I think, at that point. If he was to just go like field contact 10-woo and then just rip the Brain Freeze off the top before he replayed the Guardian Orc Merchant or whatever, then he could then use that to clean up the 5-5. But I think outside of that, probably ends up being a little bit too slow if you didn't hit like exactly Brain Freeze or Shadow Step, I guess, was the other out just to keep it going.
Strong response from Zim, though, of course, holding on to that mask because this is just better. Made sure he pings to make sure that there's no silliness with this devolve.
Go 4-3-2 here. It's the Confection Cyclone.
Well, one choice here, friend.
Yep. If you're looking for silver linings for Bunny Hopper, because there is no flow involved right now for Zim, these Cult Neophytes are actually incredibly punishing if he can find his way to a Shadow Step here.
Quiet.
Muzzle their magic.
It's not it. Probably has to be 10-woo coin Neophyte again at this point.
Yeah, just try and buy a turn. Maybe get hold of a Swindle in that selection of cards there.
Yeah. Still have outs to find the Shadow Step. You do kind of shut off your Brain Freeze out to an extent by spending 2 here immediately instead of spending 1, but I think the upside outweighs it.
Well, he
Bunny
can
seems
still
to agree.
If he gets it, he could still coin it, right? Like, he could still coin a Brain Freeze if he gets it first time, so I think that's fine.
Yeah, you could still coin the Brain Freeze, but then you have the discounted Cult Neophyte in your hand that is going to lose the discount going into the next turn, which, yeah, not the end of the world, but it's a factor. And just enough to prevent lethal, right?
Yes, but with Zim knowing there's double Wicked Stab long gone, does he just chuck something face?
Probably.
Oh, can I just get a check that Zim chose to spend 4 mana on a Rune Orb there?
No, that is certainly what he did.
I think I would have Apexis plus face, take the additional minion, 5 to the face, push 10, then Bunny Hopper has to kill him, or you just win.
I'm more concerned. Okay, so I'm not against the idea of Rune Orb 1 minion that turn, right? Oh! Oh! What do you mean? Kargath Prime off the top.
Why is Bunny Hopper even thinking about this turn?
Okay, all right. Back to the due diligence of talking about things that matter if you're planning. The idea of just Rune Orbing 1 minion, I think, was okay because he had Apexis Blast plus Fireball guaranteed next turn, right? So he goes face for 5, he just makes sure he doesn't die, and then he just has Apexis Blast Fireball to follow up and end the game. However, the priority target there, I think, to kill was the Cult Neophyte, because if Shadow Step was drawn, if Secret Passage into Shadow Step was drawn, then the Cult Neophyte is picked up and replayed, you don't have lethal again next turn, and you can actually lose from that point. So it was only the fact that he shot the field contact and like replayed the Brain Freeze, picked up the Brain Freeze off the Rune Orb that he was able to get out of that. You could argue that the field contact then lets him draw the other Cult Neophyte, so it gets really weird. But anyway, forget all that because none of it freaking matters because Bunny Hopper randomly generated Rustwicks from his Jandis, which then randomly out of all the primes chose to put the one that gains him 10 armor in his deck, which was then randomly drawn on turn 8 to gain 10 armor.
What to do?
Okay, he's going to kill it with a Apexis Blast. Let's get the ring toss. Zim just going to have to drag this game out just a little bit. He has lost a good chunk of damage, and Bunny Hopper has card draw. And let's remember, that's not the only prime in the deck.
Yeah.
There could be more shenanigans subtle.
There could be many, many more shenanigans indeed. And now that Bunny has that 10 armor, he kind of has the time to activate those shenanigans, right?
Too quiet.
Mirror Entity was the first one chosen. I don't know if he took Ice Barrier or Oasis Ally off the first one. Having taken Mirror Entity second. I took Oasis, okay.
That's an upgrade.
He's going to make this board a lot tougher to clear up here. Zakas comes a little bit too late. Shadow Step here, I suspect, on the Tenwu, yes. If he finds another combo card, he can Tenwu back his Foxy Fraud, look for value, or he can just take the Divine Shield for kind of the guaranteed median outcome, where he just gets a nice Divine Shield for an additional trade.
Well, that's the big deal, right? The Shadow Step doesn't actually draw him from field contact.
Right, and he still has the Foxy thing active anyway, right?
Oh, that'll do.
It's just so dumb, just watching a Karma come out of his deck, just like, hi.
Now this is a problem.
Okay, that's the card.
Yeah, I was going to say 9 health on board pretty much negates the mask for now.
Yep. Flame Strike is absolutely the card here, though. Not quite as game-changing a top deck as the Kargath Prime on the other side from Bunny Hopper, but still, it's what Zim needed to keep himself in this game, I think. Bunny has such great refill on the next turn as well, though. Lifesteal Golems could be huge here. Divine Shield Golems could be huge here. There's only 1 Devolving Missiles left remaining in Zim's deck to be able to take this apart. Weirdly, that Flame Strike is actually the only thing that really interacts with a Karma Prime outside of Devolving Missiles as well, which kind of makes that a vaguely appealing option, but I think you're going to open the Golem box here first, unless you're going to go for Secret Passage to go digging.
Yeah, what is... I mean, that's the thing, like, what is even Bunny Hopper digging for at this point? Is it really just the Alex?
Is the Alex? I mean, the Alex is a big deal, right? in terms of, I think, just even being able to gain 8 himself would be massive in that position. Obviously, those 2 wicked stabs are not there. They were both used in the early game for Bunny Hopper.
See anything. Just imagine that every time you see those.
But yeah, I think Man-Crick could be huge here as well, just to be able to get rolling on that. It actually looks like he's going to turn down the Golem in order to go for the secret passage. Does not have much time to play with there. And oh my goodness, if he'd have ripped it at the start of the turn, what a minion he would have picked up, Raven.
Yep. Rigged?
So you've just got to believe in fair game, right?
Yeah, I think so.
None of the others just do anything, I don't think. Flurry was worth thinking about, I guess, because you know your opponent has those 3 minions in hand from the Font of Power on the previous turn. So, you know, interacting with minions, I guess, is something that you do have to think about. But
yeah, I guess the all the way back round to the beginning idea of if they play the minions, then your rigged fair game might well go off. Like, are they going to play all them? You know, are they going to play a fearful level of minions and like ping you in the face this turn? Maybe, but I do like the rig too.
drops the mask, does get that little bit of splash damage to go face, which is a big deal, but Bunny's still at 14 currently. Zim does not have the ability to juice up Mizaki and drop those fireballs in the same turn, so Bunny is vaguely outside of lethal range right now, but I think he's going to want to dig very, very fast through the deck. Like, we know exactly what his deck is now, right? We've seen one Kargath Prime, the Akama Prime is in hand. We know the third one is Reliquary Prime. Right. We saw it off the Secret Passage, so it's in there. So his 6 remaining cards are One Thief, Cult Neophyte, Efficient Octobot, Man-Crick, Alexstrasza, Reliquary Prime. Reliquary Prime and Alexstrasza are crucial, like so important for being able to get out of this game alive at this point, because I don't think he's setting up an offensive win condition for himself anytime soon. That Golem in hand is just rush, give minions +2/+2, so I don't think that's super likely to set anything up anytime soon. So I think he just needs to keep digging for the defensive options.
Choose soon.
Yeah, didn't look great. Second Octobot, bit of a low roll right now. Does he just play Akama?
I think he needs health on board to protect against second mask, I would imagine.
But also as well, because he's one off double fireball ping, this with the greater golem gets him there, right?
And counter lethal?
He's one off if you assume Kazakus dies, right?
7 +4 +1, 12, yeah, if the Kazakus dies. If he top decks Alexstrasza, he's back in business, though.
It's true.
Oh, this one's come down to the wire. Bunny was out of it, and then that Kargath Prime just absolutely changed anything.
And also
anything? Everything, in fact.
It changed anything.
Pick one thing, anything, and it changed that thing. Yeah.
This Akama's pretty sick as well, isn't it? Because yes, we can see Devolving, but Devolving has to hit it and not give something big in itself, because Akama's what, 6 cost? So like Zim has to clear this board if he can, then Devolve. I feel at least confident.
Yeah, to the point where he's even considering brain freezing the 3/1, so he just spends 1 mana on doing that instead of 2, which is a very big deal. Oh, the rope, Zim. Things need to be done this turn. Oh god, this is so indecisive at the end of the turn here now. Has to wait for these animations to finish before he can target the eventual minion, but I think he'll be able to get there. Poisons! Nitro Boost Poison can still add damage here. And now rigged fair game! There's the Alex!
I'm almost out of cards.
Still at 14 as well, so entitled to believe that if he lived last turn, he can live this turn as well. It might just be a Reliquary Prime turn, Raven.
It just wasn't a good turn from Zim, was it? He had the mana left over. There was no reason for him like to not Runed Orb face, for example. Yep. There's just no reason. It's not like there was, oh, he could have held it for this. Like, nope. That was a Runed Orb face, and that could have even changed his plan, right? Like, he could have discovered an ice barrier, and then what does that do to the turn, and so on. So, a rough one there for Zim.
Mask for counter lethal has to be, right? Surely.
And then is this the Reliquary Prime turn? He's played Neophyte this turn as well, right? Like, there's still been no flow played. So if he survived last turn and he took 0 damage that turn, doesn't he just survive again? Okay.
Well, he doesn't.
He does.
Oh, sorry, the
Neophyte.
Neophyte. The Neophyte. Yeah, I thought it was already down. I'm a fool. He does.
But once again, Bunny is just literally a better player than me. Like, I'm talking nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to survive this turn, why would you play Reliquary Prime? Just win the game next turn instead, guaranteed with the Alexstrasza by playing the Mask.
If he'd ruined Orb Face last turn.
Yep.
Beautiful. Oh, it's painful to see, but at the end of the day, if you miss it down to the rope, then there's only really one person to look at there. Bunny Hopper takes game number 1. And that was a close one for a long time in that game. That looked closer than I thought it was really going to be. And I think closer than it often happens in the matchup in general.
And wind it all back, right? When I said the word random like 6 times within 15 seconds, forget about all that, because Zim still won that game if he'd have just played correctly, right? If he'd have kept a cool head and just done the right thing, he still would have won that game. So even through all the random nonsense that happened in that game, the players' decisions absolutely mattered, and it was a mistake from Zim, a quite clear and identifiable mistake that ended up costing that game. Even though that moment there with the Kargath is undeniably one of the most important moments in the game. I think even more important was the turn Zim played just one turn before he ended up conceding that.
Yeah, and it's going to feel bad, right? Of course, the Kargath, unfortunate, and caused the game to go longer than you could argue it should have, but that happened, and as you mentioned, there were still options, and Zim, I think, did a good job of staying on top of it, right? He dealt with the Kargath, he didn't let it run away with it, he didn't let the armor just ruin the whole game and, lose from there. It was just keeping the play sort of just polished towards the end would have made the world of difference, but we're out of that game now, and we're getting ready to go into game number 2 with Zim on the OTK Demon Hunter now, as he's going to be going up, of course, against Bunny Hopper's Rogue once again. Just a reminder, if you joined us recently, this is last hero standing, which means if you win with a deck, you continue to play it until you lose with it. So effectively, Bunny Hopper, for example, in this match, could go 3-0 with Rogue and win the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking forward to seeing some OTK Demon Hunter come into play here, which again, I think is a pretty useful deck to have in your arsenal for Last Hero Standing, because I think there are some matchups that OTK Demon Hunter can pretty much destroy. And I think Rogue is pretty high up there, honestly. Like, Rogue is capable of outputting damage very quickly when it gets to the late game. But once it gets to the late game, you've probably already taken 72 from Demon Hunter. So it's very hard to get to that point. You really do need to look for very aggressive openers as Rogue in this position. Get those big discounts down, get those big explosive field contact turns down as early as possible. Try and be as aggressive and dodge Immolation Aura. Just hold on to the sides of your chair and clench as hard as you possibly can and hope that they don't draw Immolation Aura, because that card really does ruin your day as the Rogue in this matchup.
Bunny Hopper, as usual, taking his time. And again, just to reiterate, this is close to a must-win match for both of these players. It's not strictly true. They don't just, if the one player loses this match, they're not just out of Grandmasters, of course. But it's close, right? And a win here and then potentially for future wins this weekend can make a world of difference for either of these players. So a lot on the line here. And what did you say about dodging Immolation or something? It's hard to dodge when it's just there.
Yeah, good hand. Honestly, there's nothing like insane in this hand for Zim outside of the Immolation Aura, which is obviously the best defensive card. But crucially, he doesn't currently have any cards on the left-hand side of his hand that he cares about, right? So any Spectral Sight, any Skull, anything that appears off the top to the right can eventually still be worked all the way to the left quite easily. So it's a pretty good-looking hand overall, I'd say. That's the one. Very straightforward now to get that Skull over to the left-hand side for turn 5, potentially.
Weird choices here, right? Like, does Bunny Hopper actually just play Vanessa Van Cleave? It's a 2-3 going into turn 2 against Demon Hunter. Seems reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Choose soon.
There's not a lot that you really want to do with it in this matchup. You can quite often. It quite often lines up so like the first turn where it's really like straightforward to combo it, they have just played their weapon, right? So you can just get a nice little weapon on your side of the board. Not really for lifesteal purposes, but just so you can push extra damage with it, which is important as the rogue in the matchup because you do need to put on pressure. But yeah, generally it's just another minion. But I think with field contact in hand, because it's specifically a combo card, combo cards are very premium with field contact, right? Because they're so insane with Foxy Fraud, for example, if you pick that up. So the fact that it's a 2-cost combo card as well, as opposed to the 1 Thief being 1, I think it's relevant. Holding on to it. Turns out that his play of just dagger up did play very nicely into Zim, just wanting to ditch cards from the left-hand side of his hand here and dropping the Acidic Swamp Ooze.
Yeah, especially when you consider Zim was probably going to play Ooze no matter what happened that turn.
Yes.
That's a little bonus there for him. But I do like Bunny Up here just going for the straightforward. 3-drop on 3 challenges the Ooze, but Zim already starting to just plow towards getting that skull to the left.
Yeah, and it is going to be this Immolation Aura that's stopping him from just curving out perfectly. Still going to have 1 card blocking the Coin Skull now on turn 5, no matter what he does this turn. But I think rightly so. As I mentioned, the Immolation Aura is just too perfect a response to that big field contact turn that comes down, right? Because it doesn't matter what you do. I think everyone's experienced this interaction once where you start playing field contact, you look at your board, you're like, yeah, damn, everything has 2 health. Well, if I play this Guardian Org Merchant on one of my minions... Oh, no, now it still has 2. It just has 1 health and a Divine Shield now. That's not any better. Okay. There's just very little way that you have to play around it.
Yeah, I think you should very much take the approach of, well, this is what my deck wants to do, and my opponent has to spend 2 mana and a card that they need in their hand to really punish me in a certain phrase, right? Yep, could go pretty deep here with the Shadow Step as well. Another card draw and another mage spell. Oh, he's actually in the lock-in.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot more, honestly. I think just protecting the field contact from removal, as we mentioned, it's very, very simple, very straightforward for Zim to be able to deal with that. And just right now, like, his hand just emphatically does not get there against Demon Hunter. So I think he's going to need the additional cycle here for sure. Can now go again with the Brain Freeze, potentially the Vanessa Van Cleef, although that is a very icky card that he's going to be given from Zim if he goes with the Vanessa this turn.
What if he plays like double Octo Brain Freeze or something? Be like, yeah, Immolation Aura me.
And then Zim in response goes Moog, Immolation Aura.
I'd be like, yeah, okay, I still think I won that.
Yep. That seems like a reasonable exchange, all things considered. I do like I'm interested here to see if this runs out at this point. Okay, picked up a Prize Plunderer. Whether he would just like jam an Octobot here instead of playing the Vanessa if he didn't pick up another cycle card. Because the Octobot does to an extent play around the Immolation Aura that you're expecting to get hit by on the other side. You do get that discount to go off. Love it. No need to deal with the minion as well. Yeah. I don't know why I'm saying these things as if Bunny Hopper's ever going to miss them. He knows what's up. He's going to get Immolation Aura this turn. He has played 1 or 2 games of Hearthstone before. But you saw those choices, right? Like, not only did he not Org Merchant the 4-1, he Org Merchant one of his own minions. Again, it doesn't protect from Immolation Aura, but point being, he's getting Immolation Aura this turn. So he has 0 interest in dealing with a 4-1 on the other side of the board. Right. He can just quite happily leave it there.
And in the odd circumstance where Immolation Aura is not there, right? Suddenly, the Divine Shield's very important, whether it's a Soaks a Hero Power, a Weapon Charge, a... what's the word I'm thinking of? I-Beam, there you go. So actually, in all but that, the Divine Shield's actually insane.
Blood Mage, Mohawk, Coin, Immolation Aura. Are you that desperate to deny an Octobot proc, Zim? Not sure you are.
No. Just play the immolation. There's a skull that needs playing next turn. Get on with it.
Yep. Agreed. Q.
Initiating overdrive.
So Bunny starts again.
Take the 10 to the face.
It wouldn't be wrong. Let me just put it that way.
Efficient is
I think the ability to stick minions is slightly more important here. Neophyte is huge. I think that is exactly the reason why you keep cycling through your deck this turn. You know that this is the skull turn from your opponent. And even though coin is still available, coin itself will cost 1 here. So coin skull will still not be available. Insane draw for Bunny to have picked up there.
A little bit annoying for this Vanessa. I think playing it with this Neophyte would be good, except he gets a Immolation Aura, which is a bit frustrating.
What are you going to do? Wait until your opponent plays skull so you can then get a skull? No, come on, you're dead at that point. Just have a 2-3 in play. Stop getting fancy with it. Wow, okay, Bunny. Bunny not going to play the minion.
Myself and the Doctor disagree.
We hunger for vengeance.
I think it's more because, like, was an extra 2-3 enough of a thing to like have a card that's pretty much unplayable in your hand? I don't know.
I feel like it kind of is. Like, my success with Rogue in this matchup has very much just been minions for tempo wherever possible, right? Especially after having eaten the first Immolation Aura, because at that point, if your board's getting cleared, it's probably going to be a Fellscream Blast that they're using to do it, right? Which is a big win for you.
Give me that.
Oh, he's going to mask now, right?
No, I think this is Passage instead. I think he's going to go digging for something else to do. Yeah, yeah, agreed. Like, I do think philosophically he's playing the matchup very similar to what I'm talking about, where he is just prioritizing, you know, building boards and keeping tempo and making minions. He just clearly has something earmarked for that Vanessa Van Cleef.
Yeah. Lethal.
Lethal. Wait, what? How?
You could maybe, like, I don't know, Shadow Step it and play it over multiple turns.
Find me one scenario where you lethal your opponent with Vanessa Van Cleef that isn't just 2 damage with a weapon before you say that.
Haunted Arcanist.
Alright, okay, nice, okay. Well done, you passed.
I can come back next week.
Yeah.
Still, is it, like you said, is a decent board. It's not scary in itself, but the fact it's there.
Sorry, I just realised that involves your opponent playing Talented Arcanist as the last card of their turn.
You accepted it, Sartle. The time has gone for you to dispute.
That's fine.
Hey, sometimes you need to play some tempo cards, okay?
True.
Or maybe the rope burns and you couldn't finish the turn.
Demons? Demons.
Alright, more Moargs.
Yeah, that's plenty, isn't it? This is the point where you can actually, you understand what I mean, but throw away Moargs, right? When you have that, this kind of hand.
The problem is, like, this, people kind of do throw out Raging Fellscreamer early as if there's no downside to it. And you do just have to play it on curve in most spots when you have that opportunity. But there is the downside here. If these Moargs are not truly discounted, they are Fellscreamer discounted. So as soon as he plays the first one, he is losing that discount. But he is certainly, right now, a Il'gynoth away from a good time.
Yeah.
Plenty of damage in hand as it stands.
And so does Bunny Hopper, but he needs to start spending these masks.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I think the time has come.
Wait, was there an Arcanist played last time? No, okay. Checking if Van Cleef was relevant.
He ended on I-beam, right? I believe on the previous turn. He's gonna push.
They've actually been doing a decent job of, maybe it's just the nature of how you play the game with draw first, but there's been multiple times where like Chaos Strike into just removal that was always going to happen was played, but obviously Chaos Strike got played beforehand.
Oh, this hand sucks. Okay, so left hand Moarg followed by Spectral Sight. This would be the start of this turn, I imagine.
Going to give you a glimpse of what's left for Zim.
I see.
That is looking like a very locked up skull. Not so much. Okay, with the being the first card, I was worried, but just picking up Ethereal Org Merchant, not the end of the world. He can dump basically all of this card as long as much of this hand as he wants, as long as he holds on to a Arcanist, a Moarg, and a Ethereal Arcanist. He will be fine. So everything else is expendable. Ooh, going all.
Oh, not last. Okay. Close.
Wow, it's almost as if there's a very specific reason why you would always play that card second to last and not last. I mean, this mask still pushes a ton of damage.
That is true. The follow-up's kind of poor, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. No, this is way better, right? Can he not Jandis? And then Vanessa and use Hellscream Blast?
What makes something real?
Ooh, I like that. Does that achieve anything? Doesn't have spell damage on his golem, he just has stealth summon a copy. I like the Fellscream Blast plan though. That's very smart.
Yeah, me and Bunny are known to be on the same wavelength, so...
Yeah, again, whether or not we get into this Fellscream, like, shadow stepping your Jandis and then losing the discount deal, like, I'm not sure if I'm on board for that, because I think he's going to need the Prize Plunderer to clear up here instead, yeah. That's the dump. And the Jandis will clear up. Huge board again activated. Oh boy, that's a bad card to draw.
Yeah.
Zim really wanted to unlock that right-hand side skull, but obviously Talented Arcanist is so crucial to just hitting lethal here with having spent the previous one.
Yeah, I mean, I showed it before, but let's just show it again. What Zim got left to actually win this game with one Fellscream Blast and the Warblades, I guess, as well? Yep. That is it's about as meager as you can possibly get in terms of win conditions, right, with this deck?
It is. And it's a very big deal as well. The Bunny Hopper finds himself at 30, although these Warblades now can chip through. Okay, having now hit discounted Il'gynoth, Zim should have all the flexibility he wants this game, because he can now fit in both Moargs very comfortably with whatever turn he wants to do here. So should be relatively safe as long as he doesn't just straight up die on the backswing.
So he has Ethereal Org Merchant, 2 Moargs, and a Fellscream Blast.
Which is 2, double to 4, double to 8, and then 8 hits 3 times, which is 24, plus the weapon swing for the extra damage, which means that there's a potential that shot going face, or not going face on the previous turn ends up being... No, it doesn't matter, he can fit the hero power in there as well, so he has the full 30.
Oh, is there anything Bunny Hopper can do? What are his golems, actually? Is that stealth? And summon a copy? Not good
It's
enough.
stealth summon a copy, yep.
Oh, and because it's straight 30, it's not as if he can, like, Tenwu the Vanessa for the lifesteal weapon for himself.
True. Yeah, this really just now comes down to the fact that Zim doesn't have any card draw remaining. He does have 2 Illidari Studies remaining, which can be card draw, but he does need specifically that Fellscream Blast.
He can play Moarg and Spectral, right?
That's true, yeah. He can just dump 1 Moarg, 1 Spectral, and then that's almost guaranteed. It would have to be literal last card Fellscream Blast at that point.
I do like this, though. Bunny Hopper, because of the reasons I spoke about earlier, can't really stop Zim doing this. So just put a ton of stuff on board and say, you know what?
Right.
If he doesn't have it, I've got lethal.
It's Illidari Studies. Does he have enough mana still to be able to do all of that, though? He has to spend 1 on Il'gynoth, 3, 5, 7. 8 with the Fell Screen Blast that he draws, and then can still press Hero Power for 9. So yeah, I think he's fine.
No.
That works too.
Yep, that'll do it.
Not many cards left.
GG. Zim going to recover from that previous little blunder to square up the series, regain some parity here, leaving just enough in the remainder of his deck to get himself over the line here. Squeeze in that hero power as well. That's 24 plus 3 twice from the weapon, doubling up the damage because of the lifesteal effect for the exact 30 as described. I think Zim had a little bit of a struggle in the first game, but in the second game, I think Bunny did his absolute best to put that pressure on. Found some very cute lines with the Vanessa Van Cleef and picked up a ton of burst damage with the masks as well to be able to push through. But Zim just about managed to hold on, get all the way to the bottom of his deck. And I think if we hadn't have seen that second skull hit the Il'gynoth exactly, that's when that game was going to get very, very difficult for Zim at the end.
Yeah, just because mana becomes a real issue there. And I just want to ask you something while we've finished this game now. What do you actually think of OTK Demon Hunter in this format from what we've seen so far, and from Asia, obviously, as well? Because thinking about it, if you're just going to snap ban control, just Priest in general, I guess, then like Demon Hunter does feel like a deck that could sweep a lineup no problem.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because again, like we were talking about our emotional reaction to Token Druid in the previous series, my emotional reaction to Demon Hunter is that this is a deck I like and I enjoy, and I'm not like... OTK Demon Hunter is one of those decks where if you play enough of it, you start to believe that you are a true intellectual, and your sheer power of will and genius level of play, you can win any matchup, any game. I'm not quite at the level of, like, say, like Frozen, for example, who's genuinely one of the best in the world with the deck and probably believes that to be true stronger than I do, but I do think that I have a very good chance in most matchups with Demon Hunter. I think it's a strong deck, and when you modify that by the ability to control which matchup you pick, right, and the ability to ban Priest so that your opponent can't just counter-Q you with their Elucia deck and ruin your day, I think I'm in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I also just think that not many players have gone into this week going, right, what's my counter deck for Demon Hunter? You know what I mean? I don't know why I think that. I just feel like that nothing really stuck out, right, as a counter, because one, there isn't really a hard counter for it outside of Elucia, I guess, anyway. But also, it's just nothing feels like, okay, this will get me a win.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's a lot to cover here, but like Bunny Hopper, for example, is queuing Rush Warrior against the OTK Demon Hunter, which is a good matchup, but it's not like a straight-up snipe matchup. It's not like an I win matchup. Myself and Derek tested this for a long time a few weeks ago, just because the matchup was actually pretty enjoyable, and it really felt like, you know, there was a lot of agency on both sides in the decisions we were making, so we were having quite a good time playing it. And it's certainly winnable, right? You have to be extremely greedy with your health total as Demon Hunter, and it makes Alex Straza and Troublemaker become quite problematic later on. But if you do learn to be really greedy with your health as Demon Hunter, I think it is a winnable matchup. It's definitely unfavored, but I think it's winnable. But I think just in terms of last hero standing, there's really interesting things going on in some of these lineups in terms of people preparing for the Qs and counter Qs. Because, for example, there's a field in APAC, I think the Japanese practice group has brought Control Warrior with Bulwark of Azzinoth as a potential counter to OTK Demon Hunter, which would usually work with incredible efficiency. But then those players also have Demon Hunter, some of them themselves, have an Acidic Swampoos in their deck because they're expecting the same thing to happen. And several of the other players in APAC also have Acidic Swampoos in their OTK Demon Hunter. So they're predicting the idea that Bulwark of Azzinoth will be a card that someone can just include in Warrior to Q-snipe their Demon Hunter, and building their Demon Hunter to preemptively play around that Q-snipe, which is the level of deck building that just makes me love Last Hero Standing. Like, that's so cool. People are thinking about stuff on such a deep level, just because of the way the format lends to things.
There's also a note there for Zim, because Zim is bringing that Weapon Rogue in his lineup, and he's running an Acidic Swampoos in Weapon Rogue, which also has a problem with Bulwark of Azzinoth in the matchup. Yep. So yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty interesting. Just like this opening hand from Zim, as he just has Skull, Skull, left. Seems pretty solid to me, Sottle.
Yeah, Bunny's opening hand, absolutely not bad either. Perfect curve from this point, now being able to go 1, 2, 3. But honestly, I don't mind taking a punt here on like Coin Playmaker. I think, you know, again, in our experience in the matchup, like taking risks and just putting like high attack, high payoff minions into play early quite often pays off quite nicely. There's a lot of answers to Playmaker on exactly 3 mana. There's I-Beam, which can be cast from the middle of the hand for 3 on this turn, of course. And there's also Chaos Strike Hero Power, which does the job as well. But the payoff is that you just get so much more aggressive if it sticks. And yeah, Bunny Hopper is going to go with it.
Ready for this.
And before the card's even drawn, Chaos Strike Hero Power, of course.
Yeah. And yeah, exactly the correct reaction from Bunny Hopper. Just a little shake of the head, like, yeah, all right, they had it, but I think, you know, I can be secure that I made the correct play there.
Yep, definitely worth a try, especially in that kind of unfavored matchup. He's going to get this Fiery War Axe out now.
Good draw. It allows a plan to be formulated now because Bunny has some semi-reliable burst damage in the later stages of the game.
And how do you feel about Warmaul Challenger here? Because although generally you just be like, yeah, play it, it's a minion, whatever. Against Demon Hunter, they do sometimes play just random minions they drop out now and again. You know, some of the spell damage minions they want to get out of their hand and so on. But also, the 110 just feels like it's a minion that's always going to stick for Fell Scream targets. Or is that just something you're just not concerned with as Warrior?
Oh, never. No, like I don't think that's a factor at all. Like you're always going to have minions in play, right? If you don't have minions in play, you're not winning the game. So I think that's absolutely not a factor. I heard Derek talking on the APAC broadcast about the same practice session that I was talking about, where he was saying that like unupgraded conditioning was something that he had a lot of success with, which was true. But I find that particularly to be true when it hits Warmaul Challenger. Because other minions that you play in the early game, right, you might get 1 extra damage out of them, 2 extra damage out of them if they stick 1 turn, 2 turns. But when the Demon Hunter decides to kill those minions, they can, essentially, right? They have the tools in the deck. If you buff a Warmaul Challenger from 1 attack to 2 attack, that thing sticks around for like 4, 5, 6 turns. So you've gained an enormous amount of damage just by putting a rank 1 conditioning on a Warmaul Challenger.
It hasn't come out yet, and Zim already having to respond to these minions. 1 Moag gone with the I-Beam as well. But the game's really going to open up next turn when Zim can start playing these skulls.
Yes, for sure. And it's a good rhythm to get into as well if you want to learn OTK Demon Hunter, is if you have Skull in hand, spend your turn 5 in doing the most defensive thing that you possibly can, right? Because you're not going to be able to do that on turn 6, so just relieve the pressure preemptively, free up that turn 6 that you need to play your Skull of Gul'dan, which is what Zim was doing there with the I-Beam cleanup.
And a weird turn from Bunny as well, like even though the double athletic studies look good because he'll also want to kill this Moag, I think not playing Ringmaster just feels way too slow. I think he needs tons of stuff in his hand so he can actually pile on more pressure again, because Zim's just healed back up to 25. Just feel bad though, because like I said, he just leaves a Moag on board.
Alas, poor warlock.
You have a wince from Bunny Hopper as he sees the old skull.
Oh, filthy ooze. Filthy, filthy ooze. How many times in your life have you seen a Moab just take a value trade on something?
I play a lot of Hunter, so more than most, I imagine, but not often.
I see. Okay. Fair. If you're going to out yourself as a face Hunter player, then yeah, sure.
Look, after years of Hunter, just nothing hurts me anymore. You've
just resigned. You've just been browbeaten into it now, right? Where it's just like, look, I want to play cool Hunter decks, but if face Hunter's going to be the only strong thing that you ever give me, fine.
Oh, interesting. Now I was actually looking at the Frenzy Drawer card, Ogre. Not that Bunny Hopper particularly needs tons of card draw right now. I just feel that the Doctor is pretty slow.
Need both these to be buffed. Yeah, I guess we did. It's fine. Bunny Hopper continuing to play perfectly around combustion, even when it's not relevant. It's It's actually kind of relevant the other way, right? Because of, actually exactly this. Discover into the attack left and right.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's actually the worst positioning against that.
What a has-been. It's a joke, Bunny Hop, I'm joking.
Wow, discounted Il'gynoth again for Zim. Is going to make life much, much simpler. And this is a Spellscreen Blast that Zim is much more at liberty to use than the last one he was forced to use for healing, because he just has the second one locked up in hand, and he just has infinite damage next turn. I think you immediately see, yep, Zim sits back in his chair. That's the most relaxed we have seen him all series up until this point.
There are little tricks you can do to understand Demon Hunter lethals. And I've learned a lot of these whilst casting.
Yes.
And you'll hate them, Sottle, because they're nothing to do with numbers. First trick. If someone plays a Fellscreen Blast that quickly, without really considering it, they've probably got lethal set up. That's trick number one. Trick number two. If someone plays more than one Moarg on a board and has like 6 cards plus in hand, it's probably lethal. You can learn these things very quickly. You don't have to count.
You want to know the actual trick, right? As Zim is going to take down game number 3 here with the Il'gynoth, picks up an I-Beam as well for good measure if he needs it. There's a simple trick, right? If the combination of lethal cards in the Demon Hunter's hand looks fair, it's 24 damage. If it looks unfair, just call it lethal and don't count. That's literally all you need to do.
I was getting worried for a second there, Subtle, where your trick was getting too long-winded for me. But you recovered right at the end there. But Zim's definitely recovered from his first loss this match, because he's now 2-1 up again with these Demon Hunter wins. And it's something I mentioned to you actually before we started the show today, was that in watching APAC, I was maybe surprised because I've just not cast Last Hero for a long time, but not only sweeps, but in one of the matches it was whatever game 1, then Demon Hunter won 2, then the other Demon Hunter won 2 more, and it was just like, wow, we are really getting to see these decks getting these back-to-back wins. And the more we see Demon Hunter in Last Hero Standing, the more I think it is actually a bit of a terror. But there's also just that fear of, well, what are you going to do about it? Because you, at least the general consensus is, well, you've got to ban Priest, you can't ban Demon Hunter as well.
I agree. I think it's a really strong deck. And on that note, Lorinda actually pointed out to me that Demon Hunter was actually the second banned class, the second most banned class after Priest yesterday throughout the qualifying groups. So I think, you know, there are people looking around going, wow, actually my lineup is really unprepared for Demon Hunter. Like, I can just get swept. And that is Last Hero Standing in a nutshell, is you build a lineup and then on a case-by-case basis, you look at your opponent's lineup and then you say, okay, I'm going to ban one of these classes and then sweep with one of my decks. I'm going to lead that deck, and by banning their X, I get to sweep with my Y. Right? That's generally like Last Hero Standing 101. And I think a lot of people are looking at positions where it's like, well, actually, my Demon Hunter's in a pretty strong spot in this series. Or at least, like, once this deck gets out of the way. Again, I love being able to talk about queue order because it actually matters.
Remember when I said everything about Conquest, this is the opposite? Literally everything. We can talk about queue order.
But for example, you might have a series, right, where your Demon Hunter beats 2 of their decks but loses to one of them. But by you queuing a particular deck first, you then force your opponent to counter queue you with that one deck that you don't want, that you need to get out of the series without beating your Demon Hunter. Then you can just queue whatever you want to beat that deck, and then your Demon Hunter is just left remaining in the series against those 2 other decks that you picked out at the start that you can just potentially sweep them with. So there's so much stuff that can go on back and forth. I think Demon Hunter is a pretty good deck overall to give yourself options for making that kind of stuff happen.
It's also situations like you just mentioned are historically why sometimes we've seen players actually not counter queue with the best matchup because they need it to do something else later on in the series. So they actually take a harder matchup to have a bigger payoff if they do win it. So again, a lot to talk about Last Hero, and I almost wish, well, I do wish that we were, more than just 2 weeks. I think like multiple like rotational weeks of this is interesting because people will always trying to be building a counter lineup, or what will this edition of the deck do in the format right now with this ban, and so on, so on. It's pretty interesting, but we are already past mulligans in our game number 4 of this series of Demon Hunter once again from Zim. Of course, going up against Bunny Hopper's last deck, which is this Token Druid.
I grow.
All of these choices are reasonable, honestly. Gannard can just be jammed next turn and kill a minion, potentially. I guess it wouldn't be outcasted by the time another card was drawn. Star Student, you can just potentially play. If you can get it down outcasted, you can discard or at least reshuffle like an Arbor Up or a Glowfly Swarm, depending on what stage of the game you're at, just to buy yourself a bunch of time. And then the card that I literally do not know the name of that we were talking about in the previous game is just the best removal card out of the three, right? If you can get it back in outcast position. So there was a lot of merit to all of those.
And also just does extremely well against like the Arbor-Up minions, right? Because against like a base Arbor-Up, you normally get some good attacks in there to actually deal the damage. But already here, our favourite card at the moment, Subtle, resizing pouch used. Bunny Arbor did not get any of the upside ones from Druid of effectively Innovate or Bloom.
Well, that's 3 AoEs in the opening hand here for Zim.
And the Spectral Sight to draw as well, because the AoEs are good, but without backup, might not be enough.
That's the problem though, right? Is I think this Spectral Sight just has to draw for 1.
What if we just Immolation Auras? Starts working that Spectral to the left like a skull, no?
Yes, you have, by pointing out the ridiculous thing that you probably won't do, illustrated the point I'm trying to make, right? Which is how long can you possibly wait to get that Spectral Sight cast? Because you're not just throwing away Immolation Aura in this matchup.
How does this matchup normally end? Does the Demon Hunter actually win with OTK, or does it actually exhaust the Druid because of the potential level of AoE it has?
No, generally you do still have to OTK them in my experience. There's niche scenarios where you get enough big Moargs that you can just stick a board and win that way, and then if you take minions specifically from your Outcast Discovers, for example. I think we literally saw it in APAC. I think Tom did that exact thing, right, where he just played for minions with his Discovers and just got control of the board, which can happen. But yeah, generally I think you do still have to activate the OTK at some point to get over the line. The Face Hunter win condition of where you just beat them up with Moargs eventually is rare at best, I would say.
Yeah, tough choices from Zim again, because yes, he could just, again, say, I need to Spectral, get it played, move on. Or he could just actually play Star Student and say, well, who cares about the Outcast, just get the first minion on the board. And I'm a little bit surprised that he actually just went for Hero Power. Zim's got a different way of approaching this one.
Oh, baby. This one is going to accelerate quickly from this point, Raven.
Yeah, how sick is Desk Imp with Arbor Up? It's like a whole extra minion for nothing.
Insane. Strictly better than just having got Innovate here, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this. What does Zim do about this Imp? Kind of weird turn, right? You just calling nature studies here?
So, yeah. No. Alright, cool. Yeah, sure. Cool. Seems fine.
It's even better with Arbor Up. Oh, this hand. It looks good and bad at the same time, Subtle.
Yeah, it's like the contents of the hand aren't the worst thing in the world. Like there's some card draw, there's a good disruption card with Star Student, and there's Immolation Aura, which, much like the Rogue matchup, is just the best card in your deck. However, they're just all in the wrong place. They just all interfere with each other in horrible ways. I definitely agree with Zim having committed here. If he's going to stick to this line where Spectral Sight is going to draw 2 cards, which he clearly is, I'm not sure I agree with that from the kicking off point, but if he is going to stick with that, he absolutely had to Fell Screen Blast that turn.
And if you're sat in Bunny Hopper's seat here, what do you think's going through his mind? Because if you've seen, obviously not even made them show any real AoE, mainly Immolation Aura, does he actually just want to go super slow and not even bother with like Glowfly, for example, this turn?
In my opinion, absolutely not. I think that's easy to say when you can see the hand. But from Bunny's perspective, there's a outcast discount and a hand that's done nothing. So it could just as easily be Skull far right now, right? For 5 mana on the following turn with the discount. So if you do nothing, you could just straight up concede the game to a good Skull.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, isn't it? I think Bunny Hopper would have really liked a Giblin at some point, right? So he could go Giblin into like Pride and say, well, just an Immolation or it doesn't cut it.
Yep. Oh! Immediately, I mean, you just see it. Exactly what we were just talking about, right? Like, if Bunny had chosen to go slow there, he would have lost the game on the spot. Just Skull off the top, picked up some discounted cards. We'll see if that's true, depending on what these cards are. Yeah. He would have lost the game on the spot. Discounted Raging Fellscream, a discounted Skull would have come off that Skull if Zim was allowed to play it there. Pretty brutal. But as it stands, because he played the minions, Zim had to go for the Immolation Aura instead, and now that's caused these Skulls to get locked in the middle of Zim's hand instead. He has to work them over to the right-hand side. And if he does that, if he wants to get this Skull on the left-hand side of his hand, he's going to have to cast his second Fellscream Blast, which is a very big deal.
Yeah, there are definitely problems on both sides of the board here, right? Because Bunny Hopper doesn't actually have a refill, and as soon as you've been AoE'd, you want the refill instantly because it's as low a chance as your opponent's ever going to have at having another AoE, right? And there's just nothing there.
I wonder.
Is Bunny Hopper just already in like guess the weight territory? Even with a hand this large?
It's brutal, right? Starting the turn at 9 cards.
Okay.
Alright. Just makes the minions. I like it.
I mean, he does have Solar Pride, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, honestly, the only real plan here I see from Zim is to play from the left-hand side of his hand and just try and win the game with I-beams.
Ooh, and Bunny Hopper got away with that a little bit, didn't he?
I guess so, yeah.
I'm also trying to work out if, like, Solar Pride and then next turn Solar, like, Moon Touched Amulet is actually going to have some impact here.
That's a ton of damage.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the game could just be a bit of a 1-2 punch.
Mm-hmm.
Zim, I think, whiffed on every single choice there. Maybe the Lunar Eclipse was good because obviously there's a 4/3 minion on the board, but generally speaking, like, Bunny Hopper definitely got away with that.
Grows short.
Agreed.
Gonna play the Arcanist last? No? Okay.
I mean, I was wondering even whether it was just Fellscream Philosophy that turn and then just played Skull.
Get it gone, yeah.
But yeah, having drawn the Arcanist, obviously, the Fellscream Blast went up in value a lot that turn, so he can actually use that as a legitimate second AoE now a lot of the time. We know that's probably not the case because of Pride's Fury, but Zim, reasonable to expect that to happen, especially when he's just seen 3 cards from his opponent's hand and none of them were Pride's Fury.
He could potentially resize in Pouch into another Arbor, right? Or another Blowfly?
We'd have 4 remaining at this point.
No, because he's just played Thingy, right? It's Nature Studies.
Oh, this is Nature Studies.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
you are
yeah.
correct. My fault.
I'm just saying, like, the 5 cost is actually a bit of a power spike in this deck.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you're thinking about Glowfly's Runic Carving, it's close to the same card.
Yeah.
On this board, obviously. Yes, he's gonna pay for the Overload. Yeah.
This
think he
plays
wants to sacrifice 8.
so perfectly into what Zim's set up for, though. But did he overload and then not rush the minions?
Wait. Yeah.
What? Why? What?
Did he
Am I missing something?
Did he just click the wrong one?
Oh.
Surely, right?
That's an I-beam going down as well now, though. Like, Zim desperately fighting for board control, and it might now be one of those games from this point. He's just going to play the Philosophy, so that's a Moarg being deleted as well. So his OTK potential is just going right down the drain here.
Did Bunny Hopper just look at his mana and go, Wait a minute.
Wait, why do I have 5 mana? Yeah. I'm not really sure what's happened.
I genuinely think he might, and I could easily be wrong, but just clicked the one he thought was not rush and then just didn't look.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe, much like our colleague Gia, he is learning a different language via changing the client to a different language and just couldn't read it and just clicked the one that he thought was the right one.
What if Bunny Hop is thinking so far ahead that he needs these minions to have rush for some benefit we can't see?
Oh, of course, he's just going to discover an ETC and then it's lethal.
Yeah. Sometimes
resizing. Yeah, I mean, genius. Oh, sorry, Bunny Hop is next level again, obviously. All right, more importantly, memes aside as to whatever on earth Bunny Hop had decided to do this game, Zim has to get creative for a win condition this game. Unless he hits discounted Il'gynoth, then all things become possible again. He hit discounted Il'gynoth because of course he did.
Yeah, it's getting very, very close, isn't it?
He is once again back in business because he does have one remaining I-beam with which to do magical things. Yep, Blood Mage can cycle, surplus to requirements for sure.
I mean, he has to do something, right? This turn he has to go wide. Get maybe Soul down to give some level of protection for his board, because Bunny Hopper must know he's running out of time. Like, Soul fine here? The second Giblin?
So interesting, right? Like,
It probably doesn't need the second Giblin, actually, sorry.
This game has gone in such a weird direction because I think, you know, like, Bunny is going to be keeping track of this game, right? Despite the nonsense play, like, he will still be on top of what's going on here. So he'll know that all the damage is being used, right? Which makes me wonder whether Solar Moontouched is actually, like, a relevant thing to do in this position.
Health-wise.
Yeah, just because the armor just changes so much in terms of breakpoints, right?
Interesting here. Like, again, I'm not a super pro level token druid player, believe it or not, from my comments today. But I don't know if, like, Soul the Forest just felt like it was going to make a much better board to do all the buffs with next turn.
Right. These Eldrazi Warblades end up being very clutch here as well, because, as mentioned, they are just straight up 4 damage each, and then they're also the potential to add 6 to your Il'gynoth turn if you can fit the hero power in there as well, which is, again, super relevant for Zim, because the maximum damage of I-Beam tops out so much quicker than the maximum damage of a Fell Screen Blast does. I think this is smart. He doesn't necessarily need additional discounts. A discounted second Warblades would be nice. Outside of that, there's not a great deal that he cares too much about getting discounted, I would argue. Take another look at the deck. There's not much. There's a few sources of extra damage there, actually. Now that I look at it, those 2 Chaos Strikes that I haven't accounted for could end up being super relevant as well to add damage to that Il'gynoth turn.
I was also just wondering whether, like, what happens if he actually just draws Immolation Aura from that skull, right? Like, it is playable. Could he just clear the board, even if he has to use another resource?
Yeah. So yeah, having now drawn the I-Beam, like current damage, even with that Ethereal Orc Merchant that he's using this turn, so Orc Merchant would add 1 spell damage, so it's dealing 4, Arcanist would add 2, so it's dealing 6, and then Moab just doubles it to 12, right? Like, it's nothing. It's just no damage. You really need to be stacking up those Fell Screen Blasts. So you need Philosophy, you need tons of Moags, right, to really get yourself over the line, and because he's already used those Philosophies for very little value, I think he's in trouble here in terms of actually getting damage across the line without those Chaos Strikes to really stack up that extra lifesteal damage from the Warblades.
And I think here, Prides with Solar is only 15. And then Hero Power for 16 if mature, you know. I think at that point, if he's going to do that, then he should also just bloom out a soul, right? And just say, this is my board for the game.
Right.
He has to clear the board twice, and he pushes 15.
Right.
Looks good to me.
Agreed. And at this point, I think Zim's best win condition is likely to be just straight up fatigue. If he can get over the line, because there is not too many ways left for Bunny to generate boards from this position. He has one Glowfly Swarm remaining, but how significant of a board is that going to be able to make at this point, unless it comes, you know, specifically off of Fungal Fortunes? So he needs, but I just don't know how he gets even enough damage with the Immolation Aura to be able to deal with this stuff is the problem.
Like 7 and 9 are very big numbers right now.
Right.
Alas, poor warlock.
Oh! Is it just lethal? Oh! Oh! It's lethal! Oh! Il'gynoth. That's one of my tricks, Sol. It's lethal. It must... Il'gynoth's been played. It's game.
4 damage, 8 damage, 6, 24, 20... Yeah. 29... Is it exact? It might be exact or 1 over. Yeah, I think it's 1 over.
I'm just going to say it's exact. Because the portrait will blow up.
Yep, 24 plus the hero power, there's the 30. He has the minion attack as well going in that I wasn't even counting. Insane game from Zim.
Even Zim had to have a second there just to check that it was actually the game. Oh, scary.
Absolutely razor wire close in the end. And again, just to give full context for that series, the 3 bottom players in the entire league right now going into this week were A-Rock, Bunny Hopper, and Zim. And they all played in the same qualifying group yesterday to get through to broadcast. A-Rock won that group, found his way through, and then Zim and Bunny Hopper had to play off today. So it means Bunny Hopper is getting the least points this week guaranteed out of the bottom 3 players in the entirety of European Grandmasters, which spells real trouble for him going forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a very close game. There was the, I guess it just has to be a blunder to overload and do nothing. So there was the blunder from Bunny Hopper. I'm not quite sure what happened on that one and if it would have made a difference or not, regardless of outcome. But it was a really, really close few games there. But Zim got it done. And again, I feel like this is just something I'm potentially going to talk about all weekend. But Demon Hunter looks that maybe it's just quietly just the best deck in this format if you're taking the approach that everyone's banning Priest, because you just get to potentially do that for 3 games in a row. And the good thing is you can choose when to slot it in as well. It's not like you should or have to open Demon Hunter and say, oh, I have to sweep. It's like you can just wait, try something else, and then decide if Demon Hunter's at least going to have that first good game.
Yeah, and I think we saw the stakes really come into play there as well, as you can now see the context I was talking about earlier. A-Rock and Zim are going to be picking up points. They are going to be opening up a gap between themselves and Bunny Hopper towards the bottom of the table. But I think you really saw those stakes being illustrated in the gameplay as well. It was a nervy series on both sides, right? Like, both in reactions on the cameras, but also in terms of play, right? There was a few things on either side that really is just so out of character for both of those players. Like, you know, Zim just literally not finishing a turn and spending all of his mana. Like, you know, I don't necessarily think Zim is a top tier, world class, top 5 in the world Hearthstone player, but he's much better than that, right? Yeah. And then Bunny Hopper, I think, is in that bracket. And then for him to make the level of mistake that he did there as well is just supremely out of character. And I can only really put that down to just nerves and just knowing exactly how much that series meant to both of them.
Yeah, things are getting really, really tense as we move on through Grandmasters and move on through this first season of the year, because although, you know, we kind of said it every week, like, this is week 5 now, there's not much longer left till we decide who makes playoffs and who gets relegated. So it's a little bit spicy across the board, and it still continues today, as that was only a match 2 of 4. We've got Frenetic versus Psycho coming up next for our match number 3. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
We're kicking things off with one of the most nail-bitingly close matches I've seen in a while. As the token druid, Chonsu knows that without board control, there's no win condition in the deck. Well, almost. By getting Possessi down to 3 health earlier, he now has 2 win conditions: Hero Power 3 times before dying, or discover Feral Rage or Moon-Touched Amulet from his remaining Discover cards. But as it turns out, even ending the turn at 32 health doesn't guarantee safety against the awesome power of Possessi's Mage.
He's got 1 Nature Studies, 1 Guidance, and with no Taunt, yet, at least, for Possessi, and no Ice Barrier either.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Actually, in this list from Possessi, he's cut the 2 ring tosses to make room for the extra removal. So it has to be lethal! And he will have mana to potentially go Guidance into Feral Rage. It has come down to this, Derek, the bottom of Chauncey's deck.
He missed! He missed. Well, he's representing 27, so he needs a single Fireball, a single Apexis, both just win the game on the spot.
They're both still in the deck, and his Cram Session costs 1. Oh my lord. I think Possessi's just set up a 1-turn counter lethal.
That's game. That Fireball does it. That's just lethal.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Chauncey was 1 hero power away. He's just dead to double Fireball.
Oh man, that is so sick. I mean, respect to Chauncey. He gave it his absolute all. I think all of his choices at the end of the game were the correct realization of how he tries to win the game.
It was a weird old week for the EU region. 7 out of 8 players in the quarterfinals had Mage, and it didn't take 10 hours to finish one series. In fact, it was such a blistering pace that X-Blaze took down Frenetic in a 10-minute series. Admittedly, the Warlock kind of turbo lost rather than the Mage turbo won, but it was still a nice change of pace to not be able to hit Legend in the time it takes for Europe to end.
He's very close.
Not quite. It's very close, yeah.
Oh, it says explode.
No, it is, yeah. Just mask. Yeah, just spell damage mask. I was looking at it with Fireball.
Oh, no. I meant mask, but I presumed you counting because I was looking at the minions. Wow. Not there from Blaze. 2-0. Mage goes through. Again, story of the day. If you didn't bring Mage, you should have.
A simple but very instructive play here from Alan. Shadowhunter Vulcan is a unique inclusion in Control Priest, and while it's difficult to know the perfect time to play it, it certainly rewards such knowledge. Alan uses it to accomplish 2 goals in the Priest Mirror, finding extra value thanks to the Venomous Scorpid, and, more impressively, getting a Lucia out of your hand so your opponent can't make the infamous double Lucia play.
If these players are running out of minions, do you foresee them ever being played in the matchup, even if it comes at the cost of extra value?
Definitely. That's often already a worst case scenario where you are falling so far behind that you need to, like, say, pull exactly Zarella or Blademaster Samuro.
It's been a great couple of weeks for Rami94, reaching 2 finals in a row and almost getting back-to-back wins. And while there's certainly a lot that goes into that success, spotting clever plays like this is certainly part of it. By casting Twisting Nether to delete his own board, he demonstrates excellent understanding of how Muzzy could buy some extra time in the game with Blademaster Samuro and Apotheosis.
There are ways to stop, the inevitable takeover of Priest. Oh, alright. Style points from Rami, destroying his own board to prevent a Samuro life swing. Cool play coming out from Rami94. And a 2-hour marathon of a series is going to come to a close as Rami will be advancing to the top 4. He's thinking about, can Muzzy find a way to copy a card in my hand? But that's not going to do it enough. Rami takes game 3.
We've seen Lucia rend the minds of some of the best players in Hearthstone, but none can best the mental fortitude of Alutemu. Having access to the Priest's hand, what would you choose to take from them? The Samuro to deny the heal with Apotheosis, the Brightwing to search for a strong legendary. Well, Alutemu spots the missing piece to the puzzle, Sage Seer of Darkmoon, in his own hand. If he gives back the Shadowhunter Vol'jin, then Alan will guaranteed rip it from his hand and deny Alutemu 4 cards. And by playing the Vol'jin, Alutemu makes the best of a very complicated turn.
So Sethek is going to take a while for it to start popping off at least.
I agree. Alutemu was even hovering over the Insight, which I'm not sure if he's trying to pull Zyrella in particular, something like that.
Right.
Okay. Pulls the other Seth. Oh, on his own minion! I've never seen this!
Okay.
So he was taking 1 in 3 to pull the Samuro or a Sethek?
But then wouldn't you just go for that in the other order to give yourself a higher chance of Samurai?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. We are ready to dive into our third match of the day, which is going to be a Frenetic versus a Psycho. And another match that is important for both players, as neither of these really are right at the top of the standings right now.
Yeah, that's right. Kind of middle of the packish on both sides. Not quite the looming spectre of relegation that we were seeing in the previous series. You know, things now looking genuinely quite bad for Bunny Hopper. The results of the previous series. I think Frenetic and Psycho still have reason to believe that their seasons can go in both directions, but still need to start picking up some points very, very soon. Need to be picking up some weekly wins very soon, I would say, if they want to be thinking about playoffs, for example.
Right.
Because I think, again, we as much as anyone are guilty of just framing things around like relegation or survival, and those are the two things that you can do, because that does feel like where the stakes are the most intense in the format right now. But of course the players still want to look upwards. They want to qualify for playoffs, they want to qualify for the World Championships, where that opportunity to be Hearthstone World Champion and where that potentially, you know, career defining amount of money and the World Championship trophy can really come into play. So if these players can now pick up some potential big wins, some 5-point weeks, then maybe they can start looking at an outside chance of picking up those spots.
Yeah, we see an update there that yesterday these two players played and Frenetic swept 3-0 with Mage. And just taking a quick look, Psycho's actually the one starting Mage this time versus Frenetic's Demon Hunter. So a little bit of a difference opener there. Again, interesting last hero standing, where do you want to open the same thing twice in a row? Like, is your strategy that rigid? Should it be flexible? Should it swap? It's very, very strange when you start playing the same person more than once. But as usual so far today, and I think for potentially the rest of the day, although I'll save that spoiler for later, the priests are banned out for match number 3.
Yes, double priest ban again. I think Lorinda had a stat again, overwhelmingly favored with the priest bans overall. He did point out to me that Demon Hunter was the second most banned deck in GM throughout, but I think there was also the stat that like in APAC, 30 out of 32 available times priest was banned, and then the 2 times it wasn't, it swept the series 3-0. So seems like there's a pretty good lesson to be learned in there in terms of priest banned, and I think, you know, certainly I think the ability to build your priest in certain ways, because we haven't even talked about this, right, but there's a lot of relevance in the way the priest is built, even though it's banned every series.
Right.
Because, for example, you know, you can just have your priest built very greedy with Cthulhu at the top end, and then just be planning to queue it into a control warrior or whatever else, right, and just have a free win that way around, all these kind of things. Or you can build it really, really slim down and anti-aggro, no top end, top out Ogremancer or whatever else, and then just play it into Face Hunter as a Q-snipe deck, right? But whichever way that you build it, it's likely to be a very, very strong deck in the series, just because of the just overall power level of priest and the flexibility it has in a class based on how discover based it is to be able to adapt to particular matchups. So I think generally it just becomes too powerful in a series overall.
Yeah, one thing that is interesting, I guess, more about the deck than its specific involvement in this matchup, is that Psycho is actually just running Cthulhu in his mage, just as a flat inclusion. Obviously, this is specialist no longer. They don't get to make alterations to their decks, beforehand. It is just Cthulhu in his spell mage, which I think is a really interesting choice. Maybe just the thought that maybe Psycho thought there'll be more players, say, bringing Control Warrior, for example.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Because I looked at some of these lineups going into it and was like, well, if Psycho has Mage with Cthulhu in it, is he perhaps then leaving Priest up? And he's just saying, okay, well, then whenever they queue their Priest, I will just take that loss if necessary, and then queue into it with my Cthulhu Mage on the other side, right? And that should be a very, very favorable matchup for me. But doesn't seem to be the case, and he's just going to kick it off here in the opening, leading out with his Mage. You saw the Cthulhu getting shuffled into the deck, but he does of that all-important Incanter's Flow.
Yep, not looking too bad for Psycho on the bottom there. Frenetic doesn't, for me at least, doesn't really have any of the power cards in his opening hand, especially against Mage. Like I-Beam feels kind of stranded right now. Same with Immolation Aura. Of course, Mage does create minions, but not really ones you're expecting Immolation Aura to get through. Not really ones you're expecting I-Beam to kill. There's a small thing of, well, Mini Mage, but will Psycho pick a Mini Mage versus Demon Hunter? Probably not.
Just picking up Lab Partner for efficiency here, drops it for 0, picks up 2 cards from the Cram session, already making that mana back from the Incanter's Flow.
Oh, Frenetic can draw off the top now. Just continue with the cycle. Again, he could I-Beam this 1-3, but does it really matter? I don't think so.
Not overly relevant at this point in time, I would say. Very congested looking hand already, though, here.
Right. I mean, maybe at this point, like, is there a consideration for just coining out the Fell Screamer?
He had 2 mana, could have coined it out, right?
Oh, right, sorry, yeah. Okay.
Reasonable draw as long as he finds something fairly playable here. Okay, yeah, Arcanologist plus Swan Thief is reasonable if he doesn't find a better option.
Okay, yeah, could just play Varden.
Varden on curve, yep.
That's good. Spend your mana. Evocation. I wouldn't have hated Brain Freeze there just because it's a good card and Demon Hunter does play minions that it'll die to as kind of throwaway minions, right?
By saying no natural secret in the deck there for Psycho. None of that, like one of Netherwind Portal, one of Ice Barrier that we see in some lists instead. That's probably where his Cthulhu spot is, admittedly. So no draw off the Arcanologist.
I think more of Cthulhu seems fine here. I'm not really sure what the payoff would be for anything else, unless he, like, Devolving Missiled Brain Freeze Evocation.
Very awkward minion to deal with.
Oh, he is going to go for that plan. Wow.
Yeah. Trying to find more card draw, I would imagine. First and foremost, doesn't hit it. But yeah, I think that's the motivation here, right? Just look for a Arcane Intellect or a Cram Session or something just to get some cycle going.
Time runs out on me.
Paul's not bad though. I think one thing you're expecting Demon Hunter to do all the time is cast a spell, right? And it's additional minions, so definitely not a terrible outcome. One of the more creative plays there when you could have just more of Cthulhu'd it away. This hand feels a bit weird. It's just like weapon into Thanos.
What I'm looking at, yeah. It's a mirror entity check first. And he's going to swing face to play around the Rig Fair game as well, which I like. Well, it plays around both, I suppose, Rig Fair game and the Oasis ally, just by shipping damage to face, generally against Unknown Secret. If you're not testing for the spell secrets in the turn, it's generally best to hit face because you play around the most secrets that way. Get news if it's Ice Barrier as well.
And arguably the more punishing ones, at least in this instance, right? Like, Psycho drawing cards is pretty bad.
Yeah.
The 3/6 pretty bad, and then if it was Ice Barrier, okay. Got a bit more health. Demon Hunter can deal 1 million.
Psycho did just even end up taking Rigged Fair game there, even though he can just see the weapon facing down. And Frenetics clearly signaled his intentions to play around Rigged Fair game at this point, but he's also clearly signaled his intention to be an absolute god gamer by picking up that right-hand side skull on turn 6.
Weirdly enough, though, he doesn't know that it's not a counterspell, right? So I don't think it's going to come out on curve unless Frenetics feeling especially spicy today.
Yeah, I would say it would be a weird choice to play the first secret as counterspell, but it came from Evocation, right? So it had to be used that turn if it was going to be used, and then obviously the second secret was lined up into the skull turn. So it actually has a fairly high likelihood, I would say, of being counterspell.
I'd love it. Frenetic just ripped it anyway.
It's so hard, right? Like, obviously I have caster vision here, but you can also make the argument of, like, if you don't just try it here, it's going to get stranded mid-hand anyway, right? So you're just never actually going to be able to play it for good value. So, yeah. I'm glad that he did end up doing it, because I don't have to feel bad about saying it's probably the play when I can obviously see that it was going to work. But, yeah, from Frenetic's position, that's a much harder call to make, and I think absolutely he's made the right call. Ooh. Well, there is a 1 in 14 that Frenetic loses the game on the spot next turn.
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
Wait, what?
He has 10 cards in his hand.
Oh,
My hand is
I thought Psycho was getting Cthulhu or something. I was like, what are you on about? He's well far away from Cthulhu. How is that right?
Why is that where your mind went?
Because I was staring at Psycho's hand and how kind of bad it is.
Okay. Burned the Ethereal Org Merchant, though, so no great harm.
Oh, look, another skull.
Another skull indeed, and he can set this one up perfectly, dumping the cards with the duplicated Moarg. Very, very nicely navigated turn from Frenetic. Like I said, he had the risk, he had the 1 in 14 of just Il'gynoth appearing off the top and getting burned to the full hand. But 13 out of 14 times, I think he made the right play. Reason being, the card he would have dumped to not burn a card would have been the Moarg, right? And you see how important that Moarg was in hand, because by holding onto it, he got to duplicate it, use it to clear the board, and then still currently has a Moarg in hand, which is a very big deal.
Also get Sigil of Silence now, so that's pretty nice for him in that it's just not expecting to do much, but just as a card to just get it out the way, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Getting cards out the way.
Yep. Think reasonable to suggest that.
Well, Sigil of Flame wasn't silent. Sorry. Okay, that's fine.
That's just funny. Reasonable to suggest that Psycho being slightly punished for his deck building decisions in this game so far by choosing to go with the Cthulhu build. He has drawn 2 Cthulhu pieces, right? Which have cards that wouldn't exist in his deck otherwise, right? Those could have been Arcane Intellect or Cram Session or whatever else, Refreshing Spring Water, to actually enable him to start getting through his deck. And it's one of my big problems with Cthulhu Mage in general, is it just clogs up your deck, which otherwise feels so streamlined. Feels like as soon as you hit 1 card draw with Mage that you just start powering through your deck so very quickly. Having those big clunky 5-mana cards in your deck usually get in the way of that.
Yeah, it's like having a Ferrari and then putting a roof rack for your bike on top of it or something, isn't it?
Yes. Precisely. That's what they call Cthulhu around the tavern. Old roof rack. That's what he's known as.
I'm glad that I think before I speak sometimes, because I could get myself into trouble.
Wait, you do?
Sometimes, I said.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you think before you said, wait, is Psycho about to win with Cthulhu?
No.
Okay.
Studies, okay.
Spectral Sight.
Oh, but it's good enough.
Yeah. 5 cards remaining for Frenetic. Wow, okay. 3 cards remaining now.
There's the
being Il'gynoth.
Full cost, though.
Yeah, full cost. And discount already used on the Moarg as well. He's already used his Fell Screamer discount up, so he's quite limited to the 24, the fair source of damage that I was talking about before, but having done so much chip damage incrementally throughout the course of the game, 24 isn't enough.
Look at this hand. I don't even want to look at this hand from Psycho. It does nothing. And that's just going to be it. Wow, just Psycho never really got in the game. Frenetic basically drew his whole deck, which in Demon Hunter normally means you win. So yeah, really good win there. Really good start for Frenetic, getting the win on the Demon Hunter. And so far, that's 4 Demon Hunters in a row in Last Hero Standing that have won games. So big deal there. That means Psycho's Mage goes out. That is finished and done with. And Frenetic will be on that Demon Hunter once again.
Yeah, and it looked fairly straightforward for Frenetic, right? But it's easy to forget that there was one extremely clutch moment from Frenetic that game, which was Skull on 6, right? And I know those. What are you talking about? Like, cast Skull on 6? Of course he did. He was facing down 2 unidentified secrets at the time that could have been counterspell. Right. And I think he correctly identified the situation. It wasn't a guess. It wasn't just like, oh, I'm just going to throw this out here and I'm just manifesting that it's not counterspell. I think he just understood that it's the point where if he didn't play it, it's just going to get stranded in the middle of the hand anyway. And he might still be able to draw 3 cards with it at some point, but he was never going to get that discount because it was going to start creeping over into the middle of the hand. So that was the choice that he had agency over. The following one was that he didn't burn Il'gynoth off the top when it was a 1 in 14, which again, that one's just kind of left up to the gods a little bit, but I still think that's the right play for the reasons I described, right? Because that Moarg he had remaining in hand immediately proved to be very important, which was the only card he could have realistically dumped on that.
Yeah, and it's a risk, but it's a calculated risk that you are okay with. It's out of your control, but it's likely to be okay. But here we're going to dive straight into game number 2, and Psycho, with his his Rogue and his Demon Hunter left, decides he wants to play the Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, very simply put, right, if we said to Psycho this game, I'm going to roll a 14-sided die, and if it comes up 1 to 13, you win. Do you think he'd take that? Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Every single time. So that's essentially the play that Frenetic made. Just understanding how comfortable his spot was as long as he held on to that Moarg in hand and ran the risk of burning Il'gynoth.
Oh, any key things to look out for in this matchup, Sottle? Because, of course, both players will be wanting to go for the skulls, but are there any cards that are dumpable versus not in this specific one? Or is it just...
Yeah, I mean, 2 words, hand size. That's basically what this is going to come down to. Generally, your minions are playable because Demon Hunter's not going to get above 30, so you don't need full OTK, right? As soon as you've secured like 1 decent discount, you're basically free to play minions. However, by you playing minions from your hand, you allow your opponent to shoot things at them, right? Like they can fire I-beams at them, they can play Immolation Aura, clear them up, they can, if they're playing Throwglaive, as some people do, they can just use Throwglaive to clear the board. So sometimes it's kind of like those very, very old Control Warrior days where you didn't want to play a card if your opponent was on like 9 or 10 cards because it allowed them to get cards out of their hand and they would have extreme difficulty doing that otherwise. So outside of just turboing through your deck and drawing cards as fast as possible, that's the number one thing to pay attention to, is trying to end as few turns as possible with minions in play, because that really limits what your opponent is then able to do in terms of getting cards out of their hand.
I mean, you can see an example right there, like no Crimson Sigil runner played. He could have played it first, right? And then did the AoE, but he would still be in the same card situation.
Yeah, I think that one is more about holding the discount for the skull than it is just having a minion in play. I think he's just viewing that as more important. So he can coin skull here and then just has to find one dumpable card to drop.
Yeah, that's the tricky bit.
Poor warlock.
There we go.
Oh, yep,
Perfect.
done. Oh, yep, done. It is just important to point out that differences in decks here. Fnatic running what I would say is pretty much standard Demon Hunter, whereas Psycho is running 1 Acrobatics, 1 Maker, 1 Spectral Sight, 1 Sigil of Flame, 1 Acidic Swamp Ooze, 1 Ethereal Log Merchant, 1 Raging Fell Screamer. I've run out of ones just to annoy Sol.
Yep.
1 Demon Hunter.
I was talking about this earlier. I think you left the call at this point. I think it was just like Gia and Lorinda that were hanging around. I was saying, like, I feel like this deck from Psycho has been built purely to trigger me because, like, yeah, my dislike of one-offs in deck building, and, like, there's a lot of stuff that's very unique in this, right? Like, you know, 1 Acidic Swamp Ooze, fine. You probably don't want 2. That's a tech card. But it's specific things like 1 Acrobatics, 1 Spectral Sight. Like, surely one of those cards is just better than the other one on average, and you want to play 2 of them, right? But this is Psycho's deck building 101. This is not unique. He does this a lot. He really likes having one-offs in his decks. We've seen it with his Paladin build so far this season. He's also playing 1 Cram Session in his Mage, which is bizarre to me, but he's an incredibly successful, incredibly accomplished Hearthstone player, and this is just how he builds decks, and always has been. So, you know, who am I to question it?
Literally how he made room for Cthulhu in his Mage by dropping a Cram Session.
Yep.
You know, already Fnatic's powered through to only 14 cards left in his deck. Yet again, got a reduced skull on the right.
Yeah, I love this. Just literally every card he can play on any given turn, he's just playing. He just wants space in his hand. He just wants to play Skull as many times as humanly possible. No one yet with any potential game-winning discounts in terms of the Skull of Gul'dan hitting key combo pieces. So the game's still wide open right now.
Tricky, isn't it, here? Because card draw in a vacuum is powerful. But can Psycho handle any card draw or any more card draw right now?
Time grows short.
See exactly the situation I'm talking about, right? Like, Psycho's struggling so much harder just to get cards out of his hand.
Yeah.
Everything he can play just replacing itself currently. Going to draw him back up to 10 again, so he's just going to have to dump the Crimson Sigil Runner, which was a smart pick, right? All the way back when, as I was saying, he didn't play it because he was holding the discount for his skull. But then knowing that, he also took just the cheapest card, right? Understanding that whatever he took, he was never going to play it for outcast value.
Right.
So he just took the straight up cheapest thing that he could dump out of his hand at some point.
Demons?
Now, at this point, is Fnatic okay playing this Moag and Skull, or do you think he just works from the left instead?
He still has one... Oh my
Who cares?
goodness.
Ignore me, Sol. Imagine.
Yeah, I didn't get time. I was going to say he still has 1 Moarg, 2 Philosophies in his deck, so he can, if he wants, go fishing, and then if it misses, he could still potentially drop that Moarg. Maybe like take a Sigil Runner or something and try and still wind his way through to that Skull. But yeah, obviously the dream outcome was picking up just a Skull, and now probably intends to play that Skull from the left-hand side instead with easily dumpable cards on the left-hand side of his hand to get that done.
To win. Psycho is going to have a tough go of it as well because his Il'gynoth is actually full cast. Or is that just lethal?
It's only 1 discounted Moarg, I believe, right? I don't think these are off Skull. I think this is just the Fellscreamer discount. I think if they were actually like discounted from Skull and then duplicated with Philosophy, then it would have been lethal, but no such luck. But he does have that edge, right? Like, there are 3 stages of Il'gynoth in this matchup, and they increase in power level. The least powerful thing for Il'gynoth to be is in your deck. The median outcome is in your hand but full cost, and then obviously the most powerful thing is in your hand but discounted. So on that front, Psycho is currently ahead, right? Like, he can actually threaten lethal at any point. Frenetic, if Il'gynoth is his last card, he's going to have trouble getting there.
Honestly, so I was wondering where you were going. I thought you were going to start talking about, you know, acceptance, denial, as multiple stages of having Il'gynoth.
I mean, you do go through, like the multiples. Whenever like you see Il'gynoth appear on the board when you're playing against Demon Hunter, you do go through it. So it's like, there's no way he has it. No, it's turn 7. There's no way. Well, Moarg. Okay. No, I'll stay here. Maybe he messes it up. Maybe he messes. Oh, I'm just dead. Okay.
Bargaining. yeah. Maybe he just takes pity on me and moves me to it.
Perfect Skull. 8 cards in hand currently, so he can just rip Skull, goes up to 10, just has to find something playable to drop.
Does he need 3 Moargs?
Demons?
No, but he does need the Moarg discount. That's the problem right now. Because he has full cost Il'gynoth, he really wants that Fellscreamer discount on his Moarg. Obviously, the first Moarg he plays then means that it will consume that discount.
Time grows short.
He's now in extremely good shape because of that 0 mana I-Beam. Actually, he can go Il'gynoth, 0 mana Moarg, 2 mana Arcanist, 2 mana Moarg, and that's 8. And then play 0 mana I-Beam, well, play 1 mana Fellscream Blast, sorry, to get the Talented Arcanist buff on that, and then 0 mana I-Beam to finish off. I think Psycho is in the driver's seat right now.
What if Frenetic top decks Il'gynoth?
I will confess I have forgotten whether these Moargs are really costing 0 or not, and that makes the world of difference right now.
He top decked it, so work it out.
Yeah, Frenetic will know.
I'm guessing if... Wait a minute.
That one's discounted, so he can now get another 0 mana one from duplicating the Philosophy, right? And then go Moarg. Well, yeah, this should be enough. All he needed was one of the Moargs to be discounted, right? He has to get Immolation Aura out of his hand to make the I-Beam cost 1. Does he need the I-Beam to cost 1? He doesn't, right? So he can play 1, 2, 3, 4 Moargs and the Il'gynoth. He doesn't have to play the Talented Arcanist, so he doesn't need the... He doesn't need the I-Beam to be discounted, I don't think.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there, actually. I think that's right. It made sense to me. Frenetic shaking his head, not happy with anything here. Now he's playing... Wait, whoa. Wait, does 3 do it? That doesn't... Wait, he did it?
It's fine.
He did it, okay. I was so scared of the way he's reacting on camera, because obviously we have the animation. The animations take longer. I was like, is he playing the 4th? Is he doing this?
Yeah. So you can see exactly what I was talking about, right? He spent 2 mana on Immolation Aura to discount his I-Beam by 2 mana.
2 mana, yeah.
It was completely irrelevant. You just didn't need to do that. You can just play all the Moargs and play the I-Beam for 3. But
I thought
in the end,
I thought the way he did it, I was like, is he just like hoping the Moargs stick for next turn? I was like, what's going on? But he did do the turn, of course. 2-0 so far with Demon Hunter, and that was a little bit tense, that one, Saul, because both players felt like they were so close. It was one of, I guess, the more even Demon Hunter matchups we've seen.
Yeah, it was right on the wire. If Frenetic didn't kill Psycho that turn, he was dead, straight up. So, yeah, I think very, very nicely done. In the end, I suppose, I don't know if I can quite go as far as nicely done in that spot, because outside of just missing lethal, he made about as big a mess of that turn as he possibly could have done. But yeah, you can see the 48 there, which indicates that he does need all of the Moargs, right? Because if you take one Moarg away from that, it's only 24 at that point. But using all of the Moargs was not difficult. He made it a lot more difficult than it needed to be. He did the
bamboozled me.
Thing. Yeah, he did the difficult thing first, right? Obviously, like I'd lost track of how many of the Moargs were exactly 0, which sure, but obviously he kept track of that perfectly, which great. And then he understood the dynamic of how philosophy worked, right? He needed to get one out and then duplicate the existing one that costs 0 by consuming the discount. So he then had a real 0-cost Moarg and a 2-cost Moarg in his hand, and then he copies the 0-cost Moarg. Like, that was the hard part of the turn to get right, and he did it immediately. And then the easy bit, he's just like, I don't know. Like,
wait, what do I do with this I-Beam now? I'm lost. Here we go, jumping straight
in my mouth. What's happening?
Straight into game number 3. It's going to be Frenetic, of course, on the Demon Hunter once again, going up against Psycho, and Psycho is going to be on the Miracle Rogue, and there is one Penflinger, one Swashbuckler, one Mancrick. I'm struggling because they're the only 2 one-offs that aren't legendary, Saul, I'm afraid.
Yeah. We had this discussion last night, I think, with Gia and Lorinda, and I gave him a pass on the Rogue because, one Penflinger is not unreasonable.
Yes, yeah.
When you're going to play one Penflinger, you just have one spot where something else has to be a one-off as well. And I think Swashbuckler is a slightly weird choice, but, the fact that it is a one-off, I'm not objecting to particularly.
I'm so weirded out that Rogue just still doesn't play Backstab.
I know, yeah.
I'm just confused.
I know. Imagine your card quality being so high that Backstab just isn't good enough.
It doesn't do anything versus Priest, does it?
The weird thing is, like, if you put the word combo on Backstab, but it was strictly worse, it was like a worse effect, I think it would be played, right? Like, even if the combo itself never did anything relevant, just making it a combo card so it cycled off field contact, I think it would be played in the deck.
What about if it said, deal 2 damage to an undamaged minion, combo, deal 1 damage to an undamaged minion?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think that would be played. Like, even if the combo effect was strictly worse than the non-comboed effect, I think you'd play it. It's
Deal
really
2 damage to your own face is the combo effect. Like, how does that even work?
Yeah.
Someone backstabs you if you combo it, I guess. Here, though, nothing too great. And this is one of those, I guess, adventurous secret passage, I guess, for almost specifically Octo.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't really pay off here for Psycho.
Did not, indeed. And I think, honestly, he recognizes he's in a desperate spot. Like, I would never want to be in the spot in a series of Hearthstone where I'm queuing Rogue into Demon Hunter as my opportunity to win the game, right? Like, not that this matchup is unwinnable or just, 90-10 or whatever else, but this is by no means a favorable for the Rogue, right? I think Demon Hunter generally has quite a lot of time to get stuff done in this matchup. So I think Psycho just trying something a little bit off the wall, just cycling hard for the Octobot, especially with Jandis in his native hand, as you now just see coming back in. Getting those discounts down on Jandis with Shadow Step as well, I think would have been really, really clutch. So worth going for, but doesn't end up winding up.
Simple game plan so far for Frenetic, and at least he has one skull to go off before that Il'gynoth gets awkward in his hand. So there is the small saving grace of having an Il'gynoth in your hand so early in the game.
Yes.
Quiet.
This is honestly not that bad. Against, very resilient classes, this might be a problem, but full cost Il'gynoth with a Moarg and with a Fellscream Blast already in your hand already. If you're going to offer me those cards, and then there is one skull to the left of them all, I'll probably bite your hand off, because I'll generally feel like that one skull will get me into a decent position where I can at least do 24 with those cards that are in my hand.
So now we know where that saying comes from. Bite the hand that feeds you. That's the reward for offering you a good hand. This is a weird turn, though, isn't it?
Very weird, yes. Good play.
Yep.
It's very close, right? Because you can hear the argument of saying just dump the Immolation Aura so that you can coin Skull. But I feel like we've been here before, right? Talking about how Immolation Aura isn't really a dumpable card in several matchups, with Rogue being one of them.
I also think that you're not in a massive rush against Rogue, right?
No.
Especially if you have Immolation Aura. So, like, it's not like the Mirror where you literally have to race your opponent and get into the combo to win. Like Rogue, it doesn't really put out high amounts of damage if you have a 2-mana clear their board effectively thing in your hand. But this Man Quick's going to help, though, for Psycho. We know that obviously Weapon Swing plus Immolation will kill it, but that's still enough to warrant a response.
Yeah, and I think Frenetic, even though he has the second Immolation Aura in hand, is becoming very aware of the fact that, well, this board kind of wants to be immolated, and the following board, I now know my opponent has a 0-mana field contact in their hand that I'm going to have to deal with the fallout from that board coming down as well, which is likely to require Immolation Aura number 2. Options here to use a Fellscream Blast instead of one of the Immolation Auras. That would be getting very fancy at that point. But generally, you don't want to use an Immolation. You don't want to use an Immolation Aura on a board like that, because against Rogue, if you have 2 Immolation Auras, one of them is for the field contact turn. The other one is for Jandis, right? Because they're very effective against both of those things.
Yeah.
Just so happens that Psycho has exactly that hand lined up here, which might just be able to punish the slightly liberal use of the Immolation Aura on that turn. Oh, it's too many cards. It's actually too many cards.
Don't care.
You can't do it like Shadow Step, Foxy, Replay, Foxy, Vanessa, right? That's nonsense. That's just 50 cards. There's no way you can do that. Yeah, seems good.
What if he just Shadow Steps in Neophyte and just says, who cares?
I think 1's fine here, right? Because it blocks the skull. So I think Shadow Step for Jandis maybe might be where his head's at instead. But it's close. I could definitely see it being a Shadow Step target here.
Play it again. Really make him not able to play Skull.
Up to 9 cards in hand. Works out fine. Honestly, 4-mana Immolation Aura, not that bad here.
Yeah. Immolation Aura and then just Spectral Sight, I guess. What am I talking about? I didn't mean Spectral Sight. Hero Power. That's just 8.
Oh, yes, that's what you meant.
It's a common mix-up, right?
Yeah, so easy to make that mistake.
They're both, look, they're right next to each other. That is the hand of that card.
Oh, no, Raven, I totally believe you. There's no way that you just forgot that Cult Neophyte was in play and just thought you had a million mana. You totally meant to say Hero Power.
How could I possibly
100%
forget
believe.
when I suggested the play?
Yeah, true.
Well, this Jandis, hopefully for Psycho, is going to be an impactful one because so far the pushes have not really worked out too well. Oh.
How's that?
Oh, wait, no. It's trash. Subtle told me Earth Elemental sucks now, so...
That's literally not what I said. Okay.
No one crosses the uncrowned.
Van Cleave's just coming down as a 2-3 here, really, because that's an Immolation Aura that Psycho absolutely does not want. Yikes.
Alas, poor warlock.
Needs big hits here. Needs things that immediately impact the board. Absolutely not it. Probably going to have to be the coin Spectral Sight here just to make room.
I see.
No, not much going on.
No.
I think once I-beam off this doesn't hit it, so it's going to have to be a Fell Screen Blast going on the Jandis and just, you know, praying that Psycho did the sensible thing with the illusion.
Time grows short.
Oh, if this was against me, I'd have still have both minions left. So 12 damage here from Psycho just through minions on board. Does have one Wicked Stab in hand, but obviously we can see not quite enough. Have a way to proc this Octobot though.
Efficient is sufficient.
Plunder some prizes. Probably just finish Kazakus. You could also go Kazakus first, take the Golem in case you got spell damage off the Golem, so you then, like, having the Golem discounted would be more relevant to go along with the Wicked Stabs and so on. Kind of interesting, probably not super relevant.
I'm looking for a few good.
Just gonna go one Golem, right?
Imagine he has to here.
Too soon.
Million damage going face here for Frenetic, and now he's going to need a lot of help to find his way out of this one from this spot. I'm not seeing it. Philosophy is always a lifeline, because it does mean that you can then commit all of the Moargs that you currently have. Still try and get something done for big burst healing, but...
What is that something for this turn at least? Because it's rough, right? There's just a one fell scream.
Yeah, if he could get an I-beam off the Illidari studies, but you need AoE here regardless, right? Is the problem.
And everyone!
Hey, funnily enough, no Sigil of Flame is actually a big deal so far, right? I actually forgot who ran it. Like, Sigil of Flame is pretty good versus Rogue as well.
Yeah, I could have functioned quite happily as one of his, you know, preserved one of his immolation auras to be able to get him to this point. Tanks A off the Earth Ellie. Just doesn't matter because he ends up full healing anyway. Yeah, pretty sick.
So
that is, what, 4, 7, 10, 14. Alex Straza, 22.
The
Doesn't have enough mana. Yeah, okay. Out of mana.
Yeah, 2 off, right?
With 1 stab?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 off, I think.
Oh, can I not count?
Not enough either way.
Come, friend.
Let's get Fell Scream Blast. Oh. We saw this on the previous time as well.
No one crosses the uncrowned.
I did not respect Van Cleef enough as a card when it was announced. It's just, 1, it's just cool, but 2, it's actually very powerful.
Right.
I'm almost out of cards.
Oh, caught in the Alpha seems pretty good to me, Sol.
It is beautiful. Yeah, I like this. Most secure possible thing that Psycho could have done this turn. He healed, cleared the board, drew cards, and neophyted all in the same turn, making it as difficult as possible for Frenetic to be able to do anything on the comeback.
And let's be honest, last turn he was already scrambling, right?
I see.
That ain't it. Maybe he won't see the lethal. That's the line. Yeah, got it. Makes sense.
I'm out of
Yeah. I was going to say, well, I was going to make a great joke if it actually wasn't lethal. Of like, oh, the board's full, so Psycho can't play the Alex, which is why he stole the Immolation Aura earlier on so he could clear off the board and Alex in for lethal, but it didn't matter. He was just dead. And that puts a stop to Fnatic's Demon Hunter domination this series so far. So again, we have another one of those weird matchups where we've just seen Demon Hunter win game 1, Demon Hunter win game 2, taking on the Mirror, but then going down to Rogue, which is a bit of a surprise. So this is not an outcome, at least I expected. I thought Fnatic was going to 3-0.
I for sure did as well, yeah, when this matchup came up, and I think that was the turn. We saw it very first thing in the replay. Good job, replay operator. We saw the clutch turn. I think if I had any criticism, and I'm not even comfortable in my own head whether I agree with the play or not, it was that first Immolation Aura usage. Obviously, it unlocked Skull, and he had a second one in hand, right? So it's about as good an Immolation Aura as you're ever going to get for low value against Rogue. But I even said it before the fact, right? What about if we just use Fellscreen Blast this turn instead and preserve the Immolation Aura? And I think, we saw late on, obviously, how good an Immolation Aura would have been, but it also would have slowed down his game plan significantly because he would have been at least a turn slower unlocking that Skull, probably multiple turns slower, because there's still that Immolation Aura there blocking it. So I think that's very tense. But then also, immediately after that, there was just the Olgra appearing so quickly and just representing so much damage over the course of the game, coming off the top very soon afterwards. So tough one for Fnatic to face. I think he would have felt very comfortable that it was going to 3-0 from the position, but just drew too many combo pieces, really. Didn't have enough of the flexible tools that you need to get yourself through the mid game as the Demon Hunter. And it's now me switching to Face Hunter Raven. And this is the rare situation where we get to flip the dynamic. Raven, how do you feel this matchup goes?
I actually feel it's all right. I just want to say it's about time, because what are we on now? 6 out of the 7 games we've cast today have had Demon Hunter in them, and now we get real Hunter to actually commentate. So it's about time, is all I'm going to say. But honestly, this matchup, Rogue always has the ability to be tricky, right? Early Octo is a huge problem, but Hunter pumps out so much damage, and Rogue doesn't really want to be plundering like 1/1s that you make, right? But they still get to go face. And that combined with, again, the inability most of the time for Rogue to play around Trampoline Rhino because they can't just not play minions, and most of them are low health, leads it to, I think Hunter should feel pretty comfortable in it, especially with those piercing shots towards the end there to finish it up, because again, outside of Alex, Rogue can't really heal. So good start so far here for Fnatic, but does need something to bridge the gap, because an in-hand Trampoline Rhino and piercing shot is not really what you're looking for.
Yeah, and Fnatic gives the groan here as he realizes he is about to get brain frozen here, almost certainly. And it's going to be the reality. And no surprise that Raven thinks he has the Einstein brain and that Face Hunter wins every matchup in the game.
It doesn't win every matchup, I'll show you. Hunter barely scrapes most matchups.
But actually, I agree with you that I've felt good on the Hunter side, but I've also felt good on the Rogue side in this matchup. So I think it's a hard one to call for me. I think from the Rogue side, the card I lose to is Kolkar Pack Runner early, because I think it's quite easy to dominate board early as Rogue with how efficient your early game is. And then if they don't have some way to swing back, which is usually just Kolkar Pack Runner, then you can kind of snowball from that position. But when Pack Runner comes down, especially when the Hunter is on coin, it just feels so miserable. It's just so much stuff to deal with in one turn the following turn.
That's it. You literally cannot deal with all the minions, right? And then Hunter just piles on the pressure after that. And you just can't. And then you blink and it's too late. So it's very difficult, but a lot of the time I felt I lose to Rogue because Rogue's doing the broken Rogue things. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're having a very strong draw, which is, fair to say, I guess. But it feels like you lose to all the busted stuff Rogue can do. And Hunter doesn't have busted stuff. We are an honorable class.
Psycho just performed the Dance of the Tamsin, as is tradition. Whenever you randomly generate a Tamsin in various positions, you mouse over every other card in your hand to check what has Shadow Synergy. But what particularly does have Shadow Synergy in Rogue is Shadow Step, which is an incredibly stupid interaction with Tamsin.
I just love the thing that, because it's got Shadow in it, it's a shadow spell. So,
I mean, yeah, kind of makes sense.
Okay, if I had Shadow Fireball, I throw a fireball from the shadows.
That's also got the word fire in it. That's like the worst possible.
And which one do you pick?
What? But it's not called Shadow Fire Step, is it? So this argument is invalid.
I'll choose when my arguments are invalid, Sol. Here though, piercing shot, it's just good to bank the damage. It's just an interesting choice whether he piercing shots Mankrik to protect his minions or piercing shots the 1/1 for insane damage.
Mm-hmm. I think in the end, like, this does make sense. Because I was going to go down the argument, right? Like, he's been winning on board, and he's been winning on board quite comfortably. So the idea of just piercing shot to protect that and keep pushing and keep winning on board does make sense. But then if you're going to take that philosophy, just play the other biggest thing that keeps you ahead on board, you know, instead, and just hold on to the piercing shot. I actually think this makes quite a lot of sense. There it is. The synergy.
So many options.
Tamsin Shadow Step.
Looking for a few good mercenaries.
To be clear to everyone at home that isn't following along, this is just a meme and it literally doesn't work because Tamsin reads that costs 1 or more to begin with on the hand, so it just doesn't do anything. It's just nonsense. We're just having fun.
Yeah, I was going to bring a serious point then. It does interest me when players play Kazakus and then sit and look at the mana costs. I actually enjoy it a lot. That was my serious point.
How come?
Well, because they've played it and not decided what they want, right? And it's
see.
does playing it change what you want? Like, does seeing the 3/3 on board do anything? I don't know. Here, though, you can see what I mean. That the damage has just already been done. At this point, at least it feels like this is a very good golem though for just reducing some of that down. Even though it looks like a lot though, it's still catchable by Frenetic. Mainly because you can piercing shot this.
And it's so brutal, right? The fact that it's also now just sat in play on the turn that the Felmor's waking up as well, so it could just potentially be even more lifesteal and interrupt the face attack on the following turn.
True Hunter players have their Felmors go face at all times, so...
That's fair.
Oh!
Get it back. One more time.
I think getting it back's better, right? Surely. Getting it back, and then you can just Tenwu it the turn after.
Yep. Well. Tenwu is staying? Yeah. That's fine.
I was confused. I was like, what? Does it not work with golems? Is that a new interaction?
No. So here we are. It did go face, which is a huge deal for sure. I'm not really seeing any other play here.
Oh, you know what would have been pretty incredible, actually? What if it traded, which it obviously didn't, but we're living in a hypothetical world right now, and then Frenetic piercing shots his 5/1 to remove the golem target from the battle cry and push 5 anyway? Oh,
amazing.
Get me in there. But now Frenetic does just have to like play honestly, but I think him knowing that the lifesteal's there, he has to hero power this turn.
You're saying it's not worth fighting to protect the 5/4 because it's likely to just die anyway?
And also you over time push more, right?
Yes.
Because it's more hero power. So yeah, I think when you combine everything, and if he's playing a 1/1 and doesn't bounce it again, then you have a 1/1 to piercing shot for 5 extra damage and you kill the lifesteal.
Fair.
So I like this.
Ooh. Plunderer of prizes. Is there a way to guarantee this works and push the 3 from the Mankrik? No, right? The order's just kind of awkward. The order and the fact that the Felmor has 4 health and not 3 just makes it a little bit painful.
I think you can just always start with the golem, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think you just start there no matter what.
Agreed.
Who knows? I think if he kills at 2/3, what if he just whirlwind slams Jandis?
Now you can go Tenwu, that's 2 cards.
And then play Octobot even? Yeah, this works out. There's no way to just hold it in hand and make the Prize Plunderer do 4, which is what I was really trying to line up there. So you then just still have it in hand for another go again on the following turn while dealing with the minion, but that just didn't seem possible. Frenetic's going to extract his final revenge on the minion that has tortured him so far this game. Did bank a lot of that damage back again with the piercing shot.
Oh, it's such a tough call.
Let none survive.
Weirdly, I think I would play Mankrik here, even though everything would inside of me is telling me to press hero power. It's so tough though, because like one, I can see Ice Barrier, right, which is just forcing bias into my comments here, but there are so many spells still to draw for Frenetic that can just push tons of damage along with further hero powers next turn that it hurts to just miss 2 damage.
Yeah, I like playing it too. Obviously, Barak off the top is huge. You can just go Mankrik Barak in the same turn and still be fine if you were to top deck Barak, but that would mean missing a hero power next turn anyway, so you might as well miss the hero power here in that case and just front load an extra 3-4. And there's also like quick shot considerations, right? Like what happens if you top deck quick shot and you just haven't spent that 3 mana already on getting the card out of your hand? Because this now allows Frenetic to go like quick shot into Barak, for example, which was probably the quality of draw that he was going to need to get.
Or even with his hand, right? He can like get towards using it all because he will draw a quick shot more than likely, right?
Ugh. It's not it, is it? Mask of Doom. Gonna clutch it out, and Psycho is very much in reverse sweep territory now.
Oh yeah, that was scary, but honestly, we were talking about the matchup beforehand. It's not often you go up against the deal 3 lifesteal golem, what, 3-4 times? Which was
4 times in total, right? Yeah.
Which is pretty brutal indeed. And also as well, no, I think Barak, although everyone thinks of the Mankrik interaction, Barak guaranteeing you a quick shot and a 1 cost is so big as well for just chaining damage. So yeah, just no Barak as well is of course going to hurt. But that means we are going to at least end this series with a Mage versus Rogue matchup for definitely not the first time today, right? We've had that matchup a couple of times, I think, actually.
Yeah, again, I do feel like it's kind of the iconic matchup of the metagame right now. Both the decks feeling very effective, very similar, doing very similar things to each other, and I think the matchup itself being very close between the 2 decks as well. Very close series coming down to the wire here, when it looked like Frenetic was going to run away with it for all things considered, but then it was just that super close Demon Hunter game. Like I didn't look close because of the blowout board that Rogue ended up with, but you know, Demon Hunter games kind of look like that. It's just kind of the nature of a combo deck. So the fact that Psycho was able to just scrape out of that one alive with some very like creative plays, it has to be said, going for the double field contact turn, for example, that's allowed him now to be in position where he has the potential to reverse sweep. And I know opinions on Rogue versus Mage are very divided as to where the exact matchup spread comes down in this one.
Arguably with this one, because Frenetic isn't running Lunacy versus the Rogue, is that a positive? Because I've not actually seen many players even go for Lunacy versus Rogue.
I would say it's the kind of matchup where 4 mana do nothing is quite punishing, because your opponent will just get quite ahead on board, right? You can imagine, like, if they've gone Octobot on 2 and discounted a large hand or a reasonable size hand, and then your turn 4 is do nothing, like play Deck of Lunacy, and their response is to put 5 3/2s and draw 6 cards on the board, then that's going to go quite only one way, right? But then you can also just argue that the next card of your deck is Cycle of Hatred, and then you just win the game, right? Like, that's just how Deck of Lunacy works, so who knows?
Well, this looks like an okay opening hand here from Psycho, and from Frenetic. Does get Incantus Flow, does have card draw to back it up.
I love how Psycho just shook his head. Look at your hand, mate. What do you mean?
He's got no way to proc the Octobot. It sucks.
Yeah. To be fair, in Psycho's defense, I did tilt off the face of the earth earlier to this almost exact start. I didn't have the second Octobot, but I played Octobot. I played Octobot. My opponent went Incanter's Flow, and then the next turn went AI into Devolving Missiles for 0 when it was their only out to deal with the Octobot. So yeah, I will allow him to tilt.
You know what you got to do, Sol? Just get better.
True.
Wicked stab. It's not even really a joke.
Many options.
What does it achieve, though?
Reduces downfield contact, which I think a 1 mana reduction even on that is pretty important. I guess on the flip side, you could just field contact Shadow Step this turn, which is more likely.
Right. That's the thing. So, like, in terms of, like, relevant mana to discount, he would discount 1 mana on his field contact and 1 on his Kazakus, and he would spend 2 mana on a Wicked Stab in doing that, and then also not have a Wicked Stab, right? Like, I just don't think that maths checks out in any regard. So, yeah, I think it's either play field contact and, weirdly enough, leave it there, which is a viable option this turn. And then also just the Shadow Step option, which you were discussing, which I think if you want to just, cheat mana, this is the better way of doing it.
Was the God placement in the middle to just say, yeah, combust it, I dare you? The 2 Octos, yes. It's like, haha.
Yeah. That is an alpha move for sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay, some card draw, Refreshing Spring Water will proc both Ring Toss in hand, and the double Ring Toss could actually prove a bit of a frustration here for Psycho.
Yes. Yeah, particularly when they cost 2 mana and get corrupted by basically everything. It's about as good a curve as you're going to get, though, for Psycho. Obviously, he hasn't actually hit the discounts on his Octobots, but Octobot into Kazakus is about as good as it's going to get.
Weirdly, oh yeah, okay. I was going to say, weirdly enough, I like 1 cost again here because there's the field contact, right? So you just want stuff to get cooking, right? You're not bothered about, oh, I've got 2 5/5s with stealth. Like, you don't really care. It's more about just getting this card draw going.
Yep, so ends up taking Divine Shield +1/+1 in the end. Shooting Star is kind of appealing, but obviously extremely awkward against this board state. Refreshing Spring Water draws 3 mana Apexis Blast, 0 mana Devolving Missiles. Yep, this turn seems very in line with the options available to other classes.
Like Hunter. I mean, it's strictly worse than pre-patch, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yep. Yeah, no, okay, fine. I was just wondering whether the 0 mana spell damage there actually helped him get anywhere, but it didn't really matter.
Missed. Not going to cause too much of a problem, although the 2/4 is a little bit frustrating.
Time runs out on me.
Oh yeah? No Apexis Blast that time? Interesting. Just going to go with the secrets instead.
Yeah, I think it might want to just do stuff to just shut down whatever the response is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Psycho, that is the correct reaction, my friend.
Because sometimes I feel playing relevant minions actually gives Rogue more to do with that turn.
That's fair.
So, like, maybe the Apexis Blast is worth holding on to. It's just, frankly, a lot of burn right now, right? 3 mana Apexis, 2 mana Fireball.
Yeah, very fair. I mean, if I was going to Apexis, the Apexis was going face anyway, to be clear. Like, I wasn't going to Apexis the 2.
Oh, I agree. I just mean the minion you have just gives Rogue more to do.
Yes. Yeah, and I think particularly when you factor in that there's a Shadow Stepped field contact in the hand, right? Yeah. And you're just giving good targets for, deal 3 damage golems first and foremost if Frenetic has got anything in his mind from the previous game. But yeah, Brain Freeze, Prize Plunder, all that good stuff.
And again, I imagine Psycho's taking the approach of gonna bump face here because of rigged fair game. I don't think he cares about a 1/1, right?
I mean, it's a spell damage 1/1.
What if it's a water elemental? You just can't kill it and then it just kills the field contact.
Yep. I mean, I've made the point multiple times that attacking face plays around 2 secrets, and it's significantly more than attacking the minion does. So yeah, I'm absolutely on board. It's just so sad You just kind of have to leave up a Blood Mage Thalnos.
Yeah.
Probably not even the best thing he can do this turn. You go Font of Power, hits spell damage, then maybe you can divert to Shooting Star. But okay, fine.
Probably just too good, right?
Okay.
Too good, too simple.
Yeah, Frenetic holding on to all relevant sources of spell damage for the Phoenix waking up on the following turn. He's now able to go like Runed Orb, Apexis Blast, Shooting Star to clear any board that comes down. Next turn is almost certainly going to be the turn.
Too quiet.
Psycho with another shake of the head, and I think each shake of the head is bringing Psycho one shake of the head closer to his last shake of the head at this point, because I don't think he is long for this series, Raven.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, is it? Because at this point, especially with that draw, it's hard to even piece together a silly way out. You know what I mean? Like, just look at what Frenetic can do. He can spend like 30 mana in a blink of an eye and not even care. I honestly wonder if Frenetic should just play Mask this turn.
Yeah, I don't
right? You know what I mean? Like, spend the mana, and then he's got the flexible Fireball, Apexis Blast, whatever, next turn.
Yeah, it's 13, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so Fireball, Apexis Blast is 11, plus Ping is 12, so he's just straight up 1 damage off lethal with 0 spell damage in play right now. So if he hits spell damage off the Apexis Blast, it's just straight up lethal.
Or Font of Powers, right? He has the mana.
As long as it's cheap enough, yeah. As long as he gets like Lab Partner. Yep, boom! Yep.
Well, Mage ended up doing it. It looked probably a lot closer as a series than Frenetic would have wanted after going 2-0 up. Psycho then looked like he was going to make it all the way back with a reverse sweep on the Rogue, but it was not meant to be, and Incanter's flow strikes again. Subtle, you just can't keep a good flow down.
Not in Europe, you can't, apparently, no. It's a really, really cool series overall, and honestly, a shame that the last game was kind of anticlimactic and one-sided, but you can choose to focus on the other 4 games of the series, which I think were really, really cool overall. You know, seeing lots of Demon Hunter, you know, for me is nice, because I really like the deck, and I get super engaged in the games, but it's also, I think, just a pretty refreshing change, right? Because it's not a deck that we've really been seeing represented in the tournament meta up until this point.
Especially in Europe.
Especially in Europe, yeah, and it goes to show you what rotating formats really does to a competition, where it just allows different strategies and different decks to shine at different points of the week. You know, we saw Token Druid flying the flag for APAC all the way through Specialist, for example, Warlock having its time in the sun, even in Specialist over in Americas, and now I think things are markedly different. I think, you know, Demon Hunter having a chance to shine is really, really great here, and it was the star of that series for sure, as it came all the way down to the wire. But in the end, it was just a fairly straightforward Mage game, which meant that Frenetic is going to be going through to Saturday, qualifying out of Group C alongside Casey.
Yeah, and that means, unfortunately, for Falcane and Psycho, they drop out. Falcane, of course, was already out by today, but Psycho is going to be the second victim, I guess, of Group C. And that means we only have 1 more match left of today's Sottle. And I'm going to give you some heads up, as well as all of our lovely viewers. You might want to get comfortable. We've got Yala versus Wama coming up next, and priests are not banned. It won't be a fast one, I can promise you that. So I'm going to go and mentally prepare. I suggest you guys do the same. We'll be back in a minute. We are back and ready to kick off our match number 4 of the day, and it is Yala versus Wama. Yes, that's going to trip us up once or twice this series, but most importantly, Sol and myself are actually discussing the intricacies of last hero standing and these two lineups. So, do you want to give an overview of our discussion, Satel?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting series. Derek and myself actually ran this series in full. Like, we played out the full series with bans, kind of simulated from what they did in the decider match, in the qualifying match, which they played yesterday, which Wama was able to win before they ended up both qualifying. And the one thing I found very, very interesting is how powerful Yala's weapon rogue, poison rogue, is throughout the whole series, because there's only really a couple of answers to it. One is the miracle rogue on Wama's side, which can win that matchup for sure. And then the other one is a very sketchy build, I would say, of Control Warrior, right? Because the only way that Control Warrior really beats Weapon Rogue, in my experience, is with Bulwark of Azzinoth. And if you don't draw that card, you just can't get there, in my experience. However, Wama's build of Control Warrior is a 34 card deck because it has Cthulhu in there as well, right? So he adds extra cards to his deck at the start of the game. Yep. And he plays 0 copies of Corsair Cache to be able to tutor out that minion at the start, that weapon at the start of the game. So he's very, very unlikely to be able to draw that card. So to me, Yala's Weapon Rogue has a lot of potential to sweep this series, particularly if Yala chose to ban the Rogue on the other side, because then he would have Control Warrior, Priest, and Spell Mage, which to me are 3 really, really good matchups to play with Poison Rogue, with Weapon Rogue, right? So I'm very confused as to why Yala hasn't gone with that strategy yet to set up the sweep potential with the Weapon Rogue, because I really, really feel like it has a good chance of doing that in this series.
And the thing is as well, Yala clearly feels that way in general. He's queued his rogue up first, right? Because I think this is where Last Hero Standing is a bit more simple when this approach is taken of, I might be able to just 3-0 him with this, so I'm going to queue it first, as opposed to, going deep of, what does my opponent queue? Do I need something to save for later in the lineup? Right. It's just, no, this is by far my most favorite deck, so I will try and sweep. But there are some good points, and again, it might even just come down to the player's own opinion on the matchups themselves.
Yes.
And also, in a weird way, how much time have these players had to test? Because it's not as if they've rocked up today to face this opponent they knew they were going to have at that point, right? Because they've had to play yesterday almost straight after deck submission. They've had to play, they've had to then get to this point, and probably they had fails. Then I think we will hit that more sort of drawn out series as the control matchups just clash.
Agreed. And, Weapon Rogue is a deck with a built-in failure rate, right? Even though it can be extremely strong in matchups. We talked about this dynamic before, right? Consistent or inconsistent, kind of a misnomer. But there are some matchups where, it's as simple as if I draw the weapon, I win. If I don't draw the weapon, I lose, right? And by don't draw the weapon, we're literally talking 3 weapons, bottom 5 cards, right? In certain matchups of not being able to get there. But, it can happen. But, you do have a lot more time than you might expect to really get rolling with weapons in a lot of matchups. And this is certainly one of them. I think this is an extremely strong matchup against a priest that does not play Acidic Swamp Ooze.
Yeah, one thing to keep an eye out for if Yala gets into a situation where his weapons are near the bottom is what he does with Silverleaf Poison. Because obviously when you're so deep into your deck, you don't want to Silverleaf Poison your weapon, even though it adds a charge, it just adds to fatigue as well in some circumstances. So that'll be interesting, but so far not so good for Yala, as there's no weapon at least available for now. And also, what I would, I guess, argue is half a weapon sometimes is actually the Secret Passage, right? Because that's a lot of the choices that players go for too. If they don't get it early, they just Secret Passage just to get a weapon equipped.
Yes. Yeah, this is one of those weird hands where right now this is the worst possible hand that Yala could have. But if he draws a weapon, his hand is currently just the Turbo Nuts. This is the best hand in the game if he picks up Shank off the top next turn.
Also, as Wama's just resurrecting effectively his Sethic, so I'll point out Cloak of Shadows is incredible. as a card. It's probably the card that makes the deck as good as it is. I think without Cloak, the deck would lose a lot more often.
Absolutely agree, yeah. There was even builds that just didn't play this card early on.
Yes.
I find kind of absurd when you look at the things it can do now, which is it's not even just like, oh, you're racing me, right? And I need this extra turn. This is my ice block. It's even just like, well, Priest played Apotheosis on something and I'm out of coerces. Well, guess what, idiot? If I Cloak of Shadows, you just can't attack and your Apotheosis doesn't work. Like, it's such a flexible tool that, deals with so many situations in this deck that I think it's a must include two of, for sure.
And no real surprise, Yala not going for Secret Passage. The weapons he's after all cost 3 mana. So he'll probably go fishing next turn for one if he doesn't actually draw one, of course. I think he's considering
into killing this.
Poison. Yeah,
I'm kind of into it. It's strange, but it's a bonus poison, and he already got one bonus poison off the first one maker with the paralytic. Obviously, deadly poison is slightly more damage, significantly more damage when you factor in how many charges a Swine Tusk Shank will actually have by the end of the game. But Ascetic being dead, I think, is a very big deal overall. Yala disagrees, though.
Also, do you think it's fair to say that even versus Priest that draws relatively well, you don't actually need every poison in your deck to win the game?
Absolutely not. Yeah, that's 100% fair to say, yeah. I think if you hold on for a very long time, like if you really hold back on damage for as long as possible, which I think is generally advised in the matchup as well. I think just doing little tiny bits of chip damage each turn is not the way to play, because obviously Priest can just heal back little pieces of chip damage every single turn. I think if you just wait until you have giant weapons and then start swinging it over the course of 1 to 2 turns, backed up by Sinister Strikes and Wicked Stabs, it's very easy to do 30 over the course of 2 turns. It's very easy to do like 40 over the course of 2 turns, to factor in like 10 healing from the Priest on the turn in between as well. So
it looks like Warmer hands in the air like he really does care, because it looks like there was some internet issues. So we're sitting on the reconnect for now. Got to be frustrating, honestly. Just to, of course, nothing's changing with the game. The players will be able to pick up where they left off. But for just a mental aspect, it would annoy me. It annoys me when my internet goes and I'm just like browsing on a website. Do you know what I mean? Never mind playing a tournament important game. Like, you don't want stuff like that to throw you off your mental game.
Specifically when it's persistent as well, which I think it is with Warmer at this point. Right? It's absolutely not the first time we've been seeing this coming up, and persistent internet issues are a real pain, as you said, even when you're just trying to casually live your life. When it's a matter of life or death for your competitive Hearthstone career, I imagine that is even more telling.
And especially when Warmer's already felt the sting, right? Because he has already effectively been relegated and then auto-qualified back because of the sort of points or monetary value he had banked from his first promotion. So he already knows what it feels like to say, well, if I didn't have this backup, I'd just be done. I'd just be out. So, he knows better than most right now. We are back in the game, though, and Warmer, of course, could finish his turn. No problem at all.
4 shots at a weapon. Only needed 1. We are off to the races. Oh my god, that's nutty.
And
Prep Swindle as well.
Yeah.
I think I will confess I didn't count his hand size before he came into the Secret Passage, but there's a chance this might involve burning a card if he goes Prep Swindle here. I'm not sure how full his opening hand was, but it was full. There was a lot of cards in there for sure.
It was...
I wonder.
6 without the Secret Passage?
Okay.
I think.
So he's fine. Yep.
Oh, sorry. No. It'll be 7 because he drew a card. Apologies. His natural card draw.
Still fine, though.
Yep.
No big deal.
I mean, and that is pretty much just everything Yala ever wanted from a turn of Hearthstone.
Correct, yes. The one thing he would really love to have right now is the ability to ship some damage into this, remove this Sethic Veil Weaver without actually, sending damage into it. Just a brain freeze or something coming out from one of those wand makers instead, just some way of doing the damage. But outside of that, no big deal. You can send a surprising amount of weapon damage into minions and still win this game from this point.
Break your body.
It's also important for those of you who aren't overly familiar with this rogue deck, it does run double coerce as well. So you look at these bigger minions, this 6/6 taunt looks like an absolute nightmare. Well, a single coerce and Yala can bat that one aside like it's no problemo.
So deadly, paralytic, coerce, cutting class fits in there as well at least once. He might not have the hand space to do it twice, but at least gets rolling one time. Yep, Warmer raising the eyebrows. I think he kind of knows what's up. If he picks up a prize plunderer here, he can actually get this done and save the coerce if he can find the hand space to make that happen. Sure he can, though. He's only on 9 cards right now, actually, so he could just rip second cutting class.
Yeah, he could, right? Yeah.
It's a matter of whether he wants to just spam poisons here instead, which he could do, right? He could just throw every poison he has onto this weapon and just smack into the 6/6. That's also just entirely fine.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, like, obviously you don't want to be hitting big minions or taunts. It's frustrating, but basically every poison you play gives you an extra swing of the weapon. So you're always going to have enough when you look at an 8/5 weapon and there's still at least one poison in his hand to make it, an additional durability. Like,
this weapon just has 40 damage on it already, and it's only going to continue. Like, it's never going to run out, and it's going to continue to get bigger over the course of the game. Like, yeah, it's completely absurd. But yeah, I think Yala, once again, min-maxed the hell out of that turn. He's held onto a coerce. He's used his prize plunderer, used his face for 0 damage to take care of the 6/6 as discussed, but also not casting the second cutting class means that he has potential to use that on like a different prize plunderer on a different turn, potentially, right? And actually clear out something else, get maximum value out of things. Like, there's so many small details that he just got right that turn.
Yeah. It's just clean, because even if it's stuff you almost never benefit from, sometimes you do. So do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm waiting for the point in the evolution of this deck that people start just playing Jandice just to get the Shaman Legendary for Wind Fury. That's when you really win a game of Hearthstone.
So I think actually what you should do is play Wand Thief in your deck instead of like Wand Maker, for example, and then you just discover a Pexis Blast, because you empty your deck of minions incredibly quickly with this deck.
That's true.
So you just a Pexis Blast for the Wind Fury instead.
Okay, when our powers combine, we're genius.
Yeah.
Look at this, there's still just double Sinister Strike, double Wicked Stab.
I know.
I'm wondering if this is... I think that's what... Is Yala considering the cloak this turn? Probably... yeah, I guess. I think he's got 19 next turn, guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there's one hero power stops that from being 19.
Now the coerce has to fit in as well,
Prep would have been lethal.
It doesn't quite. No. Yeah. He's 2 off currently, I believe, right?
You probably coerce into Secret Passage, right? To try and get the other... Oh no, he can't do it.
I mean, Prize Plunderer would be good, right?
True,
if he picked it up here off Secret Passage.
It's weird though, right? Because Prize Plunderer would be good, but it leaves a minion on the board that, like, Samuro Apotheosis could happen, and then it feels less good.
Still had lethal outs, of course, because he was drawing cards off the Silver Leaf swing there as well, so still could have hit the prep for the lethal.
So many options. Choose soon.
Still a Mankrik in his deck, I believe, so this is not guaranteed to draw the Prize Plunderer off the Swindle. Otherwise, that would seem pretty ideal this turn. Yeah. Besides, he has damage to spare. Just going to play around the nonsense outcome. Deal
with no minions on board, what does Warmer even do?
Yep.
Literally nothing. Literally nothing. I hero power and emote. Yes!
And that, friends, if you've never seen it before, is how hopeless that matchup is. They don't call it Einstein Rogue for no reason. You just build up your damage and you send it all to the face.
I thought you were going to say, and that, if you've not seen it before, is how to play Weapon Rogue.
I mean, true.
Yeah.
It kind of was, right? Like, obviously, I'm bringing up like the Einstein Rogue meme, and it obviously whatever is like the most go face deck in the meta, which for once isn't Face Hunter, I suppose, is always going to have that reputation of like, oh, it's just a deck for idiots. You just point everything at the face and you win the game. Honestly, I think that reputation is largely undeserved for Rogue. Like, I'm not saying that this deck is fun to play against. I'm not saying that it's like interactive. I think Cloak of Shadows is a problem that might need to get looked at some point. But there is still a lot of decisions to be made with this deck, and there's a surprising amount of trading that goes down with this game, with this deck, as we even saw there from Yala as he shipped his first massive dagger swing of the game into a 6/6 taunt, where he had multiple ways in his hand to be able to eliminate it.
And I will say, again, people enjoy disagreeing, that's fine, but there's a huge difference between being very good with that deck and just playing that deck, right? Yeah, you're going to win a lot of games either, but when you're very good, you can like win games you arguably shouldn't. But let's talk about the next game we've got coming up. And Subtle's main gripe with this deck is that Bulwark of Azeroth is pretty sick versus Weapon Rogue, and there's no way to draw it past just drawing it naturally.
Yeah, and again, crucially, this is a 34-card deck, or a 33-card deck, I guess, because one card splits into 4, if we want to be very technical about it. So it's 29 plus 4. So your deck size is even bigger than usual, right? So you're less likely than usual to draw one card with the Bulwark coming out. Now, myself and TJ actually tested this matchup with 2 Corsair caches in the deck, and that felt quite even. It did feel quite linear of like the games I got hold of a decent amount of armor gain plus a Bulwark of Azeroth. I felt in very good position, and the games where I didn't, I felt completely helpless. And it didn't matter how many Shield Maidens, Rancors, Armor Vendors I played. It just didn't matter because you saw the amount of damage that Yala was capable of that game, right? It was like comfortably 60, 80, 100 damage he would have done over the course of the game if it had gone on indefinitely. So that's a big problem to deal with. But the ability to tutor the Bulwark when I was playing two Corsair caches was a really big deal. And then, as I said, we tested this series in full with myself against Daruk, and immediately when I saw the Warrior list come up and I was like looking at my deck tracker and looking through my list of the Warrior deck I was playing, I was like, oh, how do I ever draw the one card I need that actually helps me win this game? So I think this series is going to be a very, very pivotal moment here on whether this Warrior from Wama is able to pick up the Bulwark of Azeroth.
I'll tell you what happens. War Cache into the card to draw the weapon, easy peasy.
That's right. Yeah. How did I possibly overlook that, Raven? You are correct.
Clearly the correct line. But yeah, it is a tough matchup, and already I do think that Wama's probably feeling the fear a little bit, because the second this Warrior doesn't take a win, he just has his own Rogue, which, yeah, I guess he's confident with a Warrior, but the Rogue, I think, is actually still winnable. So maybe Wama's feeling okay, actually.
Yeah, and I like immediately called this out when we played the series with Daruk, because we usually don't test whole series, right? We usually just kind of play specific games back and forth. And I said immediately, like, this was really helpful playing the whole series, because I've immediately realized that Wama's lineup is just not built well around the threat of Weapon Rogue on the other side, right? Like, there's just no real answer to this.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing what actually goes on here for the matchup. Let's just have a look here. Is there anything else that actually sticks out for Wama Warrior-wise that can do anything? Or do you think, are you, I guess, adamant that it is all just Bulwark?
I mean, like I said, there's a ton of armor gain going on, but I just don't feel like it's enough to get there. It's very difficult to gain enough armor through like Rancor and Shield Maidens to be able to outvalue it, so I do feel like it's fairly linear. And I was just wondering, because I do actually have my own little spectator client, and I'm watching the game in progress right now and was very curious about what is going on.
I'm also stuck on this screen, so Subtle, radio commentary.
So radio commentary. Interestingly, Yala threw away Self-Sharpening Sword from the opening hand and mulliganed into Swine Tusk Shank, which is an interesting decision in and of itself. and was rewarded by picking up that Swine Tusk Shank in place. I think a lot of players would have just said, you know what, self-sharpening sword, cool, I got a weapon in my opening hand, but it's very much the consolation prize weapon. And he chose to go all in for the Swine Tusk Shank instead. Since then, not a lot has happened, but you can now see, of course, that there is no Bulwark in hand for Wama just yet. But there is that War Cache that you were talking about, Raven, as giving himself a potential alternate out.
Yeah, War Cache, Corsair Cache, Victory Cache, I don't know. Stage dive going to come down now, though, that we are in the game. Apologies about the slight delay in missing a turn or so. That was just some issues on our end, so all sorted now. And this Swine Tusk Shank, the game begins now, Sottle.
I think the joke was like either source of cash can end up being big money or something like that. You didn't really give me a chance to put it together.
It would have been bad anyway.
Yeah. But Wama is trying to do his due diligence here. Step number 1, try and pressure, right? Like, you at least might as well try and get some minions.
Try and win.
Yeah. Step number 1.
I know you don't feel
at
like
least have a think about how you can win the game. Yeah. But yeah, get some minions in play. Picks up a Rakara as well, which is a really nice minion to support all of this, honestly. And this is a reasonable start so far with the minions coming into play.
Yeah, I will say I'm already half looking at when Cloak number 1 comes down, because with 2, I think you can be a little bit more free with the first one, right? Because it's not like Warrior has a big OTK. You really just say, what if it's like, you know, in the OTK Paladin days, right? If you could spend 3 mana to not take 20 damage or even 10, 15 damage one turn and then clean stuff up the turn after, well, that's worth it than just waiting till you're on 1 health and saying, well, I need to buy my life now for a turn.
Speaking of buying time, that's exactly what Yala is doing here. Using that first swing of the weapon is a little bit scary because he's now not able to do so unless he finds a poison to start buffing up the charges. Does have Secret Passage to go digging for those on the following turn, though. But there is another very sizable minion that's going to come down here in the form of the Shield Maiden. All right, it's a big deal. Huge deal. Having the natural poison here that you can just play out if he wants to. Might just end up still being a Secret Passage turn, though.
Yeah, Coin Passage. I think, regardless of what happens, that Silverleaf is getting played this turn.
Okay. So 3 cards played so far.
Yep.
4 cards played so far. 5 cards played so far. Oof. Prize Plunderer.
It's almost like he's done this before.
Yep. Can swing first here, because if he picks up another poison buff, he can play it for free, right? To discount the cutting class again.
Well, as long as it was 1 mana. Right?
Yes. Specific poisons would have been playable at least. Prep Swindle now just thrown into the mix on top of everything else.
What, just a casual, 13 cards ahead in card draw now?
Yep. And so, here we are. Wama can go Rakara Warmaul Challenger here. Very unusual thing for a non-rush warrior to be doing, but still equally powerful.
It exists.
Mm-hmm.
I like it, honestly. I think just make... at this point, it's not like he's exactly dead yet, right? He's on 28, he's okay. So use this turn to just play some good stuff, like get some minions on board, because the turns afterwards, you're going to need to fish for taunts, you're going to need to do something dramatic. There's Corsair Cache, I told you to draw it. Deep breath.
That's disgusting.
Maybe that's why he doesn't run it. This is like Corsair Cache, but a 1/3 with poison as well.
Yeah. And obviously, like the way that his deck is built, he actually doesn't have any other weapons in his deck. Like the version that plays Corsair Cache also had Outrider's Axe. So obviously you want multiple weapons if you're going to play Corsair Cache. But at this point, if he discovers a random Corsair Cache, then yeah, he is in business because it's guaranteed to draw the Bulwark of Azeroth at that point. So he just has no other weapons in his deck. He plays Sword Eater as his other source of weapons, which obviously doesn't quite hit the same count.
Imagine if it just worked and buffed the minion. You'd be like, wait.
Paralytic poison. Well, now we hit the crucial point as well where Yala already used one Sinister Strike, right, on the previous turn to like combo Coerce, which is a big deal because actually, as counterintuitive as it seems, if Bulwark is going to be part of the game, you want to throw all of your Wicked Stabs and Sinister Strike at the Bulwark charges, right? Because they actually deal less damage than the weapons do by the time the weapons get up to like 8, 9, 10 attack. So the fact that Yala is now already one Sinister Strike down means that he's going to have a much harder chance than normal.
Does have one maker though, which can help.
Plowing. That's true, yeah. Another Sinister Strike from the One Maker could be a massive deal here for sure.
And I actually really like Warmer just not playing Corsair Cash until he plays Bulwark. So Yala can't prepare for it, right?
Agreed, yes. The longer that you have to plan around the idea that your opponent has Bulwark, the longer you have to come up with ideas like, well, I need to hold on to this Sinister Strike, I need to hold on to these Wicked Stabs to punch through charges. And obviously, Yala will, Yala's obviously a smart guy. He will obviously have seen the same thing that I've seen, which is Warmer does not draw Bulwark very often. So he might just choose to say, you know what? I'm not going to play around it. I'm just going to say you don't draw it, which is exactly what he seems to be doing if he's firing off this additional Sinister Strike. So yeah, concealed information very powerful.
That can help versus Bulwark as well. None of the good options though.
Nope. Wants Mage if it's going to be an anti-Bulwark strategy, but yeah.
Or Hunter.
Or Hunter, true, yeah. Draws 2 cards still, so the hand's going to fill up to 10. Let's find some stuff to dump this time.
He's also getting... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he's also getting close to Ulcra, which means that would have chipped a Bulwark as well.
Dumps a Coerce, dumps a Prize Plunderer, okay. So head on board, big deal. Anytime he can be ahead on board is also a big factor, right? Because minions connecting face is an underrated facet of Hearthstone. It's not very likely with Weapon Rogue against Control Warrior, but if it can happen, especially when the charges of the weapon come down, that's a huge deal.
And it's going to make Warmer not want to Bulwark, right? If there's a 2-1 and a 2-2 on the board.
Correct.
And the longer that happens, the more chance Yala's got of just stealing this game, because he does have double Wicked Stab and Sinister Strike in his hand. Never mind the weapon that he's got equipped.
Right. Currently, what, 4, 8, 11, 16 damage next turn. So if there's no armor and like the Mancrick, Enraged Mancrick survives, then that is just going to be lethal. So yeah, Warmer does have to flirt with the idea. There's actually the Demon Hunter Hero Power adding 1 to that as well. I haven't factored in. Yeah, Yala, you see the reaction. He knows.
It's coin, sorry. Hero Power Shield Slam?
Yes. Has to Shield Slam here. Just preserves an entire charge of the Bulwark, and preserving the entire charge of the Bulwark. Like, that Shield Slam might have just healed you for 12, right? Like, by in terms of the weapon not being able to hit you.
This Mancrick is huge, though, right? Like, it can already start chipping away.
And get this Sinister Strike cast, I can tell you that much. Yeah, shake of the head from Yala. I think he's running through the numbers and coming to the same conclusion that I am, which that he's just going to be a little bit short here, it feels like.
He still has a self-sharpening sword though, right?
He does.
So could he actually just save any other poisons he's got left? Like use this weapon to break the Bulwark?
First things first, wants some help from One Maker. That's potentially huge. He's just going to dump the Demon Hunter Hero Power just to get rid of it, because why not? And then dump the Yoink, see what he ends up with. And he whiffs them all again!
I guess Reinforce? Take Paladin, make 1/1s.
Agreed.
Oh, look, imagine the difference Mage or Hunter would have made.
I think Major Hunter just wins the game on the spot at that point. I think an extra Sinister Strike from the Wand Maker might have just won the game on the spot there as well. But now the rush is coming out from Wama. Still has 2 charges here to defend with.
I mean, you could even just Barov and Blades. Oh my, okay. It's so funny and not funny at the same time.
Even this cruel Taskmaster, right, is actually just insane.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was thinking. Screw my reasoned analysis based on objective odds of drawing a particular card from your deck.
Exactly.
Just discover it, lol.
Now you're learning.
Yeah.
You played Hearthstone recently? Just discover it.
Yeah.
I just feel bad for Yala using brain power.
I know.
The rest of this game, he's like, right, okay, so let's do this. And then Iwama just goes, ha-ha! Second Bulwark.
Yeah, Wama nodding. Clearly, he had this planned out all along. There was no way he was going to die miserably to this weapon rogue unless he discovered exactly a second Bulwark.
I'm out of cards.
Cast a cloak from Yala's perspective. I mean, honestly, like, I'm kind of joking about it, but I'm not even sure the second Bulwark has an impact on the game because Yala, from this point, even attacking over the course of 2 turns, he'll draw 6 cards, right? Which is, 21 damage? So I think the best Yala can possibly do from this point is tie by killing Wama on the point
on
where
the fatigue
he draws
turn.
the 5 fatigue and the 6 fatigue, yeah.
Right. Just
But obviously, Bulwark, concede, game 3. Yep.
And that's done. Going to be moving on to game number 3. Wama evens it up. And now we're going to have to look at how the rest of the series looks because Wama is going to be on his warrior once again, of course. And that leaves Yala with his priest and his warlock. And just to give you a very brief rundown, he has his control priest that contains the double mage scribe, double flesh giant. And his warlock is kind of standard control warlock that you've probably ran into on ladder. You know, nothing too wild in there. Kind of some tough matchups and ones where I think that the warrior now might have even more of a chance because it has that Cthulhu in there.
Yes, I think so too. Crucially, though, this is like greedy control warlock, right? Which I do think we need the distinction because you can play control warlock, which is the more Void Drinker focused version, right? The more demon heavy version where you actually play big minions on curve. You don't play Yasharaj, you just play Ticketus as your top end and Jiraxxus as your top end. Usually there's no strong man in that list either. That would have a very different spread of matchups in Last Hero Standing than this version of the deck would, right?
True. Yeah, it means that he can just go longer against that, but if he was against Face Hunter, of course, he'd be maybe feel a little bit worse. Just going to check out what they are queuing. It looks like it is going to be Warrior Warlock here, so Yala deciding that potentially the sheer long-term power of Lord Jiraxxus potentially is enough to just beat down Warrior over time, regardless of removal of their own generation. Like, does any, minion or whatever generation beat a 6/6 every single turn? Probably not.
Probably not, no. And also the Cthulhu win condition, right? As long as you're able to hit one Cthulhu piece or the Cthulhu itself, if it gets shuffled in that quickly, while burning 10 cards with Ticketus and Yasharaj, then that removes that Cthulhu win condition from play entirely. So, bringing Control Warlock as a control buster is definitely a reasonable idea in Last Hero Standing. It's interesting again because this is another one of those lineups. Like when I was saying with Psycho, when I looked at his lineup, I was like, oh, like native Cthulhu in Mage. That's pretty interesting. Maybe that means he's leaving up Priest. That was another thing that I was considering looking at Yala's lineup, right? Whereas this time it comes to fruition because if Priest comes into the series, Yala can just say, well, Warlock, there you go, busted. And I still think even though Warmer got out the series with his Weapon Rogue, which was a very big deal, it's still kind of showing how his lineup is a little bit weak to the kind of thing that Jarla's building, and perhaps illustrating how strong and well-rounded Jarla's lineup is overall.
Right.
That even from this point, like Warlock and Priest would both potentially like delete this Control Warrior if there wasn't a Cthulhu in the Control Warrior, which changes the matchups a little bit as well. So the spread of matchups is always super interesting, but I think, you know, Jarla, even having lost in a position where I think he could feel a little bit hard done by, still has good matchups to be able to queue into this Control Warrior.
Yeah, and it's one of those, again, weird effects of Last Hero Standing, where some lineups, instantly you look at them and go, oh, okay, that makes sense. And then some lineups look a bit random, and you really have to just dive into what not only the expected meta is, but the plans for each of those lineups, right? Or at least it's where the preparation is just key. And we've seen, right, in previous or Last Hero Standing tournaments of old, whether they're massive opens or even invitational, that getting the right read feels like it means even more in Last Hero Standing, because if you just bring something that no one can answer, what are they supposed to do? Whereas in Conquest, obviously, if you have an amazing deck, but you win once, well, it's won once, just like any other deck can do, right? So it is that weird thing where we've seen certain ideas really carry whole lineups and say, you have to, you know, scale this mountain just to beat this one deck. And if you do, because it can happen, good job. Now there's the rest of my lineup that's built for this problem, right? That if I lose with this, I can play these.
And just as an update, I assume we had some spectator issues at the start of the last game, which is why we missed the first couple of turns. I can confirm that the players just queued a test game against each other with their banned decks. It was Mage versus Mage. And I can also confirm, in standard Europe fashion, they both drew Incantus Flow in their opening hand, even when the game absolutely did not matter. So yeah, I'm sure we're just getting things nice and set up for you, making sure we don't miss any more of the action, making sure spectator mode is functioning as it should, because there is plenty of meat left in this series. And so the way this breaks down from here is we would expect the Warlock to beat the Warrior. Things can happen. You can just miss on burning any of the Cthulhu pieces, for example. That's made more likely, for example, if Warmer gets a Turbo Cthulhu, like he actually gets all Cthulhu pieces very early and then just puts Cthulhu into the deck just as one card, right? Because at that point, that one card is less likely to be burned than four different pieces that would be removing in his deck. So you can change the odds in those positions. There are ways that the Warrior can get out of this, but Bulwark of Azzinoth, not a big deal this time around. It's not just like surviving is going to get the Warrior anywhere. From that point, we're going to switch over and probably see the Rogue come out. We will see the Rogue come out because it'll be the one remaining deck. And then we'd expect to see the series going all the way because, again, this is Greedy Warlock. And Greedy Warlock does not have good matchups against anything that really just tries to play minions early out through the early stages of the game. So expect this one to go all the way from this point, I would say.
I'll also throw like a potentially strange outcome here, is that there's a chance, especially based on what we saw in the Rogue game, that Warmer can actually just get off to a turbo start with the Warrior. Because although, you know, oh, it's Control Warrior, you know, he's playing Scorpids, he's playing Stage Dive, 2 Athletic Studies, he's playing Kargath Prime, Sword Eaters. Like, there's a chance that he just plays a ton of stuff similar to how we just saw him play in Rogue and overwhelm the Warlock, right? So although it's not likely, it looked close just based on the sheer number of minions that actually Warmer played last game.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout. And again, it's something that the Warlock can be weak to, right? You put all these greedy cards in your hand, sometimes you draw them. You're not entitled to just draw Armor Vendor into Soulshear every game that you play with all this expensive top end stacked up in your deck, you know? Like, when you play, Yasharaj, Jiraxxus, Alexstrasza, 2 Twisting Nether, 2 Strongmen, Sociologist Militia, and Ticketus, right? Like, that's already 10 cards that you can just quite reasonably have in your opening hand. Right. At that point, yeah, Warrior can maybe just curve out and do a bunch of damage, and if they can curve out and do a bunch of damage, they might be able to put on enough pressure to like delay Ticketus turns, for example, because you'll die if you play Ticketus this turn and just representing too much damage. So yeah, that is for sure another way out of it for the Warrior in this point, but largely I would say, you know, overwhelmingly favoured for the Warlock.
Right. Well, we'll have to see. And Jarla is a bit of a Warlock player. He's played it just a couple of times in Grandmasters over the past few years, so let's see how it goes again. Our apologies about the delay. We just want to make sure that everyone's good to go from a technical standpoint, so there's no issues during the game. But we are in now, and we are off to a reasonable start, at least on the Warmer's side. Just having, again, like I mentioned, the Scorpid into Kargath, the stage dive that's going to be corrupted already in there. So not a bad start at all, I would say.
Tap, taparoo, and I think already Yala will be looking at this hand and saying, you know what? Disaster averted so far. Like, I have stuff to do. I'm not just going to...
I've got Hysteria.
Yes, I've got nerfed Hysteria, indeed.
No shadow steps for Yala. Weird though, right? Because, like, obviously Yala just wants to tap, but he just can't. So it's just going to be a passive. Go to 10 cards, and I doubt he wants to tap a coin drained soul.
True. Are we just getting there now? Is this it? Kargath on curve.
The weird thing about Kargath on curve is it runs into Hysteria on curve now, right?
Also true, yeah.
Which is a bit of a shame.
But at the same time, like, what's the long-term game plan, right? Like, is Warmer actually just going to set this out and go long and outvalue the Warlock? No, I don't think so. Like, I think Warmer's the aggro deck here, right? And he should be taking risks appropriate to that idea.
Yeah, it's interesting actually, right? Because if Kargath comes down last turn, Hysteria gets played, you play Body of Cthulhu, and then, okay, yes, they could have Siphoned Soul, but at that point you just say, fine. But are they likely going to have multiple good ways to kill minions turn after turn?
This minion, while having Hysteria in his hand. Right, which makes sense from his perspective, because he's saying, well, how aggressively can the warrior really curve out here? And I would like to just play my 3/7 on curve next turn, right, which is a big deal.
Right.
Instead, he was met with a 6/6 on the other side, which obviously would have been ideal at that point to still have the poisonous minion on the board, so he could use Hysteria instead. But no way of knowing. Very few ways for Warmer to generate, you know, meaningful, powerful minions there, I'd say. So.
And the shield slam was very nice there for Warmer, just knocking aside the ogre and just, okay, I could just Warmold Challenger the 2/2, 6 to face, get the armor banked, didn't even go for the stage dive, like looking pretty good all around.
Yes. And crucially there for Warmer's chances in this game, that Ogremancer did not corrupt a Cascading Disaster.
Yeah,
right? Meaning
true.
that there's very little removal option here for Yala.
Also, as well, I will just wind that back a tiny bit. Of course he didn't stage dive. There's only the Prime and Kargath 2 draw, so...
Exactly,
yeah.
yes.
But I think even if he could have got something, I like the armor up. But yes.
A little bit of wince.
6 to face.
A wince at the amount of soul fragments going in the deck there, and I don't think Warmer's wincing because he's afraid of that coming out and healing. I think he's wincing because he's afraid of what that means for a potential Soul Theologist militia coming down on the following turn. But he's going to get some good news here again, that there is no such threat in sight.
Well...
Alright, moderate news. Yeah.
Hold on. Oh,
alright. So just going to have to end up being Coin Nether here, I imagine.
Would you... He could Hysteria, but I guess what's the answer? He could Hysteria tap.
He could. That's fair, yeah.
But mainly because he doesn't have anything to corrupt with the Nethers, right?
That's true. No, it's a good point. I actually completely blanked on the idea that Hysteria even cleared here. He was up to 1/7, that was a 50-50. No, it's slightly less than that. I'd have to attack it twice, right, before it attacked the 4-1 on the other side.
Yeah, I think most importantly, like, it always kills the Kargath, which is all you're bothered about, right? You're like, oh, okay, it's got a 1/7, fine. Ooh. Like, stage dive claw machine? What's so funny?
I'm seeing the lines, Raven. That's what's so funny.
The line I just suggested? Oh, were you on about
no.
some stupid weapon buff line with the...
No. It's way better than that. So the claw machine, right? You take that, it's discounted to 5 because of the athletic studies discount. You hold that athletic studies discount for the entire game, and then you turbo draw through all your Cthulhu pieces, shuffle Cthulhu in the deck, and then as you play the last Cthulhu piece for 5 mana, you also play Claw Machine on the same turn. So you then complete Cthulhu and pull it out of your deck before your opponent is able to Ticketus any of it. Genius.
You've been hanging out with me too much, so... We've switched roles where I'm just suggesting the right plays and you're going loopy. I wonder if Yala's almost forced into a twist in this turn. Arguably, you could just say, well, okay, I take 7. I'm still not dead, but you might be dead the turn after that. Because it's important to note as well that Yala is playing an Alex Straza, the Lifebinder, in his list, but Warmer isn't playing anything burst related outside of like Ysera with Nightmare and Cthulhu itself, I guess, are the only real burst outs. Oh, okay. And Fire Warlocks from Sword Eater, but you know what I mean.
Ooh, okay. There's
tempo play.
Straza on the Claw Machine.
Just wants an 8/8.
Not looking at that at all. Guild Maiden Coerce, pretty strong. Kargath Prime, also pretty strong.
What about trade Bladestorm Shield Maiden?
What now?
It's because Coerce is a more flexible card to hang on to long
it's just better,
term.
isn't it?
Mm-hmm. See that too?
And again, although... Like, you could say, well, that's a lot of damage for Kargath Prime to take. If you landed Kargath with full health, it's getting nethered, right? It's getting killed somehow, so it just doesn't really matter.
Yep. Siphon Soul, Cascading Disaster, all of those things. Even if it's not a Twisting Nether at the end of it, there'll be ways to kill it, even if it's at full health. It's not a big deal. Oh, this list is so greedy! Double Nether, double Siphon, double Strongman, Yasharaj. Oh my goodness. There's that War Cache. Like I said, Bulwark of Azeroth, nowhere near the nuts in this situation though.
I thought you guys said, like I said, Bulwark of Azeroth number 2. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an alternate name. Continuing to push tempo though, I love it. Stacking up armor as well, which I still would hesitate. Well, I mean, I guess I'd slightly hesitate to say is irrelevant, because I think, you know, the ability for Ticketus and Yasharaj is the great equalizer in terms of fatigue, and you are going to need hundreds of armor, I would say, to equalize the gap between those two.
I think it's relevant to buy time for Warmer to draw the Cthulhu pieces, right? Like, that's why it's relevant.
Yeah, but again, I don't think you lose time by being pressured out of the game by the Warlock. I think you lose time to just having your deck burned away by Ticketus and Yasharaj most of the time. So I still don't know how relevant it will end up being, but it's an impressive number right now nonetheless.
Note to self, Sottle finds 61 to be an impressive number.
Ah, yeah.
Warmer's Warcache is going to have to be pretty impressive though, because that is one of the flaws of this build, is that you play Cthulhu, but you don't really play card draw. So in the matchups where you think, well, oh, it's a control matchup, you don't want to draw cards, that's true, but you play Cthulhu, so you kind of do want to draw cards, right?
Alright, live by the Bulwark, die by the Bulwark.
Snuff out the weak.
Did find an answer to the Tamsin though, which is crucial. I think ideally he was looking for the weapon to be the answer to the Tamsin, but kind of got out of jail.
with the Bone Chewer Raider? Bone Chewer Rider, right? No, Raider. I was right the first time? Yes.
Outrider X would have actually been sick, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Like, oh.
Finally, a cascading disaster comes into hand for Yala. I think, next best thing to Ticketus right now in terms of he's spending so many of these expensive cards without really corrupting anything with them up until this point.
Can Yala look along the lines here of like tap, depending on tap card, like Ogre, Siphon? I think he wants to draw this Ticketus and get something going soon.
Agreed. The longer he waits, like in realistic terms, like Claw Machine memes aside, what you can do as a Cthulhu control deck against Warlock is if you do get into the luxurious position of drawing your 4th Cthulhu piece, you just sit there with the 4th Cthulhu piece in your hand, right? Until you try and bait out the Ticketus and the Yasharaj from your opponent.
Yeah,
and then once all those things are completed, you shuffle in. Because at some point, if you wait them out long enough, they do have to burn cards from your deck because they will lose in fatigue otherwise because they've been life tapping the whole game and you haven't, right? So I think there is stuff that you can do to play around that situation, but it is slim pickings.
Well, Wama now is how many pieces? 2 in the deck still?
Yes, 2 in the deck still, I believe.
Okay.
The veil wanes.
Just gotta be tap again, right?
Has to. Needs to keep cycling.
Even if he just gets Jiraxis as well, right? Like that's just good. It's not like Ticketus is the only good card he can draw, and he's worried that if he keeps missing it, it's gonna be bad. But there he is. Oh, there they are, I guess, because look at all those. Those are some good cards.
Yeah, finally, Yala's able to get something going. And this time, the double Bullock hand is not quite on the same level as it was in the previous game. I think Wama now will be trying to get some cards out of his hand in order to make room for the Ysera value.
Is there much in it, though? 1 strongman? That's it, isn't it?
No, Wama for the Ysera value.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know how you heard Yala for the Yasharaj, but I know the names sound similar. But
yeah, look, Wama, Yala, I'm going to get them mixed up.
Wama, Yama, Ysera, Yasharaj, yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
This is just going to be a... Wait. Yep. Okay.
With the sociologist last turn, Raven.
No, I know.
Okay. Seemed very bewildered by what was going on.
Wait, did he just not burn any Cthulhu pieces then?
I don't think so.
Oh. Okay.
I did.
Oh, he did burn 1. Let me check.
3 damage down. Venomous Scorpid. Yeah, no real options being picked up here. Because now, with the Cthulhu win condition gone, Wama has to set up some kind of tempo win condition or hold out all the way through fatigue after losing 5 more cards from his deck at some point in the game, which I don't really think is possible.
And he lost 2 Rancors and a War Cache as well as Lord Barov, an Eye of Cthulhu.
Oh, he did lose the eye. Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
So even like with the War Cache as well, that's just a ton of resources just gone.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like just going big here? Just playing Yasharaj, or do you think Yala... I mean, okay, do you think Yala's going to greed it? Of course Yala's going to greed it. But like, do you think this is, I guess, the way to go, or could he have just gone really big?
I agree with this, right? And having already hit the Cthulhu piece at this point, there's no rush, right? So I think Yala understands that this game is going to go all the way from this point. If it's going to go all the way, it doesn't matter how favored you are with it going all the way, which I think Yala is already massively favored. You might as well just be as greedy as possible because that's how to maximize his chances.
Sure. I guess for me, like, as long as he just hits 5 cards, right, is all he's really after.
Yes, exactly. He still has a couple more turns of leeway to be able to get done, because again, it's not like Wama's just going to draw all these cards and get more of these.
Oh, wait a minute. The Bulwark of Azeroth, there's a plan. I take no damage, but I deal the damage.
Yeah.
So crazy that a game can look, maybe I won't say so close, but reasonably close, and then suddenly look like the most unwinnable thing in the world.
Yeah.
It's just such an annoyance.
Talking to TJ the other day, who's had to cast like a bunch of Yasharaj Warlock games in Americas, and he was like, I wish just at the start of a Yasharaj game with Cthulhu, it would just tell you which 5 cards you would burn if Ticketus burns any cards over the course of the game. Just so you'd know if you were going to lose a Cthulhu piece or not.
And that's the thing, like, I've even complained about Ticketus before, just being grumpy about it, and it's not that it's like overly strong. It's not that it's overly strong, it's just annoying.
It's just annoying, yeah. I agree.
So there are, I believe, 4 out of those 6 cards of Soul Fragment still for Yala. So he is going to start hitting Fatigue relatively soon himself. And Wama's now sort of removal-based deck can kick in, especially with all this armor. His shield's sick.
I mean, the shield times are insane, you're not wrong. Wama does still have the Ysera to try and get the job done with, but the problem is, like, again, even though the fatigue is close with the amount that Yala had to life tap, and again, Yala only had to life tap so much because Ticketus and still Jiraxxus were buried so deep in the bottom of his deck. But even though that's equalized the fatigue more than you would normally see in this matchup, Wama has this collection of cards that you see in his hand, and that's it to finish the game here, whereas Yala still at some point gets to play Jiraxxus, right?
I've got a question.
End up being the great equalizer. Go on.
What if this is like fragment, 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 not Jiraxxus? No, I'm being kind of serious. Like, does that actually, that whole additional turn and then fatigue starting instantly after Jiraxxus is played?
So I'll tell you the one thing that I'm looking at right now, Raven, which I've never seen this interaction play out before, is whether or not Wama can tank fatigue hits for long enough with his second Bulwark of Azeroth for fatigue to end up killing Yala. I have no idea whether that's possible or not.
Well, let's find out.
Yeah. Because you can milk it, right? Like, you can take the 1 tick, the 2 tick, the 3 tick.
Oh, yeah. You just got to do the maths, right? And work
and then
out what
play the Bulwark really late. And as far as I'm aware, that interaction should work, because you take the fatigue damage on your turn, it passes back to you as your turn, so the weapon should be live to then absorb that damage, as far as I understand it. I've just never seen that interaction before, so I have no idea if it actually works or not. But it would be extremely fitting if, for the second time in as many games, Yala just gets scammed by a second generated Bulwark of Azeroth.
And is this the time now for Wama to just, like, slam down Ysera so it's played, so he gets the cards, and then he can start playing them next turn, right? Just bounces back a strongman, I suppose.
Yep, I think so. Seems logical. He can then clear up the 3-2 with the remaining Jawbreaker weapon charge.
What? Is there ever a reason to bounce back the 3-2? Is that going way too deep?
What?
Oh wait, it's not corrupted, is it? Never mind.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because it draws a card, right? So it's either Yala never plays it, which is fine, you've deleted a card from the game, or he plays it and goes deeper into fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not corrupted, so I apologize.
Yep. So here we are. We have reached fatigue. Yala will have been doing a much better job of tracking the cards that were being burned than I did earlier, so he'll know exactly what he has left to deal with. He'll basically know this exact hand that he's dealing with on the other side, outside of the Warcash stuff, so he will be accounting for Bladestorm, for Brawl, for Ysera. He will know that those tools need to be dealt with.
It's kind of interesting, right? Because, like, now, I guess it's different now, but because the two strongmen are the same stats as a 6, like the demon from the hero power, it's like, oh, Bladestorm might actually be pretty good.
Right.
So it begins.
So it begins indeed. And you see very smartly as well, Yala's held on to a lot of Soul Fragment cards, a lot of healing. At this point, he has 4 more Soul Fragments to shove in the deck, and he has the Drain Soul as well. So he's going to wait, I imagine, to take a little bit of damage before he puts those Soul Fragments back in the deck to be able to regain a little bit of health, just, you know, manipulate the fatigue counter a little bit.
Also, okay, there's Brawl. I was going to say as well, Ysera Awakens normally will do a good enough job of like setting everything to Bladestorm as well.
Right.
But I guess it doesn't matter too much now. Now that
Yeah, so at this point-
the last minion that isn't a 6/6 has died.
Yes, exactly. The only minions left at this point are 6/6s. So at any point, whenever Wama decides this is now too many 6/6s, he can clear that board with Bladestorm.
Oh, I guess that's not strictly true as well, because if Wama plays Laughing Sister, for example, there'll be one that's a 6/3.
True. That's true. Yala can also, if he's got a really good read on things, shoot one of these spells at one of his own minions to change the Bladestorm breakpoints. And then Wama would have to use like Dream or Awakens to remove that smaller minion first to then Bladestorm all the other ones away. It's things you can do.
Also, like, Wama can, say, Bladestorm these, and then the next 6/6 solo, he can actually Dream back, because that's, like, more expensive to play to limit some of the turns.
Right. Yep, very true.
Makes sense.
Do you think Yala knows yet? Like, he knows there's a Warcash weapon in hand, right? That he's just not seeing. Do you think he's figured it out at this point?
The true soul read.
Hmm.
What if it's just the bad? What if it's just like the baton? You know what I mean?
True. Yeah.
Which you just wouldn't bother equipping most, unless it's like lethal.
Fair. Still at 33, you can see how I said, you know, I'm hesitant to say that the armor will be irrelevant, and it does seem like it might just come into play here.
I just want to point out that if Wama wins, I did say the armor could be relevant. If he doesn't win, we won't talk about it.
Sure. Deal. You have to be the Soul Shear and the Drain Soul here, I would imagine. It's a good time. I guess that does technically waste 1 healing, because you would go to 27 with 2 fragments in your deck.
Wait, no, he needs to, right? He has to kill this.
Well, you have Cascading.
Oh, sure.
This is literally the last minion that you'll ever see, and I think you know that for a fact at this point.
Yeah, because if he doesn't kill it, the Nightmare just gets activated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, taking the heals.
Look at Wama. Look at what he's doing right now. He is not doing anything except counting fatigue damage. That's all he cares about right now.
The only thing that worries me
is the latest possible turn I can play this weapon.
It's counting on his hands. Someone get that guy an abacus.
Is this weapon charge ever going anywhere except the opponent's face? I guess there's still the soul fragments to be dealing with. Yeah. So swinging it here would just negate 1 damage.
Yeah.
I guess
And
1 damage over healing anyway.
And also he knows there's no taunt, so he can literally swing it the turn he plays the Azeroth, right?
Right.
There's no taunt, so...
Yala swinging away with these Jiraxxus weapon charges as well.
It's playing right into it.
Yeah. Getting spicy, Raven.
Oh, yeah. favorite kind of Hearthstone.
Like, I'd love to like just count this and tell you who wins from what point, but the problem is like it's so dependent on like whether Yala is swinging with the weapon, whether he isn't, how many extra turns that Wama can tank.
Well, now he has to play it, right? Yeah.
No,
it doesn't.
Doesn't.
Wait,
he can awaken.
Have I miscounted fatigue?
Yeah, he just took 7, right? So he can awaken Bladestorm and then not play it.
Oh, sure.
Still tank one more.
Yeah. Right. Best to hero power, not that it matters. Yala just blinks in response to the 4th Bulwark of Azeroth he's seen in 2 games.
Yes. So this attacks 1 charge. The fatigue attacks another. Yeah, no, Yala's still fairly comfortable here, I think, now that we see all things considered.
Should Wama have waited 1 turn?
I think he could wait 1 turn, right? That's how I was counting it out.
So.
Because now he tanks the weapon and the 6/6, the other 6/6 attacks face, and he just takes the damage from fatigue and he dies, yeah. I feel like that was 1 turn early.
Yeah.
I also feel like it doesn't necessarily make a huge difference. Although, yeah, Yala tanked 7 that turn, so he still had 1 more turn to play out anyway.
Right.
So 1 more turn I don't think would have made a difference.
Okay.
It did feel 1 turn early from Wama, unless I was missing something, but extremely complicated late game scenario for sure. You know, like I spotted the out with the Bulwark early, and Wama clearly did as well, because you could see quite obviously how he was navigating towards that position from multiple turns out, and then he stopped and started counting it out at that point. So it's kind of interesting to see how things would have panned out a little bit differently.
Yeah, good point. He didn't hero power that turn. He played the Azeroth.
Yeah.
And then like if that would have made the difference or not, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a tough matchup, especially the second the Cthulhu piece gets burnt away, everything changes. And I think Wama took the right approach, and whether, you know, calculations were slightly correct or slightly incorrect, whichever way you want to look, then it was probably still going to end one way, right? Because I think Yala was just in too good of a position, especially with all of the soul fragments that he'd retained, or the soul fragment generation he'd retained.
Yeah, I think in the end it doesn't actually make a difference, no matter if Wama did wait an additional turn there. I think in Wama's head, he played it willingly a turn early because the board was clear that turn, and it wouldn't have been clear on any other turn, right? If he had waited, initially he used all his removal spell. So he played it when there was no minion able to attack, and maybe in his head that extends things a little bit further. You know, maybe he'd got to the point where he'd counted every way he could think of, and they hadn't found a way that could win, so just went for something else instead. Like, who knows? But at the end of the day, I think he was losing that one still. Even then, you can see, we spent so much time talking about how that was a bad matchup, and then Yala had a pretty bad pan out, right? Jiraxxus almost exactly last card, and Ticketus was like bottom 8, bottom 10 or something in the end, especially in terms of legitimate cards, not including soul fragments. And still you can see, like, even though that looks close, it's an extremely secure win for the Warlock in the end.
I think it's kind of interesting, right? Because you could argue that Wama was 2 turns away from it. If he survived like 2 turns more, then that would have been the difference. And when I mentioned, like, what if the cards was like fragment, other card, then Jiraxxus, maybe that gap actually makes it get there. Very, very interesting. But you are right, obviously, very, very favoured matchup, and it took a lot for Yala to even look like he was in any real level of trouble. But it means we are moving next up. Hey, Yala, of course, on the Warlock again in this last hero standing week, and Wama going to be on that Rogue with a pretty solid opening, but Yala's opening doesn't look too shabby to me either. I'm guessing you were warring at the Yala's opening and not Wama's?
I was warring, yeah, that's exactly what I was doing. Yeah, this kind of bothers me generally with Control Warlock, right, is that you don't get to build your deck this greedy and then draw Spirit Jailer into Spirit Jailer opening. Like, that's just not fair. That shouldn't be how Hearthstone works. You should have to put like 6 1-drops in your deck to draw 2 1-drops in your opening hand.
Efficient is sufficient.
Nice early fragment there.
Indeed. In fact, this is likely to get cleaned up here. It's just attack, right, sure.
Magic Bump will still happen though, just to activate. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, regardless of whether there's Soul Share or not this turn, I like just saying, you know what, you're having 4 cards, and that's it. No more. You've had enough. And I guess, luckily, in a roundabout way for Yala, that one of those cards was Shadow Step, so it's actually only 3.
Yes, indeed.
I'm waiting already. Well, actually, Raven, the reduction goes below 0.
I mean, true, yes.
Yeah, but it doesn't make an impact in this matchup, does it?
No. What? Raven, you're literally arguing with yourself right now. What are you...
Yeah, well, you're not, and it feels weird, so someone has to do it.
I mean, you haven't said anything moronic for a while. I'm not going to argue with you if you're not dumb.
I don't know whether that's supposed to make me feel better or worse. You argue with me a lot.
It's my specialty, yeah. I'm not sure if I'm being insulted or not.
The uncrowned.
And Cleave going to come down and get a Lucky Soul. Yep. Yeah, not bad. Just a spider tank, right, for Warmer, really.
Yeah, good pickup, honestly. Just an extra tempo minion. If it ends up drawing a card, great. If it doesn't, yeah, spider tank just to keep pressure. Like
there's a lot of bad ones, right? Like School Spirits and stuff like that you definitely don't want. But sometimes, and we've already seen it today, that sometimes you just play Vanessa because it's a 2/3 on that turn, and you just get what you get.
Indeed, yes. The good old River Crocolisk. Well, Yala has kind of drawn the one curve that wins against aggressive decks with Greedy Warlock. He's drawn Soul Fragment, Soul Fragment, Soul Fragment, Soul Fragment, Militia. So I imagine that's the curve we're going to continue along here. Could go like School Spirits, Spirit Jailer this turn. You could go Soul Shear Spirit Jailer this turn, but it's less mana efficient.
I actually like the Jailer in Soul Shear, or even maybe Soul Shear Hero Power.
I almost want to limit my taps at this point because, well, there's 3 fragments in the deck right now. You're going to put 2 more sets in, so there'll be 7 total. Oh, no, 3 more sets in, actually. Yeah, I guess you've got plenty of buffer. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? You tap now, but put the fragments in later, right? True. Because you're not playing Jailer or School Spirits as well, and then you play them in the next 2 turns.
Very fair. Yeah, this is smart. So you tap first, you put the fragments in after, and now at this point, you're still sort of waiting around to see if there's a field contact turn coming down, right? Because there's still the discounted cards in hand. So if then field contact were to happen this turn, you still have that School Spirits built up in hand to be able to deal with that, and then you can go Coin Militia the next turn. Seems strong.
Yeah, and I think as well, there's... Let me just triple check. 5 Soul Fragments, 6... Okay, yeah. I was going to say, even if field contact doesn't come down this turn, I wouldn't even mind playing it anyway, because yes, you've used School Spirits, but you've gained a Militia. You know what I mean? Which kills a field contact, so seems like a win-win.
Yeah, 100%. I think Wama's even considering not playing the Cult Neophyte here. Perhaps playing it and shadow stepping it?
Because doesn't
playing
stop,
it,
right?
It doesn't stop anything really, but playing it next turn stops.
It
just doesn't do anything. Playing it next turn stops Coin Militia, right? If he was to play it on the following turn, which is a much bigger deal.
If there's ever a turn now and ever a time, Yala goes, kill that straight away. So now Wama needs the second one to stop him coining Militia. Yes. Gets a minion down. There's only 1 3/2 on the board. Like Yala's setting himself up very nicely. Even as the backup, right? With Ogre Mancer, Siphon Soul to kill anything scary. Like once this Militia's been played.
Yes. It's not the draw. Wama's starved of card draw so far. He's done the early game job with Rogue perfectly. Chip damage, built a board, been awkward. Yala's been forced to park clear every time, right? Just not really been doing anything. Oh, this is cute. Yeah, you can shadow step it back. It costs 1. You corrupt it and
draw.
Play it again. Yeah, I did not catch this, but this is very clever.
And like, maybe even Tenwu? Oh, okay, maybe not.
Yeah, just redaggering.
Yeah. I think if he drew dead, there would be an argument to like Tenwu and replay again, right?
Yes.
Agreed. Yeah, Wama gonna roll his eyes here, but again, there's a very clear sequence of things that could have played around this outcome, right? With the Coldnir fight that he did have.
The tools were there.
And obviously, it's very, very easy for a commentator to say staring at both hands, but I do generally feel like soul fragments into militia is quite often the thing that you lose to.
Well, field contact's going to get cooking now for Wama, so there is a chance that he can come back, but it's probably going to take him like a turn and a half now to actually fight back properly. Brain Freeze, fantastic pickup. Shadow Step, fantastic pickup.
That's the money.
But again, just a reminder, like, okay. This is a fantastic turn for Wama, but killing this militia board doesn't just win him the game. Like, he does have to just finish out the last bits of damage here.
Yeah, it kind of does, though, right? Because he's done everything else that he needs to do this game. He's got 17 damage through. He has a Wicked Stab in his hand.
Yala has like 1 million soul fragments, though, right?
That's true, but you do still need to draw. Like, 1 in 3 of his draws are a soul fragment right now. Like, it's not that many.
So many options.
What if he soul shares, then taps?
Yeah, I think this is smart. Doesn't quite have enough tools right now to get this done. There's no fragment.
So, a couple of options here. Siphon Soul and the Soul Shade look the most appealing, but there is also a thought to, does Ogremancer ever work out better? Obviously, he takes more damage because he leaves the Mancric up, but he has an Ogremancer, so that's just a very tough call, I think.
Yeah, it's fair.
Oh, the tap. Okay, paid for itself. And that's it. Good talk.
Good talk.
Either way, they corrupt the Cascading once, right? Whichever play he went for, so it was always going to happen, but this is about to get a little bit scary for Yala.
Yes, indeed. Wama doing his absolute level best not to use this Tenwu at any point either, just really trying to greed this as much as possible for an eventual Alexstrasza, but now double Wicked Stab in hand! Oh, he's so close in terms of just getting there with the damage. Ended up taking a 5 with the Kazakus Golem as well, which I find a little bit surprising.
What did you want him to go for?
Could have just taken a 1 there just to keep cycling.
Play,
right?
okay.
Yeah, because if this draw whiffs, then he's stuck a little bit. Yeah, it kind of did. Like, maybe I'm just too greedy. Maybe having the second Wicked Stab in hand means you're more free to use the Tenwu here. But I think just picking up a 1-mana Golem here would have given him 2 more draws to find something playable off the field contact.
Choose soon.
Ends up going with the Secret Passage instead. Is continuing to be greedy with the Tenwu, which I do like, I do respect. This looks very unplayable, though, and it is! Huge whiff.
There's the Alex, and there goes the Alex.
Yeah. Golem ended up as Rush spell damage +2. I do like the spell damage choice, especially with one of those Wicked Stabs in hand being discounted. He's alarmingly close to just straight up lethal. Has 6 damage twice next turn, and he has 8 damage twice the turn after that when the Wicked Stabs upgrade naturally.
If he goes just like Soulshare, Cascade, tap?
I'm so terrified by these taps. Oh.
He's putting another 2 soul fragments in. He currently has 8. He'll go up to 10 if he soul shares first.
Yeah.
Which you would want to do anyway to make sure the cascading kills the 3/1 Divine Shield.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know what else anything does, right? You just can't leave the field contact on the board. The fact that can die this turn is the only thing that keeps him alive, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Alex, okay. That's a card.
Which now leaves Wama 2 damage off lethal this turn. spell damage +2 on the Greater Golem. Each Wicked Stab doing 6 for 12 damage. Not enough mana to fit in the hero power for.
I was honestly, with the way some of the games have gotten today, I was just expecting like Mozaki. And it's just like, oh, okay. And go again though.
This is smart. Obviously, he's expecting to get nethered here, but also, it's like soul fragments accepted. If Jarla nethers here, Warhammer has lethal next turn because his Wicked Stabs upgrade, so they will now do 8 damage each with the Greater Golem plus spell damage. So Jarla will need multiple soul fragments to get himself out of range, and he did not hit it. So now he needs to nether, he needs to tap, and he needs to...
He can't.
Oh no, he can't. He's
just dead.
No, he's just dead. He's just dead. That is a square series. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Nice setup from Warhammer. He kind of pulled that out of nothing, to be honest, as he wasn't really given the tools that you would expect to have as Rogue at this point in the game. Jarla went for the nether, and again, there were other options, even though they probably looked a little bit weird, but I don't think there was any real world where you don't nether that turn from Jarla. So although it looked bad, so to speak, due to the outcome, it was always going to be nether.
Yeah, there's just no other way to do it, right? Like, Tamsin, Siphon was never going to do enough, right?
But there's also like weird, double hysteria, depending on the outcomes of Jandis. You know what I mean? Like, there was weird stuff he could have tried, but in no real game of Hearthstone do you not just twist in there.
Completely agree, yeah, and I just don't even with like Tamsin Hysteria, I don't think it was going to get anything done, because you'd still need like mana at the end to tap into soul fragments as well, right? Because, you know, let's not forget he was just still dead, even if he...
Yeah, well, he could have tapped, right? It would have been 4 + 3 and then 0 for the second Hysteria if he needed it.
Okay, so if just double Hysteria clears, then
yes.
Alive, but yeah, okay.
But again, it's very silly.
Yes. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
I think in the end, very nicely played game from Warhammer. I think he got out of the greed with the Tenwu at exactly the right point. As I said, I think being greedy with that for as long as possible. You know, when you hit the Warlock matchup and then you go Octobot discounting a Wicked Stab and a Tenwu in your opening hand, I think you're immediately thinking OTK, right? Like, that's just where your head is at that point, because you hit so many combo pieces to be able to go Alexstrasza, Shadow Step, Tenwu, all of that business, chuck in the Wicked Stabs on top. And I think he was trying to stick to that plan for as long as possibly could, but then he hit that one window where he just said, okay, force nether. Just absolutely no other card is good enough, right? Because if he'd have just played one Jandis, suddenly Tamsin double Siphon Soul is very much good enough.
Right.
And then Jarla starts to put himself out of range. So he forced the nether, he got the nether, he won the little bit of RNG with Jarla not hitting multiple soul fragments at that point, and then came up with a deserved square series. So this one's now going to go all the way, and we are nowhere near the end just yet, because this is going to be another long and grindy one. Very similar matchup with Warhammer trying to create sticky, annoying boards against a very, very robust control deck with the Control Priest from Jarla.
But there is an interesting thing, right, and it's something I do want to ask you about, is we've had Priest high up on the radar for a long time now, right? I think that's fair to say. And I guess this is the most recent addition that Jarla's bringing, which is double Onyx Mage Scribe, double Flesh Giant in his lineup for this Priest, and with that, comes goes hand in hand Devouring Plague, and it does reduce down some of the I guess more control-y tools, I'll say. And where do you land on Priest? Like, is this better build against Rogue, or is this a worse build against Rogue because of these giants?
I think Devouring Plague Giant combination is really good against Rogue.
Okay.
If you look at the board combinations that can come down, right, like generally Rogue is going to be quite aggressive early on, especially if they get Octobot. They're going to push 3, 4, 5, 6 damage in the early game, assuming they're not choosing to turn that down deliberately, which is another conversation we can get into later if you want. And then suddenly you're just going to find a spot where, like, I don't know, there's a Mancrick on board and you just cast Devouring Plague, right? And all of a sudden you've just gained 4 health, you've killed a minion, and you've got this giant 8/8 in your hand that's become heavily discounted. Because each instance of Devouring Plague does discount Flesh Giant by 1. So I think, in particular, and that's just a generic board, you think instead of, like, a field contact with a Divine Shield on it and then another 2 health minion, right? That's another very common board state that you see against Rogue, and it's a perfect 4 health breakpoint for Devouring Plague to come down.
same deal. So yeah, I think overall, I think the Devouring Plague Giant package is very, very good against Rogue. Maybe Mage Scribes are a little bit slow in the Rogue matchup, but still, if you are able to stabilize, they're a fantastic tool just for being irritating in the mid game. But I like this build of the build of the deck against Rogue in particular.
Okay. Very robust answer there, Sal. I like it. Good job.
Thanks, bud. I do try.
What is Elaine's will?
Y'all can only really be considering Renew here to just dig for something a bit proactive to play, but...
You sure about that?
So... Oh, come on.
You don't want to go Mind Render step Mind Render, Raven, into that? No?
And kind just for the fun of it?
Yeah. I think Mind Render was legal. It would have been weird, but
I guess it with Renew and Smite.
It's quiet.
In hand, I don't know. I don't like.
Yeah, I'm not actually suggesting it as a serious play. I'm more like raising it as a thing that like you can Elucia in the early game in this spot because it more so happens when they've already gone Octobot and they have those kind of cards in hand still.
Now,
potentially dump quite a lot. And like I said, if you then hit Shadow Step at the end, then good things happen at the end of that turn as well.
Yeah, I think like now we can talk.
Sure.
Since there's for a fact there's a 1 mana field contact in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the best they can do? Just Zyrella?
Yep.
Realistically?
I mean, like you said, they can Smite Renew, which is pretty good, but your hand kind of sucks right now.
Well, that's it. If they Smite and Renew, well, you get to keep Zyrella against Rogue, okay.
Yep.
If they Zyrella, well, you have Smite and Renew, and you just deleted it, and the field contact they have to kill. Like, this actually looks like it lines up pretty nicely, and y'all are teasing us with the hover. There we go. Mind Render Elucia hits the board, and Warmer unhappy.
Do his eyes light up at the Shadow Step? It appears they do. I think that was the Yarla version of eyes lighting up at the Shadow Step.
A half-raised eyebrow.
Indeed, yeah. Problem being is the mana concerns, right? Because he just doesn't really have the ability to do anything with it. He'd have to leave the field contact in hand.
And no thank you.
Step.
Get that field contact out.
And like I said, the idea being you can just replay Elucia, so you get to keep your own hand for the turn, and your opponent doesn't get to dump any of your cards. But I don't think Yarla actually cares about that, right? Like, how many of these cards in hand is Yarla actually attached to at this point?
Also, what a perfect draw, right?
Unplayable?
Yeah, it's literally just not a draw.
There's not even a way to like play a minion Holy Smite it, play the Raised Dead, just to use the Raised Dead. Yeah.
It's just bad.
Simply bad.
Wait a minute, don't give him a Shadow Step.
I mean, you could...
Wait, what do you even... I guess it's Nitro Boost, right?
Yeah, it's a playable card. Like, Nitro Boost Poison is the... What am I saying? Learn how to say words. Nitro Boost Poison is the one poison that you can use when you don't have a because you can just point it at a minion, but it's still terrible.
I'm being really, I'm being really silly. You just take Backstab and use it, right? Makes way more sense.
But all in all, I think a very successful exchange for Yarla there on the Mind Render.
And also now.
Yes. I was avoiding this point on purpose, but I know exactly what you're going to say.
Zyrella's a good curve play.
Ah, yeah, very good.
No, of course, field contact being in the Raised Dead pool.
Well, actually, okay, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
That's what I was going to say.
I thought you were going to say Elucia is in the Raised Dead.
Oh, I mean, that would also be true.
Yes.
I was just trying to work out if field contact's good in Priest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think so. There's like Scorpid Wand Maker, right? Like those are kind of the tools. Okay.
Well, yeah, I was more meaning like, is that good enough in Priest? You know what I mean? Like, okay, it's just a 3/2 that draws a card when you play this other thing with it. Like, okay. He's just playing Tenwu?
Care to make a wager?
Because now you can go, yeah, Foxy Fraud.
Oh, okay, he's dumping that.
Shadow Step. Yeah, you can just play everything now. Yeah, Walmer giving the round of applause. Yeah, I love this. Beautiful. Took Deep Freeze just for the least effective card for the longest amount of time. Love to see it. Shadow Step's the card that does nothing. Obviously, your Hearthstone instincts tell you to Shadow Step the one thief there, but that is a bad thing to do when you're playing with your opponent's hand. So Shadow Step the Foxy Fraud instead. Nicely done.
I'll tell you right now, I'm not the biggest fan of Elucia, but this is one of the better Elucias I've ever seen, honestly, in terms of actually skillfully playing the card and not being like, hope it's got Il'gynoth. Where does he want to go with this turn?
I'd love it if he just found a way to make the Giants
playable.
Play that turn. Obviously, Giant counters are an aura. They're independently tracked. So you see now they cost 5 in Warma's hand. They're going to pass back to Yarla, and they cost a different amount because those counters are being tracked independently. So Warma actually has done more priest things in terms of changing his own health than Yarla has. Oh, let's go! You always take the Raise Dead for Elucia number 3.
Again.
What are you doing?
Just to stop him playing Jandis next turn.
Okay. That's complete nonsense because Yarla knows how garbage Warma's hand is because he's made it that way at this point, right? So, seems fine.
Oh,
so if you're
get a new one.
Expecting the Jandis on the following turn, you just pick up the Soul Mirror instead.
Yeah.
Deal with it, right? Makes sense.
Terrible.
What a time to roll an Earth Elemental. There's just a poisonous minion on board. Raven, if you want, you have my permission. You're allowed to talk about it this turn. This is legitimate. You may.
It's the best card I've ever seen.
Okay.
Llama. Thinking about the mind games.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You have permission to talk about, right? Because that's actually vaguely legitimate.
No, I thought you just meant the fact that I'm always just going to say Earth Elemental sucks now.
Right, but it's semi-legitimate, right? Because you expect the poisonous minion to go into the 7/8, so you can just put the illusion on that and essentially just bank an entire 5/5 at that point. But it's.
But what you don't expect is the old Soul Mirror. Now you can bump the 2 and keep. Wait. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. Hey, looks like Wama's gonna have to go fishing for literally anything that means he doesn't have to tank 7, I guess.
Okay. Hello. Deeply illegal secret passage. Struggle to think of literally any better cards that could have come out there. Foxy, Swindle, Prize Plunderer, Tank the 7. Nice big juicy board. Love to see it. Tons of cards in the hand now.
It's all turned into play-by-play Hearthstone caster.
And suddenly, a game of Hearthstone appeared.
Yep. Sethic into Holy Smite is a reasonable start here. Of course, Blade Master clears more of the board off, but could be so much better in the future.
I'd almost say that just Flesh Giant Holy Smite is a pretty good turn here as well. If it weren't for the fact that Yarla knows he gave him a deep freeze multiple turns ago, which would just be the perfect on-curve answer to that situation.
I wonder.
I guess though, what's your answer to deep freeze next turn anyway, is the question?
You don't really have one.
Right, so I just mean you could play the Giant with the idea to Hysteria at least one of them and hope for the best, right?
Oh, I see. They just deep freeze you in the face anyway, even if you play no minions. How do you deal with that? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. The other way I guess is to Sethic into X with Holy Smite to set up a Samuro again, but that's just another level of risk, isn't it? Okay.
I love this.
Yeah,
it's genius. Why didn't I think of this? Hang on.
This is just when our powers combine, and then
This
times
is
by
just
10.
good. Yeah. He's made the one play that just Wama can't realistically play deep freeze this turn, right? Like I think that's the only play he had available in his entire hand that did that.
Oh, it's just pretty good at this game. I've said it for a while.
Yeah. Smart boy.
I wonder.
I'm looking for a few good mercenaries.
Again, guess he's taking one hit? Oh no. Oh. Whoa! Wama.
The big boy Raven.
Do you like to entertain
The
us,
large lad.
don't you? Yeah.
The giant gentleman. No, I've run out. Anymore.
Humongous hunk of clay. What? That's one?
I mean, thank you, Raven. That's very complimentary, but we should get back to casting Hearthstone.
Don't make me laugh. Is Sarah going to come in?
Sarah here, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Time may pass.
Unless he wants to initiation to get the Kazakas in the pool for a later raise dead to maybe get a... No, already too deep.
Yala just going to give up a card here. Nightmare is the only dumpable thing here, and I think it's awkward either way. Puts it on his own Ysera. That's obviously a giant minion he's giving up for no value. And honestly, this does just become a burst plan from this point for Wama. So giving him 4 extra damage by putting it on his minion is actually very relevant as well.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wama just...
Indeed. Oh. Savage burn, but oh well.
Felt the damage of that burn.
I did, yeah. Yeah, dear streamer, please roleplay as the hero and take damage whenever the hero takes damage. Yeah.
Yeah, Wama just setting up to get as much out of each card as possible for now, right? And just edge towards that finishing plan.
That's exactly right, yeah. And I think he's set this up. He's just trying to engineer a situation where the problem card that he knows about, the Deep Freeze, comes down in a spot where he's comfortable dealing with it, which he absolutely is here, right, with the Blademaster Apotheosis combination if he wants to go for that. But again, this is prime Yala we're talking about here, so he might just choose to greed this for much, much longer.
It's also from Wama, a pretty good setup against Ysera Awakens, right? Like the Divine Shield on the Kazakus, the 6 health on the Water Elementals. It's actually, you can really see that he is just set up to end this game within the next turn or so. Of course, we have the connection issues on Wama's side. The game is frozen, as you guys saw, but just to remind you. But yeah, I think, I don't know, I've actually... outside, I guess, of the bulwarks that's gone on. I actually do really enjoyed this series. Just because of how
the absolute bulwarks that have gone on through this series. Yeah,
it's true. It's been pretty close so
with
far.
that weapon. You have to be very careful when you're British with the name of that weapon. It gets very dangerous very quickly.
No comment. I've already said too much. We are diving back in, but I think that both players are doing a really good job of just forcing the other person to have to do a weird turn to stay on top.
Yeah. I agree.
But yeah, let's dive back in. Ysera Awakens and Samuro.
Yeah, it's interesting. So there was 2 ways of doing this, right? You could go Samuro, Apo, and the Nightmare, and then just slam into the Divine Shield minion, and that would still fall clear at that point, but you don't preserve your minion. Or you use the Awakens instead, and then you preserve your minion, but you don't have an Awakens at that point, which I think is an extremely premium card in the matchup, right? Kills just about every minion that Wama can possibly play. Tough choice for me.
It is. I think I'm with Yala on this, and it's easy to stick with the good player. But
yes,
he keeps a 3/6 lifesteal on board when he has Flesh Giants in hand. I think that's where I land on this.
That is very fair indeed, yeah. Mirror Entity, okay. You know your opponent has Laughing Sister in hand, but generally I think Mirror Entity, especially when you get in the Mage Scribe list, it does pay off quite often. You've seen a lot of the early stuff, like you've seen Wand Makers and Sethic and the Raised Dead and all that stuff kind of past that point of the game now. So at this point, Yala does just want to be slamming huge threats, so Mirror Entity does make some sense. Just that minor concern that you know there's a Laughing Sister in.
And he's definitely seen it in Lucia.
No one crosses the
Many times, yes. Apo? Yeah. This is kind of what I was talking about, right? It's just, this board looks great to Ysera Awakens. I'm pretty sure the next board that comes down will look pretty great to Ysera Awakens. And the one after that, and basically all of them apart from the superior Golem board. Is a pretty solid draw here, though.
Yeah, I'm desperately.
Any way to get super cheeky with the Octo?
Yeah, that's what I'm just staring. He can steal it, right? Because he could just, at worst, trade and then initiation. But it's how he procs it is the problem. So he'd need like trade, Sethic, initiation, smite, or something.
Discover a Holy Smite, yeah. Off the very first Sethic spell. Yeah.
Easy.
You can still do it though, right? Like with the Nightmare, yeah, sure.
He doesn't have to trade anymore.
Funny.
No Dream of the Way, okay.
Wow, okay. Was not expecting to see that.
Kill the Plunderer. I was actually a tiny bit surprised, and I thought he would have ended on Giant and not Initiation on a 2-3.
I'm just very fixated here, especially since he's shipping the Octobot back to hand. I think Jarlan is very fixated on just staying at 30 at this point, right? Because the combo potential against a hand that gets Octobotted twice is pretty enormous. So just fixated on little points of healing, making sure he kills every single individual minion, making sure no chip damage can come through, all that good stuff. Did pick up a Desperate Prayer towards the end of the turn, which might have changed things a little bit, but might have not had time to react to it.
Well, looking at this, is this just... Yeah, raised it to test and then just Psyche split the Ysera?
Looks pretty good. And I think having seen so many of the tools now being used from Wama, Yala will feel a lot more secure in terms of not necessarily having to overreact and just clear absolutely everything on the board, can just make huge threats of his own.
You don't pick the ones, see? You don't
Nice.
pick the ones.
Stump the 2-2 into the entity. No, there are still options here, even like Sethic Smite. Well, it wouldn't allow him to heal. I guess holding on to that's better for next turn when he's not neophyted. Neophyted? Is that like glowed?
I don't think it's quite that ridiculous, no. I believe the past tense of neophyte is the Matrix.
Neofort?
Neofort, Agent Smith, yeah, exactly.
See? This makes sense.
It's actually quite a good joke. Genuinely made you laugh. I'm so pleased with myself.
Oh. Golem feels a bit silly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, imagine paying 10 mana for that. Or 9, I guess.
I know. It might honestly be the scoop at this
It's like just the ultimate arena minion, isn't it? 10 mana, 10 Divine Shield. Don't kill it.
I'm not sure I'd even play that in Arena, to be honest. It ended up being utter trash in the end, and now Yala just powering ahead all the way back up to 30. Double Flesh Giant coming down with the Desperate Prayer, being able to pick up that extra healing, and I think Wama has already committed far too many of his sources of damage to be able to put anything together from this point.
I mean, there's just no cards left. Wow, incredible. And honestly, like I was mentioning before when we were on that little break, I think this series was actually really sick. Like, there was, of course, the second Bulwark, but outside of that, I think it was a really good series, and it showed off, like, LHS very well, and why it's very difficult as well. Like, you know, we get enough things wrong, but there's a lot for these players to think about when they're trying to build these lineups to do well and work out how to play them. What do you queue first? You know, like, what do you ban even? Because we had discussions about that even today when the majority of players have banned the same thing. I will say, though, for this game specifically, for me, the Alucia play was just impressive. It paid off a lot, of course, but I think there are a lot of players that just wouldn't have Alucia'd at that point.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad I threw it out there. You know, obviously it was kind of a joke on the turn that I threw it out, but I did it to make the point that early Alucia against Rogue does a lot of work in a lot of positions. I think it's very underrated, particularly if they either play Octobot or if they hold on to Coin. And actually, Wama did neither of those things. He played Coin, and he had not Octobotted, but he did Shadow Step that field contact back to his hand.
Yes.
Yala recognized as well that that was a great position to just go in. Having then seen the Shadow Step on the other side as well, he then knows, right? The second Alucia becomes so much easier because you know what's in the hand. You've already seen it once. So he knew at that point that he could delete so much value from the hand by going through with the Shadow Step and so on. I think that set up the course of the game very nicely, because at that point both Shadow Steps were gone and Yala knew that, so the OTK potential of like Tenwu, Alex, Shadow Step, Wicked Stab, all that kind of stuff was lessened quite significantly by the lack of Shadow Steps, so Yala just had so much more freedom to just play his regular game at that point. And I completely agree, Raven. I sent out a tweet at the start of the day before we went live saying I was really excited to get my teeth stuck back into Last Hero Standing, and like, I don't know whether it's just this is the format that I actually competed in at a high level, whereas Conquest I've just cast mostly, but it feels like to me there's a lot more interesting things to talk about in this format. In terms of range, and I don't think the day is disappointed, right? I think every...
Oh, no, it's hype, yeah.
It's a huge range of, like, really interesting talking points where, you know, whether it's deck building, tech choices, queue order, ban decisions, all of that stuff that comes up in Last Hero Standing. I just like this format. I think it's great.
It's cool.
I think you should stick around.
Let's take a look at what our top 8 looks like that's going to be starting tomorrow. As these are all the decider matches from the groups, we have Blyze versus Zim as our match number 1. Casey versus Yala, that'll be good. And match number 2, A-Rock and Viper for the third match, and then Tice versus Frenetic. And I'll say, Sottle, this is the odd one out for the weeks as far as I'm concerned, because yes, we have Tice, yes, we have Yala. I kind of expect those two to be in top 8 every week now, but other than that, this is a lot of names that we have not seen with any regularity at all in Grandmasters top 8 so far.
Yeah, and I think that's the two big talking points looking at that bracket. It's like the war for first place between like Tice and Yala, for example, and then just how many points can Zim and A-Rock get on the board, and heap misery then on players like Bunny Hopper, who had a pretty upsetting day today with the series that he played out, coming down to razor fine margins, and really a spot where he probably let the game go in a situation where he didn't really have to. He can be punished extremely hard for that now if Zim and A-Rock both go on to pick up huge numbers of points and leave him trailing in the dust behind in the relegation zone.
Yeah, a lot on the line for all these players, whether it's to do with the top of the standings or the bottom, but that does mean we are done for the day. So thanks a lot for watching. Just a reminder, unlike the last 2 weeks, Americas is going to be following up very, very shortly indeed. So if you want some more Hearthstone in your day, make sure to stick around and keep an eye on this show, and we'll be back pretty soon with TJ and Lorinda, I believe. But from us, we are done for the day. Thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
dead. That's a loss. And his prayers are answered. Look at it! He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Llama 3-1. Frozen's, that's a loss. And his pairs are in.
Look at it!
He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to America's Grandmasters. We're now in week number 5. It's our first day, and we're kicking off Last Hero Standing week 1, which is going to be cool. My name is TJ. I'm joined, as always, on Fridays by Neil Lorinda Bond. Lorinda, how you doing today, bud?
I am doing good. I am glad to see that we've got this format up and running. Just watched it go on in Europe. As always, they took their time. We won't do that. We'll just play some Hearthstone. But yeah, this is my favourite format, which we'll talk about in a minute. And I'm doing great. I'm ready for this.
Yeah, it should be fun. We had some testing earlier on in the week that I think went quite well, and we talked about how our testing feels, better when we have Last Hero Standing as a format. Nothing against Conquest, a lot of things against Specialist, but that's a topic for another day. But again, just a refresher to those that might be tuning in for the first time to Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's a weekly tournament where we broadcast 8-week seasons. Where 7 weeks are the regular season, and then we have a week of playoffs, and they're fighting for that prize pool. $3,000 for first place up for grabs every week, in descending based on how many wins you get, so a large chunk of money. But right now, and for the next coming weeks, I think the biggest focus for Neil and I, and for Dan and I when he returns, is these points. Because as the season goes on, the points start to matter a lot more and where players stand.
Yeah, we're starting to see, well, technically they always matter the same amount, but yeah, it feels like they matter more going into the week because we know what's been happening, and all three of the bottom players are in action today. And unlike Europe, where they were all put in the same group in somewhat cruel fashion and just left to fight it out to see who's going to come bottom, all three of our bottom 3 players are playing against different people in different groups. So they could all win and put some other people in trouble, or they could all lose and find themselves in a fiery pit of nasty doom. We just have to find out. It's going to be an exciting one to find out exactly how they get on today.
That's right. And as we mentioned briefly in the opening for today, Last Hero Standing is going to be the format for week 5 and week 6 next week. And Last Hero Standing is sort of similar to other formats in the sense that both players will bring 4 decks consisting of 4 unique classes. At the beginning of the series, each player bans 1 class from their opponent, and then they play a best of 5 match. The difference in Conquest, if that's what you're used to, is the deck that wins must be used again for the next game, and the losing deck is eliminated, meaning it can't be played anymore for that series. So what it ends up being is kind of this cool series of counter decks where you need to build a lineup that preps for what you think is going to be good, and then build a counter deck in your lineup for that strategy or that deck. And I think it leads to not only cool deck building decisions, but also how you queue your decks in a series, in any given series, actually matters, which is something I'm not used to.
Yeah, it actually matters. I'm going to let you talk about queue order as much as you like this time around, TJ. It's just so important. And for those of us who have been around the scene for a long time, this is the format we grew up with. I did a lot of DreamHack casts back in the day, and DreamHack was always Last Hero Standing. And I think that would be a big difference for some of these players. Some of these players who've been around a long time would have played a lot of those tournaments with the Last Hero Standing. Yep. And some of the others, it's not intuitive. If you've not played this format before, your brain works backwards for the first sort of few games where you're playing it, because it is backwards. Instead of when you win, you don't play the deck. When you win, you do play the deck. And your deck not getting eliminated is so important. You can win 3-0 just by having a killer second best deck, because your best one gets banned. It is really interesting. And again, countering people, building your lineup, and learning the deck, the 4 decks as a unit, as a 120 card unit rather than 4 individual decks, is so interesting. But let's have a look at these points, those bottom 3 we were talking about.
Yeah, at the top of the standings, it's quite close with 6 players within 3 points of first place. No Hands Gamer, despite a 0-point week in week number 4, is still in that first place. And we'll be seeing him play later today. He is in the decider matches, so that should be cool to see if he'll be able to cement himself at the top. But yeah, I think the big story this week, and as we move forward, is that I don't want to, this sounds mean, but the race for relegation, right? America's players have it easy. There's only going to be 3 players relegated because we started the season with 15. But that puts even more pressure. And so Killing All Day, Brythor, and Impact, you mentioned they all played today. This is a great opportunity for them to pick up a good chunk of points and try and at least be safe going into the last 2 weeks of the regular season. But there was a few players towards the bottom of the standings, notably like Muzzy and Language Hacker, who didn't pick up any points this week and are really hoping that those bottom 3 stay the bottom 3 and that they're not going to earn many points because they don't want to get bumped down into that red relegation zone, which you saw in that graphic there.
And here is a young man who has got himself well and truly out of that zone in the last 2 weeks. He was really in trouble after the first 3 weeks, but reached the quarterfinals, reached the semi-finals last week, and once again fled. A person who is lighting up this Americas with his charm, I think, has reached the quarterfinals, and he's left it to Killing All Day and Monsanto to fight over the second place to go through, and that's a massive matchup for Killing in particular.
Yeah, it's quite a big one, and Monsanto continues his consistency of making it to the decider match. It doesn't feel like very often he actually makes it past that point, but he's been in the decider match every week. So he's gotten 1-1 in his groups every week. So you got to commend that consistency. And speaking of consistency, Luna comes out on top of Group B. I feel like that's no surprise to anyone. Luna, even though she hasn't been at the very top of the standing, she's still in contention for a playoff race and has been putting up some really good performances. She's just looking for that big win. And then we'll be seeing Dreadeye versus Briarthorn today as one of our decider matches. And that one should be cool because Briarthorn is bringing a control lineup, which is not something we're used to seeing Briarthorn do. He kind of goes out there, and he has gone out there with kind of some of the choices in his decks, but it'll be very interesting to see how he'll do up against Dreadeye.
Yeah, Luna, once again, this is 5 times in a row now that she's got out of the group stages. And even though, like you said, she hasn't gotten much further, she's reached a couple of semi-finals, doesn't matter. You keep getting out those groups each week. You're getting 2 points a week. She's comfortably in 2nd or 3rd place, even without having a final finish. And that will come. That's just statistics working itself out. She'll win one sooner rather than later. And talking of winners, last week's winner, Nalgidon, gets out of the group once again as the winner and leaves No Hands and Impact, the number 1 player in Americas versus the bottom player in Americas going into this week, battling it out for that point. That goes without saying how important it is for both of them, because No Hands is looking for that forward seeding.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just to point out, Nalgidon making it out of the groups again into the top 8. I've been waiting for Nalgidon to have that season where he's been on fire since the very beginning of Hearthstone Grandmasters. He's been middle of the pack or kind of near the bottom for much of the time that he has spent in Grandmasters. And I know that's not indicative of him as a player, so it's really cool to see him do well. I think he's been playing exceptionally. And again, another exceptional player. Another player from Latin America, Rami, has been doing fantastic. Has in his last 2 weeks has a win and a 2nd place finish in both the specialist weeks, and he's looking to challenge No Hands for that 1st place spot. And then of course Eddie versus Tincho is going to be our decider match moving into later today. That'll be our Group D 4th match?
Yeah, that was D.
Okay.
Eddie and Teacher, the last one. And gone are the days where we act slightly patronisingly towards the LATAM community. It's like, yeah, well done, you reached the semi-final. That's really good for a Latin America player. They're just destroying everybody every week now. Like, where did this come from? Almost like China as well in the other, sort of in the major regions, I guess.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. A smaller population as far as the player base, not overall player base because China's huge, but just as far as within the tournament, right? Because obviously the minority of players is Latin America and America's Grandmasters. But week 5 bring rates, oh boy, 100% control Priest. Not a big surprise considering it's last year's standing, and Priest does have kind of those polarizing matchups where you can target a specific deck. The big surprise to me comes in Spell Mage. And while I understand that Spell Mage is not like, the super targeted matchup, its matchup spread is, kind of even across the board, it can spike. And I feel like it's a great opening deck in last year's standing where it can win against just about anything. And you can 3-0, I don't want to say easily, right? Because, easily is a little too aggressive of a statement. But some of the games that we've seen even just today have been quite crazy with what Mage is still capable of doing despite the nerf to Refreshing Spring Water. But everything else, it's good to see a mix, right? That's what last year's thing is all about. It's about trying to predict the strategies and trying to come up with these good counter lineups.
Yeah, I think we have far fewer majors here in the Americas region than they had in Europe, and part of my job is to go through all of the results every day and just check everything off. And the number of times it's just gone mage, win. It's a decent number of times. Don't ask me for specific games because it just becomes a blur of mages at some point. But mage is sweeping series still. And like you say, less than half the people bringing it. And the main card, Incanter's Flow, still not nerfed. Okay, it's definitely a slower deck without that spring water. But I think the feeling here amongst the casters in playtesting was mage is still mage, oddly enough.
Yes, it is. It is still Mage. Still very capable of doing the crazy things that it has been able to do. So let's talk about our first matchup, though. Killing All Day versus Monsanto. We talked about kind of the stories of these players. Killing All Day trying to dig himself out of the relegation hole, whereas Monsanto just trying to get that big win because he's been 1-1 every week, has made it to the decider match every week, but is still kind of middle of the pack as far as points go. So I know that he's looking for something big to try and prop himself up. And they do have, some differences in their lineups, right? Killing All Day bringing the OTK Demon Hunter and the Miracle Rogue, and Monsanto having Rush Warrior in the lineup, and Face Hunter, which is left open, where I believe Killing All Days was banned. So quite some interesting decisions across the board.
Yeah, Face
And speaking of interesting decisions, holy moly, I had no idea what to even put as the key cards in this deck.
I forgot this was the thing. Yeah, this is like the combo deck that makes a really big minions, except without the really big minions. It's really strange. Plenty of different beasts to discover and mess around with. And the Abusive Sergeant, TJ, I remember you pointing it out to me in testing. There's an Abusive Sergeant in this Hearthstone deck.
Yeah, Abusive Sergeant, it has a lot of merit with the Trampling Rhino, but interestingly enough, with Blademaster Samuro also, which is super weird, right? Because, usually you wouldn't expect that, but obviously with last year's standing, it opens you up for, different tech decisions. One of the ways Hunter can lose is if they lose the board too much and then a race scenario ensues. You don't have that many ways to buff Blademaster Samuro, but Abusive Sergeant, Adorable Infestation, those are a couple of them. And the ability to fight for board with, True Aim Crescent, Tame Beast, scrap shots, and those also have added benefit of the extra synergy of removal in the deck. So it's cool. Not sure if it's going to work, but certainly cool. And Killing All Day, I think, is going to play what Monsanto wanted in this situation, which is the Miracle Rogue, right? If I had to guess, I would guess that that's what the techs are for, is for the Miracle Rogue. So Monsanto hasn't won with anything apart from Rogue this week. That is a cool fact.
Yep, he has got through with a 3-0 on Rogue in his match against Muzzy. And he lost to Fled 3-0 in the other match. So he has only played winning games with his Rogue deck. So when you're an innovator like Monsanto, that is slightly concerning. But it's also the original point of Last Hero Standing, before we got good at it and started having counter cues and all that stuff, is can you make a deck that just beats everybody else? And if it has to be Rogue in a more standard fashion, so be it.
So be it. So be it. But let's get into it.
You're not punished for experimenting, being my point. Like in Conquest, if you bring a bad fourth deck, it loses 3 times and you're punished for trying. In this, you lose one game and you get on with the rest of your decks.
That's right. And we'll see if that's going to be the case for Monsanto here, if this is just a bad deck, or if it's just last year's standing, you know? We actually won't see, because who knows at the end of the day. But awkward opening hand, very expensive. In fact, the 3 of the most expensive cards in the actual deck. But obviously, like a Mankirk draw off the top makes this hand incredible. And that's really it, because I can't looking at his deck, it's hard to think what other draws he can get that are actually going to be decent.
Yeah, Monsanto does seem to have had pretty terrible draws on stream. Like, we've streamed him, it feels like every single Friday. I haven't actually checked that, but it feels like it. And he's had a lot of this sort of hand where, like, you can't blame his slightly innovative deck for drawing 1/1 drop and all of the top end. It's just something that happens in Hearthstone. But Killin is going to be able to get on the board, and against an aggro hunter that's looking to do some minion damage, this is a disastrous start for Monsanto.
Okay. Well, Blademaster Samuro in Adorable Infestation is a great way to just clear up a rogue's board. Question is, does he want to just use it right now to get on the board himself? He could go Wolpertinger, Adorable Infestation, and then hit, or Wolpertinger hit, and then Adorable Infestation, the one that remains.
Yes, I like that play. I mean, I say I like that play. What other choice has he really got? You don't want to let Rogue go for it next turn. I think you've got to try and fight for board here. Something I like about Monsanto's play, though, is he will work it out first, just in case there's another option. Actually decides to do what you were saying, which is keep the infestation potentially, that's a hard word to say at this time of night, apparently, for the Blademaster.
Yeah, I think that's smart. He has very little ways to buff the Samuro in his deck, which I mentioned earlier. It's not a beast, so it doesn't get buffed by Scrap Shot.
Yeah.
I guess that's it. If it was in the deck, Warsong Wrangler. Well, I mean, he's fitting in hero powers.
Yeah, weaving in a hero power by not having anything else to do every turn. Not necessarily how he wanted it to go, but he would have been obviously relying on this turn being one of those 2 or 3 drops, of which he has many in the deck, but picking up the second Wolpertinger is making this really awkward for him.
Yeah. Almost feels like he's going to have to play this as kind of almost a control deck with the way he's drawn. Like Brock Hodabane next turn, and then look for a board clear the turn after. From Killen's perspective, I mean, he hasn't had that much to do just yet either. There has been really great opportunities for him to go off with the field contact. He could right now and go just like field contact, prize plunderer, coin, guardian, og merchant, something along that line. But then he'd be using the coin. He wouldn't be able to play Jandis next turn. So it could be something just as simple as guardian, og merchant, swindle, and see what he can pick up. Maybe just dump the prize plunderer on the board to get rid of some of Monsanto's attention before the Jandis turn comes out. This is actually pretty tough.
Yeah, one thing he knows is, with decent degree of certainty, is that next turn Monsanto's likely to play a 5-drop. Because why has Monsanto been messing around doing nothing for all of these turns? So whatever Killing decides to do, he might do that with that in mind. And yeah, it looks like he's going to decide to not play anything so that Monsanto's Rhino has no targets to bump into. Because Monsanto obviously has a really heavy hand.
Kill nods at the Barracuda Bane. A lot of interesting spells in the deck. You'd expect this to be like tracking Adorable Infestation or Wound Prey and a Quick Shot. Nope, it's an Overwhelm and a Tame Beast. How about that?
I don't even know. Whenever I face the Tame Beast on ladder, which isn't that often, but it happens, I just don't know why it's there. I mean, it's decent, it scales okay, but
What makes something?
it feels sort of slow sometimes. As opposed to this card, which feels absolutely...
Ooh.
Ouch!
Oh, those are both incredible. Gurubashi Berserker, maybe not as much, but Ogremancer is quite potent, I would say.
And I don't mind either, whichever one he picks, because we can see the handful of spells. It's a fairly spell-heavy deck, but I think Killin might know that there's a lot of minions. So he'd be wrong, as it happens. I don't know. The Guabashi is pretty hard to deal with, because that damage should be going face. And if it doesn't go face, then you can race as the rogue, which is also scary.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
So one thing he could do is, I don't know, this is tough. Test into one of them first. I guess the Bleedmaster Samuro will clean up everything anyway, and then he could use the True Aim Crescent to kill off whatever's left over. So it is a pretty decent clear. Oh, look at Kill, he's smiling, yep. Oh yeah, so funny, so good.
Yeah, and he did go with the Grandmasters, which is now just going to get tidied up, and this board won't be a big threat to Killin. He will be able to tidy this up because he's kept so many resources back over the last few turns, but the problem he's going to have is the next board is going to be pretty terrifying.
Yeah. An overall option here for Killin. He's got to go with the field contact turn. That's what his hand is saying, but it's pretty decent. Gets to clear off a lot of this. In fact, I believe it's everything with Brain Freeze, Dagger Hit, Guardian Aug Merchant, and Prize Plunderer.
That's an upgrade.
Could even like use Shadow Step somewhere in here. And it looks like it is going to be a Shadow Step with the Vine Shield protection on the Guardian Aug Merchant.
I'd have lost this game by now, by the way, in Killin's spot. I'd have just dumped some of this on the board earlier, tidied up some 1/1s, got traded into the Rhino, have no board, and I'd have just exploded by now. Killin has paced himself very nicely for this particular turn, knowing it had to come and swinging the board like rogues do, just in one fell swoop. But he is incredibly low, and we might find he just explodes anyway because he's got to do this damage now so quickly. I don't think Alex Straz is going to be quick enough for him.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, right? Because Maltata had such a slow start, but that kind of worked in his favor. Because he was able to just kind of acquire resources. And chip away with hero powers, right? So,
and he was actually adding up this scrap shot, like just scrap shot, do some bits, and then hit you with a Rhino next turn into your 2/1 that you probably can't remove, and looking to see if he can set it up as a lethal.
Yeah. Problem is he really doesn't want to leave this field contact up.
Right.
That's an issue at the moment. He doesn't want him to just be able to draw through his deck. But honestly, I think he just doesn't even care.
Yeah, he's just going to say, if you kill me, then I die. And if you don't kill me, then I kill you next turn. I think that's where he's at with this.
Yeah, well, the one thing about this sort of combo deck is with Trampling Rhino, you can Trampling Rhino, especially with the Divine Shield minion on board. He could Trampling Rhino over the 2/1 and then hit the field contact with the True Aim Crescent, and it'll attack again, dealing the extra damage once again. So yeah, it's a lethal setup, and I don't think Killin can even protect himself against it.
It's actually lethal with just the one minion, but obviously what you just said, that's super lethal.
Oh, yeah. Just kind of pointing out a cool trick that you can use, but that is a...
No, I'm now curious. No, I'm now curious to see if there was a lethal last turn that got missed.
No, he didn't have enough mana to do all that stuff.
Right.
That's an upgrade.
Yeah, that's something to look for, especially this last hero, because if he does get this done this game, then he'll have the chance to do it in all the other games, and we're going to see him possibly play this 3 times.
I'm looking for a few good mercy.
Well, Sante just wishing he could show Killin, hey, I've got these 2 cards. Do you think you could just give up now? Thanks. We know you can draw a lot of cards, rogue players. We know. We've seen it before.
Oh, wait. It's not lethal anymore. Oh, no.
Now he needs to
It still is. The Overwhelm coming in clutch. Because he can Trampling Rhino, deal 7, Overwhelm, Hero Power, and then attack with the True Aim Crescent. It is still lethal, I believe.
It's lethal so many ways. I'm excited to see which one he chooses.
Now the real test,
here we go,
is going to be the staying power of this Hunter deck, right? Because, oh yeah, he's doing it! Oh, it's so cool. Okay, he's just showing off, like, look how smart of a deck builder I am. Making sure that we know. But yeah, nice win for Monsanto and breaking his tournament-long streak of only winning with Rogue. This is his first win that isn't with Rogue. Granted, it's just one series, right? Well, 2 series, but in one series he got swept, so he didn't win anything. And then the next series he 3-0'd with his Rogue. So a pretty good showcase of the deck, honestly. One of the upsides of this type of deck is you're not really punished for that slow of a start, as long as your opponent also has a pretty slow start, because he does have way more board control tools than a traditional kind of face hunter deck. And there he was just able to deal, small increments of damage over the course of the early game, and then assemble that large amount of burst. And a nice spot by Monsanto, honestly, to kind of just ignore that board, leave the field contact up, because he knew at that point, draw cards, right? Who cares?
Yep. Yeah,
because, yeah, I'm going to kill you next turn, pretty much no matter what you do. There was only I don't even know, right? Specific scenario of draws that would have gotten him out of that.
Into a 7-8, maybe.
He'd already played Jandis.
It's gone.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it's just guaranteed. It's hard for me to... Yeah, I can't think of one. I was thinking maybe like Mage Secrets, but yeah, that was just a nice setup for Monsanto. Good recognition. Now, though, Killing All Day will move to the OTK Demon Hunter. I think this is a decent queue, right? Because one of the benefits of having all these lifesteal cards and ways to gain life in Demon Hunter is not only that you get to kill them with Il'gynoth, but also that you can kind of just use them as actual lifesteal cards and go for big life swings. And you have so much redundancy with the combo that you should just get there eventually, as long as you're staying alive. And because Monsanto is running all of these board control tools instead of just straight up aggression, that works into Killing All Day's favor as well, because he's not going to get steamrolled on the board. He's not going to have a board himself, so cards like Overwhelm, Blademaster Samuro, True Aim Crescent, Ace Hunter Kreen, right? Those cards aren't going to be doing as much in this matchup specifically, just because Monsanto's not going to be building a board.
Yeah, and conversely to what you might expect if you haven't played normal Hunter, at least. I'm going to talk about that because I've played against it a few times, or a lot of times, with Demon Hunter. The Demon Hunter is actually favoured against regular Face Hunter, which seems weird, right? Because you've got this combo deck that goes 8 turns, 9 turns before it kills you. 6 turns if you're me, obviously. But what actually happens, on top of all the stuff you said, is you can actually burn all of the combo and just hit them with 3/5s. 3/5s get the job done, and the Hunter struggles to remove them. Now, that's going to be different in this one, because Monsanto should be able to get rid of some of that stuff a bit more easily, but he's not going to be able to hit Killian fast enough, you would think, and that's the beauty of Last Hero Standing. Killian got to choose which deck he wanted to put into this Hunter. Oh, and that is lovely. The skull in position, and he's going to be able to use it. It's in third place, but it doesn't matter because he will use the 2 cards to the left of it.
I guess I don't even know. True Aim Crescent, maybe. This is a weird choice. Because Volpertinger kind of just gets cleaned up on the board. Overwhelm, there's barely any minions that are played. It just seems like it's going to be a dead card in the hand, especially since he already has one.
Yeah, the True Aim has got more uniqueness. That's why I would pick it. You've got other cards that make minions, but you haven't got other weapons particularly, so I take the one that's different. It's not always correct to do that, sometimes you just want to reach critical mass, but Wolpertinger not particularly great. You're going to have to play it next turn.
Yeah.
Job's done. And you can get it into a 3/3, why wouldn't you?
There you go.
Killing is looking to do this on turn 6 or 7 at the moment. He's going to Skull on turn 5 or 6, depending how he values the coin. Probably will just coin into it, and he's just getting all the bits together really rapidly that you need.
All he needs is an excuse to play Immolation Aura. And if turn 4 comes and there's still no excuse to play Immolation Aura, he's just going to play it anyway.
Yep. He may play it next turn because he might want to... No, he'll wait on the demon. That's fine. Get that. We're good.
Yeah, he doesn't have to play Raging Fell Screamer now. It's a possibility they may never have to play it.
Yep. Santo thinking hard because he has the option to selectively pick things, but that's going to be slow. Or he can make the Wappinger obvious plays, but that's going to get wiped out a lot of the time. It is your duty as the hunter player to at least try and put pressure on those, so...
And this is still a difficult board to deal with, right?
Yes. So he can. Moarg and Immolation does it, but that's pretty resource heavy and pretty awkward and smelly, and you don't like it, but it does wipe out the whole board.
Yep.
And you're not scared of losing these combo pieces. That's the key here.
I see.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to set up for Talented Arcanist or Moarg and Immolation Aura next turn.
Sure. And that's fine. Your health total is a resource, always in Hearthstone, but even more so with combo decks and control decks. Force your opponent to sort of either commit more to the board or not kill you fast enough.
Let's see. So this depends on what Monsanto thinks the game plan is. If it's just to try and stick a board at some point, then he'd just scrap shot this turn. If it's a matter of trying to assemble like Tundra or Trampling Rhinos, excuse me, and try and hope that a minion is played at some point, then maybe he wants to do it that way.
So the first thing he's got to decide is, does he think that Killing chose not to clear this board? And the answer, I think, is that he doesn't know, so this is fine. Like, now, if Killing can't clear this board, it's still pretty close to lethal. And if he can clear this board, you've saved a lot of stuff back in hand. You can go again.
Demons?
Yeah, so I think it's 100% Immolation Aura here. I think the choice is just Talented Arcanist versus Moarg. I mean, there's also like secret option number 3 where he'd go Talented Arcanist, Moarg, and then Fellscream Blast.
The answer is always Moarg.
Yeah.
For me, it's much easier to get another Moarg from your philosophies and so on than it is to get yourself another Arcanist. So when in doubt, you use your Moargs first because you've got more of them. They're kind of equally important, but yeah.
Well, going into Skull turn, I think the best thing to do is just to play the biggest thing you can.
Yeah. I think that's what he's going to do. Just ordering correctly for us so we don't shout at him. Can you imagine shouting at Monsanto? Like, why would you ever do that, even if he was wrong? Ever.
You can shout at him if he's wrong.
Poor warlock.
I don't think he minds being shouted at. He's got the hat for protection.
The hat with the magic powers, according to the LATAM community at least.
That's right. Protects him from harm of casters shouting at him.
I think he's unshoutable at. You wouldn't need to. He'd just look at you, he'd wave the hat, and you'd calm down, and it'd just be like, so yeah, Monsanto, I think you might have... Oh, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's fine. I like playing this in person Felmore, by the way, TJ. I think getting this on the board and just saying you cannot ever stop this from hitting you because you're not going to leave a minion on the board is nice going. I guess by getting killed, that's one way that you don't get to attack with it.
He's still got ways to fight back as far as health total is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
In an emergency, he could always just Morg, Talented Arcanist, and Fellscreen Blast. Nice positioning there from Monsanto. I think that can sometimes go without saying now because when you're playing against OTK Demon Hunter, you just kind of put your biggest stats on the board and then play around Fellscreen Blast, right? Like that's about it.